In order to break up with me, the school beauty drove her car and hit me 30 meters away in a rage. Fortunately, I did not die. After lying in the hospital for 30 days, when I woke up, I had the ability to see through things, identify treasures, and even predict people's fortunes. The girls in the dormitory 100 meters away were getting ready to take a shower. My eyes zoomed in like a telescope. I could see everything inside the door. I even knew whether each stock would rise or fall. I then bought a stock with the only 3,000 yuan in my pocket. 1 hour later, the stock rose to 300,000 yuan. From now on, everyone in the school will think of themselves as stock gods. Even the school beauties are trying their best to make me their boyfriend. But they don't know that this is just a little bit of superpower I have acquired. After the verification, just now, Chun Fan became more confident in his eyes. His eyes fell on the copper coin on Wang Hao's key again. "How's he? Do you want to sell this copper coin?" They were all classmates, and he didn't want to cheat anyone. Wang Hao took the key and threw it away. "If you want it, take it." Chun Fan took the copper coin and examined it carefully. Although he knew nothing about ancient coins, he was sure that it was real. Because of his special ability, he could tell its origin at a glance and confirmed that it was a Yongzheng Tongbao. Chun Fan took the copper coin and prepared to go to the antique market to see if he could sell it. There were many antique experts here, so he deliberately hung the copper coin on his key and pinned it on his waist in the most conspicuous place. After walking around the antique market for a while, looking around, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked towards him. He looked very elegant and refined, probably a collector. "Young man, can you show me the copper coin you have?" Chun Fan looked at the other person and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Don't get me wrong, I don't think you are in this business. Let me see this copper coin. If it is authentic, I will take it." Chun Fan took the key and said, "What's the difference between authentic and authentic? We have them hanging on the keys in bunches in our hometown." The middle-aged man took it and looked at it carefully. "Little brother, how much can you sell it to me?" Chun Fan blurted out, 4,000. The middle-aged man said seriously, "Well, I won't lie to you. I'll take 800 yuan. Chun Fan snatched it away. "Antiques are valuable if you like them, but worthless if you don't. One price, 2,000. If you want it, I'll give it to you. If you don't want it, forget it." "Deal." The middle-aged man was also an expert. He paid the money without hesitation and handed Chun Fan a business card. "Young man, if you have any good stuff in the future, you can come to buy Baozhai on Wenzheng Street to find me." After seeing the 1,380 yuan he received, Chun Fan finally believed that his eyes had superpowers. After walking around the antique street, I found that genuine items were indeed very rare, but not completely unavailable. There were many items on display at a stall in front. Chun Fan took a quick look, and his eyes lit up when he saw a royal snuff bottle from 1832. "Boss, how much is this?" The stall owner glanced at him and said 5,000. He took it in his hand and tossed it. "Tell me the real price. I'm buying it for fun." The other party glanced at him, and since there was no business anyway, he said casually, "If you really want $1,000, take it." Chun Fan said in a bored tone, "You really think they are treasures? If they were only a few dozen dollars, I would buy one to play with." Okay, pick one for 80. Chun Fan paid 80 yuan and took the snuff bottle away. Then, Chun Fan rode a shared bike and followed the navigation on his phone to Wenzheng Street. Those who can open shops on this street have basically achieved financial freedom, drinking tea and walking their birds every day. As for whether the shop is open or not, they don't care. Chun Fan came to buy Baozhai, and the middle-aged man who had just bought his copper coins was there. "Hey, little brother, why are you here?" Chun Fan looked around his shop, and the antiques everywhere almost blinded his eyes. He is indeed an expert. Almost all the things he collects are genuine. Chun Fan took out the snuff bottle he just found and said, "I have something here. Can you take a look? Wow, you have quite a few treasures in your hands. Why didn't you take it out just now?" At this point, he suddenly realized something. "Could this be something you found at a bargain price on the antique street?" Chun Fan smiled. "Do you want it?" The other party took it in his hand and looked at it carefully again and again, then took out a magnifying glass. After looking at it, the other party said, "Although this is also an antique, it is not an imperial item. It is just an ordinary palace snuff bottle. How much do you want to sell it for?" Chun Fan said, "Baswa, even though we just met today, it can be considered a fate. I don't know much about the antique business. Just give me a price. If I think it can be sold, I will sell it. If you don't treat me unfairly, I will sell you something in the future." Zhua Handong smiled. "Tell me where you got it first. Didn't you guess it just now?" Chun Fan did not hide it. Zhua Handong asked in surprise, "Where did you really get it from?" He gave Chun Fan a thumbs up. He thought for a moment, since you trust me so much, I'll give you a real price. This snuff bottle is only about 60,000 or 70,000 yuan in the market. How much profit can you give me? Chun Fan didn't expect the other party to push the problem to him. So he said straightforwardly, give me 50,000. How much you can earn from the rest is up to you. Great. Deal. He transferred 50,000 yuan to Chun Fan's account. Little brother, come back to me if you have good things in the future. Zhua Handong personally saw him to the door and watched Chun Fan leave. I traded 2 things this morning and made 51,084. Chun Fan was getting more and more confident. So he went to the securities company to open an account. He left 3,000 yuan and transferred the rest to the stock market account. This money was his startup capital. Maybe he could become a big investor in the stock market. Back in the dormitory, several people were playing games. Since he had made money, Chun Fan was never stingy. Chun Fan announced, "Today I will treat you. You can all bring your girlfriends." The 3 of them all had girlfriends, but he was the only one who was still single. If he hadn't been born in the countryside and had thick skin, his hands would have peeled off. And he wasn't as thick-skinned as Guo Jianliang, so even if he met a girl he liked, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Guo Jianliang dressed up and went out first. Ilang Gao asked in confusion, "Are you really going to treat us?" Wang Hao said, "You're not going to ask us to eat rice noodles?" "I'm too lazy to ask Nan Nan. His girlfriend is Tan Nan from the business class." Ilang Gao stared at Chun Fan in surprise. "Where did you get the money? Did Zhao Linlin pay you a lot of money?" "I sold his copper coin." Wang Hao was relieved after hearing this. That copper coin is so valuable. At 6:30 in the evening, everyone went to the back street of the school. Ilang Gao's girlfriend also arrived. She was an accounting major named Su Keqing. Several people chose an open-air seat, and Chun Fan asked the waiter to take the order. "Hey, why hasn't Guo Jianliang come yet? Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear." Guo Jianliang brought 3 fellow villagers over, pulled out chairs, and sat down. "Why don't you find a private room? Sitting outside is not very convenient." Ilang Gao glanced at him unhappily. "Didn't you go to call your girlfriend?" "She's not here. I just happened to run into these 3 fellow villagers." Then he turned to the 3 fellow villagers and said, "Don't be polite. Order whatever you want. These are my buddies." Wang Hao couldn't stand it anymore. "It's the rule not to bring guests with you. What's yours?" If it weren't for Qin Nan's face, he would have left. This for his own good. Guo Jianliang was a bitch and didn't care about the severity of the situation. It's okay, it's okay." At this time, Qin Nan asked, "Chun Fan, why don't you find a girlfriend? There's a very beautiful girl in our dormitory. Can I introduce her to you?" Guo Jianliang said, "He can't even pay for his class fees. How can he afford to date a girlfriend?" Wang Hao couldn't help it. "It's as if you spend a lot of money on dating a girlfriend." Guo Jianliang shamelessly said, "Why should I spend money to find a girlfriend? It's just for fun. Why take it so seriously?" This sentence made Qin Nan and Su Keqing look unhappy. "Are you guys just playing around?" Ilang Gao cursed. "Guo Jianliang, can you shut up about that eating thing of yours? Don't listen to his nonsense. He's an inhuman beast." Both of them were busy trying to coax their girlfriends. Everyone opened their glasses and waited for the waiter to serve the food. Then Guo Jianliang saw Liang Dongkai coming over with a girl and quickly stood up to greet them. The girl next to Liang Dongkai was quite tall and very pretty, especially her legs were very attractive. But when Liang Dongkai reached out to pull her, she instinctively moved away. Guo Jianliang, the flatterer, pulled a chair over and said, "You guys sit here, I'll call the waiter to serve more food." After Liang Dongkai arrived, Guo Jianliang was very attentive, running around as if he was treating them. This made Nan Nan and the other 2 girls look at him strangely, a little confused about who was treating them tonight. Chun Fan looked at him with some displeasure. He knew that Liang Dong and he didn't get along well, but you still called him over. He didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, the long-legged girl next to Liang Dongkai blinked her eyes, looked at Chun Fan curiously and asked, "Are you Chun Fan?" Chun Fan didn't react. Nan Nan said, "Yes, he is Chun Fan. What's wrong?" "Nothing." The girl smiled. Liang Dong was unhappy. "Eat quickly. What's there to ask?" Chun Fan vaguely guessed that he must have told the girl something about himself. Otherwise, how could a completely unrelated person suddenly ask his name? However, Chun Fan's eyes that could see through everything unexpectedly saw the top of Liang Dongsai's head, which was green. Ever since he was hit by Zhao Linlin, his eyes always see things that others can't see. He doesn't know what the green on Liang Dongsai's head means, but other people don't have it. After eating and drinking, he saw Guo Jianliang sitting there waiting for him to pay the bill. Chen Fan burped and glanced at Wang Hao and the others. The two understood what he meant and said to Qin Nan and Su Keqing, "You should go back to the dormitory. It's getting late." Liang Dongkai was in a good mood today. He picked his teeth with a toothpick and asked, "Zhou Jianliang, are there any more programs?" Guo Jianliang was still waiting for Chen Fan to come and pay the bill, but the three guys had been gone for a long time and hadn't come back. So he took out his cell phone to make a call. Liang Dongkai thought he was going to ask the people in the dormitory to go together again and said impatiently, "Why ask them? We'll go. Especially Chen Fan, that bitch disgusting." Guo Jianliang was speechless. "Do you think I wanted to call them? I wanted him to come over and pay the bill." But all three of them turned off their phones. The 200-pound proprietress came over with the bill, 1,038. He didn't bring any money, so he had to ask Liang Dongkai for help. "Team leader, I don't have any money. Can you see if you can? You're still pretending even though you don't have any money." "So Bing, let's go." Liang Dongkai was merciless and told the girl to leave. When the three fellow villagers saw this, they left without even saying hello. Chen Fan and the other two had returned to the dormitory long ago, washed up, and laid down on the bed to sleep. Ilang Gao asked, "Guo Jianliang should not be able to come back tonight, right?" "That's right. It's impossible to wash so many dishes at once." Wang Hao suddenly got up. "Do you think he will reach the peak of his life from now on?" "I heard that the 200-pound proprietress is a widow. No one knew what was going on over there, but Guo Jianliang didn't come back all night." When Chen Fan was lying on the bed and preparing to go to sleep, he suddenly remembered the stock market account he opened today. Since he could see the future trend of stocks, of course he had to choose the strongest one. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical will be listed on the third board in the next 5 trading days. Longda shares will be listed on the 7th board in 10 trading days. Yuanjing Technology will be listed on the 12th board in 15 trading days. Oh my, monster stocks, definitely monster stocks. I finally made it to 5:30, so I didn't sleep anymore and went to the playground to run. When you have no money, it doesn't matter if you're in good health. But when you have money, you must pay attention to your health. Chen Fan ran 2 laps and couldn't stand it anymore. He did a few sets of stretching, picked up his clothes, and went back to the dormitory. As the time for the opening was getting closer, Chen Fan became more and more nervous. 9:30, the opening. The stock price dipped down, swayed slowly for a while, and suddenly fell sharply, dropping more than 4 points, falling below Chen Fan's predetermined purchase price, and suddenly turned upward. Then the price went up and up. In just a split second, I made a net profit of over 6,000 yuan. How cool. Just after completing the transaction, Liang Dong in front of me shouted, "Wow. And I got another limit down today." This was what Chen Fan had expected. Yesterday, he saw that Tongqing Real Estate continued to hit the limit down today. Moreover, it was blocked by the main force at the opening, leaving no chance for escape. It looks like it will continue to fall. Bang! Ilang Gao next to him suddenly slapped himself, probably because he hated himself for not listening to Chen Fan. He should have bought Tianfu Medical earlier. However, Tianfu Medical was not doing well today. It hit the daily limit yesterday and fell back today. Before exiting the trading software, Chen Fan took another look at his account and felt very happy. At noon, Guo Jianliang finally came back. He said proudly, "The boss lady promised to help me lose weight." Chapter 6, Zwabing's shop. I didn't pay for the class activities in the evening, so I didn't need to attend. But I plan to go to the antique street tomorrow to see if I can find a bargain. Nowadays, college campuses are full of couples, which is a sad place for singles. So I decided to just go back to the dormitory and sleep. At this time, Wang Hao called me and said that Qin Nan wanted to introduce me to a girlfriend. There was a girl in their dormitory who was very beautiful. To be honest, I was not interested and rejected her directly. I thought that if a man had no ability, how could he bring his troubles to others? And I didn't want to see others pay the bill after the date, which was too embarrassing. The next morning, I rode a shared bike to the antique street. Recently, I plan to learn some knowledge about antiques, so as not to be cheated when I encounter treasures in the future. There are not many people in the antique market today, and business seemed a little quiet. I wandered around, thinking that I actually had an advantage. Others had to look at these antiques one by one to see if they were real or fake, but I only needed to take a glance to judge. Of course, there are many good products in the shops like Wenzheng Street, but those things are expensive. They are authentic, but sometimes I will make mistakes. I'm not a collector. Why should I spend money to buy those expensive things? Now I'm so poor that I only have a few thousand yuan salary a month. The best thing I can do is to try my luck in a market and see if I can find a bargain. As I passed by a stall, I noticed an antique. It was a landscape figure, general jar from the late Qing dynasty. I walked over and saw that the stall was filled with all kinds of items, including jars and cans. But now, there are too many fake things on the market. I picked up a plate at random, and the stall owner immediately asked, "Young man, do you want to buy it?" "How much?" I asked. The stall owner looked at me and said, "You name a price. We're just doing business." I thought, if I make an offer, he'll probably get angry, right? I put the plate down and picked up the jar again. I knew at a glance that it was real, 100%, but I still wanted to see if it was damaged. It was in good condition, so I said calmly, "I don't understand these things either. My grandma asked me to buy one to store peanuts." I said casually, but the stall owner retorted disdainfully, "Don't try to trick me. I've seen a lot of people like you. Every time someone comes here to pick up a bargain, they say the same thing." A few days ago, a young man who didn't know anything took a snuff bottle from me and sold it for more than 100,000 yuan. I was shocked and thought, who leaked the news? But he didn't say it accurately. Maybe it wasn't sold at that price. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and said directly, "Will you sell it for 500 yuan? The stall owner sneered and said, "I won't sell it for less than 10,000. This stall owner is really good at bragging. Anyway, as long as someone asks the price, he will raise the price sharply. I put down the can and said directly, "Then you can keep it for peanuts." The stall owner looked at me and seemed a little unwilling. "Young man, add some." I thought to myself, this guy is really funny. He probably doesn't even know what treasures he has on his stall. This is a replica of the late Qing dynasty. He tried to comfort me. I almost laughed out loud when I heard it. It turned out that he thought this jar was a replica. This is understandable. After all, the antique market is complicated and no one has a good eye. I went back and picked up the can, smiling and saying, "I'll just put this at home for show. It'll be embarrassing if I meet an expert." I said again, "How about this? 800 yuan. Will you sell it?" The stall owner finally compromised. "Make it an even number, 1,000 yuan." I thought, since he insisted, then 1,000 yuan will do. I paid the money and left the stall with the can. The stall owner stood there, watching me leave, probably thinking, I made 800 today, but this jar is only worth 200. He probably thought I was a rich kid, pretending to be shabby. When I got to Wenzhong Street, I walked to the door of Baibao's High with the jar in my arms, and suddenly I saw a man in his 30s holding the same jar as mine. I was shocked. Could this thing really be a knockoff? Did I make a mistake? Zhua Handong saw me and said to the man with a smile, "Sorry, we don't accept this." He also said, "Including you, this is the fourth group of people who have come to my place today." I immediately felt like I had been cheated. Just then, Zhua Handong saw me and greeted me enthusiastically. "Hey, little brother, you are here? Come in and sit down." I was a little embarrassed and walked in. The man looked at the jar in my hand and seemed a little embarrassed. Zhua Handong shook his head. "Recently, a batch of such jars suddenly appeared in the market. They are well imitated. There are new people coming every day." I insisted, "Mine is the real one." But I noticed that Zhua Handong had a happy look on his face. Maybe he had something good happen to him recently? At this time, a girl with a backpack walked in. "Dad," she shouted. I was stunned and looked back. I saw a pair of long legs coming into my sight. I was stunned for a moment, and the girl looked at me in surprise. "Bing, you're back." Zhua Handong smiled and walked towards his daughter. Zhua Bing looked at me and asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Is this your store?" I was a little confused. "Yeah." Zhua Bing sat down, swung her legs, picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water. I was panicking, feeling that my future identity as the richest man was about to be exposed. Zhua Bing looked at me with curiosity on her face. "Why are you here?" "Dad, why is he here?" She looked at Zhua Handong again. Zhua Handong smiled and said, "He is our god of wealth." I felt a headache and thought, the situation is getting more complicated. Zhua Bing couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you alumni? Help me get to know him." Chapter 7, it was me who made Liang Dongkai turn green. Beep. Just as I was about to go back to school, my phone suddenly received a WeChat notification, a new friend request. I looked down and saw that the WeChat nickname was Awesome Girl. I clicked on the avatar, and it was indeed a pair of particularly eye-catching long legs. Zhua Bing? Why did she add me? I thought about it and clicked agree. Not long after, Zhua Bing called me directly. "Chen Fan, are you ready to go back to school? Wait for me. Send me the location." She hung up the phone after she said that. I could only send her the location helplessly. As soon as I walked out of Wenzhong Street, I could only wait for her at the street corner. Soon, Zhua Bing appeared in the crowd. Her long legs were the most beautiful scenery on the street. I watched her approach and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It's really unfair that a man like Liang Donkai can have such a good girl. Did she really cheat? Chun Fan, let's find a place to chat. Was being asked with a smile. I was a little envious of her cheerful and lively personality. And I kept thinking, why would a girl like her stay with a guy like Liang Donkai? Why? Where do you want to go? I asked. Starbucks. I'll treat you. She didn't give me a chance to refuse and turned and left. I followed her, secretly looking at her charming figure, thinking to myself, when I have money, I must buy her store. Entering Starbucks, I saw that it was full of high-end petty bourgeoisie men and women sitting with computers. I didn't understand their lifestyle at all. Looking up, I saw that even the price of a cup of coffee could cover my living expenses for a few days. So Bing rushed to pay the bill, but I walked over very gentlemanly. Let me do it. No need. She smiled. I said it's my treat. Her personality is really special. She is not like some girls who are shy and always want to treat others, but let others pay. You go sit over there. She waved her hand and asked me to sit first. I know that my mother taught me since I was a child. If others are good to me, I will definitely remember it in my heart and return it double in the future. If others are not good, then I will not take the initiative to approach them. Soon, Zobing bought 2 cups of cappuccino and a plate of milk chocolate chip cookies. We chose a seat and sat down. While she drank her coffee, she looked at me with her beautiful eyes. There was doubt in her eyes. You don't look as poor as Liang Donkai, and the other said. After all, any antique you take out is worth tens of thousands. Why are you always so low-key? I was stunned. She was paying so much attention to me. Am I really so cool? I see. You must be hiding your identity. Zwa Bing smiled. She squatted down and kicked me lightly. Hey, do you know why I suddenly asked your name that day? Why? I didn't understand. She smiled and said, don't be with someone like Liang Donkai anymore. He tells everyone that you are poor and even looks down on you. I was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that I didn't react, Zwa Bing propped up her chin with her hand and stared at me curiously. Have you ever been in a relationship? I heard that you're the only one in your dormitory who doesn't have a girlfriend, she suddenly asked. I was a little embarrassed for a moment, lowered my head and said, a girlfriend will affect my speed of making money. I don't want to waste time on falling in love now. This is also my current goal. Making money is the most important thing. After all, my family is not rich, and my parents have paid a lot for me to go to college. I can't waste this great opportunity. Zwa Bing shook her head. Who says dating is a waste of time? 2 people can work together and move towards the same dream, so they won't be alone in life. I asked her back, are you not lonely now? She shook the cup and looked at me bored. You know what? In fact, I don't like Liang Donkai. I haven't even let him hold my hand. Although he said I had never agreed to him, he still pursued me. I was stunned. It turned out that's what Bing didn't like Liang Donkai at all. This also made me a little unbelievable. I was still digesting this information. Seeing that I didn't react, Zwa Bing continued. Do you remember? When I first went to the school to register, you were the one who received me. She suddenly started singing, just because I saw you once more in the crowd, I can never forget your face. I felt like I was about to collapse. Was Zwa Bing teasing me? I picked up my coffee cup and prepared to leave. You don't believe it? Okay, I'll prove it to you tomorrow. She was still calling me from behind. You don't believe me? See you tomorrow. I couldn't help myself, so I stood up quickly and left Starbucks in a hurry. I really didn't understand why Zwa Bing liked me. Was it because of the strange things that happened after I bumped into Zhao Linlin? Or was it because of this accidental encounter? After returning to school, I almost immediately put the incident behind me. The next day at noon, I had just returned from the library when the dormitory suddenly went wild. Look, Liang Donkai is about to publicly confess his love to Zwa Bing in front of the cafeteria. Wang Hao shouted excitedly. I didn't bother to pay attention to the gossip and said, let's go and take a look. I know that Liang Dong is a rich kid in the school, and although Zwa Bing is not as famous as Zhao Linlin, she is also a school beauty. Her long legs and beauty have long made her famous in the school. However, I have no interest in these news, and I don't bother to care about them. You go and see it, I won't go. I refused Wang Hao. Not long after, the phone rang, and the screen showed Awesome Girl. Who is it? I asked. Come to the entrance of the cafeteria. Quickly, don't make me angry. Zwa Bing's tone was a little anxious. I didn't think much, and rushed to the entrance of the cafeteria with Wang Hao. There were already people gathered here, 3 layers outside. The steps of the cinema opposite the cafeteria were covered with red roses and colorful balloons. Liang Donkai, wearing a suit and holding flowers, stood there like a confident prince. He looked at the crowd with pride and raised his head to look at Zhuo Bing on the steps, as if he was about to reach the peak of his life. Chapter 8. From now on, I will pursue you. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? Why does he think he deserves me? I really don't understand what Zhuo Bing is up to. Liang Dong just confessed his love to her. What does it have to do with me? Chen Fan. The entrance to the cafeteria was already crowded with people, so I could only stand by silently. Zhuo Bing stood there, constantly looking at the audience below the steps, as if looking for something. Many people in the school have done this kind of scene before, deliberately trying to be the center of attention. Liang Dongkai seemed particularly excited, and he obviously thought that today's confession would make a sensation in the whole school. He was also sure that he would become famous because of this, and he and Zhuo Bing would become the golden couple praised by everyone. Just as I was standing there bored, I received another call. I was really busy. Just after I answered Zhuo Bing's call, Zhuo Handong also called me. I walked aside to answer the phone, and when Zhuo Bing saw me, he couldn't help but smile. Zhuo Handong obviously didn't know that his daughter was in the limelight at the moment. Little brother, the jar you gave me has been appraised. Zhuo Handong's voice came. The item is indeed real, and the market price is 52,000. He said, I will give you 40,000 and keep 10,000 as profit. What do you think? I didn't say much and agreed immediately. Just do as you say. Zhuo Handong said happily. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right away. It's a pleasure to work with you. I'll treat you to a visit to the city some other day. Suddenly, a voice called out from the entrance of the cafeteria, Zhuo Bing, Zhuo Bing. I hung up the phone quickly, fearing that the conversation on the phone would attract attention. I looked up and saw Liang Dongkai walking up the stairs step by step, holding flowers in his hands. Zhuo Bing stood there, her tall figure like a proud little princess, attracting all eyes. Liang Dongkai knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly, Zhuo Bing, I love you, be my girlfriend. He handed the flowers to Zhuo Bing, his heart full of expectations. However, Zhuo Bing looked at me in the distance, smiled slightly, and said, I can't promise you. Liang Dongkai was stunned. He had never expected Zhuo Bing to say that. He had carefully arranged the venue and created a lively atmosphere that attracted thousands of people, but he was rejected. Zhuo Bing looked at him and said calmly, I think this is too hasty. Liang Dongkai, let's leave this decision to fate. The audience was talking about it, not understanding what Zhuo Bing meant. Zhuo Bing took a rose from Liang Dongkai's hand and said, let's break off the petals to decide whether I agree with you. This is the only way to prove whether we are destined to be together. What do you think? The audience cheered immediately, yes. Yes. Liang Dongkai also smiled, thinking, so she likes this kind of exciting way, then let's play with her. Zhuo Bing's slender fingers began to break the petals. Agree. Disagree. Agree. Disagree. When she broke the 8th petal, she suddenly stopped. There was only one petal left on the receptacle, and the odd number represented agreement. Liang Dong's eyes lit up, and he laughed happily. See? The last piece is consent. Ha ha. This is God's will. God wants us to be together. He said excitedly. He stood up and prepared to hug Zhuo Bing, and the audience started to cheer, be together. Be together. But Zhuo Bing suddenly shouted, wait. She pinched the last petal in her hand and smiled wickedly. That's right, the choice God gave us was to agree in the end. She paused, but I will go against the will of heaven, she said, tearing the last petal in half. No, see? The last half is no. So, I can't agree to you. Liang Dongkai, from now on, don't bother me anymore. I will never agree to you. After saying that, she dropped the branch in her hand, clapped her hands, and turned away. Liang Dongkai was left standing there, his face changing from red to white. He felt that he had been fooled in public, especially in front of so many people. He threw the flowers on the ground angrily and left in disgrace. I watched this scene from a distance and couldn't help laughing. This is what Zhuo Bing said, prove it to me. Today, Liang Dongkai's face was swollen. When I was about to leave, I received a WeChat message from Zhuo Bing. How is it? Did I lie to you? From now on, I will pursue you. I was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect Zhuo Bing to be so good at flirting and so bold. However, I didn't reply to her. Instead, I saw the message of Zhuo Handong's transfer. 40,000 yuan, it arrived. I was delighted and immediately transferred the money to my stock market account, preparing to increase my position on Monday. I also checked the market of Yuanjing technology and found that it was not a flat board recently, but a violent wash. If I am fast enough, I should be able to make a fortune in the next opportunity. In fact, I am more looking forward to the opening of the growth enterprise market, so that I can make 20% or even more in a day. I feel happy just thinking about it. It is really wonderful. Just as I was planning my future, Zwa Bing sent me another message. Chun Fan, please treat me to a meal. I am hungry. Meal? No problem. I sent her a red envelope of 100 yuan. Her reply almost made me laugh. This idiot. He totally missed the point. However, I was in a good mood today. After dinner, I went to the library to make up for my knowledge of antiques. In the library, two girls were sitting on the side. The girl in JK closed pushed Xiao Lin, who was reading seriously. Hey, did you see that annoying guy coming over to act pretentiously again? I really don't understand where his confidence comes from. He wants to chase you even though he looks like this? Zhao Lin looked at me helplessly. Zhou Yufei, stop talking about this. Zhou Yufei put down her book and walked over to me, standing in front of me, and said sarcastically, Hey, are you done yet? Is it fun to follow our Lin around every day? I thought to myself, what's wrong with me reading books? The library is not owned by your family. I glanced at her JK outfit and suddenly hit back at her in English. You're the one who's annoying. Zhou Yufei's face turned red instantly. She glared at me, lowered her head, and ran away quickly. Zhao Lin watched her run back and asked, What's wrong? Zhou Yufei couldn't believe it. I'm dying. It turns out that the person he likes is me. What did he say? Is it enough to make you blush like this? He said, If you never abandon, I will in life and death. If I never abandon you, you will be with me through life and death. Yeah, Lin, I'm in love. I felt helpless. Zhao Lin just smiled and said, That may not be the case. What if he meant that either you leave me or we die together? Chapter 9, What are the benefits of dating? I spent 2 days in the library and finally made it to Monday. Now, the funds in my account have reached 54,000 plus 40,000, a total of 94,000. At 9:25, I couldn't wait to open the stock trading software. Today, the trend of yuanjing technology is to open low and close high. First, it was suppressed violently, and then it quickly rose to the daily limit. After this round of washout, there was no chance to buy anymore. The main force directly pulled up 7 daily limit boards. Then there was another round of washout, and it continued to rise, setting a record of 12 daily limit boards in 15 trading days. My heart tightened, and I felt like my heart was about to jump out. During the 15 trading days when the main force pulled up, I didn't have to do anything, just lie down and wait to make money. I calculated that by the time of harvest, the funds in the account will become 280,000. Of course, during this period, I still have to continue to make money and complete the initial accumulation as quickly as possible. At 9:30, the morning session officially began. I placed a buy order and waited for the transaction. The life of cheating is really cool. I know what price it will fall to, and I also know what price it will rise to. Besides, my capital is so small that it does not affect the dealer's operation at all. I'm like a happy little fish in the stock market. Yeah, Elang suddenly made a happy sound after the operation was completed. This attracted the attention of classmates in the class, and Elang realized that he had lost his composure. He made a face and then lay on the table pretending to be dead. Soon, his message came to the WeChat group. I finally got some meat today. The stocks I bought went up 3 points. He said proudly, Me, Guo Jianliang, I'll treat you. Damn it, you guys cheated me last time. I want to pay you back today. Wang Hao, no more, the experts misled me. Pa, Liang Dong, who was sitting in the front row, slapped himself hard. Damn it, is it going to end? 3 limit downs. I saw him clenching his fists and his eyes were about to pop out. He invested 200,000 yuan and got 1 limit down and 2 limit downs. I calculated for him, and after investing 200,000 yuan, he only had more than 130,000 yuan left. It's so fucking sour, but I'm still happy. Just when I was secretly happy, Zwa Bing sent a message. Hey, what do you mean? You've been avoiding me for 2 days. If you don't come out to see me by noon, I'll make it official. Then let's see if Liang Dong will come after you and fight you to death. Liang Dongkai now had the urge to kill someone. His girlfriend, who was about to get him, dumped him in front of so many people. How embarrassed was he? What do you want to do? I thought about it and replied to her. With Zwa Bing's personality, she might really do such a thing. Zwa Bing snorted, I want to eat, you treat me. I'm going to kill you today. It's just a meal, isn't it? What a big deal. Now I really understand the ancient saying. Gold can be lost and regained. Even if I spend all the more than 2,000 yuan, I can earn it back in the stock market tomorrow. In order to appease Zwa Bing, I decided to take her out for dinner. She chose the place, and my task was to pay. After class, I went to the back street. Zua Bing was wearing blue denim shorts and listening to music with headphones. Seeing me coming, she took off her headphones and put them in my ears. Is this song good? Just because I saw you once more in the crowd, I can never forget your face. Wow, it was the song legend. I returned the headphones to her. Let's go eat barbecue. Zua Bing pointed to a store in front. Anyway, I don't care. I have never been to such a place before. My mother always taught me, if someone invites you, you have to treat them back. So I usually don't go to other people's meals, in case I can't afford it myself. But today's Zua Bing wanted to come, so I didn't refuse. We chose a seat by the window on the second floor. Zua Bing took off her headphones and stared at me suspiciously with her beautiful eyes. Why have you been avoiding me these past 2 days? Nothing. I blocked my view with the menu and changed the subject. What do you want to eat? Zua Bing obviously didn't fall for my trick and pressed on. Nothing. I'm in the library with others. If you never abandon, I will in life and death. What do you mean? I was shocked. How did he know? Who spread this? Seeing Zua Bing's tiger-like look, I put down the menu. Are you still going to eat today? Zua Bing glared at me fiercely, curled his lips, reached out to grab the menu, and quickly checked all the dishes on it. This guy actually has the mind to pick up other girls? I get angry just thinking about it. He has already made a statement and officially started pursuing me. But he said something like, if you don't leave me, I will stay with you until death. Men are really pigs. I saw that she ordered so much, and I felt a little pain. I snatched the menu from the waiter and removed half of the dishes. Instead of wasting it, I might as well send the money back to my parents or my sister for school. After a while, the food we ordered came. However, there's only one portion of everything, including tableware and drinks. Hey, why is there only one pair of chopsticks and a bowl? Did you cross it out yourself? The waiter looked at me strangely. Is there something wrong? So Bing laughed and said to the waiter, you go and do your work. We can do it ourselves. It turned out that this was a restaurant for couples, and everything came in double portions. I asked to remove half of it. It became an individual meal. The waiter was not surprised, because most of the people who come here to eat are couples. Some people are so disgusting that they only use one set of chopsticks and bowls. The boyfriend feeds his girlfriend. You take a bite, I take a bite. Does she think I'll play this trick? Zua Bing took the drink, took a sip, and handed it to me. This is the straw she licked to see if I will drink it. Me, another one. Zua Bing rolled her eyes at me and said, I don't care. Why do you mind? She stuffed the straw into my mouth. Then she put the roasted meat on a plate and said, you eat a bite, I eat a bite. I felt very uncomfortable. Is this the legendary couple's meal? Seeing me like this, Zua Bing couldn't help laughing. This guy has never been in love before. Funny. She propped her face with her hands, stared at me, and said, from now on, we are officially a couple. You're not allowed to flirt with other girls. Do you really want to fall in love? I looked at her long legs and felt a little moved. Then tell me what benefits are there in falling in love? Zua Bing rolled her eyes at me resentfully. What do you want to do? I thought about it seriously. I want to go to the woods. Zua Bing's face suddenly turned red, and he pinched the tender flesh on my waist. I didn't expect you to be so mean. I grimaced in pain. I just want to experience it. Do you agree or not? Zua Bing bit his lip for a long time, hesitated. Can I do whatever you want? Chapter 10. Sorry, I didn't come here for you. After dinner, I paid the bill. 199 yuan. For me, who just became worth over 100,000 yuan, this price is already very expensive. But I still paid it in a very casual manner. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that I don't want to be called a poor guy by girls. The two of us came to the grove behind the school. Chun Fan, there are too many mosquitoes here. Shall we go back? Chun Fan, we can't do this. We have crossed the line. No, Chun Fan, this is my last bottom line. We were deadlocked for more than 10 minutes, and I decided to send her back to the dormitory. So Bing looked at the red bumps on her legs from mosquito bites and said, I will never come to this kind of place again next time. Let's go to the hotel. I'll buy some medicine to help you apply it. I also felt a little sorry. I didn't expect the first date experience to be so bad. I really don't understand how those people who go to the woods every day can be so energetic. Do they really not care about the environment? Zua Bing rolled her eyes at me. Go to the hotel? You still have the mind to help me apply medicine? She couldn't think of it. She gave her body to me before the relationship even started. Seeing that she was adamant, I had no choice but to give up. There were no important classes in the afternoon, so I was too lazy to go to the classroom. I lay on the bed in the dormitory, looking at my claws that had succeeded. Zua Bing was really good, and her figure is so good. If we get married in the future, the children will not go hungry. I lay on the bed, savoring the rich results just now. Many people would never imagine such a success on a first date. Now, thinking back on the whole process, Zhu Bing was indeed nice to me. Just as I was about to open my phone, Zhu Bing sent me a WeChat message. Pig, what are you doing? Yeah, even the name has changed. You just call me Chin Fan? I replied with a message. I'm thinking about you. Really? Really? How could this be false? Okay, I'm thinking about you too. Don't do that next time. After all, we have just started. I said depressedly. Have you ever played games? Why? What does this have to do with games? I said, it seems that you have never played games. You said that you finally got out of the novice village, and you have to start from the beginning again. It's very discouraging. Zhu Bing made a disdainful expression. Big pig's hoof. No matter what, you are not allowed to move without my permission in the future. You will lose me as your boyfriend. How about this? As long as you don't let me go back to the novice village, I promise you. Zhu Bing, it seems that she acquiesced. I laughed at myself. This kind of thing is really addictive. Now I want to see Zhu Bing again. But Zhu Bing was not stupid, and she was unwilling to come out again. She had a dance class in the afternoon, and she left after chatting for a few words. I lay on the bed, thinking about what to do. Buy a lottery ticket or play scratch cards. I opened my phone and searched for the lottery winning numbers. I wanted to try whether I could buy a lottery ticket. If possible, wouldn't it be nice to win 100 million or 200 million directly? But when I opened Baidu to check the winning number for the next few lottery draws, sorry, there was nothing. The future trend of stocks can be seen. Why not the lottery? The future lottery results are vague and unclear. After studying for a long time, I felt bored and decided to go find Zhu Bing to play. I habitually looked up and looked out the window. What? Zhao Linlin's best friend Zhou Yufei was looking at the boys' dormitory with a telescope. I was so scared that I quickly pulled up the curtains. What on earth has Zhou Yufei become? She is too thirsty, isn't she? Boys really need to protect themselves when they are outside. It was 5:30 in the afternoon, and school was about to end. I came to the dance studio on purpose, wanted to give Zhu Bing a surprise secretly. In the dance studio, dozens of girls were wearing tight training clothes and performing difficult dance moves. The tall Zhu Bing stood out like a crane among chickens, and I locked my eyes on her figure at first sight. I was watching with great interest when Zhao Linlin walked out of the piano room. When she saw me, she was obviously stunned for a moment. How did you find this place? Let's go, I just have something to tell you. Huh, I didn't react at all. Zhao Linlin was not surprised to see me in a daze. After all, most boys had this expression when they saw her, and she was used to it. Since I bumped into me that time, I often appeared in her sight. In the library, the cafeteria, the playground, Zhao Linlin knew that I might be using this method to attract her attention, but I still had to apologize to her. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Zhao Linlin knew that she had guessed right. What? I can tell you clearly, don't waste your time. I won't agree to any boy. But I can give you some financial compensation for bumping into you last time. I finally reacted. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious what you mean? What are you doing here? Zhao Linlin was originally a proud little princess, and she was used to being aloof, which discouraged many people who wanted to pursue her. And the boy in front of her was not her type. After understanding her thoughts, I laughed. Sorry, I'm not here for you. Huh, just pretend. If you weren't coming for me, would it be such a coincidence? I can run into you everywhere. Aren't you trying to get my attention by this means? Zhao Linlin shook her head, childish. I found that it was really impossible to reason with a woman, but fortunately Zhu Bing came out. Chen Fan, why are you here? I ignored Zhao Linlin and turned to greet her, naturally hugging Zhu Bing's waist. I'm here to pick you up. Let's go and have dinner. Zhu Bing's body froze, and she wanted to open my hand, but when she saw Zhao Linlin's surprised look, she stuffed her clothes into my arms. Okay, but I have to go back to the dormitory to take a shower first. Zhao Linlin was petrified as she watched the two people go away. The expression of this cold and arrogant goddess became extremely complicated. But what I never expected was that after Zhu Bing returned to the dormitory, she refused to come out again. I sent her a WeChat message. Baby, shall we go out for dinner? Zhu Bing rolled her eyes. You don't want to eat? You just want to eat me. Me? I swear on your conscience that I will send you back to the dormitory after dinner. Zhu Bing, let's do another day. I'm on a diet tonight. Seeing that she refused to come out, I had to give up. What a good girl. She thought about saving money for herself so quickly. When I returned to the dormitory, Yilang Gao and the others were all back. Seeing me, he said excitedly, let's go, I'll treat you tonight. I made 3 points on the stocks I bought today. Forget it. This little money of yours is not even enough to fill my teeth. Damn, This is a major transition towards victory, and it is also a sign that I am starting a life of millions. Cherish the present time. It will be difficult for you to see me in the future. Elang Gao was so arrogant. There was no other way. Today was the first time he made money since he started stock trading, so he let it be proud for a while. Chapter 11. We can't leave her alone. This time we went to a barbecue stall in the back street. Guo Jinliang looked around and asked, "Are there any girls?" Wang Hao said helplessly, "There's a girl. You have more than 4,000 yuan in capital, and you made a profit of 3 points and asked me to come out for barbecue. What else do you want to do?" Guo Jinliang patted his chest and said confidently, "I'll treat you next time." Everyone was silent, as if they wanted me to leave again. The four of us ordered barbecue, which cost more than 100 yuan, plus a bottle of beer. Before we even started eating, Wang Hao's phone rang. It was Qin Nan calling. "What are you doing? Why don't you reply to my message?" Wang Hao was afraid that everyone would let Elang Gao spend money again, so he made up an excuse. "I was taking a shower just now." "What's the matter?" "I'm hungry," Elang Gao said generously. "Call her over." "How much can a girl eat?" Before Wang Hao said anything, Qin Nan had already heard. "You guys are having fun outside again?" Elang Gao grabbed the phone. "We are in the back street. Come over quickly. Wang Hao ordered your favorite sausage. Since Qin Nan is coming, let's call Su Keqing as well." Guo Jianliang couldn't help but muttered, "Trouble. Didn't you say not to call your girlfriend?" "I'll call Mao Xiaowan." Chun Fan remained silent. His relationship with Zhuo Bing had not been made public, and Zhuo Bing did not want to be high profile. After all, she had just rejected Liang Dongkai. If Liang Dongkai knew that she was with Chun Fan, he would probably be furious. Not long after, Qin Nan came over with a girl. When she saw everyone, she smiled and said, "Hey, you guys are living a good life, having fun every day." Wang Hao replied with a smile, "He is trying to have fun in misery." "What do you mean?" Tan Nan was puzzled. Chun Fan smiled and explained, "Our financial prince made 3 points today, almost more than 100 yuan, and he is inflated." Tan Nan said helplessly after hearing this, "I am embarrassed to order food." Elang Gao quickly comforted him. "It's okay, don't listen to their nonsense." Then, Qin Nan turned to Wang Hao. "Are you still speculating in stocks?" Wang Hao quickly shook his head. "I don't touch this stuff." At this time, Su Keqing and Mao Xiaowan also came. Everyone added some barbecue, and the total cost was more than 200 yuan. At this time, the scene was a little interesting. Among the 8 people, there were actually 3 couples. Qin Nan looked down at his roommate. "This is the girl I mentioned before. Her name is Tang Jing. She is very beautiful, but a little introverted. It is said that Sichuan is home to many beautiful women, and Tang Jing's beauty can instantly kill everyone present. If she were in the whole school, she would probably be ranked among the top few. She is at least 1.65 meters tall." When Tang Jing came over, Guo Jianliang kept stealing glances at her. But it was a little strange that Qin Nan brought her over without introducing her or even mentioning her name. But when Qin Nan was drinking, he mentioned Chun Fan's name more than once. Chun Fan knew it in his heart, and it was probably what Qin Nan meant, to let Tang Jing take a look first, and if she was interested, then formally introduce her. If Tang Jing felt it was inappropriate, then she shouldn't mention it to avoid embarrassment. After drinking until about 10 o'clock, Chun Fan stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." "Me too." Guo Jianliang immediately stood up, fearing that it would be like last time. But this time was different. Chun Fan paid the bill. Guo Jianliang looked at him and said, "You really know how to favor one over the other." Chun Fan ignored him, knowing what to do. When Elang Gao went to pay the bill, he found that it had already been paid. He threw a cigarette to Chun Fan. "Who asked you to treat us? Do you look down on me? I finally wanted to show off in front of my girlfriend, but you did it for me." "Ha ha." Everyone laughed. Wang Hao joked, "Let's go, this guy got the advantage, but still acted cute." Wang Hao and Qin Nan's relationship was still at the stage of holding hands, and they didn't have any special plans after eating supper. Everyone went home and comforted themselves. "Tang Jing, what do you think of Chun Fan?" Qin Nan asked her on the way back to the dormitory. Tang Jing smiled and said, "Not bad." She didn't want to come, but Qin Nan forced her to come, saying that everyone in the dormitory had a boyfriend and couldn't let her be alone. Tang Jing didn't want to fall in love, but she couldn't resist Qin Nan's kindness. So she suggested not to introduce him to someone, but to see first. If he was interested, she could consider dating him. Several people had some doubts in their hearts. Mao Xiaowan said, "I heard from Guo Jianliang that Chun Fan's family is not very good." "Tang Jing, you need to think about it more." Qin Nan disagreed. "I think family background is not important. What's important is that the person is good to you. Chun Fan is a good man. Although his family conditions are not good, he's a good person. But you, Mao Xiaowan, have been with Gu Jianliang for so long. I heard that he is unreliable. You have to be careful. Yeah, I heard that too. He especially likes to take advantage of girls. Su Keqing continued. Mao Xiaowan was not happy to hear this, but she didn't say anything more. Tan Nan continued. If it were me, I would rather choose Chun Fan than partner with someone like Gu Jianliang. I heard him say outside that Chun Fan is a poor guy. Tang Jing watched them arguing and joked. Tan Nan, you are praising Chun Fan so much. Don't you want to change someone? Pa, our Wang Hao is pretty good. Why do you want to change him? I'm just afraid that Mao Xiaowan will be deceived. The girls laughed all the way back to the dormitory. Here, Yilang Gao asked Chun Fan, how much is the meal tonight? I'll transfer the money to you. Chun Fan smiled and said, forget it. Wait until you catch the daily limit one day. Yilang Gao was unwilling. Trouble. How could I underestimate you? Let me tell you, I borrowed 10,000 yuan from the internet and plan to increase my position. Chun Fan was shocked. Are you crazy? You dare to touch that kind of thing. Return the money quickly. However, Yilang Gao disagreed. Don't worry, I know my limits. Wang Hao also panicked. Please pay back the online loan tomorrow. But Yilang Gao refused to do so and wanted to make a profit in this way. Chun Fan watched him go crazy and felt a little worried. Chapter 12, Am I Not Worthy of Zwabing? I just opened my phone this morning and saw that Yuan Jing technology continued to rise to the daily limit without any suspense, entering the stage of crazy rise of the one-line board. There have been 2 daily limits before, and 10 more boards will be enough to ship. I calculated that I could make more than 280,000 yuan in this wave. Although it is not bad, it is still far from my goal of getting rich. Nowadays, if I don't have a few small goals, I'm embarrassed to brag. No, I have to find a way to make some more money and complete the initial accumulation as soon as possible. No class today. I made the most rebellious decision of my life. I rarely miss classes, but today is an exception. Seeing Yilang Gao getting ready to go out, I quickly called him. Prince, wait a minute. He was tying his shoelaces and looked up at me. What's wrong? It's okay. When the roll call is called later, help me answer the phone. I'm not going. You got Tang Jing so quickly. Yilang Gao looked surprised and showed me the kind of wretched expression that all men understand. I didn't say anything. He gave me a thumbs up and said, You're awesome. I smiled, walked out of the dormitory, rode a shared bicycle, headed to the city, and found a scratch-off lottery store. There is no variable in this kind of lottery. Either you win or you don't. With my ability to see through everything, it shouldn't be difficult to win hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? However, I don't want to do this kind of thing near the school. If I win the prize, it will definitely be known to everyone. Boss, give me a few scratch tickets. Okay, how many do you want? The boss saw me coming and enthusiastically handed me a cigarette. Young man, you are so handsome, you will definitely win the jackpot. Thank you, boss. I smiled, picked up a dozen scratch tickets, and glanced at them casually, picked a dozen, and bought more on purpose. Just buy this much. I handed the remaining money to the boss, who still said enthusiastically, If you are lucky, buy more. There are many people who have won the prize. I thought to myself, can I believe what the boss said? Even sows can climb trees. I started scratching the lottery tickets. Boss, I won $5. Ah, a $5 consolation prize. Basically everyone will win. The boss smiled and didn't care much. Boss, this one won $20. Wow, you're so lucky. The boss said happily, I told you, you will definitely win today. Not long after, I scratched and won the $1,000 prize again, and the boss's face changed instantly. This one won $1,000. The boss was stunned and looked at me carefully. Wow, amazing, you were so lucky. I smiled and scratched a few more, but none of them won. The last one was left, and when I scratched it, the boss was stunned, his eyes widened. Oh my God, this 250,000. I couldn't help but smile and looked at the lottery ticket in my hand. It was indeed the 250,000 grand prize. The boss excitedly handed the lottery ticket back to me and said, Young man, you are awesome. Go to the city to redeem your prize. I felt a little unhappy and thought the redemption process was too troublesome. I would never buy this kind of lottery again. The boss redeemed the previous small prize for me, a total of 1,025 yuan. I took the lottery ticket to the City Prize Redemption Center, paid 20% personal tax, and finally got 200,000 yuan. Wang Hao called me. Chun Fan, why didn't you come to class today? You and Wang Zi were both marked. When the teacher called the roll, Wang Zi answered for you, but Liang Dongkai exposed it and implicated him as well. Fuck, Liang Dongkai is such a bastard. I couldn't help but curse a few times. Just when I was about to calm down, my phone rang again. It turned out to be Zhua Handong calling. Little brother, are you free? I need your help with something here. I was stunned. Mr. Zhua, you're kidding, right? I'm just a college student. How can I help you with the selection? Don't be modest. Everyone has their own specialties. I know your abilities. Zhua Handong said with a smile. Come on, help me take a look. I will thank you later. I wanted to refuse, but considering that the other person's daughter has some relationship with me, I felt it would be a shame to refuse such a small favor. So I asked, what is it? It's a jar from the Jin dynasty. It's worth a lot of money. I can't make up my mind, so I need your help. Okay, I'll be there right away. Just as I was about to scan the shared bike, a red Maserati drove over and honked. I turned around and saw that it was Zhao Linlin. She was wearing sunglasses that covered most of her face, and, standing in the sun, she really looked like a big star on TV. Where are you going? I was a little stunned. She actually took the initiative to talk to me. Zhao Linlin took off her sunglasses, revealing her delicate face. She looked at me and said dissatisfiedly, Hey, I'm talking to you. I was stunned. What's the matter? She frowned impatiently. Get in the car. I have something to tell you. If you have something to say, just tell me. I was a little confused. Why did Zhao Linlin take the initiative to invite me to get in the car? What do you want to say? Just say it here. I don't want to be misunderstood. Zhao Linlin was a little angry. You are a grown man. So fussy. Get in the car when I tell you to. Hurry up. I realized that it would not be good if someone saw this. After all, it was not far from the school, and I might run into acquaintances at any time. So I didn't hesitate and opened the car door and got in. The Maserati was driving very fast, and it seemed like I was flying. This was probably the most expensive car I had ever taken, except for the high-speed train. What do you want to say? I have something else to do. I couldn't help but ask Zhao Linlin after she drove several hundred meters. She glanced at me and said, Where are you going? I'll take you there. I was stunned again. Zhao Linlin actually offered to take me there. I was a little confused. I stared at her, not understanding what she was trying to do. Finally, I told her the address directly, Wenzheng Street. Zhao Linlin didn't say anything and drove me to the intersection of Wenzheng Street. When getting off the car, she said calmly, I'm sorry about what happened last time, but don't play such boring games in the future. Zhua Bing is not someone you can handle. After that, she turned around and drove away, leaving me with a series of questions. What did she mean? Am I not worthy of Zhua Bing? Chapter 13, Picture Within a Picture. She went through so much trouble just to tell me this? TSK, what does this woman mean? I can't handle Zhua Bing either. If she knew that there was only one line of defense between her and Zhua Bing, I really don't know what she would think. Forget it. Let this conceited campus beauty be proud of herself. I arrived at Baibao's High. Zhua Handong saw me and said excitedly, Little brother, come in and sit down. Let me introduce you. These people are all bigwigs in the antique circle. There were 6 or 7 people sitting in the store, and they all looked like bigwigs. Some were wearing tang suits and holding a Star Moon Bodhi in their hands. Some were holding a walnut and had a big back-combed hair, looking like bigwigs. Seeing Zhua Handong calling me over, everyone was obviously stunned for a moment, then frowned. Boswa, what are you doing? A little brat just comes here to help us judge? Are you kidding? When we were in this industry, he was probably not even a tadpole. Several people looked at me with disdain. Zhua Handong smiled and said, Hey, you can't say that. There is no age limit in learning. The capable one is the teacher. Chun Fan is a top student at Jiangzhou University. Although he entered the industry earlier, he is a professional. It's okay to let him take a look. A man in his 50s in a long gown replied contemptuously, obviously disdaining me. This man was wearing a long gown, and he didn't change his style even in the hot weather. He also had 2 gourds in his hands. There was an antique on the table in Baibao's High, about 40 centimeters high. Little brother, this is the treasure. Zhua Handong pointed at the antique. We have studied it for a long time, but we can't figure out what it is. Can you help me take a look? I took a casual look and immediately concluded that it was a folk kiln imitation from the 1990s. But Zhua Handong told me that it was an antique from the Jin dynasty. I didn't rush to make a conclusion, but looked at the jar carefully. Although I can't see the trick, from an outsider's perspective, this jar is indeed very similar to the real thing. The whole jar exudes an ancient atmosphere, as if it is really a 1,000-year-old item. But I believe in my eyes, someone must have deliberately made it look old, and the aging craftsmanship is very superb, which made the people present mistaken. Zhua Handong asked, Little brother, how is it? What did you see? I shook my head. This is a fake made in the 1990s. Are you kidding? The man in the long gown who had just spoken stood up and looked at me blankly. So many of us can't tell. How can you say it's a fake made in the 1990s? Yes, what makes you so sure? Another man in a tang suit was unwilling to give in and stood up to question me. They all agreed that this was an antique from a Jin dynasty, but I asserted that it was a fake from the 1990s. You believe the words of a child. I think he knows nothing. Regardless of whether this treasure is real or fake, why does he say it is from the 1990s? Yes, Zhua Handong was also a little puzzled. Even the most skilled people can only roughly determine the age, but I didn't expect them to directly say it was a replica from the 1990s. I was actually a little embarrassed. Should I tell these people that I have special abilities? Seeing that everyone was doubting me, I shook my head and decided to pretend to be sophisticated. After all, in this industry, the more sophisticated you are, the more convincing you will be. I glanced at everyone calmly. I can only tell you that it is a replica from the 1990s. If you insist on treating it as a treasure, that's your business. It's not my money anyway. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect me to be so direct. I continued, you are all leaders in this industry. Do you think you can make some things so clear to me? I pointed to the dozen or so antiques on the shelves of Bai Bao's High and introduced them one by one. This is from the early Southern Song dynasty. This is from a Qianlong period. This is from the Wenjing period of the Han dynasty. This is a Qinghua porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. I explained the origins of these antiques one by one, and everyone was stunned. This kid is really good at it. He could tell the origins of these things at a glance. Everyone is Zhua Handong's friend, and they know all the treasures here. The news in the circle is very well informed. If someone receives a treasure today, the news will spread throughout the circle the next day. What I said was absolutely right. Could it be that a few of us made a mistake? At this time, Zhua Handong received a call. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he looked at everyone. Now it has been confirmed that it is indeed a modern imitation. In order to confirm, Zhua Handong specially sent the jar to the authority for identification. Unexpectedly, the experts from the authority also said that this is indeed a recent imitation, which should be around the 1990s. At this time, everyone was stunned and began to look at me in surprise. Is he really right? Thinking of the origins of all the antiques in Bai Bao's High just now, they couldn't help but admire me. After all, so many people have studied it for such a long time, and only I could figure it out. Young man, you are awesome. The middle-aged man in tang suit gave me a thumbs up. Little brother, come to my shop when you have time. He handed me a business card and extended an invitation. The man in the gown also said, I welcome you too. Come and have a look when you are free. The people who were indifferent just now became enthusiastic one by one. They handed over their business cards one after another, and I accepted them modestly. Mr. Zhua, excuse me for interrupting you. After a few people left, Zhua Handong said to me excitedly, Little brother, I have another treasure here. Can you help me take a look? Zhua Handong went upstairs and took out a rectangular box. This was a painting, and the box was ordinary, nothing special. Zhua Handong opened the box and took out the long scroll. It was a particularly exquisite scroll, more than 1 meter long and about 80 centimeters wide. Zhua Handong said, I spent 8,000 yuan to buy this. It should be authentic, but I always feel something is wrong. I took a closer look and found that the painting was indeed a bit strange. After looking through it, I found that it had two signatures. One was 1756, Zhang Xie, and the other was 1938, Huang Yuan. I don't know who Huang Yuan is, probably just a little-known person. But the name Zhang Xie surprised me. When the scroll was opened, it looked like an ordinary landscape painting, but the signature on it was Huang Yuan's name. And at the bottom of the painting, there was another signature, which puzzled Chun Fan. This was the first time I encountered such a difficult problem since I had magical powers. I have to take a closer look. I moved closer and looked at it carefully. Chapter 14, I'm at my father-in-law's place. Ding. A message came to my phone. Awesome girl. Pig, what you doing? I miss you. I glanced at Zhua Handong next to me and replied casually, I'm at my father-in-law's place. Dong. Zhua Bing's hand shook and the phone fell to the ground. Why did this guy go to my dad's store again? She was so scared that she quickly withdrew the message. I looked at the painting carefully and twisted the paper with my hands. It was clearly a painting. Why were there two signatures? I moved the box away, observed carefully, picked up the painting, and looked at it through the light from outside. My pupils changed, and my eyes penetrated the surface of the painting. Oh my God, it turned out to be like this. I put down the painting and said to Zhua Handong in a daze, Oh no, Mr. Zhua, You made a fortune. Zhua Handong asked quickly, "What's going on?" I said with emotion, "You were so lucky to have bought this painting for 8,000 yuan. This is a painting within a painting." Huh? Zhua Handong was shocked. "Quick, tell me the reason in detail." He seemed impatient. I said, "If I am not mistaken, there is another painting behind this painting, which is an authentic work of Zheng Banxiao." Zhua Handong sat down on the ground excitedly. "You didn't lie to me, did you?" I said speechlessly. "You are my half-father-in-law after all. I can cheat anyone but you, right? Or you can find a way to tear up the painting. Huang Yuan's paintings are definitely not worth much. They can be sold for at most 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. But if it is really Zheng Banxiao, it will be a big deal. At least a few million, at most tens of millions." Zhua Handong was a little excited. He immediately fetched a basin of water and carefully soaked the edge of the painting with a brush. Then, he carefully tore off the top layer of paper. Sure enough, the painting was indeed a work of calligraphy by Zheng Banxiao. Although he could not confirm it for the time being, he at least saw its appearance. "Little brother, it is indeed yours." I knew I was right. Zhua Handong excitedly grabbed my shoulders and said, "If this painting is real, I must thank you very much." I was calm and said, "No need to thank me. It's just a small effort." "That won't do. You know what? I didn't dare to take it out when they were here just now. You have to keep this a secret from me today. Zheng Banxiao's authentic works are extremely rare, and Zhua Handong doesn't want to publicize them. And based on his experience, this painting must be authentic." Zhua Handong insisted on hosting a banquet for me, but I refused on the grounds that I had something else to do at school. "Then next time, don't refuse next time." He picked up his phone and transferred me a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. "Please accept this small gift." "Mr. Zhua, how can I take your money?" I was about to return it, and Zhua Handong was anxious. "If you do this, it's too disrespectful. This is the industry rule. You helped me discover such a big secret. Logically speaking, 20,000 yuan is still too little. If it weren't for you today, I would have sold it. Wouldn't I have lost millions in vain? Okay, then I would rather obey than be respectful." I accepted the red envelope and returned to school happily. I made 20,000 this time, and I sent a WeChat message to Zhua Bing. "Come out for dinner, I'll treat you." Zhua Bing replied, "What bad idea are you up to again?" I responded, "Oh my God, am I that bad in your heart?" She replied, "Not bad? You like this on the first date?" I replied, "Just tell me whether you're coming or not. My dad gave me 20,000 yuan today." Zhua Bing, damn, what did you do? My own dad actually gave me 20,000 yuan? Then I have to go. Ask me what I did in my dad's store today. I smiled and replied, "I'll change my clothes." Seeing Zhua Bing finally agreed to come out, I smiled happily. "Well, didn't Zhao Linlin say that I couldn't handle Zhua Bing? Who are you looking down on?" I didn't plan to transfer the 20,000 yuan to the stock market account, but transferred it to my family and told them that I had given them a scholarship. After all, I still have more than 200,000 yuan in my hands. I can continue to invest in the stock market and just lie down and count the money every day. My mother, who was working in the field, heard her cell phone ring, opened it, and threw away her hoe. "Old Chun, our son got a scholarship." Old Chun grabbed the phone and looked at it. "Why did this stupid son transfer the money to you? Is he keeping it for himself? Don't let yourself suffer in school. You are so grown up. If you have a love relationship or something, you'll have to spend money everywhere." He called me immediately, which made me explain for a long time. "Oh, it seems that I can't give them money in this way in the future. I have to find another way." At this time, Zhua Bing also came out, and we went to eat at a place far away from school to avoid the embarrassment of meeting acquaintances. "Chun Fan, you must not let my dad know about our relationship." Zhua Bing warned me as she first met me. "Didn't you say your family doesn't care?" I looked at her suspiciously. Today, Zhua Bing was wearing tight jeans and a t-shirt. She was 1.7 meters tall, which was absolutely amazing. She rolled her eyes at me and said, "You can't tell me anyway." I said, "Oh, I see. You're just kidding me. Are you still thinking about your next boyfriend?" She pinched the tender flesh on my waist and said, "What's going on in your mind? Are you dating during college with the intention of getting married?" "Of course. I've even thought of a name for my child." Phew, she was speechless. "Isn't it fun to date in school?" The two of us found a place to eat skewers. Zhua Bing asked, "Why did you go to my dad's store?" "He asked me to go over and help him look after him." "You know all this?" Zhua Bing stared at me in surprise. "I don't know. What do you mean by looking after me?" "It's all because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to go." Zhua Bing rolled his eyes, obviously thinking I wasn't telling the truth. "But it doesn't matter. I can just ask my dad later." "I didn't do anything on this date." but I couldn't do anything in broad daylight. Zhou Bing praised me for being honest this time. She told me to behave well so that she would be able to go out with me next time. Then, she called her dad again. Zhou Handong said excitedly, "Zhou Bing, do you know that Chen Fan helped me recover at least several million in losses today? I was going to pay 80,000 yuan for this painting, but Chen Fan discovered the secret." Ouch! Is this guy so awesome? Zhou Bing was a little confused. No wonder my dad was so generous and gave me 20,000 yuan as a reward. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Bing muttered, "This guy seems to be hiding something from me." Back in the dormitory, I opened the stock trading app on my phone. I couldn't buy Yuan Jing technology. It was flat every day. It seemed that I had to pick another stock. I still had 200,000 yuan in my hand. I decided to invest all of it tomorrow. If I could earn 10% back every day, I would have 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a day. Well, at this rate, it shouldn't be difficult to make enough money to marry a wife, right? Chapter 15. Slap Professor Sun in the face. Now I have no other thoughts, only want to make money. I open the GM. If I am lucky, I can make 20 points a day. If I encounter the ground-to-ceiling board, I will really make a fortune. Do you know how it feels to make 40 points a day? However, daily limit is common, but floor limit is not common. This really depends on luck. At this time, Qinan called, "Chen Fan, how do you feel about Tang Jing?" Tang Jing? I recalled and finally remembered the girl who didn't talk much. "Is it okay? What's the matter? If it's okay, you can take the initiative to make an appointment. Do you still need me to teach you about this kind of thing?" "Ahem, I'm really too busy. Thank you for your kindness." I hung up the phone, and Qinan was confused. What does too busy mean? Do you have many girlfriends? Haha, really good at pretending. She knows me too well, and Wang Hao tells her everything. The main reason is that my family has no money, so I can only do what I want. If it weren't for my good personality, I would probably be so poor that I have no friends. It's Tuesday, and today we have a particularly important practical finance class. Liang Dongkai and Yi Langgao became addicted to stock trading because of this class. The teacher of this class is an outside expert specially invited by the school. He is not very old, in his 30s, and his hair is always combed to a sleek finish, and he wears a suit and tie. He gives people the feeling of a successful person. He has a particularly cute name, Sun Songqiu. I rushed to the classroom and opened the stock trading software on my phone again before the teacher arrived. Damn! Today, a bull stock appeared on the Dragon and Tiger list, Dalong Construction, which hit the upper and lower limits. Moreover, there will be at least 4 upper limits in the next 5 trading days. It seems that I have been lucky recently. Whatever I wish for comes true. I was nervous for a moment, and I quickly operated. I bought all the remaining 200,000 yuan in my hand at the limit price of Dalong Construction, and then waited quietly. Because it opened at the limit price, it might explode and take off half an hour later. 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. Professor Sun walked up to the podium with a computer in his arms. Today we continue our practical course. Students who have opened an account, please raise your hands. Swipe. Almost everyone in the classroom raised their hands. I didn't raise my hand. Professor Sun looked over and said, "Why didn't you raise your hand? Don't you even have the 1,000 yuan practical fee?" Everyone turned their heads to look, and Liang Dong shouted, "Professor Sun, please ignore him. He is the poorest student in our class. Don't even pay 200 yuan for class fees, let alone 1,000 yuan for practical training. He relies on the school's poverty subsidy every year." Huh, the classmates laughed. Professor Sun frowned. "For you who study finance, the most precious thing is practical training, especially being able to trade with me. This is your blessing. I believe you often see me in major financial columns. Well, I won't say much. You should cherish this opportunity. Next, I will teach you how to pick stocks." I didn't have the heart to listen to the class at all. I continued to wait for my stocks to be traded. The Envision Technology one bought before continued to be flat. Of course, I couldn't touch it. I just let it continue to rise. As for Dalong Construction, even though I knew it would not be listed until 10 o'clock, I was still a little excited. Moreover, this is a GM stock. What does the ground-to-ceiling board mean? Oh my god, I'm rich. I now have 200,000 yuan in funds. The share price of Dalong Construction is 8.06 yuan, and I bought 24,800 shares. To my surprise, Professor Sun listed several stocks on the big screen. Tianjin Environmental Protection, Beihua Heavy Industry, Dalong Construction, and Jiangzhou Lithium. I found that 3 of these 4 stocks were on the Dragon and Tiger list yesterday. Especially when I saw Dalong Construction, I couldn't help but smile. These stocks are quite distinctive. Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium are strong stocks in recent times. Bagua Heavy Industry is a stock that has been rising steadily at a 30-degree angle. Dalong Construction has been falling all the way with 6 or 7 consecutive limit downs. Each limit down is a 20% drop. This kind of stock is very likely to be saint. At this moment, Ilang Gao was also looking at his mobile phone, and I grabbed it. Damn, you screw me to death, but I'm still playing. He only has about 5,000 yuan left out of his 10,000 yuan, plus the 9,000 yuan he borrowed online, totaling 14,000 yuan. I helped him clear out the money without saying anything and bought Dalong Construction, by the way. What are you doing? Fuck, you screwed me to death. You son of a bitch. The stock market operates on a T+1 basis. Stocks bought today can only be sold tomorrow. Ilang Gao wanted to die when he saw the Dalong Construction I bought, but I ignored him and returned the phone to him with a smile. In fact, I always wanted to help him. I just happened to see Professor Sun mention this stock, so I did him a favor. To my surprise, Ilang Gao actually opened a GM account. This means that the funds in his account once exceeded 100,000. Professor Sun then asked, which student can come out and answer? How should we choose these 4 stocks? I replied casually, of course, choose Dalong Construction. It has risen a lot. Professor Sun's face turned green immediately. Stand up. You get out. He said that stocks like Dalong Construction are like jumping into a pit. Dalong Construction has fallen 6 or 7 times in a row. How dare you buy it? Remember, don't choose stocks that fall unilaterally. If you want to buy strong stocks. I was kicked out of the classroom and left directly. I gave you a chance to make a fortune, but you don't cherish it. Liang Dong was the most angry. His family was rich, and he opened an account and deposited 200,000 yuan, but Professor Sun guided everyone to buy Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium. Ilang Gao looked at his account and felt like crying when he saw the Dalong Construction that I bought. Sure enough, the stocks that Professor Sun guided me to buy started to rise as soon as I bought them. 5 points, 6 points, 7 points, and a few minutes later, they were about to reach the daily limit. A group of people shouted excitedly. Professor Sun also laughed very happily, like a stock god. Ilang Gao saw that Dalong Construction began to rise sharply and finally understood why I did it. Chen Fan, you are awesome. He quickly sent me a message. I'll treat you tonight. As soon as the message was sent, there was a burst of in the classroom. Someone pointed at the big screen and said, Professor Sun, look. Professor Sun turned around slowly and said, wow. The 2 stocks that had been rising just now plummeted in an instant. From rising more than 9 points, it suddenly dropped to more than 2 points, then fell to 3 points, 5 points. The market also took a dive in an instant. The classroom was in a state of confusion. Professor Sun pulled his tie anxiously. What's going on? How could such a good market suddenly change? Don't panic. Maybe it's just a technical adjustment. Professor Sun comforted everyone. Look at Dalong Construction. A female student suddenly shouted. Dalong Construction opened the limit down and went straight up. In 3 seconds, it instantly reached the limit up 40 points. Oh my God, how is this possible? Ilang Gao was dumbfounded. It turned out to be the limit up, and he made back all the losses in one go. Chen Fan, you are awesome. After reacting, he quickly sent me a message. I'll treat you tonight. Chapter 16. The important moment of entering the peak of life. The market plummeted, but Dalong Construction turned the tide. Professor Sun couldn't hold his face anymore, as if today's market was designed to slap him in the face. The other students were fine, but Liang Dongkai lost more than 10 points just to pretend to be finished. Oh my God. At this moment, he even wanted to bang his head against the wall. Wang Hao. MMP, I don't believe in experts anymore. In order not to make my girlfriend angry, I didn't dare tell Tan Nan that I also traded stocks, but fortunately, the investment was not large, only 1,000 yuan. Professor Sun wiped his sweat. Today's lesson tells us that the stock market is risky and we should be cautious when entering the market. Let me see which students have risk awareness. Those who have not lost money, please raise your hands. Everyone was silent. Ilang Gao stood up and said, Teacher, I made 40 points. Holy shit. Everyone in the class looked at him, and some girls even gave him admiring looks. Ahem. Classmate, how did you do it? Ilang Gao laughed and pretended to be a master. I analyzed Dalong Construction. It has fallen 6 or 7 limit downs in a row. Everything will turn around when it reaches its extreme. It should open today. As the saying goes, be greedy when everyone else is fearful, and there are signs of capital intervention. So I bought in without hesitation. Well, you are awesome. Even Professor Sun gave a thumbs up, I don't expect every student to become the most talented stock god. I will be satisfied if only one or two students can achieve something in their life. The 4 stocks selected today are enough to test everyone. This also shows that most people are not suitable for stock trading. This student is good. Work hard. That's all for today's class, and you will practice on your own from now on. Professor Sun hurried away with his computer. The moment he walked out of the classroom, his vest was soaked with sweat. Prince, teach me how to operate it. Prince, you are my idol. Prince, I love you. Let me be your girlfriend. In the classroom, Yilang Gao was surrounded by a group of classmates. Chun Fan's unintentional favor made his highlight moment. Some girls even wanted to throw themselves into his arms. If you find a boyfriend like this, won't you have endless money in the future? Sukiching suddenly sneezed more than a dozen times. She probably didn't know that her position was about to be unstable. I was looking at the fund account on my mobile phone in the dormitory. The total amount of funds reached more than 360,000. This floor is so good. The net profit of 2 stocks is more than 60,000. But why do I feel that the money comes too slowly? Should I do an over-the-counter financing? Some formal securities institutions only give 3 times leverage at most. If you want more capital, you have to find those over-the-counter institutions. By the way, can I ask Sui Handong about this matter? People of their level should have familiar channels. I took out my phone and asked, Boss Sui, are you free? I need your help. Just after I hung up, Sui Bing sent me a message. Zhu, let's make a date? No time. What are you doing? You're leaving me alone like this. Aren't you afraid that someone will kidnap you? I'm going to meet my father-in-law. Sui Bing, why are you going to see him again? Who is your girlfriend? Seeing that I was going to see my father again, Sui Bing was a little worried. What if I let her out by mistake? I'm going to please him. See if I can get you here as soon as possible. Sui Bing rolled his eyes. Come back and tell me. I didn't even want to go to class, so I ran to the city to find Sui Handong. We heard that I was looking for an over-the-counter financing institution. Sui Handong looked at me in surprise and asked, Are you still playing stocks? Leverage is not easy to add. Take it easy. It's not me. I'm not interested in these things. With Sui Handong's help, I contacted a reliable financing institution. I went to handle the formalities in the afternoon, and both parties signed a confidentiality agreement. Since I chose 10 times the capital allocation, according to the agreement, the other party has the right to supervise the funds and set a very strict closing line. As long as the decline reaches 10%, the position will be closed immediately to ensure that the other party's funds will not be lost. After finishing all this and returning to school, Sui Bing couldn't wait to find me. Why are you looking for my dad? It's our dad. Sui Bing rolled her eyes at me. What on earth have you been doing? I leaned close to her ear. I'm going to find a way to make money so that I can marry you in glory in the future. Slippery tongue. Hugging such a beautiful and sexy beauty, I was a little eager. Let's go get a room. Sui Bing gritted her teeth and pinched the tender flesh on my waist fiercely. You think about this every day? Are you not going to let go until you get me? Who said that? I won't let go even if I get it. Get lost. The two flirted with each other, and Sui Bing did not stop me from doing anything. But she always held on to the last line of defense. I had no choice but to watch a movie with her and then send her back to the dormitory. That night, the Prince of Finance did not return to the dormitory. Guo Jianliang was lying on the bed playing games in boredom, and Wang Hao asked him, Why don't you go on a date? What's the point of making an appointment? We broke up. Huh? What happened? Wang Hao threw a cigarette to him. Guo Jianliang said, She knew about my relationship with the boss's wife. Puff! Wang Hao and I burst out laughing. Wang Hao said, It's okay. Wang Zi and Su Keqing are probably going to end soon. Why? I was very curious. Hadn't their relationship always been good? Wang Hao laughed and said, Today, Prince caught a great game. Several girls in the class invited him to the hotel to exchange experiences. I wiped my sweat. Am I helping him or hurting him? Will Su Keqing blame me? 2 of the 3 couples in the dormitory broke up. Love in college is really unreliable. May 21st, Wednesday. This is the day I took off, and it is also an important moment for me to step into the peak of my life. In the morning, I opened the stock trading software on my mobile phone, and it happened that the market of Dalong Construction had already finished. It had been 4 boards and 5 trading days, and today it fell back after rising, entering the adjustment stage. Well, Zhao's real estate is good. This is a local enterprise in Jiangzhou with good growth potential. After a period of consolidation, the stock closed down at a low level yesterday. The main force has adjusted in place, and is about to enter the stage of taking off. According to the future trend of Zhao's real estate, it is a threefold bull stock. This is it. Without saying anything, I sold all the Dalong construction shares I held. When it comes to stock trading, I only catch monster stocks. I don't touch stocks that have not been on the board for several consecutive days. Besides, I don't have time to watch the market every day. I bought Dalong Construction with 200,000 yuan in the beginning. It has been trading up 4 times in 5 days, which means I have 510,000 yuan in funds. In addition, although Envision Technology has not reached its peak, it has doubled after 7 daily limit UPS, so my funds have reached 700,000 yuan. Now I want to allocate funds 10 times over the market and invest 7 million yuan in Zhao's real estate. Zhao's real estate opened 3.37% lower today, and the current share price is 8.36 yuan. If I invest 7 million yuan in it and it reaches the daily limit, I will definitely make 700,000 yuan. Directly reaching the sum of all the previous funds is simply an unimaginable sudden wealth. I clench my fists, feeling a little excited. Life with cheats is different. Chapter 17, Shin Fan, I like you. When I went to eat at noon, I finally saw Yilang Gao. This guy's been a little bit arrogant recently, openly bringing 2 girls to eat together. Guo Jianliang cursed jealously. This bastard is so arrogant. Does he think I'm the only scumbag in the dormitory? If Su Keqing finds out, he'll be in trouble. Before he could finish his words, Su Keqing came. Oh no, something's going to happen. Wang Hao was about to remind Yilang Gao when Su Keqing walked up to him and the 2 girls with a sullen face. What do you mean? You don't answer the phone. You don't reply to messages. Yilang Gao looked at her and said, let's break up. Why? Su Keqing looked aggrieved. She was broken up inexplicably. She wanted to know the reason, right? Do I even need to ask? I've been dating you for so long, and you can't do this or that. Ask all the boys who would like to stay in a novice village forever. I've been dating you for so long, but you won't let me touch you. Su Keqing's tears welled up. He covered his face and turned and ran away. I shook my head, blaming myself. Why did I help him with stocks? Today, Dalong Construction rose again. I wonder if he sold it. I didn't pay much attention to the market afterwards. Let him do whatever he wants. Just then, my cell phone rang. Hawthorne. Pear. I took out my cell phone and looked at Guo Jianliang and Wang Hao speechlessly. Who changed my ringtone? The caller ID showed a very cool girl. I glared at them and answered the phone. Chen Fan, come over right now. I'm blocked at the dormitory entrance. My girlfriend was blocked, so I naturally took the lead. Seeing me running away, Wang Hao winked at Guo Jianliang. Something must have happened again. Let's go. The 2 hurried over and saw me actually coming to the girls' dormitory. Why is he here? Is this guy also secretly having an affair with some girl? Zhuo Bing lives in Building 6. A BMW is parked at the door, surrounded by a large group of people. A boy is holding a rose and blocking the way. Zhuo Bing, I know you are testing me, but you have to believe in my sincerity. I am sincere. For you, I would rather give up the whole forest and stay with you for the rest of my life. For you, I can give everything. Zhuo Bing, promise me. I really like you. I rushed over and found that the man holding the flowers was the shameless Liang Dongkai. He was rejected by Zhuo Bing last time, but he still didn't give up and came to pester her again. It seems that Zhuo Bing can't get away without giving an explanation today. Looking at the flowers in Liang Dongkai's hand, Zhuo Bing was speechless. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. Don't lie to me. How can you have a boyfriend? Everyone in the school knows that I'm pursuing you. At this time, many people nearby started to make a fuss. These guys were not afraid of getting into trouble. They were more curious about whether Zhuo Bing would agree to Liang Dongkai. A girl upstairs even shouted, if she doesn't agree to you, I will be your girlfriend. Hearing that someone was pursuing Zhuo Bing again, Zhao Linlin watched quietly. The last time Zhuo Bing rejected Liang Dongkai, it had caused a sensation in the school, causing Zhuo Bing's popularity to soar. All the topics in the school revolved around her. Even she, the school beauty goddess, was left out. In addition, Zhuo Bing had a natural advantage of long legs, so her popularity was always high. Didn't I say I could handle Zhuo Bing? I want to see if I can get past Liang Dongkai. Seeing that Zhuo Bing refused to agree, Liang Dongkai said angrily, since you said you have a boyfriend, then call him over. If I see him with my own eyes, I will give up. Zhuo Bing was anxiously looking forward to it. Why hasn't Chen Fan, that bastard, come yet? I just happened to arrive, and Zhuo Bing walked over quickly. I'm going to tell you, Liang Dongkai, Chen Fan is my boyfriend. Seeing me, Liang Dong stopped getting angry and laughed instead. What a joke, Zhuo Bing. You're actually acting this way with me? Do you know who he is? He's the poorest boy in our class. If you don't believe me, go ask me if I'm lying. Besides, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. If you want to find someone, at least find someone with more ability so that I could be convinced. Zwabing said, I just like him, so what? What does it have to do with you? I glanced at Liang Dongkai. Is it so great to drive a BMW? What's there to brag about? I don't even care about a broken BMW. Ha ha ha. A group of people around laughed. The poorest boy in the class actually said he looked down on BMW. Don't forget, you're still receiving poverty relief from the school. Liang Dongkai came over and took Zwabing's hand. Zwabing retreated to my side. Liang Dongkai, don't believe it, right? Okay, I'll prove it to you now. Zwabing turned around, put his arms around my neck, and suddenly kissed me passionately. I didn't care anymore. I hugged her and actively cooperated. Oh. There was a commotion at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, and many boys and girls screamed. How romantic! Liang Dong felt that he was green all over and threw the roses angrily. Chen Fan, you wait. Sooner or later, I will kill you. Seeing him get in the car and leave in a rage, Zwabing let me go, her eyes full of smiles. She put her arms around my neck. Chen Fan, I like you. Then, they posted it again. They continued to show off their love. The two young people were a little bit obsessed. Some people who were curious picked up their phones and snapped. Snap. I was secretly worried that it would be on the headlines of the school today. Wang Hao and Guo Jianliang were stunned. This guy would do something big if he didn't want to. The two beasts suddenly felt that all the girlfriends they had dated before were no longer attractive. In another dormitory across the street, Zhao Linlin frowned, feeling a strange feeling in her heart. How shameless. Zhou Yufei next to her cursed Zhao Linlin speechlessly. Why are you jealous? Aren't young people supposed to dare to love and hate? Linlin, you've changed. Zhou Yufei stared at her in surprise. That afternoon, the news of Zwabing and my relationship went viral on the school BBS. Some people posted photos and videos. Especially since Zwabing was so proactive, countless people were envious and jealous. Tang Jing saw this and felt bad. In the afternoon, we didn't go to class and stayed in a cafe. Zwabing, let's go to the hotel. Zwabing frowned and pouted. Can't you just hold it in? It won't be yours sooner or later. I looked distressed. It's too uncomfortable. Do you know that the boy in our dormitory broke up with his girlfriend? Why? Because he doesn't want to stay in a novice village forever. Zwabing glared at me with gritted teeth. You are still in a novice village, and you succeeded on our first date. I only have one city left. What else do you want? I smiled obscenely. I whispered something close to Zwabing's ear, and Zwabing blushed and punched me shyly. Chapter 18. Your relationship has not been going well recently. On May 22nd, Zhao's real estate continued to rise by the daily limit without any suspense. According to the later trend I saw, it will triple within 22 trading days. After several consecutive days, there were a few days in the middle when the banker strongly washed the market and the shock reached 20%. This is a very good operation opportunity. I checked my capital account. After 2 daily limits, the total amount was 8.47 million yuan. Excluding leverage funds, this means that my own funds have reached 2.17 million. Wow, I have become a millionaire. I closed the software, took a piece of paper, and typed out an application report. During the second class, my class teacher called me and asked me to go to her office. Our class teacher was a young woman in her 20s, very beautiful and sexy. She was known as the goddess of Jiangzhou University. She was 1.68 meters tall and was a beautiful sight in Jiangzhou University. Almost in the entire campus, her class was the only one that no one missed. I took the report to the head teacher's office. Teacher Shen Mingyao was frowning, with a hint of worry between her brows. When she heard the knock on the door, she called in, Teacher Shun. I walked in with a report. Shen Mingyao looked at this child from the countryside and said with a hint of apology, Student Shun Fan, please sit down. No, I'll just stand. Teacher Shun, you go ahead. Shen Mingyao is different from most teachers. Most teachers don't care about these students at all and don't even know their situations. But Shen Mingyao has done a lot of work and knows every student situation very well. My family is not well off, and it was Shen Mingyao who helped me apply for the poverty student subsidy. At this moment, she said with some embarrassment, Chen Fan, I have something to explain to you, but I hope you can calm down. Well, teacher, you tell me. I was polite, which made Shen Mingyao very satisfied. Your poverty subsidy for this semester has been canceled. Although I try my best to fight for it with the principal, there's still many students who need it more than you, so there are not enough places for this semester. I hope you don't get discouraged. The teacher will help you continue to apply for it next semester. I will use part of my salary to support you this semester. No need, teacher. Thank you so much. In fact, even if the school does not cancel my subsidy, I will apply for cancellation myself. Here is my application report. Please take a look. Shen Mingyao never dreamed that such a difficult matter could be solved so easily. She took my application report with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Student Chun Fan. Looking at my beautiful handwriting, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that this child is quite talented. Why do you want to apply for cancellation? Because I can now support myself, I can earn the living expenses I need through more channels, I can be independent, and I don't need to cause trouble to the school anymore. Thank you, teacher, for your concern all the time. When honest child, this simplicity alone is precious. Then you can go back to the classroom first. Shen Mingyao nodded with special appreciation. She also knew that I had been working part-time, but I didn't leave. Instead, I looked at Shen Mingyao seriously again. Do you have anything else to do? Shen Mingyao was so beautiful. Compared with those immature college students, she was completely different from them. She is mature, sexy, and even charming. Seeing my abrupt look, Shen Mingyao blushed. I said, Teacher Shen, your relationship may not be going well recently. Please take care of yourself. I don't know why. Don't ask me the reason. I can see a person's destiny. After that, I left. Shen Mingyao took a long time to react. What? What was Chun Fan talking about? Why was her relationship not going well? You know, Shen Mingyao's husband is a senior executive of a real estate company, young and promising. Shen Mingyao is also very happy, but they have not conceived a child for more than 3 years after their marriage. Of course, it is also because her husband is too busy and they are rarely together. Why am I suddenly talking about this? Young people nowadays love to think about random things. Shen Mingyao shook her head and didn't take it seriously. After a while, she received a WeChat message on her phone. Wife, I'm going on a business trip for a few days and won't be home to sleep at night. Shen Mingyao replied with a smiling expression. Be careful and protect yourself outside. She put down her phone and got up to go to the classroom. I returned to the classroom and found Liang Dongkai looking at me with a gloomy face. Needless to say, he could roughly guess that the cancellation of my poverty subsidy was probably caused by him. First, he was a class cadre, and second, his relative was a school leader. Of course, he didn't know that even if the higher-ups didn't cancel my poverty subsidy, I was going to apply for a cancellation. After all, I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars a day now, so why would I care about such a small amount of money? The Zhao Group stock I hold can at least bring me 3 times the return, and I will be worth tens of millions by then. Since those classmates knew that I had stolen Liang Dongcai's girl, they were all full of admiration. Everyone knows that Zhu Bing is a great beauty, especially her long legs, which have charmed so many people. I didn't expect that the girl that Liang Dongcai had even held hands with would be married to me. Now the BBS is full of photos and videos of the two kissing passionately, which makes these animals' blood boil. Elaine came over. Chun Fan, you are awesome. When did you get Zhu Bing? I smiled faintly. She took the initiative to pursue me. Everyone in the class rolled their eyes. Liang Dong glared at me. Poor. I will kill you sooner or later. The head teacher came, and the classroom was quiet. After class, Shen Mingyao returned to the office and received several WeChat messages and missed calls on her phone. The WeChat message was from her best friend. Beautiful girl, there's a class reunion tonight at Yunhu International Resort. I will pick you up after work. At their level, many classmates have achieved success and have more class reunions. Shen Mingyao wanted to refuse, but her husband was on a business trip, and she was alone at home anyway, so she decided to go together. At around 5 o'clock, her best friend drove over to pick her up. Those who can enter their level are basically well off and have a very good family background. Her best friend drove a newly bought Porsche Cayenne, and Shen Mingyao didn't even have time to change her clothes before she hurriedly got in the car. Chapter 23, A Friend in Need is a Friend Indeed. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as I was about to go out, the doorbell rang. Chun Fan was a little curious, so he opened the door and saw a beautiful young lady standing outside. The other person was wearing a standard small suit and dragging a suitcase, looking very much like a bank employee. Who are you looking for? Chun Fan looked at the other person for a long while, and the other person asked doubtfully, No. Do you have a house for rent here? I came here to look at the house. What house are you looking at? I have rented the house, and it seems that the agent has not withdrawn the information yet. The girl asked, Can I see the house? Isn't this not good? Chun Fan had no choice but to tell her the truth. No way. The other party looked anxious. What should I do? I have no place to stay tonight. And I love this house. She had seen photos of the house online and thought it was a perfect fit for her. Chen Fan spread his hands helplessly. He needed it too, and it had just been done, so there was no way he could move it. Can I come in and take a look? The other party still wanted to fight for it, and seeing her pitiful appearance, Chun Fan had no choice but to let her in. After walking around the room, Chun Fan did not change the previous layout and only added 2 computers, so the place was still full of a warm atmosphere. Little brother, you're still a student, right? This name is so awkward. She's a girl. It's not nice to call her like that, right? Chun Fan looked at her and wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but he found that it was indeed very big. The small suit and the tight white shirt were about to burst. In the past, Chun Fan would not have dared to look at others like this. Ever since Bing opened the door to his other world, he has also learned to appreciate it. This figure is many times better than those of internet celebrities. Seeing that Chun Fan didn't say anything, the other party raised her eyelids and said, "Little brother, can I discuss something with you? What's up? Can I stay here for a few days?" Chun Fan looked at the only bed in the room and asked, "Is it suitable?" In fact, he didn't want to be disturbed, and he didn't want anyone to know his secrets. But the other party said, "What's inappropriate about this? I can sleep on the sofa. Don't worry, just sleep in the big bed inside. I promise not to disturb you." Then she took Chun Fan's arm and swayed pitifully. "Please help me. I was fired from the company today, and I really have nowhere to go. Please take me in for a few days. Don't worry. If anything unexpected happens during this period, I will never call the police." When she said this, Chun Fan's heart suddenly tightened. "You're not afraid, but I'm a little scared now." He glanced at the limp body clinging to his arm, and the other person pleaded, "Really? When I get through this difficult time, I will repay you. I was fired from the company, and I haven't received my salary. If you don't agree to help me, I will have to sleep on the streets. Can you bear to see me, such a beautiful girl, wandering on the streets? And I can cook and do laundry. If you need anything, I can help you." Okay, stop shaking. I am dizzy. Chun Fan thought, since he wasn't going to sleep here anyway, he might as well be a good person and take her in for a few days. Well, the main problem is that the pair of legs are so soft that they made my legs weak from shaking. Chun Fan said, "You can stay here for a few days, but you are not allowed to touch my things." He pointed to 2 computers. The girl looked at him with a smile, as if she understood what was going on. "Don't worry, I promise I won't touch your hard drive." Chun Fan, "Give me a picture of your ID card. After all, the other person is a stranger and we have had no previous interactions, so it is better to get to know each other better." "Good class. Thank you, little brother." Seeing that Chun Fan agreed, the other party excitedly rushed to the door, dragged the suitcase in, and took out his ID card from the bag. "Su Rujin." Yes. "Why don't you call me Lu Rushi?" "That's fine, as long as you like. You can call me whatever you want." Su Rujin stared at him happily. "Do you want to sign a contract?" "No need. You're only staying for a few days anyway." Chun Fan took a photo and returned the ID card to her. "I didn't expect that she was only 24 years old and had such a well-developed figure. You can sleep here tonight." Chun Fan prepared to leave. Su Rujin asked, "Don't you want to add WeChat? Or leave a phone number or something?" "Oh, right." Chun Fan turned back and added her WeChat and left her phone number. It seemed that she had no intention of running away. After seeing Chun Fan leave, Su Rujin hung her clothes in the closet, tidied up, and started cleaning. Then I picked up my clothes and went to take a shower. After returning to school, Chun Fan sent a message to Bing. "Let's go out for dinner?" Bing didn't respond for a long time, probably because he went to the dance studio. There were several animals in the dormitory. Guo Jianliang was lying on the bed chatting with a girl. Wang Hao was sitting there smoking, and Yilang Gao was as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost. Tied on his head, probably because he was beaten. "What's going on?" Chun Fan asked, and at first none of the 3 said anything. Wang Hao said he was beaten. "Online loans have risen to more than 40,000 yuan. Depend on. I borrowed 10,000 and got 9,000. In such a short time, it increased to more than 40,000? Chun Fan looked at Yilang Gao speechlessly. "Didn't I ask you to return it last time?" Yilang Gao drooped his face and said, "I saw that the market was going up nicely and wanted to make some more money, but I ended up losing it all. Where are those 2 girls? If I run away and have no money, who will follow me?" "So realistic." Wang Hao said, "The debt collector said that if he doesn't pay the money back the day after tomorrow, he will take his legs." As soon as he finished speaking, Elang Gao stood up and rushed out. Where are you going? Chen Fan stopped him. I'm going to sell my kidney. Get lost, you good for nothing. Chen Fan pushed him and threw a cigarette to each of them. Let's think of a solution together. Wang Hao said, I'll discuss it with Qinan and see if we can squeeze out 2 or 3,000. In this regard, Wang Hao has always been loyal. And you? Chen Fan asked Guo Jianliang, who shook his head. I don't have any money. People like him are unlikely to help others except for bragging. Chen Fan said to Elang Gao, don't go anywhere these 2 days, just stay in school. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Elang shouted at him, what are you going to do? Help you get some money. Let me see if Zhuo Bing has any. As soon as I arrived downstairs of the dormitory, I ran into Su Keqing. Why are you here? Su Keqing looked very haggard recently, with red eyes. She gritted her teeth, took out a stack of bills from her pocket, and stuffed it over. Give this to him. That's all I have. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Chen Fan's heart was touched. The 2 girls who were fond of Elang Gao and drank spicy food ran away, and instead, Su Keqing was deeply in love with him. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Chapter 24 Brotherhood. Elang Gao's issue must be resolved, but there could be no compromise. I don't know how many people have been harmed by these irregular online lending companies. Many girls have also been deceived, and it would be difficult to bring them to justice if we call the police. Chen Fan was thinking about the best solution. That's right. Why not take advantage of the internet and the power of public opinion? Okay, let's do it. After coming up with a solution, Chen Fan went to get some money. Together with what Su Keqing gave, it would be about 10,000 yuan, and Wang Hao would then add a little more. It's not that Chen Fan is unwilling to pay this money. He can afford a loan, but he has to use this matter to give Elang Gao lessons. Wang Hao's money represents brotherhood. Su Keqing's money represents love. Elang Gao must remember those who have helped him, and he cannot pretend to be a hero. Besides, he wasn't going to give the other party so much. How could he pay back 40,000 in just a few days? These people have such dark hearts. After getting everything ready, he called Zhuo Bing and asked her out. Zhuo Bing had just finished taking a shower, and her hair had a fresh fragrance. Seeing that she was wearing her favorite denim shorts again, Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. Next time I'll buy her a dozen pairs of trousers. There's no need to show such beautiful long legs to everyone. What's the matter? Chen Fan didn't explain clearly on the phone just now. He just said that she had something to do. Zhuo Bing came out in a hurry. Chen Fan took her to a deserted part of the playground. There were a few couples hugging each other under a tree in the distance. Zhuo Bing was anxious. You didn't come to the hotel last time. What do you want to do by bringing me to a place like this? What are you thinking about? Chen Fan was speechless. One of our roommates is in trouble. I want you to help me. When Zhuo Bing heard that it was serious business, she pouted and said, oh, we will go meet those people then. And if you see that the situation is not right, call the police. Zhuo Bing nodded, but asked worriedly, can you guys handle it? Chen Fan said, it's okay. The worst that can happen is that I get beaten. Remember, no matter what happens, don't come here and keep the evidence. Chen Fan returned to the dormitory, and Elang Gao and the other 3 had not gone out. He took out 2,600 yuan from his pocket and said, this is from Su Keqing. Be a decent person from now on. Look at what you did to the girl. Huh? Su Keqing is so affectionate. Wang Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I love you. I love you. Prince, if you don't want me, please don't waste me. It's shameful to waste me. Why don't you give it to me? Elang Gao glared at the guy and said, get lost. He really didn't expect Su Keqing to come out to help him, but Su Keqing's conditions were limited, and for a girl to be able to do this, there was nothing to say. Apologize to her and try to get her back. It is a blessing in your life to have a girl treat you like this. Damn it, stop talking. Elang Gao ran out with red eyes. Guo Jianliang sat there without saying a word. He had no intention of helping anyway. Chen Fan received a WeChat message on his phone. Little brother, will you come back to sleep tonight? No, it's 11 o'clock in the evening and Elang Gao hasn't come back yet. I only found out the next day that he went to find Su Keqing, and the 2 of them hugged each other in the woods behind the school for the whole night. In the afternoon, the 3 people were ready to meet with the people from the online lending company. Chen Fan asked Guo Jianliang, will you go with us? He wanted to confirm Guo Jianliang's character. He couldn't make friends with someone who was unwilling to help in times of crisis. Guo Jianliang said, I won't get involved in this kind of thing. Okay, let's go. Chen Fan ignored Guo Jianliang and decided not to associate with people like him anymore. The three of them came to the place where they had agreed to meet, which was a tea restaurant at the school gate. Chen Fan asked Yilang Gao to choose the location, mainly for Zhuo Bing to take photos and record videos. There were 5 or 6 people on the other side. All of them were big and strong, with tattoos all over their bodies. It was probably done deliberately to put pressure on the 3 people so that they would not dare to resist. The leading man was called a Biao. He looked fierce, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. Staring with a pair of goldfish eyes, he asked, "Did you bring the money?" Yilang looked up at Chen Fan without saying anything. Chen Fan said, "I brought it." He also had a recorder on him, and he negotiated with the other party solemnly. "There is something wrong with your online loan. Why is the interest so high? When I borrowed the money, you only gave me 9,000 out of 10,000. How come it only took more than a week to get to 40,000? The other party glared at Chen Fan and asked, "Did I ask you a question? Are you itching for trouble? This is a matter between us and him. What does it have to do with you? You're talking nonsense here." Chen Fan had already prepared himself mentally. "He is my brother. We will pay back his money together. Since you don't want me to get involved, let's go." "Stop." The other party slammed the table and said, "Little B, who the hell gave you the face to be so arrogant to your grandfather? Wang Hao is not afraid of them. Why are you so fierce? I just want to lend you a few dollars. We are not your slaves. We have to pay our debts, but human rights are equal. Don't think that just because I borrowed some money from you guys, I can order you around." "Hey." The other party rolled his eyes. "You little brats are still making trouble?" Several thugs behind them were about to rush over and attack. So the 3 of them stood up at the same time and each grabbed a chair. "Kill them." Several thugs were preparing to attack viciously, and Chen Fan shouted, "Slow down. Today we are here to repay the money with sincerity." "What do you mean by this?" The other party sneered. "Okay, then you pay me back. But today I'm no longer 40,000 or 80,000. I'll borrow 9,000 from you, and you have to pay back 80,000 in a week. Is there such a thing in the world?" Chen Fan shouted loudly on purpose. "What law tells me that there is such a thing as interest in the world? As long as you can provide evidence, we will accept not only 80,000 yuan, but also 800,000 yuan. A Biao said angrily, "I am the basis. With the stupid behavior of you today, you can't leave without 80,000 yuan. When Chen Fan wanted to speak again, the other party pointed at his nose and said, 100,000. "Sorry, we don't have the money. We won't pay it back." A Biao pointed at his nose and said, "You said you won't return it, so why not?" "Oh, boy, no one in this area has ever dared to say harsh words to me. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." At a glance from the other party, several of his men surrounded him. Chen Fan and the other 2 were also prepared. As long as they made a move, no matter what, the 3 of them would just grab a Biao. When catching a thief, catch the leader first. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. Anyway, Zhuo Bing left evidence there, so we are not afraid to talk about reason. Seeing that the other party was about to take action, Chen Fan and the other 2 stood up suddenly. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, a police car siren suddenly sounded outside. Chapter 25, The Indulgence of Youth. Law enforcement officers arrived and took both parties into the police car. Chen Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When he knocked a Biao down just now, he was hit several times and his gums were bleeding. Yilang Gao and the other were also in a very embarrassed state. After all, they were just ordinary students and had no experience in fighting. If Chen Fan had not advocated a head-on confrontation with them, Yilang Gao would have had no choice but to compromise, but this time, he felt the passion of brotherhood. This kind of emotion cannot be bought with any amount of money. It is also a source of recollection many years later. Young, frivolous, happy. Of course, Yilang Gao also remembered this friendship firmly. After both parties were brought to the police station and questioned, the law enforcement officers also learned the specific situation. But this kind of thing is not easy to deal with. After all, there's a debt dispute. For several students, law enforcement officers simply gave them an education and let them go back to school. The money has to be repaid, but both parties need to discuss how to repay it. A Biao's men are very arrogant, and even in such a place they are clamoring to kill Chen Fan and the others. Of course, they didn't take just a few students seriously. After leaving the police station, Wang Hao asked, "What should we do if they want to retaliate against us?" Chen Fan handed a cigarette to the 2 men and said, "There is no way out. Fight to the end. If we don't kill them, we'll be in trouble." "Ow!" Yilang asked as he lit a cigarette. "Let's go back first." Chen Fan thought about the evidence in Zhuo Bing's hand, so he called Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing asked anxiously, "Are you all right? I'm ready to go find my dad." "It's okay. I'm out, but the matter is not settled yet." "Okay, we'll come back to see you later." The three of them returned to school and found Zhuo Bing first. Zhuo Bing showed the three people the video she had taken. Chen Fan forwarded it to his mobile phone. "I'll take care of the rest, don't worry." Wang Hao said, "Call me if you need anything." Yilang Gao put his arms around their shoulders and said, "Thank you, brothers. I will only recognize you two in this life. Let's go and have a drink." After the fight, my mentality changed a lot. How could they dare to confront these people in society in the past? It's different now. I've become fearless. The three of them called Zhuo Bing to go have a barbecue together. "Isn't your name Su Kaching?" "No more shouting. This is not appropriate." Zhuo Bing was involved in this matter, so he asked her to go along. At the barbecue stall, Yilang Gao shouted loudly, "Boss, 2 bottles of beer. Give me a round of all the barbecue." Zhuo Bing said, "You're sick. I'll go order some food." She deleted all the ones that didn't taste good. She was not as stupid as Yilang Gao. "You keep showing off here, and later the boss will bring you all the food that cannot be sold." Beep. Yilang Gao bit open the bottle and said, "Come on, brothers, let's drink it. After what happened today, my life will belong to you from now on." Done. All three of them raised their bottles, and Zhuo Bing also poured himself a glass. After a touch, the three of them raised their heads and gurgled. He drank the wine in one gulp. After drinking, he slammed the bottle on the table. Refreshing. Life is like this. What else can I ask for? Brothers, come again. Gurgle, gurgle. The three of them blew another bottle. Zhuo Bing glanced at the three of them without saying anything. At this time, she would not persuade them to stop drinking. "If you want to drink, drink to your heart's content. At worst, I can handle the rest myself later." After 3 bottles, Yilang Gao burped. "Guo Jianliang is really a jerk. I won't play with him anymore. Guo Jianliang has always been disloyal, but as long as there is food, he will definitely take advantage of others." Chen Fan said, "There is no need for that. It is impossible for a person to treat everyone as a brother in his life, and it is impossible for him to be open-hearted to everyone. There are only a few people who truly know him. Didn't the ancients say that having one true friend in life is enough? Guo Jianliang should just treat him as a passerby in his life. There is no need to deliberately target him." Zhuo Bing looked at him in surprise. Her boyfriend was really different from others. She did notice a different temperament in Chen Fan. This is something that many people cannot do. Wang Hao nodded, yes. As the 4 of them were eating barbecue, Yilang shouted, "Zhuo Bing, eat by yourself. Order whatever you want and don't bother us. I don't want to care about you." Zhuo Bing smiled and was very sensible. She sat next to Chen Fan, occasionally handing him a skewer of barbecue that she had bitten. "Don't worry about eating it. I have tested the poison for you." Seeing the 2 of them showing off their love, Wang Hao and the other man looked disgusted. The 3 of them drank and ate meat with big gulps. Chen Fan gave Zhuo Bing a look and said, "Go and settle the bill later." "No." Zhuo Bing remained silent. She had already made preparations. That night, the 3 of them finished 2 cases of beer, and Zhuo Bing drank 2 bottles. Seeing them staggering and unable to walk steadily, Zhuo Bing just smiled. When you are young, you should indulge yourself and not restrain your personality. Let go. This is Chunqing. She quietly paid the bill and watched the 3 people staggering along the roadside. Zhuo Bing was about to come over when he saw these 3 guys shamelessly taking out their weapons to drain the water. Depend on. Zhuo Bing turned away and pretended he saw nothing. Intoxicated by the wine, the 3 of them put their hands on each other's shoulders and sang. Men should be self-reliant. Seeing them having fun and being wild together, Zhuo Bing was very envious. These are rights that only boys have, and girls cannot have them. After sending them back to the dormitory, Zhuo Bing went back. When Guo Jianliang saw them coming back, all of them reeking of alcohol, he cursed, "Damn, you guys are just a bunch of dog coins. You went out for a midnight snack without even calling me." When he heard this, he was already drunk, and he glared at Guo Jianliang and cursed, "What else can you do with your Malaysian currency besides eating and drinking for free? Guo Jianliang, it's not that I don't treat you as a human being. It's you who don't know how to behave. Do you know what the 3 of us did today? We had a fight with those people who were collecting online loans. Damn it, we all got hit a few times. If the law enforcement officers hadn't arrived quickly, the 3 of us would have died there today. Where were you when we were together through life and death? You still have the nerve to tell me that I didn't invite you to have a midnight snack?" Even if I call you today, can you eat it? Guo Jianliang was scolded so much that he sat down on the bed. Chen Fan stopped him and said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Guo Jianliang said stubbornly, damn it, you guys want to fight, and you didn't call me. If you had called me, I would have definitely gone with you. Wang Hao couldn't bear to listen any longer. Didn't I ask you to go? It was you who didn't want to go. Why are you pretending to be so serious at this time? Okay, stop talking and go to bed. We are all classmates living in the same dormitory, so we should not have too much contact with each other, and there's no need to make a fuss. Chapter 26. Hiring a beautiful employee. The next day, Chen Fan found a self-media person. After meeting with the other party, he made a request. Let this matter be exposed, the bigger the better. The other party looked at the video material and said, yes, but the fee is a bit expensive. The self-media person is a man in his 30s. He is not tall, less than 1.7 meters. Looks smarter. Chen Fan asked, how much do you want? 20,000. The other party stared at Chen Fan for a long time before reporting this number. Because I don't think he can afford more. After all, he is still a student. Chen Fan said, I'll give you 40,000, but you have to hype this up. You know, if there is a hot topic, it will also bring traffic to him if it is hyped up. Maybe his own account will become popular, which is also an intangible wealth. I didn't expect this student to be so generous. He nodded and said, leave it to me. Chen Fan paid him a deposit of 20,000 yuan, and the remaining 20,000 yuan would be paid after the deal was done. The other party took the money and left. Chen Fan did not go to school, but returned to his rented place. Su Ruzhen was eating potato chips and watching variety shows on the sofa. Seeing Chen Fan coming back, he quickly stood up and patted the potato chip crumbs off his body. Little brother, why are you back now? Chen Fan saw that she was wearing a tight skirt with a pair of long, beautiful legs that were dazzling. She seemed to realize something and instinctively pulled the hem of her skirt. Sit down, I'll get you some tea. Chen Fan said, no need, I just came back for something. Hey, why are you still here? Su Ruzhen bit her lip and said, I haven't found a job yet. You are not going to chase me away. Seeing how nervous she was, Chen Fan said, that's not the case. I casually opened the computer and was about to check the stock market situation when I saw Su Ruzhen standing there with her hands crossed. Behave properly. Hey, why are you standing there? Go and do your thing. I don't have anything to do. Little brother, do you want to do some laundry? How about I go and cook, and you don't have to go to school for lunch. Can she still cook? Chen Fan was a little skeptical, but looking at her expression, he thought about letting her cook a meal and give it a try. So he nodded, okay, then I'll go buy some groceries. Su Ruzhen glanced at him, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. Chen Fan glanced at her and asked, don't you have any money? Uh-huh. Chen Fan, I had some money left on me, so I gave it to her to buy groceries. Chen Fan logged into the stock trading software and found that Zhao Real Estate was showing good growth. It has been 5 consecutive days. Zhao Real Estate is a big fish, and its target price is to quadruple. Now Chen Fan doesn't have to do anything, just wait quietly. Before the other party ships the goods, run away. To catch the daily limit every day like before. You can only do medium and long-term investment, otherwise once you intervene, you will alarm the other party. The market makers are not fools. If you intervene with tens of millions or hundreds of millions of funds, it may be okay if it is large cap stocks, but if you encounter small cap stocks worth tens of billions, they will be scared away immediately. So now Chen Fan must take a long-term approach, otherwise he will have to find an assistant to manage the market for him. Su Ruzhen came back when the market was almost closed. How's it going? Are you hungry? What she brought back was not food, but fast food. Didn't you go shopping for groceries? You came back after cooking the vegetables, right? Looking at the fast food on the table, Chen Fan was speechless. Su Ruzhen smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I was delayed because I was running some business. I was afraid that you would be hungry for too long, so I bought some fast food. Well, just eat it. After the two of them finished their meal, Su Ruzhen poured him another cup of tea and then cleaned up the mess on the table. I feel that she is very hard-working, like a young wife. Do you want to go get some sleep? Chen Fan was about to stand up. Hey, how did you get fired? Su Ruzhen pursed her lips and smiled. I won't say anymore. It's annoying. So what do? I'm a temporary bank worker. Oh, Chen Fan entered the bedroom and lay down on the big bed. It smells good. This scent seems to be the same as Su Ruzhen's. Needless to say, she must have slept here last night. When Chen Fan entered the bedroom, Su Ruzhen was lying on the sofa. After sleeping for more than an hour, Chun Fan got up. Su Ruzhen also sat up when she heard the voice. Are we going to school so soon? Will you come back to sleep at night? No. Chun Fan walked to the door. Hey, what are your plans recently? Su Ruzhen shook her head. Then can you trade stocks? Yes, I've been trained. Why? You want to teach me how to trade stocks? Chun Fan did not respond to her directly, but stared at her for a long time. Su Ruzhen was a little nervous. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with me? If you were offered a job, how much would you like to earn per month? Chun Fan suddenly asked. Su Ruzhen was stunned. Then it depends on what kind of job. I'm still thinking about whether I should do a live broadcast. Chun Fan said, stop doing those messy things and help me work. What do you want to do? Su Ruzhen stared at him in disbelief, covering her chest and taking a few steps back. Chun Fan was speechless. What are you thinking about? You help me run the business, working 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. You will live here from now on. Su Ruzhen breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Of course it's true, but we have to sign a confidentiality agreement. You're not allowed to tell anyone about your work, otherwise I will hold you accountable. Of course. I still have some professional ethics. Okay, how much do you want per month? I want a long-term contract. If you're not mentally prepared, we can't discuss it. Su Ruzhen bit her lip and said, I used to work in a bank and I was paid 6,000 yuan a month. If my performance is good, it will be over 10,000 yuan. You decide how much to pay me. I'll give you a guaranteed 10,000 plus commission. Su Ruzhen looked excited. Is this true? Chun Fan said, if you agree, we will sign the contract, but I have many requirements. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll try my best to satisfy you. That's not what I meant. If we reach an agreement, you will live here in the future, and no third person will be allowed here. I will write all of this down in the terms and conditions. You can take a look at it and sign it if you think it's okay. No need to look at it, I promise. Of course, Su Ruzhen agreed without hesitation. So the two signed the contract in person, and from now on, Su Ruzhen officially became Chun Fan's first employee. Chapter 27. The little brother is actually a billionaire? After signing the contract, Su Ruzhen felt a sense of disbelief. That's how you found a job? And the job requirements, nature, time, salary, these are almost the life dreams that all working people dream of. The workday is just 4 hours, and there are only 5 days of work. The treatment is so good, with food and accommodation provided. It's simply too good to be true. Wait, he doesn't have any intentions towards me, right? Su Ruzhen thought about it for a long time, but it didn't seem like it. This little brother doesn't seem to have any feelings for himself at all. Hearing that the job Chun Fan assigned to her was to trade stocks, Su Ruzhen began to cram on the knowledge of stock trading. She knew how to do simple transactions, and in order to justify the salary, she decided to learn more. Then turn on the computer and simulate while learning. After Chun Fan signed her, he ignored her for several days. Just let her stay in the rental house. The hype from the self-media way, Jianjun gradually took effect, and he posted the video resources that Chun Fan gave him online in segments, and asked many colleagues to forward and hype it. In recent years, online loans have harmed many young people, especially some female college students. This topic quickly caused a stir. Some people who liked to join in the fun forwarded the message and condemned it, and the incident became more and more serious. Jiangzhou University joined in. As Chun Fan expected, the incident became a hot topic. The higher-ups finally couldn't sit still anymore and decided to take action to deal with these irregular online loans. At the same time, the criminal responsibility of those involved in the video will be pursued. These people were arrested very quickly, and since they had a lot of criminal records, it would probably take them 10 to 8 years to get out. When this incident broke out, Chun Fan and the other 3 were called over for questioning many times. The city told the school that it wanted to commend the 3 of them, but Chun Fan refused. Low profile, low profile. What's there to praise about this kind of thing? Just deal with things properly. It's best to remove these tumors. Eliminate harm to society. After things were thoroughly implemented and handled, Yolongo also emerged from the online loan turmoil. After experiencing this incident, he became much more mature than before, and his relationship with Su Keqing was also better. Most importantly, he gave up stock trading. Chun Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. At noon that day, he handed the last 20,000 yuan to Wei Jianjun. Seeing how happy he was, Wei Jianjun patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, come find me if you need work in the future." Okay, the 2 parties already had WeChat and contact information. After seeing Wei Jianjun off, Chun Fan returned to the apartment. Zhao Real Estate is preparing to liquidate its inventory and must leave safely before the dealer. He looked at the stock trend yesterday. Tomorrow the market makers will push up the price, and then it will slowly fluctuate for a few days and then go down again. Su Ruzhen has not left the house for a whole week. She keeps doing simulations, reading books, and catching up on her knowledge every day. Chun Fan asked to open the door. We will have actual combat in the afternoon. Yes. She's so happy. Until now, she still didn't know Chun Fan's background. She only knew that he was a sophomore student. Chun Fan turned on the computer and logged into his financial account. In just half a month, Zhao Real Estate's stock price soared by 15 daily limits. The stock price quadrupled and instantly became a big monster stock in the real estate sector. At this moment, the total amount of funds in Chun Fan's account has been displayed as 154 million. Oh my goodness. When Su Ruzhen saw the amount in the account, she was shocked. The little brother is actually a billionaire? In fact, this is not the case. There is 5 times the leverage funds that Chun Fan had borrowed before. Excluding these off-market funds and interest, Chun Fan still had about 120 million left. From entering the market with 5 times leverage to now exceeding 120 million. Chun Fan had made a lot of money from Zhao Real Estate. Seeing himself become a billionaire, Chun Fan was a little excited and wanted to celebrate tonight. In the afternoon, Chun Fan took charge of the operation himself. Start reducing your position while the banker is not paying attention. Currently, there are more than 20,000 large orders on the market, and the stock price is 96.67 yuan. I guess many people are waiting for it to break the 100 yuan mark. In fact, tomorrow it will break through 100 and then fall. Chun Fan smiled slightly. The total value of these more than 20,000 large orders was 193 million yuan. The total value of all the shares in my hands is only 154 million, which is simply tailor-made for me. Haha. He just smiled evilly, selected all, and clicked the lightning buy button. Brush. 154 million, instantly eating up 70% of the orders on the daily limit. Little did he know that his smash would tear a hole in the price limit. Some investors who saw the bad situation fled. At this moment, the traders of Zhao Real Estate looked panicked. Oh shit, what's going on? Not good. There is capital flight. Quick, report to the chairman. Damn it, who is behind this? We informed those organizations in advance. Today is not the shipping time. A call came to the chairman's office, and Zhao Guowei's face changed drastically. What's going on? Block it now. The harvest season is just around the corner. How could something bad happen to us? In the trading room, several traders quickly supported the market and invested more than 100 million to fill the gap. Chairman Zhao Guowei was cursing on the phone. You guys don't follow the ethics of martial arts. We agreed to evacuate in stages. Whoever dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. No, Mr. Zhao. Listen to me. We really didn't sell any of them. Maybe some retail investor? Several major institutional investors have stated that they did not cause any trouble. But Zhao Guowei was so angry that he roared like thunder. After planning for so long, he relied on this plan to reduce his holdings and cash out. If something goes wrong at this critical juncture, subsequent investment plans will be ruined. But Chun Fan's smash shook market confidence. Many people left the market after seeing the good gains. Retail investors may be as light as a swallow. But how can the market makers be so comfortable? If he wants to leave the market, he must have such a huge amount of funds to take over. Otherwise, the price will continue to fall endlessly. Seeing that these retail investors and hot money were about to run away, Zhao Guowei had to order the stock to fall to the lower limit. Let's smash it and see who is stronger and has more chips. Blocked by the market makers, retail investors cannot escape even if they want to. I have to say that this move of his was really ruthless. On this day, the ceiling and floor of Zhao's property were torn apart, leaving behind an extremely terrifying solid green column. Chun Fan had already secured the money and smiled slightly as he looked at the more than 100 million in his account. Starting tomorrow, he will have to rearrange his plans. Now he removes the lever and breaks the whole thing down to its own pieces. Do medium and long-term investment while doing short-term investment. With a net worth of over 100 million yuan, he decided to keep only 120 million yuan in the stock market, transferred the rest of the money for pocket money, and transferred another 20,000 yuan to his parents. At the same time, he paid Su Ruzhen 1 month's salary in advance so that she could work for him with peace of mind. Su Ruzhen suddenly couldn't control herself and hugged him excitedly and kissed him. Little brother, you are so kind to me. Chapter 28, Help my dad in the future. Don't accept anything less than 100,000. Seeing Su Ruzhen sticking to him so unreservedly, his soft body felt quite comfortable. This made Chun Fan almost lose control, and he was about to pounce on her. As his hand was about to fall, he suddenly stopped. No, this can't be done. If she became his girlfriend, she would order him around. And they also manage their own money. She won't work hard for herself. Su Ruzhen was also extremely excited just now. And when Chun Fan pounced on her, she was still immersed in excitement. Girls also have needs, but Chun Fan suddenly stopped, which made her feel itchy. What's the meaning? She looked at Chun Fan, but saw Chun Fan picked up his clothes and left. Hey, what are you doing? Are you just going to leave yourself here and not do anything? Who is it? She was so angry that she picked up her phone and made a call. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Isn't it bad to keep me hanging like this? Chun Fan said, you should work hard and don't mess around in the future. Oh no, what did I go wrong? Su Ruzhen quickly understood how much older he was. Don't worry, I won't bother you. I will work hard. That would be best. Chun Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. But the stimulation that Su Ruzhen brought him always made people linger on it. After tormenting myself for a long time, I had no choice but to call Zwabing. Zwabing, come out and play for a while. No, I have class tonight. Then let's end the get out of class. I'll wait for you. What do you want to do now? I want to celebrate with you. Now that I have become a billionaire, I have to share my joy with someone. He has also decided to go back during the summer vacation and find a way to make his parents live a good life. Zwabing thought about it and said, okay, I'll contact you after class. Zhao Linlin. She also received news today that Zhao's real estate transactions were abnormal and even reached the ceiling in floor prices. Zhao Linlin, who came from a privileged family, was much better than most of her classmates. Although she is only a sophomore, she already has a lot of experience in shopping mall management and also has knowledge of the stock market. If the banker is selling out, he will definitely sell out while pulling up the price, using a gentle approach, and will never be so violent. There is no doubt that Zhao Real Estate was tricked. But who is the other party? The dealer can't find out either. Unless they have an insider in the securities center, and a few $100 million in Chun Fan's hands is nothing in the hundreds of billions of dollars when Zhao's real estate has doubled. Right? Zhao Linlin returned home and saw that her father was still angry. Chun Fan's behavior today forced him to postpone his plan to reduce his holdings. Dad, we can actually do this in bulk. Zhao Linlin suggested to her father. Zhao Guowei said, now that the stock price is so high, who will come to take over? Zhao Linlin smiled and said, this is easy. Apply for a trading suspension tomorrow, and then use a high transfer method to lower the stock price. Our stock price is really eye-catching at the moment, and the rise is too rapid, so profit-taking will definitely happen. Narrowed his eyes. That's fine. Then give 10 shares for every 10 shares you get, or even 20 shares will do. This lowers the stock price and makes it less eye-catching. And many people like stocks with rights issues. Good idea. Zhao Guowei looked at his daughter with satisfaction and said, your plan is good. We will implement it tomorrow. Linlin, you're the only daughter in our family. From now on, all the Zhao properties will be yours. The hotel gave you a chance to practice. How are you feeling lately? That's fine, Dad. I'll work hard. Zhao Guowei is particularly fond of his daughter, and Zhao Linlin is also very sensible. She never disappoints my expectations of her. What's even more gratifying is that she knows her limits very well. Unlike some girls who fall in love at school at a young age. Zhao Linlin inherited this from me and is ambitious. Mrs. Zhao came over with a fruit plate and saw the father and daughter chatting about work. She also felt a special sense of accomplishment. After all, being able to raise a daughter is her biggest dream. The Zhao family is having a great time. Chun Fan and Zwabing are shopping. Zwabing, does this bag look good? How about this watch? Where's your cell phone? Do you like it? Zwabing looked at him strangely. Something's wrong with you today. Tell me what you want. Chun Fan didn't say anything. Zwabing asked, do we need to use money to measure the relationship between us? Am I so materialistic in your eyes? Wait, are you like this to other girls too? Zwabing pressed forward step by step, staring at Chun Fan and not letting go. Chun Fan didn't know how to explain it. I made some money today and wanted to share it with you. Zwabing stared at him closely. How much did you earn? 20,000. Cut. Zwabing looked disdainful. 20,000 is also called money. Any antique my dad sells would be enough to support you for a lifetime. All right. She is a girl who has no shortage of money. Zhuo Bing poked his forehead and said, you should be more ambitious. You are so happy with just 20,000 yuan. How can I expect my husband to become a successful person in the future? Remember, if you help my dad in the future, don't ask for less than 100,000. This girl is so love. Forget it. She doesn't want material things, so let's go shopping. How about we go to the movies? Zhuo Bing couldn't bear to spoil his fun, so they went to the movies together. After watching the movie, it was already 10:30. Chun Fan said, how about we not go back to school tonight? Zhuo Bing rolled her eyes at him and said, I know this is your purpose today, but don't touch me today. Why? It's inconvenient. Why? It seems that today is not the right day. This guy had to suppress his anger and look at the stars and the moon with Zhuo Bing. Hey, Chun Fan, what is your dream? Zhuo Bing snuggled in Chun Fan's arms and suddenly asked. Chun Fan looked at the sky and said, make a lot of money. Then what? Make lots and lots of money. Zhuo Bing frowned, and Chun Fan said again, I'll support you. Zhuo Bing pinched the guy's nose and said, liar. Does it cost so much money to support me? I see you want to support a lot of people. No, actually you don't know. My family is very poor. And you don't know how hard rural people work. Take me to see it if you have a chance. Zhuo Bing said, okay, I'll go back this summer. Chun Fan agreed to Zhuo Bing without much thought. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Zhuo Bing smiled and said, why don't you ask a few more classmates to go with you? That way, we can have someone to cover for us. Chun Fan thought about it and said, let's talk about it later. He was also thinking about how to tell his parents when he got back and make them accept this reality. But it's only mid-June now, and there's still a month before the holiday. I should cherish this month and make great efforts to achieve some results. I don't know how much money I can make in a month with the 120 million yuan in my hand. Chapter 29, forget it. I have a bottom line. Chun Fan finally sent Zhuo Bing back to the dormitory and then returned to the apartment. Su Ruzhen had already fallen asleep. When she saw Chun Fan rushing over in the middle of the night, she thought something had happened. As a result, Chun Fan asked her to go to bed, and he went to check some information on the internet. How could Su Ruzhen let her boss work overtime while she went to sleep? Besides, Chun Fan gave himself 20,000 yuan a month, but he hasn't done anything yet. He took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Chun Fan and stood by his side obediently. Chun Fan tried to persuade her several times, but she just refused to go to bed, so he didn't bother to care anymore. So I opened the stock trading software and started studying the stocks carefully. Su Ruzhen knew that one had to do homework in advance before trading stocks, but she didn't expect Chun Fan to work so hard. It's almost 12 o'clock now, and he still comes back to study stocks. Chun Fan didn't mind her watching from the side, since she couldn't see the future trend of the stock anyway. After working until after 3 o'clock, Chun Fan picked out 10 stocks, 3 of which were on the Chinext. Then he screened again, and only 3 stocks remained. Su Ruzhen was in very good spirits and was watching them carefully, but she just couldn't understand why Chun Fan chose them. Seeing that Chun Fan had finished his work, she asked, why did you choose these stocks? Don't worry about that. Just do as I say. Ok. Chun Fan handed her the notebook and said, this blue chip stock is for the long term. Buy 60 million in installments within 3 days. These 2 small cap stocks from the GM will be bought for 30 million each tomorrow. I marked it for you. This is the buy point. Uh-huh. Su Ruzhen nodded and listened attentively. Chun Fan handed them to her and said, you go to sleep first. I'll lie on the sofa for a while. How can that be? It's not right for the boss to sleep on the sofa. You go to the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. Su Ruzhen refused to agree no matter what. Chun Fan is quite considerate of women. Isn't it inappropriate to let a girl sleep on the sofa? He waved his hand. Okay, don't delay tomorrow's transaction. Su Ruzhen had no choice but to walk into the bedroom, looked at the 1.8-meter tall bed and turned back. How about sleeping together? The bed is big enough anyway. Forehead? Chun Fan looked at her sexy Anna figure and swallowed his saliva. This is not good. Forget it. I have a bottom line. Faint. What are you thinking about? Su Ruzhen blushed and said, I really didn't mean that. In that case, she didn't say anything more. She brought a pillow and blanket to Chun Fan and then went to sleep. But she left the door open and told him to come in if he felt uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. This sentence made Chun Fan struggle with his thoughts for a long time. In the end, reason prevailed over impulse. No, the first time must be reserved for my girlfriend. When Wang Hao returned to the dormitory early the next morning, He said that Guo Jianliang had moved out on his own. Chun Fan didn't care about him. It was just that he couldn't fit into this circle. From now on, all the glory and wealth will have nothing to do with him. At 9:30 in the morning, Su Ruzhen carefully followed Chun Fan's instructions. The two short-term ones were fully invested, and the long-term one was broken down into small pieces, and the 60 million was slowly bought in over 2 days in the form of small orders. This will not alarm the market maker at all, and you can intervene before the price goes up. The stock that Chun Fan chose is a large-cap stock with a value of over 100 billion yuan, and its daily trading volume fluctuates between several hundred million yuan. Now that Su Ruzhen is helping him manage the business, Chun Fan doesn't need to be distracted anymore. Finally, I can free up my hands to do other things. He glanced at his classmates. Well, it's time to get rich with your brothers. Ever since Guo Jianliang moved out, he basically stopped interacting with the three of them. Went there only after he had completely flattered Liang Dong. During lunch, Chun Fan called Yilang Gao and Wang Hao together. Do you two want to start a business? Yilang Gao, starting a business? I might as well invest in stocks. Roll. Chun Fan kicked him. Are you not dead enough? Wang Hao asked, do you have a solution? Chun Fan nodded. Since you guys like to go out for midnight snacks so much, why don't we open our own midnight snack shop? Then call Su Keqing and Qin Nan to help. Wait, why isn't Zhu Bing there? Yilang Gao grasped the key point. Ahem. Chun Fan raised his eyelids and said, Zhu Bing's family is not short of money. His father is worth over 100 million yuan. Can you compare? The two were speechless. Wang Hao said, okay, but I can't afford that much money. Do we have to sell our bodies like Guo Jianliang does with his Dogecoin? Chun Fan glanced at him indifferently and said, your vision is too narrow. Don't worry about the money. Take as much as you can. I'll find someone to invest. Huh? Then aren't we still working for others? Yilang Gao raised questions. In fact, this guy is still thinking about making quick money and doesn't want to work so hard. Chun Fan glared at him. If you are not pragmatic anymore, will you be worthy of Su Keqing? My goal is simple, to earn back 1 year's tuition. Rat, don't you think so? Wang Hao nodded. This will also reduce the burden on the family. Yilang Gao looked at the two with disdain. Well, forget it. People at your level are completely unable to see things at a higher level. It's just some hard-earned money. No ambition. Depend on, are you going to do it or not? Chun Fan cursed, and he became obedient. Go ahead, why not? Just think of it as an experience of life with you. Oh, I'm sorry for making young Mastery feel wronged. The two of them laughed. At this time, Qin Nan and Su Keqing came over and asked, what bad things are you three planning to do? Chun Fan said, you came at the right time. We were discussing starting a late-night snack shop. Okay, let's experience the hardship of starting a business in advance. We can also go and help. Qin Nan has a good personality and is cheerful and lively. Su Keqing was more reserved, and she glanced at Yilang Gao secretly. Seeing that they had no objection, Chun Fan said, then it's settled. All 5 of us are shareholders. Qin Nan asked, can we call Tang Jing over as well? She still wanted to bring Chun Fan and the other two together. Yilang Gao said, okay, if she wants to come, we certainly welcome her, but can she endure this hardship? Chun Fan said, no. Why? Qin Nan looked puzzled and mustered up the courage to say to Chun Fan, actually, there is something I have always wanted to tell you, but I don't know if you like to hear it. Zhu Bing is not suitable for you. The gap between you two is too big. Chun Fan, listen to me. Tang Jing is actually very hardworking. Trust my judgment. You two are the most suitable. In the end, the deeper you love, the deeper you get hurt. Chun Fan wiped his sweat. He also knew what Qin Nan was thinking. She was doing it for his own good. After all, I am a poor student and cannot enter such a high-end circle. Wang Hao also advised, yes, I think my wife is right. Roll. When Qin Nan heard him calling her wife, she exploded on the spot. Chun Fan and the others burst into laughter, and even Su Keqing couldn't help but snicker. Chapter 30. Someone just want to see you. A few people got to work and started planning how to run the business. Chun Fan secretly called Su Ruzhen and asked her to go to the back street to look around the shops and buy any suitable one she found. Jiangzhou University is not in the city center, and the shops there cost only around 10,000 yuan per square meter. Su Ruzhen finished her trading in the morning. Since she had nothing to do anyway, she went to the back street of the school. There are always some businesses that don't run well, and not everyone can make money. Some restaurants that open late-night snack shops just don't make money. Su Ruzhen was optimistic about the two stores and sent photos to Chun Fan for confirmation. Chun Fan took a look and found that he was familiar with the locations of the two stores. So he asked Su Ruzhen to negotiate the price and buy the two stores directly. An hour later, Su Ruzhen reported the results of the negotiation with the boss. 3 million and 2 million for two stores. Chun Fan bought it without saying anything. In the evening, Chun Fan returned to the apartment specifically to meet Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen is going to handle the store transfer tomorrow, and Chun Fan needs to go with her. In addition, Chun Fan looked at her trading performance today. 2 short-term positions have been entered, and half of the long-term positions have been purchased. The remaining positions will probably be fully invested tomorrow. Su Ruzhen asked cautiously, I still don't understand why I chose these 3 stocks. She analyzed it for a long time, and it seemed to be different from what she had learned. The K-shaped chart, trend, and volume seemed to have nothing to do with each other. Chun Fan smiled and said, there is definitely a gap between the theory in the book and the actual combat. We can't just study blindly and apply the formula mechanically. Do you see for yourself that they have gone up? That long-term stock is still fluctuating and is expected to open lower tomorrow. 2 GM stocks have risen, one by 8 points and the other by 13 points. This was also a question she was curious about. She bought in the morning and the price went up in the afternoon. Why is Chun Fan so powerful? All the stocks he likes will rise in value. Su Ruzhen was particularly shocked to see 120 million yuan in his account. He won't go back to sleep tonight and will stay here all night. Su Ruzhen said, you should sleep on the bed tonight. I still have some homework to do. As the boss, Chun Fan was no longer polite. It is indeed not very comfortable to sleep on the sofa. I felt pain all over my body when I woke up the next day. In the middle of the night, Chun Fan turned over and felt that he was hugging something soft, which was very comfortable. He didn't think much about it in his sleep. After all, this kind of experience was rare. Only Zhuobing has ever given me such treatment. Then he had a dream in which he was with Zhuobing. The 2 people were passionately entangled, but at the critical moment, one of them was awakened by the urge to urinate. He looked at Su Ruzhen, whose clothes were disheveled on the bed, and walked into the bathroom awkwardly. Su Ruzhen also woke up, and when Chun Fan came out, she seemed to realize something. He tugged at his clothes and said, you are so dishonest when you sleep. Chun Fan came to the living room with a red face. Su Ruzhen asked, aren't you going to sleep? No need to sleep. I'm going for a morning run. How can I sleep like this? If I lie down again, something bad will probably happen. Chun Fan changed his clothes and went out. Su Ruzhen yawned and lay down again. She also likes to sleep in. It's just past 5 o'clock now, and the sky is dim. Chun Fan was like a wild horse with nowhere to vent, running around the playground. I ran 5 or 6 laps in one breath and was still full of energy. Su Ruzhen is simply a poison. Chun Fan took a few breaths and continued running. The sky gradually brightened, and a few more figures appeared on the playground. Zhao Linlin, wearing sportswear and a ponytail, also came for morning exercises. It's just that her direction is opposite to Chun Fan's, and after running a circle, the 2 inevitably meet. Zhao Linlin looked up at him and thought that he really knew how to choose a place. Why do you come to your morning exercise place every day to exercise? What else is it saying that it is not directed at him? Oh, but Chun Fan ignored her, not knowing that she was distracted. His foot twisted and he fell down. Ouch! Chun Fan had no intention of going over when he heard the sound, but when he heard Zhao Linlin's painful groan, he stopped and asked, are you okay? Ouch! Pain! Zhao Linlin didn't answer. She was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on her head. I ran too fast just now, and my inertia was too great. The fall bruised her knee and sprained her foot. Chun Fan walked over, took a look in the dim light, and couldn't help but gasp. My knee was skinned and bleeding a lot. Zhao Linlin was in so much pain that tears came out, and she glared at Chun Fan angrily. It's all your fault. Why? How would Chun Fan know the reason? But Zhao Linlin knew clearly that if she hadn't looked at him, how could she have fallen so hard? She bit her lip and her eyes were filled with tears. Chun Fan squatted down and said, don't move. Help her roll up her trouser legs and take off her shoes. Her exquisite jade feet make people's heart beat fast. She is worthy of being the campus belle of Jiangzhou University. Even her feet are so delicate, white, and attractive. But the ankle is already swollen so badly that it looks like he has no choice but to go to the infirmary. But at this time, the infirmary was not open at all. Chun Fan asked, does it hurt? Can I rub it for you? Children from the countryside don't think much of such minor injuries. When we were kids, we played around and got scrapes here and there, but it was no big deal. But how could a rich girl like Zhao Linlin have ever suffered such hardship? Chen Fan grabbed her ankle and said, "Bear with it, it may hurt a little." Zhao Linlin shrank back instinctively. From childhood to adulthood, when had her feet ever been touched by a boy? But her foot joint was dislocated, and if it wasn't repositioned quickly, the pain would become even worse. Watch Chen Fan grab his ankle and shake it slowly a few times. She suddenly became nervous. Wait a moment. Zhao Linlin grabbed Chen Fan's arm with both hands. "Be gentle." Chen Fan said nothing. He held the ankle with one hand and supported the sole of the foot with the other. Sudden, Zhao Linlin screamed, and Chen Fan also screamed. Her nails dug into Chen Fan's arm fiercely, and her body went limp and she fainted. Chen Fan looked at this delicate young lady speechlessly. Not really. He pinched Zhao Linlin's ankle joints and rubbed them gently a few times to make sure they had been repositioned. "It's just a knee injury, and I have to go to the infirmary for treatment." Zhao Linlin fainted, and Chen Fan looked helpless. With such a weak body, how could she withstand the hardship in the future? Looking at Zhao Linlin's small, soft lips, Chen Fan couldn't bear to pinch them. Zhao Linlin woke up and found herself lying in Chen Fan's arms. I couldn't help but sit up hastily and stare at him angrily. "What did you do to me?" "I helped you reset your dislocated joint. What else can I do?" Zhao Linlin looked down at her chest and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her clothes were not messy. "Shall I take you to the infirmary?" "Don't you want to know where the infirmary is open at this time?" I don't know why, but Zhao Linlin was very angry. Chen Fan said depressedly, "Why are you being so mean to me? I was the one who helped you." Zhao Linlin said angrily, "If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen down? I exercise here every day and nothing has ever happened. It's all your fault." "Why? I just saw you go there, but I didn't look at the road." Well, this reason left Chen Fan unable to refute. Chapter 31. The Doctor Who Assists. Am I that good looking? Does it mean that once people have money, they can become beautiful? Chen Fan has always been curious about this question. The problem is that I have never made it public and want to be a low-key rich man. He took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and wiped the blood for Zhao Linlin. Fortunately, it was only a scratch. "Shall I take you to the hospital?" Zhao Linlin glared at him. "Do you want me to go alone? Can you speak a little more gently? This is very inconsistent with your image." Chen Fan said dissatisfiedly. Zhao Linlin paused. She was very curious about what her image would be like, especially in the hearts of boys like them. But at this moment she didn't ask, but pouting, looking really angry. "Let me carry you." Chen Fan helped her up and then squatted in front of her. Zhao Linlin looked around. It was just dawn and there were not many people on the playground. She hesitated and said, "You should just go and get my car. I'll ask Zhou Yufei to bring the key over." "All right." Chen Fan arrived at the door of the girls' dormitory. Zhou Yufei, who had just woken up, was in a daze. "Why is it you?" She only realized the accident when she handed the car keys to Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't say much to her and turned to go to the parking lot. Zhou Yufei rubbed her eyes. "What's going on? Why did Linlin ask me to give him the key?" "Oh, they won't." Zhou Yufei was not calm anymore. "What about the promise to give this to me?" 555. My best friend is really unreliable. There's so many guys chasing after her, but she won't even give me the poorest one. Although Chen Fan's family was poor, he still worked hard to get a driver's license. This was the first time I had ever driven a luxury car like a Maserati. I briefly familiarized myself with the process and stepped on the accelerator carefully. Hearing that this type of car accelerates very quickly, he didn't dare to step on the accelerator hard. Seeing this guy driving the car over, Zhao Linlin said angrily, "Go slower. My injury is almost healed." Humans are a very strange animal. Zhao Linlin was originally very resistant to contact with boys, but for some reason, she didn't reject Chen Fan this time. Maybe it was because he saw Chen Fan and Zhuo Bing kissing passionately at the entrance of the girls' dormitory that day. Pursuing the dreams of young people openly, letting go of yourself, being free and unrestrained. These aroused her longing. She used to keep herself to herself, but deep down, she is a person with aspirations. This is just like watching the men and women in TV dramas, seeing them break the mundane world and pursue themselves. This kind of plot is what girls yearn for the most. Perhaps Zhao Linlin was moved and wanted to experience this kind of happiness. Some people say that if you haven't had a romantic relationship in college, You're wasting your time. There should be love and happiness in college. It was just around 6:40 when the car arrived at the city hospital, and Chun Fan helped her go to the emergency room. The doctor was a very beautiful woman in her 30s. Seeing that Zhao Linlin's delicate knee was bruised, he couldn't help but ask distressfully, "How did you fall like this?" She glared at Chun Fan and said, "You are such an incompetent boyfriend, aren't you? You don't protect such a beautiful girlfriend well. It hurts me to see it." Chun Fan was embarrassed. "Doctor, okay, just hold her and don't say anything." Chun Fan was speechless and could only support Zhao Linlin and watch the doctor help her treat the wound. Zhao Linlin looked up at him and said, "Doctor, he is not my boyfriend." The doctor smiled awkwardly and looked at the two of them again. "It's okay. Dating is allowed in universities now. There's no need to hide it from your parents. They will understand. After all, everyone has a time when they are young." Chun Fan was impressed by this great doctor. But seeing how carefully she treated Zhao Linlin's wound, she must be a very caring mother. "Young man, remember to bring her here in 2 days to change the dressing." Before leaving, she gave specific instructions. Chun Fan responded and was about to leave with Zhao Linlin on his arm. She hurriedly said, "Hey, carry her on your back. She can't use force on her feet." Chun Fan looked at Zhao Linlin awkwardly. He had asked her to carry him before, but she had always refused. "I didn't expect the doctor to be the best assist." Zhao Linlin turned around to look at the doctor, who quickly pushed her and asked, "Why are you standing there? Everyone is squatting." "Did I squat?" How could Chun Fan remain indifferent? Zhao Linlin's face turned red as she lay on Chun Fan's back awkwardly. "Remember to take good care of yourself when you get back, and don't go into the water easily." The doctor gave another warning. "Got it. Thank you, doctor." Chun Fan came out carrying Zhao Linlin on his back, and he looked back in confusion. This doctor is so enthusiastic. "Hey, how much do you weigh?" As they walked out of the emergency building, he asked again. Zhao Linlin's face was burning. "What do you mean? Put me down and I can walk by myself. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else." He was just wondering in his heart. Zhao Linlin looked very thin, but he didn't expect that she was not light at all. But her waist is not thick and she has such a good figure. So where does the fat grow? When Zhao Linlin put down her hands that were on his back, he quickly understood the reason. Not worse than Zwabing at all. Are all girls nowadays developing so well? Chun Fan was distracted and thought about Su Ruzhin last night. That feel. As they were about to reach the parking lot, Chun Fan suddenly wanted to go slower and take a longer road. Zhao Linlin was extremely confused and her head was buzzing. She doesn't even know what she's doing. I kept asking myself in my heart, Zhao Linlin, what's wrong with you? This guy has a girlfriend. Are you confused? When they got to the car, Chun Fan put her down. He found that Zhao Linlin's face was flushed and she didn't even look at him. Chun Fan looked at the watch. It was already 7:30. He stayed in the emergency room for a few dozen minutes. As soon as I got in the car, Su Ruzhin called me, "Boss, I have to go to the real estate bureau today. When are you free? I made an appointment with someone to meet you there at 8:30. Chun Fan thought for a moment, then turned around and asked Zhao Linlin, "Can we go back later? I still have something to do." Zhao Linlin did not object, but she was hungry and hadn't had breakfast yet. She asked Chun Fan, "Is it urgent?" "It's not urgent. It's 8:30. Then let's find a place to have breakfast. I'm hungry." Chun Fan looked around and saw a lot of people buying snacks in front of the hospital. "How about I go buy some for you? I want to eat mutton noodles." But Zhao Linlin has her own requirements. She won't eat from roadside stalls. Chun Fan had no choice but to take out his cell phone to search for a nearby mutton noodle shop and drive her there. After helping Zhao Linlin into the store, he looked at the prices and found that a bowl of mutton noodles cost 18 yuan, which was equivalent to his breakfast money for a week. If he wasn't rich now, he really wouldn't be willing to be so extravagant. When Chun Fan went to order food, Zhao Linlin was replying to WeChat messages. "Aunt, Linlin, this boy is good. Keep it up." Zhao Linlin, "Aunt, don't worry. I won't tell your parents, and I'll keep it a secret for you." Chapter 32, Rich Girlfriend. At 8:30, Chun Fan drove to the real estate bureau. He parked his car opposite and asked Zhao Linlin to wait in the car while he walked over. Zhao Linlin looked at his back. Why was he going to the real estate bureau? But she didn't care. With her family background, nothing Chun Fan did would shock her. It's just like a king in the past asked his people, "Why don't you eat meat porridge?" In her opinion, isn't it normal to have a house? But she didn't even think about the fact that Chun Fan had a house. Maybe he came here for other reasons. Zhao Linlin picked up her phone and continued sending WeChat messages. How could she know that her aunt was on duty today? She witnessed this incident and she insisted that Chun Fan was her boyfriend. No explanation is of any use. Zhao Linlin was helpless. Boyfriend? Is he okay? She was looking at the door of the real estate bureau. She didn't know either, since she had never been in love. She longed for Zhuo Bing's unrestrained freedom. But I don't want to find a boyfriend casually. Of course, she is a proud little princess after all. How could ordinary people catch her eye? But when she thought about the throbbing in her heart when she came into contact with Chun Fan, Zhao Linlin's face turned red again. After waiting for more than an hour, Chun Fan came back. He entrusted all matters to Su Ruzhen, and he just signed and left. When I got back to the car, I found that Zhao Linlin was looking at me strangely, and her face was very red. Did you steal anything? What's the meaning? Zhao Linlin didn't understand what this guy was saying. Chun Fan said, "You look very guilty." Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes and said, "Drive your car." When Chun Fan sent her back to school and handed her the car keys, Zhao Linlin suddenly asked, "What do you think about what I told you last time? What's up?" Chun Fan had forgotten it long ago. Zhao Linlin was a little angry. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I just wanted to help the poor," but he didn't take it seriously. Seeing Zhao Linlin limping towards the dormitory, Chun Fan turned and left. He didn't even say he would take her upstairs. But some things are just so coincidental. Just as Chun Fan walked to the door of Building 6, Zhuo Bing appeared out of nowhere. "Why are you here?" "I was just about to go find you. What's the matter?" "I heard you were planning to open a barbecue restaurant. Why didn't you call me?" Chun Fan was shocked and thought that Zhao Linlin knew that he sent her to the hospital. "So that's what it is." He pulled Zhuo Bing aside and said, "How could I not tell you? I'm still waiting for you, a rich woman, to invest. Come on, I'll show you the location." There was no original plan to involve Zhuo Bing in this matter. After all, he didn't need to start a business. By doing this, I was just letting Yilang Gao and Wang Hao experience the hardships of starting a business in advance. After all, many things cannot be considered until after graduation. Who would have thought that Zhuo Bing was also interested? But she's just playing around. It is definitely unrealistic to ask her to manage a store. The two came to the back street and saw that the two stores had closed down due to poor management, and the landlord was preparing to leave Jiangzhou. After the handover procedures are completed, the property rights will be under Chun Fan's name. 2 storefronts this big? How much would that cost? Money doesn't matter. The owner is an acquaintance and will give us the lowest discount. Do you have any acquaintances? So Bing asked in surprise. This street, but there are so many restaurants, accommodations, and late-night snacks around school. Of course, there are those who make money and those who lose money. Seeing that Chun Fan and his team were going to buy 2 shops at once, Zhuo Bing was still a little shocked. Chun Fan said, "I have an idea. When a business opens, can you bring your dance team over to show your support? We'll set up a stage here, and, of course, we can give them performance fees." Zhuo Bing looked at him strangely. "Where did you learn these tricks?" "I'm not sure about this. Let me ask for you. The dance team has not yet taken any orders. After all, they're all students and are not so commercial. I don't know if other people are willing. However, there are some students who carry guitars out at night to earn tips." After discussing it, the two returned to school. At noon, Su Ruzhen called and said the procedures had been completed. Chun Fan said okay and asked her to go back and wait, and he would contact her if there was anything. In the afternoon, several people met. Chun Fan said that the storefront issue had been settled and asked everyone to act quickly. Then everyone divided the work and used their spare time to manage the store and choose a day to open it. As for the cost of the partnership, Yilang Gao and Su Keqing contributed 4,000 yuan, and Wang Hao and Xinan contributed 5,000 yuan. Zhuo Bing offered 10,000. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao said to Chun Fan, "Your family is limited, so just give your share. It's yours anyway. Is this okay?" Chun Fan said, "Okay, then I will just take the salary, no dividends." Zhuo Bing said, "This 10,000 is the money we invested." "All right, he has a rich girlfriend. The rent of these 2 shops is only half of that of others. That is to say, they rented 2 storefronts with the price of 1 shop." Seeing everyone painting the walls together, taking care of the shop by themselves, and even Zhuo Bing working so hard, Chun Fan smiled and answered the call from Su Ruzhen. "Boss, the 2 stocks on the Chinex have reached their daily limit. The net profit from yesterday to today is about 28%. Well, just keep an eye on it. It should continue to rise. I may have to sell it and exchange stocks tomorrow. 28% of 60 million is 76.8 million. The profit is not bad. As for another long-term investment, 60 million has already been invested, and we are just waiting for it to take off. In the evening, everyone was busy all day, so they had some midnight snack and went back to sleep. I'm not going back to the dormitory today. Chun Fan said that he was going to the apartment. The two animals exclaimed, "Damn, they got it done so quickly." Nearby, Chun Fan was afraid that they would misunderstand. It's not Swabing, don't talk nonsense. Depend on. Confused again. This beast actually has other girls besides Swabing? What a beast. Chun Fan was speechless. That's not what I meant. I'm going to a friend's place. Don't say anything. Seeing him leave, Yilang Gao asked enviously, "How's he, did you succeed?" Wang Hao shook his head. "But it's almost done. Half of it has been taken." "And you?" Yilang Gao raised his middle finger at him. "Rubbish. Fuck, you succeeded? Did Su Keqing agree? Come on, tell me." Yilang Gao took out a small square plastic package and said, "Go and experience it for yourself." Wang Hao took it in his hand and was extremely excited. "Is this thing reliable? I heard it leaks." "Shit, do you really think you're a pile driver? Besides, can't you be a little gentler?" Wang Hao put it in his pocket excitedly. "Thank you for your advice. After the task is completed, there will be a generous reward." Chapter 33, The Barbecue Restaurant is open. When Chun Fan returned to the apartment, Su Ruzhen was still fully clothed. She had just taken a shower, and it was so late, so she didn't expect Chun Fan to come over. But the material of the pajamas is so silky that at first glance, "You're not wearing anything underneath?" Chun Fan felt a little embarrassed. "Do you want to change your clothes?" Su Ruzhen said, "Forget it, there's no one else here anyway." She glanced at Chun Fan charmingly and teased him. "They say that good things should be kept within the family. I'm not afraid, so why should you be afraid?" "Fortunately, I am not that kind of casual person." Chun Fan turned on the computer and started making plans for tomorrow. Su Ruzhen brought him a cup of coffee, then stayed quietly beside him without disturbing him. Chun Fan saw that the 2 GM stocks he bought yesterday would rise and then fall tomorrow. "So I started to write an operation plan for Su Ruzhen based on the high point. One of the 2 stocks will surge 13.66%. One will reach 16.72%. Then we'll call back. After all, the daily limit for Chinex stocks is as high as 20%, so the pullback could be very sharp." While Chun Fan was doing his homework, he accidentally discovered a particularly promising stock. Oriental Dragon. 7 consecutive daily limit increases. Chun Fan's hands trembled. This is a stock on the growth enterprise market. Normally, the increase reaches 10%, and 7 daily limit increases can double it. This is a 20% increase, which is incredible. Chun Fan studied it carefully and found that the total market value of this stock was only a few billion, but the trading volume in the past few days had reached 200 or 300 million per day. This requires a major blood transfusion. That's it. Chun Fan wrote down the transaction plan and gave it to Su Ruzhen. "As usual, you sell these 2 stocks tomorrow and then open a position. Buy in batches without alerting the market maker. By tomorrow, we should have more than 80 million in funds. Let's use all of it to buy this stock." Su Ruzhen remembered it carefully. Chun Fan finished his coffee and was about to leave. Su Ruzhen said, "Why don't you just sleep here? It's so late." "It is indeed very late today, and I have to climb over the wall to get back to the dormitory." He glanced at Su Ruzhen, who looked embarrassed and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I won't do anything rash." Chun Fan pointed to the bedroom and said, "Then you go to sleep. I'll lie on the sofa for a while." Seeing Su Ruzhen's sexy figure walking into the bedroom, Chun Fan gritted his teeth. "I have to confront Swabing tomorrow. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, I could really suffocate myself to death. I'm already 20 years old this year, so there's no need to remain a virgin anymore, right?" The store had been running for about a week, and Chun Fan stock had also been rising for a week. That long-term stock has taken off, rising 59% in 7 trading days. The GM stock that Su Ruzhen recently invested in is Oriental Dragon, which is 7 stocks behind it. The total market value of the shares I currently hold is nearly 400 million. In a place like the stock market, Chun Fan's wealth grew exponentially. But as the amount of funds increases, the operation becomes more difficult. Moreover, it is impossible to use all the funds to catch the daily limit. After all, that is unrealistic. In the future, our main energy should only be focused on the medium and long term, and it should also be diversified. We should not put all our eggs in one basket. But these are not problems. Chun Fan can continue to recruit people. After completing this short-term transaction, Chun Fan gave Su Ruzhen a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Su Ruzhen looked at the transfer on her phone and said, "Boss, I've already received an advance on last month's salary. Why are you giving me a bonus again?" Chun Fan said, "Take it and cherish the present time." Su Ruzhen burst into tears. "Are you going to chase me away? Don't you want me anymore?" She had been with Chun Fan for less than a month, and Chun Fan gave her 120,000 yuan. "Where can I find such a job?" Seeing Su Ruzhen's crying face, Chun Fan smiled and asked, "Why are you crying? Is that stupid? I mean, enjoy it while you can make money now. Who knows about the stock market?" Su Ruzhen finally burst into laughter and said, "You are so mean. I thought you didn't want me anymore. If I don't do well, you can scold me and criticize me." Chun Fan said awkwardly, "You are good in everything except that you are too beautiful." Su Ruzhen blushed and looked at him resentfully. "Boss, do you have a girlfriend?" "Of course." "Oh," she curled her lips. "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble." Chun Fan looked at her with appreciation. It was good that she had this awareness. He transferred another million to Su Ruzhen and said, "Go pick up the car on the weekend." When Su Ruzhen heard that Chun Fan wanted to buy a car, she nodded excitedly. "Then I'll buy a business model. How about a Mercedes-Benz E300? Chun Fan didn't care. "Whatever you think is suitable. It's just a means of transportation anyway." Su Ruzhen wrote down his instructions in a small notebook. "I've written it all down. Is there anything else?" "There is none left." After explaining the work, the two sat down and chatted. Chun Fan asked, "Why were you fired?" Can you please not answer this question?" Su Ruzhen was very embarrassed. "It must be said." "Okay." Su Ruzhen bit her lip. "They always ask me to accompany the leaders to social events, and they have bad intentions." Chun Fan looked at her strangely. "You don't seem to be such a conservative person, do you?" "Dizzy, what are you talking about? I just couldn't control myself in front of you. After all, who doesn't like young, handsome guys?" Chun Fan felt a little embarrassed. He failed to tease others and ended up embarrassing himself. Su Ruzhen raised her head and said with twinkling eyes, "Really, I won't cause you any trouble. If you have any ideas, feel free to... Ahem. Let's focus on work. You also know that I have no shortage of girlfriends." "Okay." Su Ruzhen looked at Senfei. "The barbecue restaurant is going to open this weekend." Zhuo Bing told Chun Fan that she has already taken care of the dance team's matter. When they heard that it was Zhuo Bing's boyfriend's restaurant, they were all willing to support it, and it would be free of charge. But they have a request, which is that they should be given a discount when they come to eat barbecue next time. Chun Fan laughed, thinking it was no big deal. As long as they come, it's free. You should know that all the members of the dance team are as beautiful as flowers and have amazing figures. With these fairies around, are you still worried that business won't be booming? After a few people finished their work, they asked what name they should give it. Chun Fan said the signboard has been completed. Indulgent Youth. Forehead? Everyone was stunned for a long time. Indulgent Youth? All right, you have the final say. No one objected. When the new store opened, they didn't print any flyers, but simply posted a lot of advertisements on BBS and in alumni groups. A stage was built in front of the store, and a sound system worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was installed. People can now enjoy singing and dancing while eating barbecue. If you want to have fun, you can go up and play a tune or sing a song. So the barbecue restaurant opened with great fanfare this weekend. Chapter 34. A Campus Beauty from Zhao University. The decoration of Indulgent Youth is very simple. After all, only so much money was invested. The audio system on the stage was purchased privately by Chun Fan, but he told others that it was rented. Opening today, all dishes are 20% off and beer is free to drink. Ilang Gao, Su Kaxing, Wang Hao, Qin Nan, almost everyone took part in the battle in person. Chun Fan was in charge of planning, controlling the situation, and greeting the guests. Because when this store was set up, most of the ideas came from Chun Fan, including those from Zhuo Bing's team. Therefore, they unanimously decided to let Chun Fan be the manager, and they would be responsible for the work. When Su Ruzhen heard that the boss's barbecue restaurant was opening, she also offered to come over to help, but was rejected by Chun Fan. She is the nominal owner of the shop. How could she do such things? The barbecue restaurant doesn't have much business in the afternoon and only starts to get people in the evening. It starts at 6 o'clock and the music starts. Let's liven up the atmosphere first. Many alumni who saw the news rushed over to join the fun, and some had already started placing orders. Different from most barbecue restaurants, Chun Fan's restaurant provides self-service barbecue. Customers place an order, the dishes are delivered to them, and they grill the food themselves. This way, people won't complain about your poor craftsmanship or that you don't have enough manpower. They have their own fun baking it. Dance team came on stage. All of them were young ladies in hip, length skirts, looking sexy and enchanting. Look at them standing on the stage in unison. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he kicked his long legs, the audience on the stage immediately started screaming. 8 young ladies were showing off their dancing skills on the stage. The people below even forgot about the barbecue, and some of them were drooling. Ilang Gao and his friends were busy preparing side dishes and serving drinks. Qin Nan and the others helped take the order, while Zhuo Bing was the cashier. I don't know why, but there were so many people today that the place was full in no time. Many people come not to eat barbecue, but to watch the show. After all, these girls in the dance team are rarely seen. There was also a young lady playing drums next to them. Her hair was flying under the influence of a powerful electric fan, and she was having a lot of fun. The shows followed one after another, and the atmosphere was particularly good. Chun Fan continued to arrange people to add simple tables, and temporarily added more than a dozen tables. In the dormitory, Zhao Linlin stood on the balcony and looked at the back street of the school. Yufei, I don't want to go to the cafeteria to eat today. Zhou Yufei looked at the barbecue restaurant and said, Me too. Then let's go out and grab something to eat. Okay. The two of them left the campus and heard a deafening sound of music in front of them. Linlin, shall we go over and take a look too? Zhou Yufei stared at this side curiously. Zhao Linlin frowned. They were doing it really well. You have a good business sense. A few students were able to run a store like this and have learned how to attract business traffic. The business of uninhibited youth is booming, while some shops nearby are deserted. Especially when you see those young and beautiful girls on the stage, it's full of commercial routines. Shall we get something to eat too? Zhou Yufei was drooling and looking greedy. Can you bake it yourself? Isn't this simple? Zhou Yufei walked over and said, Linlin wants to eat barbecue. Who can help me grill some? Zhao Linlin is here too. I bake. When people heard that Zhao Linlin had arrived, there was a burst of screams at the scene. Countless boys stood up and shouted, Send over the food you just baked. Zhou Yufei took it without hesitation, looked at Zhao Linlin and said with a smile, Isn't it ready? Zhao Linlin was speechless. Zhuo Bing happened to see her and came over to her and shouted, Zhao, the school beauty, thank you for coming to show your support. Zhao Linlin couldn't respond. Sit down. Zhuo Bing picked a table for the two of them to sit down, and those flattering boys immediately crowded in front of them. Eat it. We'll grill anything you want. Yes, eat it while it's hot. Seeing so many people trying to please her, Zhao Linlin looked embarrassed. Why is classmate Zhao Linlin here? Chen Fan was also a little surprised to see her and came over to say hello in person. School beauty Zhao, why don't you also go on stage and perform a show? You are recognized as the most talented campus beauty in the school. Zhao Linlin didn't expect that she just came to join in the fun, but Chun Fan actually asked her to go on stage. Before she could refuse, the people around her started to make a fuss. Campus beauty, come here. Campus beauty, come here. With so many people shouting together, it was difficult for Zhao Linlin to refuse. She looked at Chun Fan with resentment and wanted to strangle him to death from the bottom of her heart. Her strength is playing the piano. After all, children raised in such a family will naturally take the high-end route. But there is no piano here, so she came to the stage and said, Then I will sing a song. Yeah, there was a scream from the audience. You know, how can these ordinary students have the chance to get in touch with the campus belle of Zhao University? Don't say that we are just alumni. Even though they were in the same class, ordinary people wouldn't have many opportunities to talk to her. Zhao Linlin picked up the microphone and asked, Is there any music? Yes. Ilang Gao was particularly excited and ran to the computer and asked, What song do you want to play? Priscilla Chan's thousands of songs. Okay, music, let's go. Zhao Linlin has a great stage presence. When the music started, she took the microphone and walked a few steps. The night that once belonged to each other. Hong Hong is still you. Give me the sunshine in my heart. Like crying foolishly. Zhao Linlin has a great voice. It seems she has put a lot of effort into music. Even Chen Fan was somewhat fascinated by what he heard. Her songs have a different mood. Although it's not the original version, it's better than the original. Zhuo Bing stared with her beautiful big eyes, looking intently. Zhao Linlin is very elegant and reserved, unlike Zhuo Bing, who is unrestrained. She looked very gentle, and her singing voice seemed to carry a hint of loneliness. The people in the audience kept cheering and applauding. Zhao Linlin seemed to be immersed in her own music and was very involved. Wow, the campus beauty, Zhao has such amazing singing skills. Many people exclaimed in amazement. Zhu Bing also nodded repeatedly. She seldom admired someone like this. Today, Zhao Linlin really opened her eyes. Until Zhao Linlin finished singing, everyone was still immersed in her singing. It's really great. It was not until she said thank you that thunderous applause broke out again from the audience. One more school beauty, one more. The audience refused to give up and asked her to sing another song. Zhao Linlin shook her head, no. Seeing her gracefully stepping down from the stage, everyone was still not satisfied. Zhu Bing came forward with a handful of barbecue. You are awesome. Come, have something to eat. Zhao Linlin took out a beef skewer and said, I'll leave first. Thank you. Zhou Yufei grabbed a handful of skewers and chased after him. Wait for me. The party didn't end until after 2 o'clock that night. We were busy cleaning up, clearing the place, and packing up until after 3 o'clock. It's getting late, and everyone has worked hard. Let's go home and have lunch together tomorrow. A few girls returned to the dormitory first, and Chun Fan and the other two roughly calculated their income for today. Today we basically lost money but gained publicity, and we finished more than 80 boxes of beer. Chapter 35. Su Ruzhen is moved. The next day at noon, everyone had lunch together and discussed the matter. Some experiences were also summarized. Last night's model was undoubtedly very successful. We made some money from the barbecue ingredients, but we lost too much money from beer. After observing last night, I found that some animals can really drink. One person finished a case of beer, but there is no way around it. This is a necessary expense to attract traffic. The next 2 days were still very popular. The barbecue restaurant, Indulgent Youth, has become famous in Jiangzhou University. Especially since it opened last night, many people posted on their moments in TikTok. The dance troupe show that's being called over has become popular on a Sernaudio platform. After all, their beauty is there. The song sung by Zhao Linlin also became popular. Coupled with her unique style and goddess-like appearance, her videos have been shared by countless people. The Unbridled Youth has become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities, so there were a lot of people on the second and third nights. Some internet celebrities who wanted to take advantage of the traffic even came to do live broadcasts. Chun Fan and the others didn't bother them. As long as they abided by the rules here, they could do what they wanted as long as it didn't affect their business. After a week, we finally made a profit. The profits of the last 4 days made up for the losses of the first 3 days. Chun Fan estimated that if things continued like this, the store could make about 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a day. At the end of the month, the profit should be around 50,000 to 60,000. Although this amount of money is insignificant to Chun Fan, it is at least the beginning of his entrepreneurship. It also brought another opportunity to the brothers. This will be a great help for them when they enter society in the future. When Guo Jinliang heard that the 3 of them opened a store, he hated them to death. Now he even didn't want to pay attention to Chun Fan and regarded the 3 of them as enemies. Of course, Chun Fan ignored him. People like him have different ideas and cannot work together. He has now completely become Liang Dongsai's lackey. However, Chun Fan doesn't care too much about the business in the store. He regards this purely as an experience. What he really cares about is the situation of the stock market. This week, Su Ruzhen was in charge of most of the operations. The long-term stock that I invested in previously has basically doubled in value. The market value of the shares in hand is 122 million yuan. The most promising ones are those on the Chinext. Almost every day, Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to buy stocks that had risen by 20% in batches. He currently owns 580 million yuan. It's just that there are more stocks to invest in, which makes the operation more difficult and the workload greater. There's only half a month left before summer vacation. Chun Fan requires that the total assets must reach at least 2 billion yuan within this half month. Of course, if this were to happen, Su Ruzhen would be too busy to handle it. It's not that Su Ruzhen's skills are poor, but that the stock market gives you limited time. And watch the market from 9:30 to 11:30. Complete the operation with Su Ruzhen and return to school in the afternoon. In addition to working, Su Ruzhen also prepared lunch so that Chun Fan could eat in the apartment and take a nap before going to school. At this moment, she had already picked up the car and parked it in the apartment parking lot. So far, Chun Fan has never touched this car. He had to go back during the summer vacation because he needed more accounts to operate these funds. At this moment, he and Su Ruzhin stayed in the apartment, carrying out the homework he had done last night. Zwabing called, "Where are you? I have something to do outside, so I'm not available now." Zwabing was so angry that he waved his fist. This guy seemed to be acting strange recently. He seriously suspected that he had someone else outside, keeping a low profile all this time, vowing to become the richest man in the world. He now has 3 long-term investments, with a total investment of more than 300 million yuan. The remaining 400 million was divided into 10 stocks for operation. But this is really tiring, especially his ultra-short-term model. Of course, short-term profits are the most substantial, but made the dealer very unhappy. I don't know where this lunatic came from. He just makes 20 points a day and runs away. After hanging up Zwabing's phone, Chun Fan said, "I'll take care of the rest. You take a rest." Su Ruzhin was very considerate. "Then I'll go cook. Finish lunch early so you can go to school." Seeing her go to the kitchen, Chun Fan was thoughtful. After he finished his work, he walked into the kitchen. Su Ruzhin was indeed very virtuous. She was wearing an apron and cutting vegetables. This feeling made Chun Fan feel as if he had some illusion. Su Ruzhin found that he had been staring at her, and her pretty face blushed. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?" "No, it's fine. I didn't expect you could cook." Su Ruzhin smiled sweetly. "Then keep me by your side, and I will do it for you every day." "No, you shouldn't be a cook. I want you to be a business elite." Su Ruzhin was delighted. "Really?" Chun Fan nodded. "What did you say?" "If you never abandon, I will in life and death." "Of course, I'm not talking about love." Su Ruzhin rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Why can't I have love? Am I unworthy?" "No, because I have a girlfriend. You are my best partner." Su Ruzhin curled her lips and said, "One day, sooner or later, I will get you." She was not stupid and knew what Chun Fan meant. He was afraid that if he became her boyfriend or girlfriend, it would hinder his progress. Thus, they lose their focus on work. Chun Fan is in the development stage at this moment. What he needs is not love, but someone who will work hard with him. This guy thinks clearly. In fact, she had also done her own analysis and judgment during this period and traded based on the stock market knowledge she had learned, but the results were not satisfactory. The stocks that Chun Fan liked hit the daily limit every day. This puzzled her. Is someone born to be the king of the stock market? After many tests, Su Ruzhin finally admitted it. People just have this talent. In that case, I'll just follow him wholeheartedly. After all, he's been nice to me. Su Ruzhin simply made 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. She dresses casually at home, basically in pajamas. Chun Fan said, "When you have time, go shopping and buy some high-end clothes. The money is mine." Chun Fan had not spent all the 5 million in his hand, so he directly transferred 100,000 to Su Ruzhin. Su Ruzhin was shocked. "Why are you giving me so much money?" Chun Fan smiled. "You make money to spend. If you don't spend it, what's the point of making it? From now on, all your expenses will be charged to me. After I'm done with this busy period, I'll buy you a car. As long as you like, you can pick whatever you like. Girls need to be pretty, but remember not to be too flashy. It's better to be low-key when you need to be low-key." Su Ruzhin bit her lip and looked at Chun Fan with emotion. "You are so good to me. How can I repay you?" She was indeed deeply touched. When she worked in a bank, those people said they were very nice to her. Everyone has bad intentions. Now I want to take the initiative to repay Chun Fan, but Chun Fan never takes advantage of me. Girls are easily moved. Chun Fan pinched her face and said, "Work hard, and we will own the whole world in the future." Chapter 36. Something happened at Tang Jing's home. "Chun Fan, come here for a moment." Just as he was about to go to school, Wang Hao called and asked him to go to the barbecue restaurant immediately. Chun Fan gave Su Ruzhin a few instructions and left in a hurry. Qi Nan, Su Kuching, and others were all in the barbecue restaurant. There was also Tang Jing, who was crying bitterly. Chun Fan didn't know what was going on, so he quickly asked, "What's going on?" Qi Nan said, "Something happened at Tang Jing's home. Her father was in a car accident, and the doctor said it would cost 200,000 yuan for surgery. 200,000 is definitely a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. Tang Jing's family is from Sichuan. They're ordinary citizens. They had some savings and bought a house last year. He still has hundreds of thousands of loans to pay. Now her father is in trouble again, and the family can no longer come up with any money. Her mother decided to sell the house, but no one was willing to take it over for a while. Now everyone is trying to find a way to help her. But how could a girl like her get 200,000 yuan to pay for her father's surgery? What Elang Gao and Wang Hao meant was that everyone should contribute a little. But there's not much money in the store. After all, it has only been open for a short time. Even if you give her all your money, it'll be a drop in the bucket. Tang Jing got along well with Qin Nan. It was impossible for Qin Nan to just watch her being alone and helpless. Why don't you take a leave and go back to see what's going on? We can work together to figure out a way to solve the money problem. Chen Fan said to Tang Jing. Tang Jing's eyes were red from crying. She also knew the family backgrounds of Chen Fan and his people. None of them are rich people. 200,000 is a huge sum of money for anyone. Elang Gao suggested that all the cash in the store be taken back to Tang Jing first. No one else objected, but Tang Jing shook her head. How could she not know the consequences of doing this? If they took away all the cash in the store, their newly opened store would go bankrupt. How to survive without funds? She also doesn't want to implicate anyone. Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't take this money. Tang Jing wiped her tears and left, trying hard to hold back her tears. The scene was very quiet. Chen Fan glanced at everyone and said, "Don't worry about Tang Jing. I know a friend. Let's see if I can borrow some from him." Elang said, "Don't be so stubborn, Chen Fan. We all know that your family is poorer than ours. How can you have any rich friends?" Wang Hao said, "Everyone come together. At worst, we can close this store." "Okay, then let's do as you wish. Qin Nan, give the money to Tang Jing." Since everyone is so united, Chen Fan doesn't want to disappoint them. He said to Qin Nan, "Please send me her WeChat." Qin Nan didn't think much about it and pushed Tang Jing's WeChat to him. After Chen Fan clicked it, he sent a friend request. "I am Chen Fan. I don't know what Tang Jing is doing." Anyway, it was added more than 10 minutes later. Chen Fan said, "Come out for a moment. I'll wait for you in the woods behind the school." Tang Jing did not reply, but she really came. It was noon, and there was no one in the grove. Chen Fan was sitting under a tree. When he saw Tang Jing coming over, he waved. Tang Jing's eyes were red, probably because she had been crying since she returned to the dormitory. Such a big thing happened at home, and she, a girl, was completely helpless. Chen Fan didn't say much and directly transferred 220,000 yuan to Tang Jing. "You should go back earlier. Buying a plane ticket can save a lot of time." Tang Jing heard her cell phone ringing, but she didn't look at it. Instead, she bit her lip and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan reminded her, "Check your phone." Tang Jing then took out her cell phone and opened it. When she saw the transfer of 220,000 yuan, she was completely stunned. She looked at Chen Fan with tearful eyes and burst into tears. "Don't cry. If someone sees me, they'll think I did something bad." Tang Jing wiped her tears, completely unable to control her emotions, and sobbed against the tree. She cried for a long time before she stopped, looking at the transfer on her phone in disbelief. "Where did you get this money?" She heard that Chen Fan's family was not well off, and he had been receiving subsidies from the school. Before, Chen Fan was begging for snacks in the school cafeteria. Where did he get such a large sum of money? Chen Fan said, "I know a friend who runs an antique shop, and I borrowed it from him. You can use it first, but I don't want you to tell anyone about this." Tang Jing wiped her tears and said, "It's such a huge amount of money. I can't pay it back in a short time. What if someone asks about it? It's okay. I'll take care of it myself. I won't do anything that I can't handle, so don't worry. The most urgent thing now is that you have to rush back immediately. The rest can be discussed later." Tang Jing's eyes were red. "Thank you, Chen Fan. Why are you saying this? We're all alumni, so we should help if we can. Transfer the money to your mother first to avoid delaying the surgery." Tang Jing thanked him again before accepting the money. That afternoon, Tang Jing took leave and returned to her hometown. Everyone originally planned not to open the store tonight, but Qin Nan said that Tang Jing didn't want the money. Business must continue. But soon everyone discovered a problem. Since opening the barbecue restaurant, no time for dating. This is not in line with everyone's dreams. But Tan Nan said, "We meet every day and are busy as idiots. Why would we even schedule a date?" Wang Hao and Elang Gao looked at each other. The two guys had agreed in the dormitory some time ago that they would make some progress. It turned out that there was no time to implement the plan. And Chen Fan doesn't return to the dormitory from time to time. Who knows what he is doing outside? Only Zhu Bing is a hobbyist. She joined just for fun. She is not worried about whether she can make money or not. However, Zhu Bing had stated in advance that she would come over to help when she had time, and don't blame her if she didn't have time. Anyway, she is working for free and doesn't need any salary. Seeing that everyone was so tired, Chun Fan suggested recruiting a few more people starting next semester. After all, the semester is about to end, so there probably won't be much business. Chun Fan went to the apartment building on the third day after Tang Jing left. Su Ruzhen was very happy to see him back. He took out the newly bought clothes and said, "Come on, try them on. If they don't fit, you can change them." Chun Fan gave her 100,000 yuan to buy clothes, and she bought 3 sets for Chun Fan. The price of each set is more than 20,000 yuan, as Armani, Versace, and Givenchy. In addition to these, I also bought branded underwear, belts, and shoes. The total cost was more than 80,000 yuan. Chun Fan was speechless. "I told you to buy it for yourself. Why did you buy these for me?" No. Seeing that Chun Fan was unhappy, Su Ruzhen blushed, bit her lip, and said aggrievedly, "Then I'll change it tomorrow." Chun Fan realized that his words were too harsh, so he explained, "You didn't understand what I meant. Girls should dress high-end so that no one can get their hands on you. When you are noble and generous, you are on a different level, and naturally many people who are not as good as you will feel ashamed and retreat when they see difficulties. Why would a grown man like me dress so extravagantly? I'm not going out to pretend. How about this? You can buy it tomorrow." He transferred another 200,000 yuan to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen said in a low voice, "I also bought 2 sets myself. Do you want me to wear them and show them to you?" Chapter 37. Tang Jing is grateful. Su Ruzhen bought herself 2 sets of small suits. They were not too expensive, costing only about 5 or 6,000 yuan each. It was a sky-high price for Chun Fan in the past, but to him now, it is nothing. Su Ruzhen has a very good figure, coupled with such attractive headlights. She looks very seductive. Such clothes are very suitable for ordinary social occasions, but are obviously not enough for grand occasions. Chun Fan said that you should just wear what you have now and buy some high-end clothes when you have time. Su Ruzhen didn't dare to refuse anymore and said obediently. But she had a little secret. She spent all the remaining 2,000 yuan on buying a cute little girl. These private things, of course, cannot be worn in broad daylight for Chun Fan to see. A week later, the short-term stocks in Chun Fan's hands almost doubled again. The 3 long-term stocks also rose by about 40%. At this moment, the total assets in hand have reached 1.36 billion. There is still more than a week of vacation left, and Chun Fan's goal is to double his income again and then go home. After the summer vacation, he decided to take the long view. There was still more than 1 million yuan left in his bank card, so he decided to continue living on. Don't show off, and keep a low profile. After he and Su Ruzhen completed the operation that day, they paid attention to the stocks of Zhao Real Estate. After the previous round of dividends and high transfers of Zhao Real Estate, Zhao Guowei took the opportunity to reduce his holdings by 12%. So far, he only holds 28.99%, but he is still the major shareholder and has the final say in the company. Tang Jing came back from her hometown. She had not originally planned to come here, since it was summer vacation anyway. To thank everyone for their help, she brought a lot of snacks from her hometown. After the late-night snack shop closed, Tang Jing said she would treat them, and she wanted to express her gratitude properly. Qin Yin said, "Then let's have some barbecue in our own store instead of going anywhere else. Besides, we didn't help, and you returned all the money." Tang Jing said yes, but she must pay the bill today. A few people gathered together to have a barbecue. Zhuo Bing has been busy with dance training recently and rarely comes to the store. Chun Fan called her, and she said she was too tired today and didn't want to move at all. Dancing is very tiring because they're taking part in a competition in the city and have been increasing the intensity of their training recently. It was already past 3 o'clock after we finished our midnight snack. Qin Nan said that we shouldn't go back to the dormitory, but find a place to chat. Wang Hao understood. "Let's go to the hotel." The late-night snack shop was busy for most of half a month and made some money. Ilang raised his hands in agreement. "Then let's go to the hotel and book 3 rooms. "What's the meaning? You guys are in pairs, and you book 3 rooms. What should Tang Jing and I do?" Chun Fan said, "You guys go ahead. I'll climb over the wall and go in." Just pretend. Ilang Gao almost exposed the fact that Chun Fan often went out overnight. Chun Fan glared at him, and he stopped immediately. There was really no place to go at this time, and there were no beds in the late-night snack shop. So I went to the hotel closest to the school and booked a suite. 688. In fact, this type of suite in the hotel is just a bedroom with a mahjong table outside. Wang Hao saw the mahjong table and immediately suggested, "How about we play mahjong?" Chun Fan expressed no interest. Unexpectedly, Qin also liked this. Everyone, play for a while. Those who don't want to play can go inside and sleep. Yilang Gao actually had other plans. He glanced at Su Keqing. Su Keqing blushed and turned her head away. Chun Fan saw it and understood. The holiday is coming soon, and they have to separate. I guess they want to have some time for themselves. He made an excuse. I'm going to go out for a while. You guys play. Tang Jing actually didn't want to play mahjong. She came here mainly to thank Chun Fan. Seeing Chun Fan go out, Tang Jing said, I have something to do. At this time of night, what could happen to her? Qin smiled slyly and kicked Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood and also covered his mouth and laughed. Now everyone understood. After the two of them left, Yilang said, Tang Jing seems to be interested in Chun Fan. Well, I think there's something going on. Su Keqing asked, what if Zhuo Bing finds out? Qin shook his head. After all, Zhuo Bing is from a different world from us. I am more optimistic about Tang Jing and Chun Fan. I believe Chun Fan will make his own choice, so we shouldn't worry about it. Yilang Gao couldn't bear it any longer. I can't stay up late. Let's get another room. Wang Hao was a little confused. You can't stay up late? But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Are they giving themselves a chance? As stupid as a pig. Su Keqing was pulled out by Yilang Gao, and only Qin Nan and the other two were left in the room. Wang Hao touched the small raincoat that had been hidden in his pocket for most of the month, and his palms were sweating. Chun Fan, wait a moment. As soon as Chun Fan walked out of the hotel, Tang Jing followed him out. Why did you come out? It was already early in the morning, and Chun Fan had originally planned to go back to the apartment to sleep, but he didn't expect Tang Jing to follow him. Tang Jing approached, lowering her head. How about we find a place to sit for a while? Since the other party was here, Chun Fan felt embarrassed to refuse. The two left the hotel and just walked. There is a large artificial lake outside the Jiangzhou University campus. It is summer now, and the artificial lake is a great place to go. Why don't you rest with them in the hotel? The two came to the lake and sat down, and Chun Fan asked, I just want to say thank you, nothing else. No, why are you so polite? But Tang Jing was anxious. How can we pay back such a large sum of money? I told you there's no rush. I'll take care of the money. Don't feel any pressure. Chun Fan comforted. Tang Jing said, how can that be possible? I can't let you bear all this for me. How about this? I won't go back during the summer vacation. I'll find a job and work hard to make money to pay you back. Seeing that she was so stubborn, Chun Fan thought about it. You're only a sophomore now. What good job can you find? Even if you make 10,000 a month, when can you pay off the money? What should we do then? Tang Jing looked at him anxiously. Chun Fan thought for a moment and said, you should study hard and wait for a chance in the future. But what if someone demands payment? No, I told him that it might take several years to pay him back. But if you really want to go out and find a job, I do have a place. But not so fast, you may have to wait. Ever since Chun Fan helped her unconditionally, Tang Jing has trusted him completely. He nodded vigorously. Well, I can wait, as long as I can make some money. Chun Fan laughed. I didn't expect that you looked so arrogant before, but now you are like a different person. Tang Jing blushed and explained, I'm not arrogant at all. It's just that we don't know each other well yet. Okay, go back first. I'll tell you when things are settled. Chun Fan stood up. He really wanted to go back to his apartment and get some sleep. Tang Jing's heart was beating like a deer, and she walked towards the school gate nervously. Chapter 38, these two guys did something bad last night. Chun Fan originally wanted to register a company, but registering a company involves tax issues. He didn't want to go through so much trouble. Currently, individuals who trade stocks do not have this worry. Chun Fan didn't know how Yilang Gao and the other four spent that night. Anyway, he went to the apartment, and Tang Jing returned to school. As a result, the next morning, neither of the two animals came to the classroom. Chun Fan thought that they probably couldn't get up. Liang Donkai came again to collect class fees. He planned to hold a class meeting on the last day of the semester. But this time, the person who helped him collect the money was Guo Jianliang. Guo Jianliang collected the class fee from his neighbor without asking Chun Fan a single question. In his eyes, Chun Fan will always be the one who cannot pay the class fees. Anyway, Liang Donkai also said that it is not necessary for everyone to participate. So Chun Fan felt at ease and once again did not pay the class fee. During the fourth class, Zhuo Bing sent him a message asking him to have lunch together. Chun Fan agreed without hesitation. The two of them got their meal together in the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei also came. She glanced at them from a distance and shouted to Zhou Yufei to leave. Zhuo Bing didn't notice this. Chun Fan, shall we go traveling during the summer vacation? Chun Fan looked at her. Who are going? Zhuo Bing gave him the fat meat in the bowl and said, it's definitely not possible for just the two of us. If our family knew about it, they would scold us to death. You can call Tan Nan and the others to join you. I'm going back during the summer vacation. Let's see then. Chun Fan wasn't sure if he had the time. You know, time is too precious for him. Every trading day, the profit is at least 10%. Sometimes if you're lucky enough, you could get a good stock on the Chi-Next. My current funds are 1.36 billion, and I strive to double it before the summer vacation. I'll call and ask them. Zhuo Bing was about to call Qin Nan, but was stopped by Chun Fan. You better not call it this time. Why? I guess they didn't get up. Zhuo Bing was puzzled. It's already noon. Aren't you going to open in the evening? Chun Fan smiled ambiguously. They played all night yesterday. It is very normal to play games all night in college, and many single people can stay in internet cafes for several days. Then you go to the movies with me this weekend. Zhuo Bing made a small request. Maybe it was because the holiday was coming. Chun Fan felt that Zhuo Bing was starting to become clingy. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Chun Fan was also planning to ask her out. As for the summer vacation, he will go back and will be back soon. So Chun Fan didn't feel any pain of separation. In the afternoon, Yilang Gao and the others finally showed up, but Qin Nan and Su Keqing did not show up. Chun Fan knew the reason immediately. These two guys did something bad last night. I guess the two girls were too shy to show up. After all, it was the first time, and even if others didn't say anything, they still felt a little guilty. And Chun Xin could clearly see it from the obscene expressions of the two people. Especially Wang Hao. He had a big smile on his face like an idiot. There are many red marks on the neck and chest. Yilang Gao handed a cigarette to Chun Fan with a smile. Thank you for your help. Hey, how were you and Tang Jing doing last night? Chun Fan glared at the guy and said, don't talk nonsense. I'm not even with her. Huh? That's a pity. Wang Hao said, it's all my fault. I didn't get an extra room. Okay, stop it. Chun Fan saw Zhuo Bing coming from afar and glared at the two of them fiercely. I'm a good man who keeps my chastity, and I'm not like these two guys who are always thinking about my girlfriend. It seems that Zhuo Bing really wants to go out and play, so he came to ask Qin Nan and the others for their opinions. But Qin Nan and Su Keqing didn't come at all. Chun Fan said, you should also go and rest. They won't be coming today. Zhuo Bing said it was okay, as he had nowhere to go anyway. So I stayed in the store to help out. Qin Nan and Su Keqing have been dating Wang Hao for a semester in their respective dormitories. This guy kept pestering me for that every day, and I couldn't help myself last night, so I reluctantly agreed to do it. But Tang Jing was in the dormitory, and Qin Nan asked guiltily, when did you come back? Tang Jing didn't even think about it. I went straight back to the dormitory yesterday. She saw the red mark on Qin Nan's neck and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you allergic? When Qin Nan heard this, her face immediately turned red with shame. But it also confirmed to her that Tang Jing really didn't understand. Only people who have never experienced it would ask this question. She tightened the collar of her shirt and made some vague excuses. Su Keqing was also in the dormitory. Her personality was more introverted than Qin Nan. She didn't dare to go out at all. When she came back, she lay on the bed pretending to be unwell. This week passed quickly. Chun Fan still did not attend classes every morning and went to the apartment to work with Su Ruzhen. He had no classes on Friday afternoon, so he decided to take some time out to spend the day with Zhuo Bing. I said goodbye to Yilang Gao and the other guy and decided to take a rest today. Zhuo Bing became clingy, holding his hand when no one was around. Chun Fan, how long will it take you to come back? It's hard to say. How about you come back with me? Zhuo Bing blushed and rolled her eyes at him. I don't want it. If I go back with him, my family will definitely find out. And she didn't want to meet Chun Fan's family so soon. Then you can stay at home for a week and come back. Let's see, we can't really be sure now. I don't care. You have to accompany me to the beach anyway. Qin Nan and I have agreed on this. Are they going together? Chun Fan didn't pay attention to this. Zhuo Bing nodded. All right then. Since everyone had discussed it, Chun Fan had no choice but to agree. I went shopping with Zhuo Bing in the afternoon and bought her a few skirts. Chun Fan originally planned to buy one that cost tens of thousands of dollars, but Zhuo Bing insisted not to. I was afraid my family would be suspicious if I said it was too expensive. Besides, there was no need for me to be so extravagant. She only knew that Chun Fan collected antiques with her father, but she didn't know how much money Chun Fan had. Although his family is well off, Zhuo Bing doesn't like to spend money indiscriminately. Then the two of them went to see a movie. It was past 9 o'clock, and Chun Fan was about to persuade her not to go home that night, but Zhuo Bing's mother called. Zhuo Bing, aren't you coming back today? Zhuo Bing lied. Mom, the holidays are coming up soon. There are activities going on at school, and I can't leave. No, I'll pick you up. Zhuo Bing's mother is very strong and doesn't give Zhuo Bing any chance at all. Zhuo Bing looked at Chun Fan resentfully. I want to go back. Chun Fan also felt it was a pity. Judging from Zhuo Bing's appearance today, he should be mentally prepared. Chun Fan had no choice but to comfort her. Then go back first, and see you the day after tomorrow. Zhuo Bing nodded and suddenly put her arms around Chun Fan's neck and kissed him. Chun Fan, I love you. Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he hugged Zhuo Bing tightly. His mood was no longer calm, and even his breathing became rapid. I love you too. Chapter 39. Zhuo Bing's mother's routine. Summer vacation is finally here. The school is full of inseparable couples. Chun Fan did not have such emotion because he had no intention of staying at home for too long. But I don't want too many people to know what I am doing now. Zhuo Bing said that her mother asked her to stay at her grandmother's house for a while, so her plan to go to the beach during the summer vacation would probably be canceled. Zhuo Bing's grandmother's family is from the Northeast. No wonder she has a northern temperament. It turns out she inherited her mother's genes. Chun Fan, why don't you come with me to the Northeast? Zhuo Bing looked at him hopefully, and Chun Fan asked, where will I live after I get there? Zhuo Bing said, my grandmother also lives in the county town. You can stay in a hotel nearby. I'll pay for it. Chun Fan pinched her face and asked, how long do you plan to stay there? At least a month. Why? It's been too long. Zhuo Bing leaned close to his ear and said, come and stay with me. I'll give you everything. Chun Fan's blood boiled. Okay. As expected, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Zhuo Bing gave him a speechless look. Is this all a man thinks about? But Zhuo Bing was serious. Since she had agreed, she would not go back on her word. It's vacation time, and Elang Gao and the other three don't plan to go back. I used the excuse that I was running a barbecue restaurant. Although it was a holiday, there were still many people around the school. If they keep doing it, they can still make a lot of money every month. Moreover, when their parents heard that they had started their own business, they were very happy. The four of them stayed there with good reason to do so, but Chun Fan didn't ask where they would live. These young people who have just tasted the sweetness of love are bound to engage in a bloody battle. Zhuo Bing was picked up by her mother personally. Chun Fan greeted her from a distance, but didn't dare to get close. He felt that Zhuo Bing's mother was very strong, and Zhuo Bing was particularly afraid of her. After sending a message to Zhuo Bing, I watched him leave. In the car, Zhuo Bing's mother, who was driving, saw her daughter replying to messages through the rearview mirror and suddenly said, why don't we ask him to come to our house for dinner? Zhuo Bing was startled, and his phone fell onto the seat. She took in her daughter's panic and said calmly, it's okay. Your father and I are not unreasonable people. We got here this way too. You don't have to hide anything from us. Mom, what are you talking about? Zhuo Bing picked up the phone and responded hastily. Zhuo Bing's mother smiled and said, your face is so red, and you still want to hide it from me. Really? Ask him to come over and have a meal at our house so we can get to know him better. The boy who can make my precious daughter so worried and inseparable must be very outstanding. Zhuo Bing shook her head like a rattle. Mom, stop guessing. There really isn't anything. I was just saying goodbye to a few friends in the group. Zhuo Bing's mother's expression froze. No, best, you don't understand anything now. Don't be easily fooled. When you grow up and it's time for you to fall in love, your family will help you find one. Yeah, got it, Mom. Zhuo Bing's heart tightened. She was so scared that she almost got trapped by her. This mom is really cunning. Fortunately, I didn't fall for her trick. Zhuo Bing instinctively covered his chest and looked out the window. Unfortunately, how could her little trick be hidden from her shrewd mother? All signs from my daughter indicate that she is in love. But she didn't show any expression and just chatted with Zhuo Bing intermittently. Chun Fan was about to go back to the apartment when Tang Jing sent him a message. Chun Fan, when are you going back? Maybe in a few days. Not sure yet. After Chun Fan replied to the message, he then remembered that Tang Jing was looking for a job. Then when are you free? I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Forget about eating. I'm thinking about work. Tang Jing, no, don't misunderstand. I've already told Tan Nan about the job, and she asked me to help out in the store for 2 months. I just wanted to thank you. Tang Jing certainly kept in mind that Chun Fan had helped her so much. But Chun Fan refused. Let's talk about it later. I won't go back for now. Yeah, okay. Then tell me before you go back. Chun Fan returned to the apartment and found Su Ruzhen very busy. Hearing the door open, she hurried over to get slippers for Chun Fan. How's it going? Chun Fan is very concerned about the operations in the past 2 days. Su Ruzhen said, it will be soon, but it will probably take another day or two. Yesterday's 2 daily limit ups were very successful. One rose by 30 points. The other one caught the ground to ceiling board. The minimum number is more than 20 points. Chun Fan nodded and walked to the computer. During this time when I am back, I can only do long-term investment and cannot do this every day. Chun Fan looked at the total amount of funds in the account, which was already 2.398 billion. I did achieve my previous small goal, but it's still a little short of doubling it. Notice, if these stocks hit the daily limit today, they can almost double in value. Now Chun Fan began to look for long-term stocks. He calculated his schedule and found that it would take at least 7 days to get home, and at most half a month. Therefore, during this period of time, you should find a few long-term stocks to invest in. The morning session closed quickly, and Chun Fan turned off the computer and asked Su Ruzhen, do you have time lately? Su Ruzhen didn't react for a moment. Yes, what's the matter? Come back with me. Huh? Are you going to meet your parents so soon? After saying that, she suddenly realized something. Her pretty face turned red, and she explained, that's not what I meant. Chun Fan smiled and said, I am indeed going back to see my parents, but you will definitely have to help me do something then. Well, I'll listen to you. Then I'll go cook first. Forget it today, let's go out to eat. Chun Fan didn't want her to work too hard, and he couldn't just treat her as a nanny. He looked at the pretty Su Ruzhen and said, go change your clothes first. For some reason, he liked the way Su Ruzhen dressed up beautifully. Of course, if it's too ugly, you won't be able to eat. Su Ruzhen returned to the room and didn't even lock the door. She changed her clothes and came out directly. Is this okay? She was wearing a small suit with a white shirt underneath, which wrapped her body to her charming curves. It looked very professional, and Chun Fan nodded. He liked Su Ruzhen's way of dressing, which was very professional and suitable for her status. The two came out of the apartment and got into their newly bought Touareg for the first time. Where are we going to eat? Pick the one you like. When buying a car that day, Su Ruzhen originally went to look at Mercedes-Benz, but after that incident on the internet, she turned around and went to the 4S store next door and bought a Touareg. Chun Fan sat in the back seat. The feeling of a new car was okay, except that the smell was too strong. The Touareg can only be said to be a very low-key car with okay configuration. This is also in line with Chun Fan's intention. He doesn't want to show off. After all, he only has a few billion now, and there is nothing to show off. Su Ruzhen had been with him for such a long time that she gradually understood his character, so she found an ordinary restaurant. The two of them had a simple meal and then went back to work. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the restaurant, a woman dressed seductively walked towards her. Chapter 40. This poor loser actually has 10 million. Isn't this the beautiful Su? Hey, why do you come to a place like this to eat? What? No longer has the president protecting you. When Su Ruzhen saw this person, her face turned cold. Huang Yinyin, what do you mean? Did I step on your tail? This woman used to work in the same unit as Su Ruzhen. Both of them worked in a bank. Relying on her good looks, she flirts with many men. It is said that there is someone up there. But after Su Ruzhen went there, she was no longer popular and was ignored by her superiors. Unfortunately, Su Ruzhen didn't get the upper hand and repeatedly refused his boss's requests for ulterior motives, which led to his boss expelling him in anger. Huang Yinyin was somewhat jealous that Su Ruzhen had stolen her limelight, so she made sarcastic remarks when she saw her. She glanced at the man behind Su Ruzhen and said with disdain, "Oh, I thought you were so noble that you could find a decent man. I don't think he's that good." Chun Fan has always been low-key and doesn't care about his appearance, so Huang Yinyin naturally looks down on him. Su Ruzhen hit back rudely. No matter how bad it is still 10,000 times better than those men of yours. Cut. Huang Yinyin spat. For someone who has even lost his job, what's there to be proud of? After saying that, she twisted her waist and went upstairs to the box. Chun Fan felt a little nauseous looking at this woman. Although she was pretty, she was too pretentious. I don't know how thick the powder on her face is, and the lipstick is applied like a ghost. Seeing her leave, Su Ruzhen cursed angrily. Bus. Forget it, don't bother with this kind of woman. It lowers your status. Chun Fan called the waiter and ordered a few dishes. Neither of them drank alcohol, so they just had a few bites. Su Ruzhen said, when I was working at the bank, She always targeted me. After being ignored, he hated me even more. Chun Fan smiled and said, "Who told you to choose a place like this to eat? I wanted to take you to eat something good, but you chose such an ordinary restaurant." Su Ruzhen frowned in frustration. "I just saw that you like to keep a low profile, but I never thought I would run into someone like this." Chun Fan said, "Since she came here to eat, it means she is not doing very well." Su Ruzhen nodded. "It's very difficult to work in a bank now, and the salary is linked to performance. Either there's someone above him, or he is very capable. She's just hanging on by the skin. If I'm not mistaken, she's probably trying to solicit business again." Oh, Chun Fan had also heard that when doing business in a bank, there were certain performance requirements every month. If the assessment does not meet the standards, the bonus will be deducted at the very least, and the employee may be eliminated at the worst. Today's banking institutions have lost their former glory. Maybe it was the right choice for Su Ruzhen to quit. After dinner, Su Ruzhen was asked to pay the bill. Chun Fan stood up and went to the bathroom, but the waiter said that the bathroom on the first floor was blocked and he needed to go to the second floor. A burst of laughter came from the box on the second floor, accompanied by Huang Yinyan's sweet voice. "Xiao Huang, your waist is so slippery, so thin, and the skin is so good. Well, Brother Liu, you are so bad. Come, I'll toast you. Okay, let's drink a cup of wine together." A big, plump hand hugged Huang Yinyan's waist, and Huang Yinyan sat on the other's thigh. "Brother Liu, how much credit can you help me with this time? Several 100,000 saved? Let's talk about it after we drink. Let's talk about it after we drink." Brother Liu is almost 50 years old and looks particularly greasy, but Huang Yinyan doesn't mind at all. The two of them hooked their hands and drank from the wedding cup. After finishing the cup, Brother Liu didn't let her go. He hugged Huang Yinyan and said, "Come on, give me a kiss." Huang Yinyan threw him a seductive glance and took the initiative to move closer. Vomit. Chun Fan accidentally saw this scene and rushed into the bathroom, covering his mouth. "Wait, there's someone outside." Huang Yinyan slid down from Brother Liu and ran out to take a look. Seeing that it was Chun Fan, he couldn't help but said with disdain, "TSK, who was it? Turns out it's you, a poor loser. You've never seen the world, have you?" When Chun Fan saw the red mark on her low-cut chest, he naturally understood what they had done in the box. "Yes, I have never seen the world." Chun Fan looked at Huang Yinyan and casually took out his cell phone. "I transferred 10 million from the balance in the stock market." Then he handed it to Huang Yinyan and asked, "Look at what this is." "Fuck." Huang Yinyan's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait," she grabbed Chun Fan's hand. "Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. Damn, 10 million. Suddenly, she was jealous. "I never thought that this poor guy actually has 10 million in savings. 10 million is nothing." Chun Fan said disdainfully and turned to go downstairs. Wait. Huang Yinyan caught up with him. Little brother. She pulled Chun Fan's hand and was about to rub it against her body, but Chun Fan pulled it back in disgust. "I went back to the bathroom and put on hand sanitizer. Don't touch me." Okay, I won't touch you. "Little brother, can you deposit your money in our bank? I'll give you the highest interest rate. 10 million. That's a big customer." She never dreamed that Su Ruzhen would hook up with a rich man. Chun Fan's total bank balance is more than 11 million. If I could get his money to the bank where I work, that would be a huge achievement. She doesn't have to run orders anymore this year. But Chun Fan washed his hands, ignored her, and went downstairs. How could Huang Yinyan have the heart to care about Brother Liu? This guy is so cunning that he even touched the balls of her stockings, but he still didn't let go. Huang Yinyan returned to the box, picked up her bag, and left. Brother Liu stood up hurriedly. "Hey, what's going on? You don't want to save money? No more, get out." Huang Yinyan caught up with Chun Fan, who had already gone downstairs. He said to Su Ruzhen, "Let's go." Ruzhen, wait for me." As soon as the two of them left the restaurant, Huang Yinyan caught up with them and shamelessly pulled Su Ruzhen, one sister on the left and one sister on the right. This made Su Ruzhen confused. "What are you doing? Hey, I was wrong before. I offended you. After all, we are sisters. Can you please forgive me and help me? Since you don't work at the bank anymore, could you tell your boyfriend for me?" Su Ruzhen looked at Chun Fan in confusion. "What happened?" Chun Fan said, "Ignore her." Huang Yinyan came up to him shamelessly. "Ruzhen, please help me. I'll thank you when it's done." Su Ruzhen was really annoyed with her. "Let's talk about it later. I'm busy now." "Okay then, I'll contact you later. Go slowly." She was showing off and making sarcastic remarks just now, But when Chun Fan went to the toilet, she came up to him shamelessly. Su Ruzhen was very puzzled. After starting the car and leaving, she asked Chun Fan, "Did she see you when you went to the toilet?" Ahem. Chun Fan looked embarrassed. "Drive your car carefully." Su Ruzhen was speechless, thinking that it must have cost a lot to make Huang Yin so shameless. Chapter 41. Reward you 1 million. After returning to the apartment, Su Ruzhen received at least a dozen calls from Huang Yin. The other party kept begging her to help transfer the deposits in Chun Fan's account to her bank. Only at this moment did Su Ruzhen realize that what she saw was Chun Fan's deposit. "What I think I saw?" Su Ruzhen hung up the phone unhappily. She was used to big money now and had no desire for just a few tens of millions. You have to know that she usually trades in billions. Telling Chun Fan about Huang Yin, Chun Fan said, "Why would you care about a woman like this? I just felt that she looked down on others, so I provoked her a little. Do you know what she did in the box? What did you see?" Su Ruzhen was a little curious. Chun Fan recounted what had just happened, and Su Ruzhen also became embarrassed. Huang Yin is really shameless in her pursuit of sales performance. In the afternoon, Chun Fan continued to do his homework. He wants to select a few stocks that are suitable for long-term investment. Shijiang Energy. After more than an hour of screening, an energy stock with a market value of more than 200 billion finally came into view. The stock has a strong background and has been in the doldrums after a surge 2 years ago. The stock price reached a high of over 260 yuan per share, but now it is only over 6 yuan. Chun Fan can see its future trend. It should go through a strong shock and then start to rise. The market makers of stocks like this take a long time to plan, often 1 or 2 years for one stock, but its growth is also extremely amazing. Chun Fan then found 2 long-term stocks, Jiangnan Machinery and Bagua Mining. These 2 stocks are also expected to take off in the next 15 trading days, and they're all very large stocks. He looked at the funds in his account and decided to sell all his stocks tomorrow for long-term investment. "I'll take a break. Focusing too much on stocks is very taxing on your brain." Chun Fan lay down on the sofa, and Su Ruzhen quickly took the air-conditioned quilt and covered him with it. People fall asleep easily when they are too tired. In their sleep, they dream of a dog licking them. There's a faint fragrance in the nose. Chun Fan's brows trembled slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Su Ruzhen's eyelashes were almost sticking to his nose. He sat up suddenly. "What are you doing?" Su Ruzhen was also frightened by his sudden move, and her face turned red. Nothing. Chun Fan wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. "Nima, it's not a dog." He quickly understood and looked at Su Ruzhen's embarrassment in silence. Are girls nowadays so lustful? The next morning, the two began to sell off their stocks. There are dozens of daily limit ups in the Chinext every day, but Chun Fan is not greedy for them. After clearing all the funds, he looked at the total amount of funds. 3.068 billion. Very nice. Perfect. In just over a month, he earned 3 billion and completed his initial accumulation. Next, it's time for you to shine. With 3 billion in hand, I should be a wealthy man wherever I am, right? But he was not in a hurry, but decided to transfer out the 68 million after the decimal point tomorrow as pocket money. The rest of the people continue to roll in the stock market. In the afternoon, he began to plan 3 long-term stocks that he was optimistic about for tomorrow. Shijiang Energy, Jiangnan Machinery, and Bagua Mining. These 3 stocks are all worth hundreds of billions of yuan. It may be difficult for ordinary people to manipulate the market here. What Chun Fan is optimistic about is their growth potential and background. As they were busy, they realized that they had too much money. I really don't know how long it will take to complete this slow transaction. During the 2-hour trading session in the entire afternoon, less than 300 million yuan was purchased. There's still 2.7 billion left. How long will it take to get this done? Chun Fan thought this trading method was a bit slow, so he simply found 2 long-term stocks. Dagua Heavy Industry, Jinhua shares. If this is evenly distributed, each of the 5 stocks only accounts for 600 million. Despite this, it still took the 2 of them 4 full days to buy all the 3 billion they had. Of course, if you operate normally, you must never fill your position in one go. Chun Fan dared to go all in because he could see the future trend of the stock. He then cashed out the remaining 68 million. At this moment, he had nearly 80 million in pocket money. Ruzhen, you have worked hard during this period. I will reward you with 1 million. Oh. Su Ruzhen was completely confused. Chun Fan has given her more than 1.3 million yuan in total. I have only been with him for a month. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. Boss. Seeing her excitement, Chun Fan smiled and said, work hard, and you can have whatever you want in the future. Uh-huh. Su Ruzhen nodded gratefully. I'll listen to you. But she looked at Chun Fan and asked, can I hug you? Without waiting for Chun Fan to agree, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Her hair rubbed gently against his chest, and Chun Fan couldn't help it. Don't tease me. You will regret it later. Su Ruzhen said coquettishly, I don't. No regrets. As long as you want, I will do whatever you say. Ahem. Chun Fan let her go and looked at her delicate body. I'll bear with it a little longer. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhu Bing, saying that he was about to go back and would try to meet Zhu Bing again. After receiving Chun Fan's WeChat message, Zhu Bing said depressedly, Chun Fan, I miss you. But my mother kept me with her and monitored me almost 24 hours a day. I didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. Oh, I'm going to my grandma's house next week. When will you come to see me? Hearing that Zhu Bing was under such strict control by her mother, Chun Fan had no choice but to say, I will go back in the next few days. Try to come here as soon as possible, okay? Zhu Bing sent a crying expression. Then there was another long series of kisses. Well, Chun Fan sighed. This future mother-in-law is really a control freak. My daughter is already this old. Is it really that important? Chun Fan really wanted to see Zhu Bing, but Zhu Bing couldn't come out. Chapter 42. I, a girl, don't need so much money. Chun Fan's hometown is at least 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou. I originally planned to fly back, but Su Ruzhen said it would be better to drive. It is convenient to drive yourself, and you don't have to rush. You can just enjoy the scenery while walking. It's a journey of more than 1,000 kilometers. The worst that can happen is that you can just stay one night on the road. Chun Fan accepted her suggestion. In fact, he didn't have much luggage, so he just prepared a few clothes for the trip. There was some water and snacks in the car. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to sit in the back seat, Su Ruzhen quickly opened the door of the passenger seat. Chun Fan knew what she meant, smiled and sat in the passenger seat. Let's take turns driving later. It was such a long journey, and Chun Fan didn't want to let her get tired alone. Even if she is your employee, you should still show her proper concern. We left the city early in the morning and got on the highway. Chun Fan's hometown is in the rural area of Tongcheng, thousands of miles away, and his family are all authentic farmers. Most people in the village choose to work outside, and few young people stay at home. Of course, there are also a small number of left-behind women and children. But these days, there are too many people moving into the city. Moreover, my hometown is a hilly area, which is not very suitable for mechanized operations. Therefore, Tongcheng's economy has not developed. Su Ruzhen is from Jiangnan, which is actually quite close to Jiangzhou. Chun Fan had never asked about her family background, but seeing that she was quite skilled in driving, I couldn't help but ask, are you an experienced driver? No, I've had my driver's license for several years, but I rarely practice driving. Chun Fan also took the driving test, but he has hardly ever driven. But Su Ruzhen obviously doesn't look like a novice. But she has more opportunities to come into contact with cars than I do. After they drove more than 300 kilometers, Chun Fan suggested that she stop and take a rest at the service area. Su Ruzhen obediently turned the car into the service area. Today she was wearing a dark suit with a white shirt underneath. She used to dress like this when she worked in a bank. Chun Fan also liked the professional aura she exuded. Recently, she used the money Chun Fan gave her to buy perfume. The two of them had a meal at the service area, and Chun Fan said, I want to set up a company in the future, and you will be in charge. What do you think? Su Ruzhen stared. Really? It has to be true. From now on, you'll be my butler. I'll give you some shares. As long as you work hard, I guarantee you will be worth 10 billion. Su Ruzhen's heart skipped a beat. Worth tens of billions. How many people dream of this? But she shook her head and said, I, a girl, don't need so much money. Like now, you gave me more than $1 million, and I don't know how to spend it. Chun Fan was speechless. But he likes Su Ruzhen's low-key personality. It's not good for a person to be too arrogant, and he will never achieve anything great. So what is your dream? Su Ruzhen glanced at Chun Fan, and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed softly. I won't tell you. All right. The two rested for a while in the service area and continued on their way. After driving for another 400 kilometers, Su Ruzhen said, why not find a place to rest and continue tomorrow, as the visibility is not very good at night. Chun Fan looked at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. Let me drive it. The two of them didn't get off the highway until after 8 o'clock, and at this moment they were still more than 500 kilometers away from Tongcheng. This is the provincial capital where Chun Fan is from. After getting off the highway, I prepare to find the nearest hotel to check in. After graduating from high school, Chun Fan went to Jiangzhou to attend university and was completely unfamiliar with the provincial capital. In the past, I just passed by occasionally. After dinner, the two prepared to check into the hotel. Chun Fan had just parked his car when Su Ruzhen took the initiative to say, "I'll go check in first." Chun Fan didn't care. He took the luggage from the trunk and walked into the hall. "Hey, isn't this Chun Fan?" As he arrived at the door, a security guard recognized him. Chun Fan looked at him strangely. "Chun Meng, why are you here?" "Ah, I work here." Chun Meng is from the same village as Chun Fan, and they used to have a good relationship. Later, Chun Meng joined the army and Chun Fan was admitted to university. Unexpectedly, after Chun Meng retired from the army, he worked as a security guard here. Seeing Chun Fan carrying a bag and dragging a box, Chun Meng quickly lent a hand. "Let me do it." No. Chun Meng was surprised that Chun Fan came to such a high-end hotel. "You're staying here tonight?" Chun Fan scratched his head and was about to answer when Chun Meng laughed and asked, "Is that beautiful girl your classmate?" From the same school." "No wonder." Chun Meng smiled and patted his shoulder, giving him an understanding look. If you can hook up with a rich kid like this, it would be a shortcut. But Chun Fan was speechless. He didn't want Chun Meng to know his situation, so he hurriedly said, "Hello, I'll take her back to her room first, and I'll contact her later." "Okay, give me your phone number." Chun Meng asked for his phone number and watched Chun Fan go over with his luggage. Su Ruzhen has already checked in, and she has booked a suite. "Why did you book a room?" "How embarrassing." But Su Ruzhen had already handled it, so he didn't say much. The waiter pressed the elevator for the two people, and after they went upstairs, they put their things down. The suite is nice, with 2 rooms and 2 beds. Su Ruzhen explained, "The front desk said this is the only room left, and I think having 2 beds would be nice." Chun Fan didn't believe that the hotel business was so booming now, and this location is not in the city center, but he did not expose Su Ruzhen's lie. 2 people sleeping in 1 room each is no different from renting 2 rooms. "You should go to bed early. I just ran into an acquaintance and wanted to chat with him." Su Ruzhen nodded considerately, took her clothes, and went to take a shower. Chun Fan came down from upstairs just as Chun Meng was about to get off work. "Let's go and have a drink." The 2 childhood friends hadn't seen each other for a long time. They finally met in the provincial capital, and Chun Meng was very generous. Without even changing their clothes, the 2 went to the late-night snack stall not far from the hotel. Chun Meng said, "I'm treating you today. Don't fight with me." He knew that Chun Fan was a student and his family was poor, but he was at least an office worker. Chun Fan knew his character and naturally followed his wishes. The 2 ordered a lot of barbecue and a pitcher of beer. Chun Fan asked him about his recent situation. After Chun Meng retired from the army, his financial situation was limited and he didn't even have a girlfriend. He patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, "Chun Fan, you are a college student. When you start a company in the future, I will help you work." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Come on, have a drink." Chun Meng said, "I don't have any other skills, but I am more than qualified to be a driver. I also have martial arts skills, so I can easily handle 30 or 50 people." "Well, you're not a special forces soldier." Seeing that he didn't believe him, Chun Meng grabbed an empty beer bottle and smashed it with his hand. Snap! He actually cut the beer bottle in half, leaving Chun Fan dumbfounded. With this ability, he is more than qualified to be a bodyguard, let alone a driver. Chapter 43. Worth over 100 million yuan. He came back to help his father sell potatoes. The next morning, Chun Fan greeted Chun Meng. "Then continue on your journey." At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 finally returned to Tongcheng County. Chun Fan's hometown is not far from the county town, only 3 or 4 kilometers away. Although every village is now connected by road, there are no buses going to the villages. Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to find a hotel in the county town and wait for his news at any time. Then he hailed a motorcycle taxi and rushed home. Fan University is back. The motorcycle driver was also from the same village. His name was Ermatzi. At the age of over 30, he did not go out to work, but opened a small shop at the intersection leading to the village from the county town. While selling things, I also see guests off. Sitting on Ermatzi's motorcycle, Chun Fan paid attention to everything in front of him. Tongcheng is still the same Tongcheng, but he is no longer the Chun Fan of the past. The feeling of coming back this time is very different, and I have a different feeling in my heart than before. The fields along the road were full of thatch, and the former farmland had long been abandoned. Nowadays, very few people are farming, as all the young people have gone out to work or moved to the city. Only the lonely elderly people are left. After returning to the village, Chun Fan paid 15 yuan, and Air Motzi turned around and went back. Chun Fan came to the door with his bag on his back. "Dad, Mom." My mother came out of the house where she heard the sound. "Chun Fan, you're back?" Chun Fan put his bag at home. "Where's Dad?" "He went to the county town today." "Oh, what about your sister?" "Your sister hasn't come back from her classmate's house yet." Looking at everything at home, Chun Fan felt a mixture of thoughts. The house is still the old adobe house. Although it has 2 floors, it is very old. Other people have built small villas, but the floor of Chun Fan's house is made of dirt, without even a touch of cement. Chun Fan looked at his family's miserable environment and wondered how to talk to his parents. After a while, a car horn sounded at the door. Chun Fan walked out and saw that it was his sister Chun, one who came back in her classmate's car. Her male and female classmates came back with her. The male classmate parked a 50% new Hyundai on the side of the road and showed off the keys in his hand. Seeing this, my mother quickly called several of Chun Wan's classmates. "Brother, you're back?" 3 classmates also sat at the door. My mother poured tea and took out some melon seeds. The male student who was driving put the car keys on the table and asked Chun Fan, "There's not even a car in your village. How'd you get back? Did you walk? Why didn't you tell us in advance so we could pick you up?" Chun Fan said, "No, I'll take a motorcycle." "Oh, your place is a bit remote, and there are no buses. It's much more convenient over here. Almost every household has a private car. It's time for your family to buy a car." The girl next to him said, "How can it be compared with your village? Your village is considered relatively wealthy in the county." The other 2 boys also responded, "That's right, he's good. Even if he can't get into college, he will still be better than others in the future." The other party looked at Chun Wan with some pride, and Chun Fan could feel that this boy probably liked Chun Wan. But he didn't want to chat with these little kids, so he went back to his room. He came to the back of the yard, where there were pigs, chickens, and ducks. The environment is very bad, and there are many mosquitoes. Now Chun Fan has only one thought in his mind: how to make his parents accept this reality, or let them move to the city. It was almost 5 o'clock when Lao Chun came back from the county town on his bicycle. Just then, some of Chun Wan's classmates left. Chun Fan took the bag from Lao Chun and asked, "Dad, why did you come back just now?" Old Chun was a little happy to see his son. "You're back? Come with me to the county town to buy potatoes tomorrow." Chun Fan nodded repeatedly. Good. When the mother saw her son coming back, she killed the chickens specially. In the evening, the whole family had a lively dinner together happily. Chun Fan asked tentatively, "Dad, Mom, our house is too old, and the ecological environment is poor. Why don't we rent a storefront in the city and do some small business like them? Maybe I'll have the chance to buy a house in the city in the future." When Lao Chun heard this, he frowned and said, "Go buy a house in the city. We 2 old guys will live here." My mother also said, "Yes, after you graduate from college, your family will try to scrape together some money and see if we can help you with the down payment. Nowadays, girls won't get married if they don't have a house in the city." After saying that, she glanced at Chun Wan and said, "You have to work hard too. Don't even fail to get into college. Stop hanging out with those classmates and focus on your studies." Chun Wan didn't say anything because she knew her mother loved to nag. Chun Fan looked at her classmates today and said, "I also think you should study hard. Now is not the time for you to play. Even if you want to fall in love now, you will definitely regret it when you grow up." Chun Wan looked at her brother in surprise. Why did his opinion suddenly change? Chun Fan ignored her look and explained to her. The bowls on the table as an example. Your current social circle, classmates, and friends are like this bowl of vegetables. Your eyes must be on this bowl of vegetables right now. Only if you jump into this circle will you have a chance to see chicken. Don't look at me like that. According to your brother's knowledge over the years, there are different levels between people. Their understanding, knowledge, perspectives, and circles are different. These people are at different levels. If I were in the countryside, my goal and dream in life would just be to get married, have a child, and continue the life of my ancestors, working hard in the fields. But if I enter a higher circle, my life goal may be to start a company, build a career, and be a useful person to the motherland and society. Don't you envy those career elites and domineering CEOs on TV? You have to work hard to reach their level. Only when a girl is high-end and exquisite can she make those who are not as good as her feel ashamed. When your level is high, Your life will be different. Chun Wan curled her lips, indicating that she couldn't understand. Old Chen couldn't understand it either. What Chen Fan said was too profound. His request was very simple. As long as Chun Wan was admitted to university, she should not stay in the countryside in the future. As for the rest, he couldn't help either. All he could do was send his children here. The rest depends on their own destiny and ability. The next day, Chun Fan went to sell potatoes with Lao Chun early in the morning. Chun Fan thought it was a lot, but when his father took it out, there were only more than 300 kilograms. It seemed that they were still working in the old way. The father and son borrowed a trailer and pulled the potatoes to the county town to sell them at the entrance of the vegetable market. With this model, how much money can the father and son make in a day? Chun Fan shook his head and made an excuse to go to the bathroom to call Su Ruzhen. The sun was a little strong today. Lao Chun stood in the sun, wiping his sweat. He had been waiting for almost an hour, but had not sold a single potato. Chun Fan didn't know where he ran off to again, and just as he was about to get angry, a brand new Tuareg drove over. A very pretty girl got out of the car. Her figure and dress looked like she was from a big city. She looked at the photo on her phone, then looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. Uncle, how much are the potatoes? Chapter 44. The future daughter-in-law is so generous. After waiting for a long time, a customer came, and she was such a beautiful girl. Lao Chen was very happy. $2.50 a pound. How much do you want? Su Ruzhen picked up a potato with pits on it and said, Your potato is of good quality and a good variety. How about this? You help me load it into the car, and I'll take them all. At this time, Chun Fan arrived in time. Dad, let me do it. Go and take a rest. Old Chen looked at the crooked and cracked potatoes he grew. Are these potatoes of good quality? Is this what city people like? Chun Fan was working hard to load 50-pound bags of potatoes onto the truck. He finished it in no time. Su Ruzhen looked at him, who was as strong as an ox, and smiled. She even touched him secretly with her hand, causing Chun Fan to glare at her. Uncle, 326 kilograms. Let's call it 400 kilograms. Your potatoes are good. I'll give you 20 yuan per pound. 400 kilograms, 8,000 yuan. Can I round it up to 10,000 yuan? Puff. Old Chun, who had just been drinking water from the bottle, spat out. Is there such a calculation? $2 in a pound. 326 kilograms. She counted it as 400 kilograms. To make the total of 8,000 yuan, she gave 10,000 yuan. Lao Chun touched his forehead and asked, I don't have a fever, do I? Chun Fan was also speechless. This Su Ru was really overacting. Old Chun asked tremblingly, Girl, you are not mistaken. Yes, that's right. Uncle, where do you live? Can I take you back? See if you still have these potatoes at home. I want them all. Well, Chun Fan didn't expect that she would not follow the script, so he became a little anxious. There's nothing left at home. That's all. Old Chen glared at him fiercely. You silly son. How could such a good opportunity be gone? He responded repeatedly. Yes, we don't have much at home. We still have about 100 pounds to feed the pigs. Wipe. Chun Fan wiped his sweat. Dad's level still needs to be improved. Su Ruzhen smiled and asked the two to get in the car, and then go to Chun Fan's house together. Old Chen looked at the car and said, Son, this antenna is probably worth hundreds of thousands, right? When you have money in the future, you can buy one too. Su Ruzhen turned around and smiled, without saying anything. Chun Fan could only nod in response. It's fast to take a car. The journey, which originally took 3 or 4 kilometers, was quickly completed. The car stopped at the door, and Su Ruzhen looked like she was seeing something strange. Look east and west. Chun Wan was watching from the side and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Isn't this young lady so pretty? After Su Ruzhen drank 2 sips of tea, she walked into the house and looked. Hey, uncle, do you still have bowls like this? Old Chen was stunned. What's the matter? Su Ruzhen said, This is incredible. This bowl of yours is an antique. Do you want to sell it? The bowl is indeed an old one, having been passed down for decades. But if you say it is an antique, Old Chen doesn't believe it. Chun Fan's mother said, Miss, this is not an antique. It was brought over by my parents when I got married. Su Ruzhen said, Whether it is an antique or not, I really like this bowl. Sell it to me. Forehead. Chun Fan's mother hesitated. Take it if you want it. It's a gift for you. No, that won't work. I still paid the money and felt at ease. You can count them and see how many there are. I want them all at 100,000 yuan each. Thump. Chun Fan's mother was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Old Chen also wondered if this girl had something wrong with her brain. Otherwise, how can you buy my potatoes for 20 yuan per pound? $100,000 to buy me a bowl. He always felt something was wrong. When Chen Fan saw Su Ruzhen's performance, he stopped talking. After all, he is not a professional and his performance level is still a bit lacking. If he continues like this, he will be exposed sooner or later. Hey, uncle, aunt, how much are these ducks in your house? Sell them to me for 10,000 yuan each. I need these chickens and ducks raised in the countryside for catering. Mr. and Mrs. Chun were stunned. Now they were sure that the girl had mental problems. Otherwise, they want everything they see and pay sky-high prices. But Su Ruzhen wasn't done yet. Hey, sell me this stool too. I want this bed too. As long as it's something from your house, I'll take it. The clever Chunwan finally figured out. Miss, I think you want my brother, right? Mr. and Mrs. Chun suddenly realized. They all stared at their son in a daze. I see. Chun Fan looked embarrassed. What truth was he talking about? Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly at this moment. Sister is really smart. Let me tell you this. I do like your brother. I'm his senior, and I've been pursuing him for more than a year, but he just won't agree. I took advantage of his summer vacation and secretly came to your house. Then she came over and took Chun Fan's hand. Don't chase me away this time. Mr. and Mrs. Chun looked at each other in surprise, realizing that this was her real purpose. Coming for his son. But this girl is really pretty. She looks like a daughter from a wealthy family. Chen Fan was helpless after she acted out the script to this extent. Pulling his hand back. Can you please stop making trouble? Su Ruzhen smiled and stuck to him. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Uncle, aunt, he bullies me. Please help me control him. Such a beautiful girl came home, and the old couple were so embarrassed that they didn't know what to say. Chun Fan's mother quickly asked Su Ruzhen to sit down and glared at him. Why are you standing there? Why don't you go wash the fruit for them? Su Ruzhen saw Chun Fan coming in and smiled slightly with her hands covering her mouth. Then he took out a bank card from his bag and said, Uncle, aunt, there is 1 million in the card. You can use the money to build a house, a small villa or something. I will also be able to save face in front of the villagers in the future. How can this be possible? Old Chen quickly declined. Su Ruzhen said, We are a family from now on. Why are you being polite? Our family assets are worth tens of billions. What is this 1 million? Just don't tell the villagers after you take the money to avoid getting into trouble. Once the house is built, when Chun Fan and I come back, we won't have to live in a place like this. If my family sees it, I will be proud of it. Forehead. After hearing her say this, Mr. and Mrs. Chun felt the same way. For the sake of my daughter-in-law's face, I should renovate the house. The couple looked at each other. Su Ruzhen handed the bank card to them, and they hesitated for a long time before taking it. Chen Wan's eyes widened as she watched from the side. This future sister-in-law was so generous that she spent 1 million right away. Chapter 45, I will follow you all my life. After giving the money to Mr. and Mrs. Chun, Su Ruzhen said to Chen Wan, Sister, let me take you to the street to buy some clothes. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chen Wan was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. The sudden appearance of such a good sister-in-law is like a godsend. My mother glared at her and said, Shame on you. How can we trouble others? Mom. Oh no, Andy. Su Ruzhen said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, my relationship with Chun Fan has been confirmed. This is a fact that cannot be changed. My sister is already 17 years old, and she doesn't even have a decent set of clothes. After saying that, she was about to take Chun Wan to the county town. Chun Fan came out and shouted, Let's eat first. Mom responded, Yes, yes, yes. His father, you go get a fish from the pond, and I'll kill a chicken. Oh, call his uncle's family as well, and tell them that Chun Fan is back. It looked like they were going to make a big move, and Chun Fan didn't try to stop them. Su Ruzhen looked at his embarrassed expression and couldn't stop laughing. He came closer on purpose, appearing extremely intimate. Am I acting okay? Chun Fan glared at her. I asked you to buy a potato, but you acted like a wife. I'll deal with you when I get back. Old Chun called Uncle Chun Fan and his family over, and the two brothers went to the pond to fish. Chun Fan's mother killed chickens and ducks. These are the only things we have in the countryside. There is nothing better. When my aunt heard that Chun Fan brought a girlfriend with him, she happily came to help. When several neighbors saw this and heard that Old Chin's family had delicious food today, they came over without hesitation to eat. Chun Fan looked at everyone busy and happy, and he thought it was a good thing. Otherwise, he really didn't know what reason to give them money. If you tell them that you have made a lot of money outside and give them too much money, you are afraid that they will become arrogant. If a person drifts, it is a terrible thing. Too much money can also bring them trouble or even disaster. There is a saying that one's virtue does not match his position. Chun Fan has a very clear understanding of this aspect. If Chun Fan found a rich wife outside, and the woman's family paid for them to build a house, it would save a lot of trouble. The lunch was lively and polite. 7 or 8 dishes, more than a dozen people. Uncle and aunt were all envious of the beautiful Su Rujin. My nephew is so lucky. I wish my son could have the same fate. Several neighbors were also particularly envious. They asked about Su Rujin, his family background, and Su Rujin only said that her family was engaged in business, and it was a listed company. What she said also laid the foundation for Chun Fan to bring money home in the future. Otherwise, if a person becomes rich for no apparent reason, he will definitely be suspected by others. Everyone ate and drank together and said that the Chun couple were lucky. Taking this opportunity, Chun Fan said, "Dad, let's build the house." It would be inappropriate if Rujin's family came and saw this. Yes, it should be built. The uncle urged him to agree. Old Chen knew it very well. The other party had given the money and was just waiting for him to make preparations. Chun Fan continued, "I'll ask someone to get you a blueprint. Build it according to the blueprint. Don't build this old-fashioned house anymore." The uncle said, "That's right. Chun Fan is a college student after all. It's right to listen to him. If you don't have much knowledge, don't get involved. Just help." All right. Old Chen no longer has a say. After dinner, Chun Fan and Su Rujin took their sister to the county town to buy clothes. Mr. and Mrs. Chun stayed at home and chatted with their children. Soon, everyone in the village knew the news. It is said that Chun Fan brought back a girlfriend from a big city. Su Rujin took Chun Wan shopping, inside and outside. Change them all. Sister-in-law will buy you a new one. Buy all the clothes for all seasons. Now, there are 10 sets for spring, 10 sets for summer, and 10 sets for winter. Chun Wan was a little confused. Do rich people buy clothes by simply clearing out clothing stores? The consumption patterns of rich people refreshed her cognition. Su Rujin transferred another 100,000 yuan to Chun Wan. Don't let your brother know. Don't ask your family for money for your studies in the future. Make your own decisions. But don't mess around. Chen Huan nodded sensibly. But she still told Chun Fan. Chun Fan calculated with his fingers and figured out that Su Rujin must have spent all the more than 1 million yuan, right? But he had to admit that Su Ru was really a good person. So he secretly transferred 10 million to her account. Beep. After hearing the message, Su Rujin opened her phone and took a look. Well, she suddenly let out a scream, as if something had happened. I spent 1 million for the Chun family, and he gave me 10 million. She glanced at Chun Fan in the distance and said nothing for the time being. Then he bought clothes for Chun Fan's parents. Buy some fruits and snacks to take back. After all, they're guests at home. In the evening, the house continued to be lively. Chun Fan downloaded the construction drawings of the rural residential land from the internet. He chose a courtyard house design because there are too many different styles of villas nowadays. Chun Fan's family's residential land is large enough, so he simply built a 2-story courtyard house. The drawings were given to Lao Chun. There was no need to hesitate. He just found a geomancer to check the date and then found a construction team and started working. As for the old house, it is not worth anything at all, so just demolish it. Old Chen felt at ease now that he had money in his hands. Since my daughter-in-law is so supportive, let's do it. Just so happened that Dishing looked at the date and found that the next day would be an auspicious day. As long as the Chun family could make it in time, they could start construction immediately. As for the start of construction, it is just a symbolic gesture, and we can just do it slowly from now on. Chun Fan planned to stay at home for a week to half a month, but he didn't expect that he could get this matter done when he came back. He meant the whole package, supervised by Lao Chun. My uncle is also a person who works in infrastructure construction outside all year round, so the house matter was left to him. The house was launched on the 2nd day, and a groundbreaking ceremony was held on the 3rd day. Then cement, sand, and steel bars were brought in. Chun Fan's family temporarily stayed at their neighbor's house, and their new home began like this. I stayed at home for a week, during which times Wabang often sent me messages and sometimes called me secretly. She asked Chun Fan to go there early because her mother would take her away from home in a few days. This year's plans suddenly changed, and she was not allowed to go to her grandmother's house. So Wabang doesn't know what his mother is doing. Keep a close eye on yourself every day. After Chun Fan's home's foundation was completed and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, he said goodbye to his parents and returned to Jiangzhou early. Su Rujin has been staying in a hotel in a county town during this period and is finally about to return. She packed her luggage and said goodbye to Chun Fan's family. Mr. and Mrs. Chun are particularly fond of their future daughter-in-law, and they can't wait for her to have children right away. When I saw them leaving, I reluctantly saw them off for a long distance. The two drove onto the highway, and Su Rujin asked Chun Fan with a smile, "Boss, have I been doing okay during this period?" Chun Fan glared at her and said, "If you don't come back with me next time, how can I report to you?" Su Rujin giggled and said, "As long as you are willing, I will follow you for the rest of my life." Chapter 46. Zhuo Bing's Battle of Wisdom and Courage with his mother. As they were in a hurry to meet Zhuo Bing, the two did not plan to spend the night in the provincial capital and went straight back to Jiangzhou. If you're too tired, find a place to rest. The two took turns driving and spent more than 10 hours before finally arriving in Jiangzhou at around 3 in the morning. In order to tell Zhuo Bing that he was back, Chun Fan posted a message on WeChat Moments and worked day and night. After returning to the apartment, the two of them said nothing and went to bed. This journey was so tiring. The next morning, Zhuo Bing saw the circle of friends posted by Chun Fan and smiled happily. Since his mother has been too strict lately, Chun Fan doesn't dare to send random messages. This circle of friends is a signal. Zhuo Bing was watching happily when her mother came and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo Bing, get up. Mom, I'm not going today. I want to sleep in. Zhuo Bing protested. My mother pushed the door open and came in. What do you mean? We've only been training for a few days. If you don't study hard now, how can I let you manage the business in the future? Zhuo Bing's mother runs her own trading company, which is neither big nor small and is worth tens of millions. In the whole society, people like her can only be considered as not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Zhuo Handong is in the antique business and is worth hundreds of millions. The couple work hard on their own and do not interfere with each other's business. Zhuo Bing said angrily, "I don't want to go. Can't you let me rest for a day?" Zhuo Handong heard the two of them quarreling and came over to persuade them. Just let her rest for a day. There's no need to follow her so closely every day. Zhuo Bing's mother glared at him. What do you know? She suspected that her daughter was in love, but she didn't tell Zhuo Handong about it. According to Zhuo Bing's mother's thinking, since the signs have been discovered, they must be nipped in the bud. We can't let it develop, and if it can't be resolved, we will have to accept our fate. Taking precautions before they happen is what Zhuo Bing's mother always does. Zhuo Bing just refused to get up today, no matter how much she called him. So annoying. I don't know what she means. She is guarding me like a thief. Seeing that Zhuo Bing refused to move, the mother got angry and threw her bag. Okay, then I won't go to work today and stay at home with you. Zhuo Bing was speechless. Zhuo Handong didn't know what his wife meant, but she seemed to be making things difficult for their daughter during this holiday. Keep her with you every day. He didn't want the mother and daughter to have such a bad relationship, so he said a few words of advice. But Zhuo Bing's mother glared at him fiercely. Don't worry about it. I'm doing this for her own good. Zhuo Bing got up, washed up, and started packing. What are you going to do? Can I go to my grandmother's house? I'm going to tell Grandma about you and see if she treated you like this before. I'm an adult now, and I don't have any freedom at all. I don't believe you were so honest before. My mother looked embarrassed after hearing Zhuo Bing's complaints. Zhuo Handong looked at his wife and smiled without saying anything. When she was young, my wife is from Northeast China. She has a bold personality and dared to travel all over the country when she was a teenager. I finally settled down after I met myself. When she heard that Zhuo Bing was going to her grandmother's house to complain, she felt embarrassed. Maybe it was because she knew her own character and was afraid that Zhuo Bing would repeat the mistakes she made when she was young, so she stared at him closely. When Zhuo Handong saw his wife being humiliated, he covered his mouth and smiled without saying anything. Okay, then you can just rest at home for a day. After all, she couldn't persuade her daughter, so she chose to take a step back. In fact, it is impossible to control a girl's love affair. She can only postpone the time as much as possible. Zhuo Handong, you should stay at home with her today. After saying that, she picked up her bag and went out angrily. Zhuo Handong seemed to have guessed something. Zhuo Bing, why are you fighting with your mother? You know her temper. Zhuo Bing said unhappily. Isn't she annoying? She stares at me like a thief every day. I am also an adult, okay? There is no dignity or freedom at all. Zhuo Handong looked at his daughter and asked, Are you in love? Zhuo Bing rolled his eyes. Why are you the same as her? Zhuo Handong looked embarrassed. I mean, if you were in a relationship, You can bring it back to us for reference. If this boy satisfies everyone, won't your mother be relieved? Don't try to trick me. You two are so mean. After saying that, she sat down on the sofa and said, Dad, go and get busy. I'm resting at home. Zhua Handong was more tactful than his wife. Please help me check the Tianyan store. I have something to do today. Why do I want to make time to meet Chin Fan? Are all you like this? Bother. At this moment, she really wanted to run away from home. No, Zhua Bing said unhappily. In fact, Zhua Handong was just testing the waters. After all, he was still very concerned about his daughter's lifelong affairs. It's not impossible for her to fall in love. As parents, we can help keep an eye on her. What if she meets a scumbag? Then I'll go to the store. You can take care of it yourself at noon. Zhua Handong picked up his bag and left. I know. Zhua Bing was very impatient. As soon as her parents left, she immediately called Chun Fan. Zhu, are you back? I rushed back at around 3 o'clock last night. Where are you? I've been waiting for your call. Zhua Bing thought for a moment and said, You should find a secluded place. My mother is always watching me. A secluded place? Then I'll go get a room. Only in the hotel, she couldn't find it. If I go shopping, what if she catches me? Whatever you want. Zhua Bing stood up, tidied herself up briefly, and admired herself in the mirror. Well, not bad. Still as beautiful and youthful as ever. After going out, Zhua Bing stopped a taxi on the side of the road. Beauty, where are you going? Go, Zhua Bing suddenly noticed a car behind him, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his mother. Oh my God. It turned out that she didn't go to the company and had been watching downstairs. Zhua Bing was speechless. Go to Xinhua bookstore. After the taxi driver dropped her off at the bookstore, Zhua Bing bought a book and took a taxi back. Hey, this girl actually went to buy books? Did I misunderstand her? Looking at her daughter going upstairs, Zhua Bing's mother pondered. She picked up her phone and made a call. Zhua Bing, I'll be back for lunch at noon. Zhua Bing was so angry that he was fuming. This meant she couldn't go out. No, he replied unhappily and hung up the phone. Then, seeing his mother's car leaving from the window, Zhua Bing called Chun Fan in frustration. Where have you been? Chun Fan said, I was just about to go to the hotel. Are you coming out? Don't go. You can't get out today. Where are you then? I'll come see you. No, my mother is watching me closely. It's okay. I'll just take a look from your window so as not to alarm them. Zhua Bing felt warm in the heart and looked towards the hotel outside the community. Hey, I'll send you a location. Come here. I just need to be back by noon. Chin Fan looked at the time. It was past 9 o'clock. Without saying a word, he rushed to the hotel opposite Zhua Bing's residential area. Chapter 47, Purchase of a Building. After Chin Fan checked into the room, he immediately told Zhua Bing the room number. Zhua Bing arrived in 10 minutes. The two hugged each other as soon as they met. Without saying a word, they just hugged each other tightly. Zhua Bing clung to Chun Fan like a little pet. The two hugged each other for more than 10 minutes, and Chun Fan picked her up and brought her to the sofa. At this time, it is estimated that neither of them has any bad intentions. They just want to hug each other tightly for a while to relieve the pain of missing each other. Chun Fan, do you miss me? After a long time, Zhua Bing raised his head, touched Chun Fan's chin, and asked, I missed you so much. Otherwise, why would I rush over here in such a hurry? Love you. Zhua Bing smiled with satisfaction and put his face against Chun Fan's chest. What's wrong with your mom? You look so nervous. Did she find out something about you? Chun Fan didn't understand either. He was already so old, but his parents were still staring at him like this. Speaking of his mother, Zhua Bing looked unhappy. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's been staring at me since the day off. Chun Fan's heart trembled. Did she know about what happened at school? Zhua Bing thought for a while. I shook his head. Have no idea. Well, it seems that I still can't be too high profile. She might hear about what happened at school. What does your mother do? Two people are tired of being together. Zhua Bing talked about his family situation, which was definitely a middle-class family. Life is without worries about food and clothing. Forget it, I don't bother with her. If you know, then you know. Actually, I don't understand. She's been very busy lately. Her current company is too small, so she plans to move. I haven't found a better venue yet. You're so busy, and you still have the mind to take care of me. Chun Fan's heart moved. Where does she want to move to? I don't know. I guess I want to find a more upscale place. Zhua Bing lay in his arms. What did Chun Fan think of it this time? The two of them stayed in the hotel for more than an hour, and this time Chun Fan was really obedient. He didn't touch her at all like he did before, but just held her tightly. Zhua Bing felt very at ease and enjoyed it. It was almost noon, and Zhou Bing said awkwardly, I want to go back. My mother is coming back for dinner. Chen Fan hugged her and said, call me when you have time. Zhou Bing nodded vigorously, hugged Chen Fan's neck, and kissed him. The two young people were inseparable and entangled with each other. When a girl is in love, she is particularly clingy. This was the first time Chen Fan experienced this feeling. After checking out, Zhou Bing slipped away through the back door. When she got home, she sent another message to Chen Fan. Love you. You are mine. Chen Fan looked at his phone and smiled. What a clingy little goblin. At this time, Su Ruzhen called over. Boss, are you coming back for dinner? Return. Chen Fan quickly rushed back to the apartment. Su Ruzhen was cooking in a small apron. When she saw Chen Fan come in, she immediately handed him a pair of slippers. You want to do something bad? Seeing the mark on Chen Fan's neck, Su Ruzhen felt a little unhappy. This guy left his own good cabbage and ran out to steal it. Of course, Chen Fan didn't admit it. No way. What nonsense are you talking about? Not yet. There are red marks all over my neck. Su Ruzhen threw a towel over and said, go to the bathroom and check it yourself. Chen Fan walked into the bathroom. Fuck. I was so engrossed just now that I didn't pay attention. I don't know if Zhou Bing has it. Chen Fan sent her a WeChat message, and Zhou Bing was speechless. He just responded with a pitiful expression. I have to be more careful next time, otherwise her family will find out sooner or later. Ahem. Ruzhen, go do something this afternoon. Chen Fan returned to the living room and said seriously. Su Ruzhen said, you say, isn't there a building in Xinjiku? Go buy it. Huh? Su Ruzhen was stunned. Why do you want to buy a building? She knew this building. It was more than 50 stories high. It was said that the developer was having difficulty with cash flow and was preparing to sell the entire building. Who can afford a building like this without hundreds of millions? She also couldn't understand why Chen Fan suddenly wanted to buy a house. Chen Fan explained, we can't stay here forever, right? Buy it and start a company. From now on, you are President Su. Everything in the company is under your control. Of course, you are under my control. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and said, have you ever taken care of others? In this regard, she was somewhat resentful. The meal was ready. After the two finished their meal, Su Ruzhen went to do some work in the afternoon. Chen Fan opened the stock trading software to check the stock market situation. The 5 long-term stocks all saw significant gains, with an average profit of 30%. The total amount of funds in the account is now more than 3.64 billion. I looked at the future trends of these 5 stocks and sold the weak ones to cash out. Because once Su Ruzhen completes the deal, a huge amount of money will be needed. But I guess our negotiations won't be that fast. A special guest came to the Zhaoshi Real Estate Headquarters office building. The manager of the Commerce Department is also a woman, about 36 or 37 years old, and very beautiful. When she heard that someone wanted to buy the building in Xinjiku, she personally received the guest. But when she saw the other person, she was shocked. The other person was younger and more beautiful than herself. Looking at the other person's well-dressed professional attire, Zhou Lan was unsure of his origins. I'm Zhou Lan from Zhao Real Estate's business department. What's your name? My name is Su Ruzhen. Just call me Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen stood up and shook hands with Zhou Lan. In the past, she must have envied Zhou Lan, an executive of a large company. But now she has completely lost the idea. At this moment, she is Zhao's guest. Su Ruzhen explained her purpose, and Zhou Lan asked in surprise, what payment method do you plan to use? Su Ruzhen didn't care at all. It doesn't matter. Whatever you think is convenient is fine. It's just that the deal needs to be done faster. Our boss doesn't like things to drag on. You mean you can pay the full amount? Zhou Lan stood up suddenly. The company was in urgent need of a large amount of funds recently. The chairman cashed out more than 10 points from the stock market in preparation for taking on big projects. After the news that this building in Xinjiku was for sale was released, many interested people inquired about it, but most of them could not come up with so much cash. The other party can actually pay the full amount? Zhou Lan suppressed the joy in his heart and said, okay, I'll ask my superiors and try to give me the most favorable price. She walked out of the reception room and immediately called the chairman for instructions. Zhao Guowei gave her an instruction. You are in full charge. Zhou Lan had an idea in mind. As soon as I came back, I made the final decision with Su Ruzhen. Our company's reserve price is 480 million yuan. So Ruzhen nadid, no problem. Why? She didn't bargain? Zhou Lan was a little confused. Was the deal done just like that? Of course, the previous offer was 650 million. Later, when they really needed a large amount of funds for turnover, they gave out 480 million yuan. The two parties reached an agreement in this way. Su Ruzhen paid a deposit of 10 million and signed a contract. After the third-party inspection confirms there are no quality issues with the construction, pay the remaining balance in one lump sum. Chapter 48, Chun Fan's first company. Zhao Guowei was surprised that the building of Zhao Real Estate was purchased privately. There is actually such a person in Jiangzhou. You have to know that even many large companies cannot easily spend hundreds of millions. Either take out a bank loan or pay in installments. After all, everyone knows to hold on to the cash. The other party paid very quickly. He asked Zhou Lan to keep an eye on him. Perhaps they could become partners in the future. The third-party inspection report will take a week to come out, so Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to hurry up and register a company. Su Ruzhen is the legal person. Su Ruzhen knew that Chun Fan's business empire was about to officially begin. The company's name is Blueprint Investments. While Su Ruzhen was handling the company's procedures, Chun Fan called Chun Meng over. Once a company is established, the security system must be kept up to date. When Chun Meng received the call and heard that he could be paid 3 times the salary, he resigned on the spot without saying a word and took the high-speed rail to Jiangzhou City overnight. In the evening, Chun Fan called him to have a midnight snack together. Then he stayed in the hotel overnight. The next morning, Chun Fan took him to meet Su Ruzhen. According to what the two had agreed beforehand, Su Ruzhen was the boss and Chun Fan was just an introducer. Chun Meng had met Su Ruzhen once, and seeing Su Ruzhen's temperament, he believed it. Su Ruzhen told him the key point. The company has just started and your responsibility is to be responsible for the company's security. At present, he is temporarily working as Su Ruzhen's driver. After all, Su Ruzhen is very busy during this period. Seeing that Chun Fan had introduced such a good job to him, Chun Meng asked Su Ruzhen, when Chun Fan graduates, can we come to work together in the company? Su Ruzhen tried to hold back her smile, but she couldn't reveal Chun Fan's identity. We'll talk about it later. He told me that you are very good and highly recommended you. You should do a good job. Chun Meng was very happy. After all, he was paid 10,000 yuan a month here. The work is easy. After Chun Meng's work was settled, the report from the third-party testing agency also came out. The entire building complies with construction standards and has no safety or quality issues. So the two parties formally handled the handover and Su Ruzhen paid the money. From now on, this building belongs to Chun Fan. Moreover, it is a private property and is not included in the company's assets. Blueprint Investment Company Limited was formally established with a registered capital of 10 million. Next, Chun Fan set up another company. This time the legal person is himself. Use this company to control Blueprint Investments. Of course, Su Ruzhen didn't understand these tricks. She was just an executor. Chun Meng had been following Su Ruzhen for a while. When he took over the property, he looked at the towering building. Oh my God, this is the company headquarters? Su Ruzhen said, from now on, the security of this building will be under your charge, with dozens or even hundreds of people under you. Chun Meng chuckled and scratched his head. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your appreciation. But the company's management system will be very strict, so you have to work hard. Su Ruzhen scolded him again to prevent him from getting too cocky. While she was busy setting up the company, Chun Fan continued with his daily operations. However, he is currently focusing on long-term operations and does not need to keep an eye on it every day. After freeing up 600 million yuan in funds, there are currently 4 billion yuan in the account. Just keep hiding. There's no need to alarm anyone. I just want to be a small retail investor in the stock market. Chun Fan turned off the computer and called Su Ruzhen. Have you finished renting out the company building? It's done. Someone came to look at the venue yesterday. Okay, put the ad out. You've been working hard during this period. I'd like to treat you tonight. What would you like to eat? Anything I can order? Yes, of course. Can you? Seeing that he stopped talking, Su Ruzhen covered her mouth and laughed secretly on the other end of the phone. But she was also very depressed. What is wrong with this guy? I just don't feel bad for myself. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Snort. One day you will not be able to escape from my palm. Su Ruzhen really didn't believe that Chun Fan could remain calm in such a situation. Then Chun Fan called Zhuo Bing again. Is your mother strict with you recently? You should try to get her to go shopping at Xinjiang. Zhuo Bing didn't understand what she meant. She's been busy lately, looking for venues everywhere, but couldn't find a suitable one. Tell her to go. It's better to keep quiet. After all, your mother is so cunning. Zhuo Bing was speechless. You treat your future mother-in-law like this? Chun Fan said fiercely. If it weren't for her, I would have succeeded long ago. Now I'm 20 years old and still a virgin. Roll. Zhuo Bing rolled his eyes. However, she still listened to Chun Fan's words. This time, without her mother calling her back, she went directly to her mother's company. Mom, I don't want to eat at home tonight. Let's go out to eat. You've worked hard these past few days. I'll treat you. Forehead. Zhuo Bing's mother looked confused. She was angry with her a few days ago. Why do you feel like a different person today? Not good. Was it stolen? She looked at her daughter carefully. In the evening, the family of 3 went out to eat. Zhuo Bing specifically asked to go to the restaurant in Xinjiku. This did not arouse my mother's suspicion, but instead made her see the rental advertisement in the building opposite. The entire building is made of LED signs. Zhuo Bing's mother's eyes lit up. Huh? Didn't you say before that it's only for sale and not for rent? Why is it rented out now? She immediately asked someone and heard that the building was sold for 480 million yuan. My goodness, really rich. Even with the combined funds of her and her husband, they couldn't buy this building. Moreover, they are usually regarded as successful people or so-and-so CEOs by others. Zhuo Bing's mother was very happy with the meal because she could go to see the venue tomorrow. If we can set up the company here, with this location and the grandeur of the building, the image of the entire company will become more upscale. In the evening, Chun Fan was making plans with Su Ruzhen. With such a big building, we can open a hotel ourselves. Su Ruzhen suggested. Opening a hotel is not our strong point, but we can hold a controlling stake and let others do it. Chun Fan thought of Zhao Linlin. Doesn't she run a hotel herself? Now that we have bought this building, we must make use of it. With more than 50 floors, in addition to office buildings, hotels are definitely necessary. Now Chun Fan wants to expand his business and not just make money in the stock market. The next morning, Su Ruzhen received a call from Zhuo Bing's mother. The two arranged a time to meet. Chun Fan told her that he didn't need to pay her rent and that we would hold the controlling stake in the form of rent. Su Ruzhen couldn't understand. Chun Fan also wanted to get involved in such a small company. Of course, she didn't know that this woman was Zhuo Bing's mother. Once he takes control of Zhuo Bing's mother's company, won't he be able to control this future mother-in-law at will? Chapter 49. I am worth billions, yet you say I am a decorator? Unexpectedly, Zhuo Bing's mother was very sensitive. When she heard that the landlord wanted to invest in her company, she chose to refuse. In the end, Su Ruzhen rented her an entire floor of the building at a relatively cheap price. Chun Fan named this building Yun Fan Building. Others don't understand Chun Fan's thoughts, but Su Ruzhen understands them. This building is another starting point for Chun Fan's career. There will always be a time to ride on the wind and waves and set sail to cross the vast ocean. He is going into business. However, Zhuo Bing's mother couldn't understand why she was so lucky to be able to get the lease of a floor in Yun Fan Building at such a cheap price. She even asked Su Ruzhen, and Su Ruzhen said that she was the first customer to rent, so she gave her a lower price. This is the only way Zhuo Bing's mother could understand it. Otherwise, you can't think that others are coveting your beauty. Zhuo Bing's mother is a woman of temperament, but Zhuo Bing is better than her. In the afternoon, Zhuo Bing sent a message saying that he would go to Yun Fan Building with his mother to check out the progress of the renovation. Chun Fan looked at the time and hurried over. Su Ruzhen was in charge of Yun Fan Building's affairs, and Chun Fan had only come once. This is my second time here today, and Blueprint Investment Company is also undergoing renovations. The top 10 floors of the building were reserved for Chun Fan. The floors below the 20th floor are used as hotels, and the floors from the 20th to the 40th are rented out. Zhuo Bing's mother was very ambitious, and she asked for the 46th floor. Because she doesn't want other companies to be ahead of her, she also sees the new company as another starting point for her career. Although the hotel has not been built yet, Chun Fan has already reserved space for it. Moreover, its elevator is separated from the commercial area upstairs. Half of the lobby on the first floor belongs to the hotel and is entered from the south. The commercial area is entered from the north, and the two sides do not interfere with each other. Chun Fan came downstairs and happened to meet Zhuo Bing and her mother getting out of the car. While her mother wasn't paying attention, Zhuo Bing smiled at Chun Fan. Chun Fan noticed Zhuo Bing's mother. She was a northern woman and was over 1.7 meters tall. She has a great figure, and standing together with Zhuo Bing, they look like a pair of sisters. Chun Fan followed the two into the elevator at a leisurely pace. Zhuo Bing's mother glanced at Chun Fan and saw that he was just an ordinary boy, so she didn't take it seriously. Chun Fan stood behind her, level with Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing quietly stroked Chun Fan's palm a few times with her fingers and made a face. Chun Fan was not polite either and pinched her thigh. "Young man, are you the decorator here?" Zhuo Bing's mother suddenly asked. Chun Fan hummed, "Yes. Auntie, is there anything wrong?" Zhuo Bing's mother looked back at him again and said to Zhuo Bing, "Look, this is the result of not studying. At such a young age, I can only do this kind of hard and tiring work on the construction site." Chun Fan was speechless. "Do you think your purpose in asking me this is just to step on me?" Zhuo Bing was also speechless. Chun Fan glanced at Zhuo Bing's mother and said, "Yes, I just don't like to study. Someone who can only carry bricks on the construction site." The elevator reached the 46th floor and the mother and daughter got out. Chun Fan came to his company's premises and Su Ruzhen was there. She is very serious about this matter. After all, the company is her legal representative and she is full of passion. Chun Fan said that he wanted to make her worth 10 billion. After Blueprint Investment was established, Su Ruzhen's net worth naturally increased. By then, she will be the elite of the younger generation in this circle. "Why are you here? How about looking at our design petitions?" Chun Fan nodded and looked out the window. This 50-plus story building is exceptionally tall and reaches into the clouds. There are also many tall buildings around, but most of them are only about 30 stories high. Therefore, Yunfan Building has a unique flavor. From here, you can see the mighty river flowing eastward. Su Ruzhen stood beside him, and Chun Fan asked, "What do you feel at this moment?" Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "There's a kind of grandeur that seems to rule the world. I'm in a very good mood and full of passion." Chun Fan smiled, but he wasn't in that mood. His goal is simple, to make money. What great ambitions and lofty sentiments. Why think so much? Su Ruzhen pointed to an area over there and said, "This is the office area prepared for you. More than 500 square meters. There's also a dedicated rest area." Since Chun Fan only planned to renovate one floor, Su Ruzhen divided an area at the place with the best view and planned to use it as Chun Fan's office. Chun Fan shook his head. "Give it to you. I don't need an office. It's just that no one is allowed to enter your rest area, except me." Su Ruzhen's face suddenly turned red, and she glared at him angrily. "I would have felt relieved if you had said that earlier." She blushed, but said seriously, "You said so, don't lie to me." Chun Fan laughed out loud. Downstairs, Zhuo Bing's mother and her daughter stood in front of the window. She pointed at everything outside the window, looking down at him. "Zhuo Bing, this is a new starting point for Mom's career. Then Mom will go out into the world from here and become a figure that the world will pay attention to. I want to be a giant in the business world, a rich man like Supermanly. When I get old, I will leave all this to you. Let's go upstairs and take a look." The mother and daughter took the elevator to the Blueprint Investment and Renovation site upstairs. When she found that Mr. Su was talking to the decorator. "Hey, Mr. Su, what a coincidence, you are here too." When Chun Fan saw them coming, he gave Su Ruzhen a look, telling her not to reveal her identity. Su Ruzhen also smiled and greeted him. "Boss Han, why are you here?" Zhuo Bing's mother glanced at Chun Fan beside her, but didn't care. After all, who cares about a decorator? She started to get close to Su Ruzhen. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for taking care of me and giving me such a favorable rent. Hey, when you are free, I will treat you to a meal. How about today? It's better to do it today than today." Su Ruzhen waved her hands repeatedly. "Forget about eating. I really don't have time recently. I have to have dinner with my boss in the evening, and I can't leave him alone." Han Kaiying was anxious. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat, and it won't take up much time. "Tonight, please. How about that? I'll go make a restaurant reservation." Su Ruzhen was about to refuse, but Chun Fan gestured from a distance and asked her to look at her phone. Su Ruzhen took out her phone and looked at it. "Promise her." She didn't know what Chun Fan meant, so she could only reluctantly say, "Okay then." Chapter 50, the biggest boss behind all this. But she made a small request. "Mr. Han, if we go out to dinner together tonight, I hope it's just the two of us. I want to discuss something with Mr. Han." Zhuo Bing's mother was stunned for a moment and immediately responded, Okay. After waiting for a long time for Su Ruzhen to agree, she certainly would not refuse. Although Su Ruzhen didn't know why Chun Fan made such arrangements, she still did it. "Zhuo Bing, go back by yourself later and tell your dad. I have something to do tonight." "Good class." Zhuo Bing was extremely excited. He smiled at Chun Fan instinctively. Zhuo Bing's mother took the opportunity to invite Su Ruzhen. In that case, why don't we find a place to have tea now? I feel very close to President Su from the moment I met him. Mr. Su has achieved so much at such a young age. Su Ruzhin smiled sweetly and said politely, No, Mr. Han is the senior. I want to learn from you. It's a slap in the face to talk about studying. You manage a building worth hundreds of millions, and all I have is just tens of millions. In order to get close to Su Ruzhin, Zhou Bing's mother invited her to a tea house she was familiar with. Of course, she would never have thought that what would happen between her daughter and a decorator. After giving a few instructions, they went downstairs. Seeing the two people get in the car and leave, Zhou Bing waved, "Goodbye, Mom." Then she turned back, and the two people in love couldn't wait to hug each other. Chen Fan, I love you. I love you too. This time we can finally be together openly without having to worry about my mom watching us. Su Ruzhin and Zhou Bing's mother were still drinking tea. Little did they know, the curtains of a room in a nearby hotel slowly closed. In the tea house, Zhou Bing's mother was very polite. Boss Su, I really want to thank you this time. Hey, Mr. Su, how old are you? I'm 24. I envy you guys so much for being this old. I'm old in the blink of an eye. Looking at Su Ruzhin's delicate figure, Zhou Bing's mother was filled with envy. She is so young, so capable, and she combines beauty and intelligence. It must be hard to find such a girl. Where is Mr. Su from? Zhou Bing's mother drank tea and slowly got closer to Su Ruzhin. Su Ruzhin's eyebrows suddenly twitched for no reason. I always feel like something's going to happen. However, the order she received was to delay Zhou Bing's mother as much as possible. Drink tea, eat, and then do some health maintenance. It won't take a few hours to finish it, right? Su Ruzhin has been wondering, what does Chun Fan mean? What does this guy want to do? The clever Su Ruzhin seemed to have guessed something. Her pretty face turned red, and she cursed in her heart. This bastard. The two stayed in the hotel room for more than 3 hours, inseparable. When Zhou Handong called, Zhou Bing remembered that he had not told his father that he would not be back home for dinner that night. Oh no, will my mother be suspicious? No, she's too busy to handle it herself. All right. Zhou Bing finally felt relieved. Hey, you seem to be very familiar with President Su. Chun Fan nodded. Do you really think that our mother can rent such a cheap office building? Huh? So you were the one who helped behind this. She was a little bit unconvinced. Chun Fan's family was not well off, so he worked extra hard. In addition to working part-time to earn money for his studies, he also worked part-time outside. According to my dad, he met Chun Fan in the antique market, but I didn't expect that he actually knew someone like Su Ruzhin. In Zhou Bing's eyes, Su Ruzhin should be considered the big boss. After all her parents' assets combined are only worth 100 or 200 million. Certainly, she would never imagine that Chun Fan was the biggest boss behind all of this. The two stayed in the hotel until after 10 o'clock, and Zhou Bing wanted to go back. This time, Chun Fan was very careful not to leave any marks on her neck. He sent Zhou Bing to her doorstep before taking a taxi home. He was indeed very excited today, as he finally defeated Zhou Bing, tasted another kind of happiness in life. After returning to the apartment, Chun Fan went to the bathroom to take a shower. Unexpectedly, Su Ruzhin came back before I finished taking a bath. She also brought food to Chun Fan. Chun Fan half closed the bathroom door and asked, "Why did you come back?" Su Ruzhin looked at him. "What do you mean? Don't you want me to come back?" "No, I didn't bring any clothes in." "Cut. It's not like I haven't seen it before." Su Ruzhin Juliet Herdips. Have you ever seen it? Chun Fan felt like something was wrong. Su Ruzhin's face suddenly turned red. "I'll get you some clothes." Seeing her like this, Chun Fan panicked. "That's not right. How could she have seen it? Did she peek at me?" Su Ruzhin brought the clothes over. Seeing her guilty look, Chun Fan seriously suspected that she had succeeded in taking advantage of him. After changing his clothes, Chun Fan asked solemnly, "Tell me the truth. Have you ever peeked at me? What are you thinking about? When you sleep at night?" Su Ruzhin suddenly stopped talking. Chun Fan shuddered. "Then you can't watch it either. Is it my fault? I'm lucky I didn't take advantage of the situation. When it comes to hooliganism, I really can't beat her." Chun Fan had no choice but to change the subject, set up the company structure as soon as possible. Chen Ming also needs to recruit people. I was just about to do it. I asked him to gather his former comrades to form a defense force. Yes, we also need to set up a property management company. Let me think about this first. Chun Fan has his own considerations. I'm going to go to the barbecue restaurant tomorrow to see their current situation. The next afternoon, Chun Fan came to the barbecue restaurant. Seeing that Lang Gao and the others were there, Tang Jing continued to work for them. Chen Fan asked, "How's business lately?" Qinan said it was just so, not too good nor too bad. "I earn more than 1,000 yuan a day." Chen Fan said, "Close it. Let others do this kind of thing." Everyone was puzzled. Wang Hao said, "I think having more than 1,000 yuan a day during the summer vacation is already pretty good." Chen Fan asked him, "Have you done the math? If there's no loss and everyone can make a little profit, then sell it." "I have an idea. How about we set up a property management company?" "Property company? How much money would that cost?" Of course, Chen Fan would not let them invest money. He would let Su Ruzhen build up the place and then contract it to them. Let them adapt to society in advance. The Yunfan building is built. It will be a simple matter of making money. Chun Fan said to Tang Jing, "You can come with us. The 5 of you can start a business together." Dan Ding Pao said, She didn't expect that she would have one too. Chapter 51. Su Ruzhen's Secret. Compared to the small barbecue restaurant, contracting the property of Yunfan building will definitely be more profitable. Chun Fan told him his plan. Although the 5 people were extremely eager to do so, they were also a little worried. Will they do such a big thing for us? The most important thing is that we don't understand anything. Can't I learn if I don't understand? Working in a property management business is nothing more than providing services, collecting money, and providing good services. Chen Fan taught them solemnly. Seeing him speak so seriously and like a leader, Lang Gao was surprised. "Chen Fan, you have changed." Yes, many people noticed that he had changed. He is no longer the poor student who was destitute before. He became more confident and imposing. You have to know that these people in front of you have grown up with him. Even Tang Jing noticed it. They all said that Chun Fan was a poor student who relied on welfare, but the confidence and courage he showed now made people very suspicious. Is this still the Chun Fan I know? Chun Fan seemed to realize something. "Oh no, I overacted." He quickly interrupted them and said, "Seriously, if we do this well, it will be another starting point in our lives. But why should people trust us? You want us to do such a big project?" "Yes. You know, many companies are unwilling to hire us because we have no work experience." Qin then expressed his concerns. Chun Fan said, "Don't worry about that. I'll go and coordinate. What you need to do now is how to divide the work. You can temporarily register it under the name of someone else's company, so you can save yourself a lot of trouble. It's a metaphor for finance, taxation, etc. But you have to make it clear now and arrange the personnel structure. Work is very different from school. Since we are partners, we must work together and unite as one. At work, you must obey arrangements and management. Think about this for yourselves." Tianan asked, "What about you?" "Yes, just come and be our leader, and we will follow you." Chun Fan shook his head. "I have my own part-time job, and I'm too busy." "Prince Haozi, you 2 men have a heavy responsibility to shoulder, and the burden should be borne by you." They both nodded. "Okay, so what are we waiting for? You can transfer this place." The barbecue restaurant was originally prepared for them to practice, and now is just the starting point for them to officially enter the career, really come into contact with society. Currently, Yunfan Building has just started renting out properties, so the property management is not that complicated. After the barbecue restaurant was transferred, Tang Jing's salary had to be settled immediately. Chun Fan said, "You should divide my share equally among you. Give Tang Jing 2 salaries." Qin then opened his mouth. This guy is so generous. He didn't want all the money from running the store, but Wang Hao said, "How can this be possible? Your family is the poorest among us. How can we covet your money?" "Yes, although we all know that you are a righteous person, you can't do this. What kind of brothers are we otherwise?" Lang Gao also refused to take his money. "Whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not interested in this little money." As requested by Chun Fan, Tang Jing was paid 5,000 yuan in salary. Tang Jing also knew in her heart that it was impossible for her to earn so much money from the job she was doing here. So she didn't want it. Everyone was speechless. "No way. Don't you guys need money? You're not interested in money?" Qinan advised, "Tang Jing, take it. It's a token of our appreciation." After talking for a long time, Tang Jing finally agreed to accept the 3,000 yuan. Seeing Chun Fan about to leave, Tang Jing chased after him. "Chun Fan, what's the matter?" She handed over the 3,000 yuan and said, "Can I pay you back first?" Chun Fan shook his head. "What's the hurry? Keep this money for now. School will start again in a while. You can't go back and ask for money, right?" Tang Jing bit her lip, but don't have any psychological burden. I went through the same thing, but now I'm very strong inside. When the time comes, just do your job well. This is also an asset in life. But you need money too. Tang Jing was still worried. Are you worried about me? Chen Fan looked at her, and she didn't dare to raise her head. Compared to Zwabing, Tang Jing is more timid. I have a part-time job outside, so I'm not short of money. Now I can still send money home. Don't worry. Go back and study those property management knowledge carefully. Tang Jing hummed. I will try my best. Night. Su Ruzhen is back. Reported today's work progress to Chun Fan. Chun Meng recruited more than a dozen security guards. Among them were several of Chun Meng's comrades in arms. Chun Fan said, although the company has just started, the system must be clear. We can't let them get used to being lazy. Otherwise, we won't be able to manage them in the future. Also, let those students I told you about train themselves and see if they can be recruited into the company in the future. Chun Fan did not let them get a fixed salary, but asked them to start their own business. This was also a good intention. The current focus of the property is safety and fire protection, maintaining the building's facilities, and dealing with renovation waste from new companies moving in. As the company operated step by step, the number of employees gradually increased. Chun Fan began to plan a bigger plan. On the stock market side, Chun Fan continued to make money every day. The money in the capital account has exceeded 6.6 billion. In just half a month, the increase reached more than 50%. The amount of capital now is too large, and it is impossible to be as nimble as before and catch the daily limit every day. If too much money is involved, the dealer will become cautious. Therefore, Chun Fan could only plan for the long term. Su Ruzhen is now busier than before. She has to take care of all the affairs inside and outside the company, so she has no time to help Chun Fan run the business. Su Ruzhen was as tired as a dog that day and collapsed on the sofa as soon as she came back. Chun Fan said, come on, I'll take you to get a massage. Su Ruzhen lay there. I don't want to move anymore. No way. I'm taking you to enjoy yourself, but you won't go. Su Ruzhen hooked his foot and said, why don't you help me press it? You can press it any way you want. Chun Fan said, Student Xiao Su, you have been drifting a lot lately. Dare you let your boss give you a massage? Su Ruzhen curled her lips. Stingy guy. I've never been on guard against you, but you treat me like this. Ahem. Chun Fan quickly changed the subject. My house has already been built to the second floor, and the main structure should be completed soon. Oh, the progress is quite fast. Well, wait until they finish building it, and then I'll take the time to go back. Hey, Su Ruzhen, why have I never heard you mention your family? When can I visit your home? Su Ruzhen's face immediately became flustered. What's so good about my house? Chapter 52. Let your boss give you a massage? Seeing that she looked unnatural, Chun Fan seriously suspected that she was hiding a secret. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Chun Fan said solemnly. Su Ruzhen shook her head. What are you talking about? She put her feet on Chun Fan's legs and said, give me a massage. Chun Fan was really at a loss and could only help her massage her calves. Su Ruzhen's legs are very thin and straight, and her ankles are perfect. The slender jade feet are like exquisite jade carvings. Apart from Zwabing, Chun Fan had never admired a girl's feet from such a close distance. Seeing that Su Ruzhen looked like she was enjoying it, Chun Fan suspected that she was doing it on purpose. After all, it was so ecstatic for her to lie like this. Especially when I gave her a comfortable massage, she suddenly hummed with satisfaction. It simply took away people's souls. Come up a little. Don't keep pressing the same spot. She actually had a request. Holding Chun Fan's hand, he walked up. Chun Fan looked at her speechlessly. Do you really think I'm a technician? Su Ruzhen sighed sadly. You are really like Lu Xiaohui. I really don't understand how you pursue girls. Do you want me to chase after you? Chun Fan continued to help her press. Usually they are the ones who chase me. Just blow it. She rubbed Chun Fan with her foot, but Chun Fan didn't respond, so she rubbed him again. You? Chun Fan shrank back and took her feet away. Let's talk business. This car is no longer worthy of your status. Buy a few more cars. Su Ruzhen asked, what price range of car do you want to buy? Chun Fan said, it's up to you. Don't be afraid to spend money. The company still has more than 100 million in its account and has not invested anything at the moment. So just buy whatever you want. Su Ruzhen weighed it carefully and said, then buy a Maybach and a business car for reception. Chun Fan said, I'll buy one for you personally and see what kind you like. There's no need to buy so many cars. Su Ruzhen shook her head. We'll increase it when the company needs it. At most, we'll add a small truck. Chen Fan looked at her strangely. I noticed that you don't like money. The first time I gave her 100,000 yuan, she bought herself clothes. Later, she was given 1 million yuan, and she used it to build a house for her family. Then he gave her another 10 million, and she paid the deposit for Yunfan building. It's hard for most people not to be tempted by money, right? Su Ruzhen smiled and said, Who said that? I just don't like small amounts of money. Okay, I'll give you a few 100 million later. Puff. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes. What do you want to do? Support me. Yes, I do have this idea. Chen Fan said truthfully. But Su Ruzhen refused to do it. I don't believe you. If you really want to support me, but don't touch me, what does that mean? You're not raising me. You're trying to kill me with thirst. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. It was not that he didn't want to, but he just didn't want to let Zhuobing down. After all, Zhuobing is very caring towards me. I can't hurt him, right? And the most important thing is that he didn't want to have any unclear relationship with Su Ruzhen. In life, there are some things you can be greedy for, and some things you cannot be greedy for. He decided to buy a building and use it as a reward for company executives. Of course, people like Su Ruzhen should be treated especially well. I'll take a day off tomorrow, so I don't need to watch the market. Chen Fan decided to go for a walk around the area. The next morning, the weather was just right. Since the company was under renovation, Su Ruzhen went to the construction site again. Chen Fan left the apartment building and scooted a shared bike to go look at properties. Before coming out, Chen Fan did his homework last night. I have also checked several good communities. If I want to use it as employee dormitories, of course it has to be close to Yunfan building. However, it is difficult to buy existing properties nearby. The billboard in front reads, Jiangshan Daijing, single-family villa. Enjoy the extra-large private space. The river view is picturesque, and you can experience a different kind of life. Chen Fan had an idea. Why not go there and take a look? He rode his bike to the sales office of Jiangshan Daijing. This property is actually built on the hillside of a forest park, and you can indeed see the river view from a distance. A low-rise villa like this one can only see the river view because of the terrain. But the environment here is good, and the key is that it is only separated by a mountain from Jiangzhou University. One is on the south side of the mountain, and the other is on the east side of the mountain. Chen Fan stood outside the sales office and saw nothing obstructed. This location is really good. If you don't have to work hard for a living, living here would be a real pleasure. Just as I was about to enter the sales office, a car drove up from behind. Beep, beep. Chen Fan looked back and saw a champagne-colored Porsche Cayenne. The car drove directly into the parking space, and Zhao Linlin got out of the car. Did she change the car again? No. Someone like her should have more than one car. Chen Fan. Zhao Linlin was wearing white casual clothes and holding a bag in her hand. She put the car keys in her bag and walked towards Chen Fan. Why are you here? Are you thinking of looking for a job here? The sales department is recruiting people, especially many college students come to apply. Zhao Linlin thought of this the first time. Chen Fan saw that she had misunderstood, so he didn't explain why. Are you here too? Zhao Linlin smiled and said, This is our family's industry. Only then did Chen Fan notice that it said Zhao Real Estate, etc. Could this Zhao Real Estate be the listed company that I fleeced last time? Chen Fan never considers these things when trading stocks. He only looks at the future trend of the stock. Seeing him in a daze, Zhao Linlin asked, What's the matter? Your father is the chairman of Zhao Real Estate. Yes. Oh, now I completely understand what you mean. Originally, Zhao Linlin's family's business was so big. After the last stock price surge, their assets should be over 100 billion, right? Of course, a market value of hundreds of billions does not mean that their family has that much money, but is also scary enough. No wonder Zhao Linlin can manage a hotel at such a young age. You want to work here? Zhao Linlin asked. Chen Fan shook his head. This place is too far from school. You might as well go to my place. Zhao Linlin extended the invitation again. Let's wait and see. Chen Fan walked into the sales office. He came there to buy a house. If he found a suitable one, he would buy two. Well, then you see. Zhao Linlin went to the office area on the second floor. Perhaps seeing Chen Fan and Zhao Linlin coming together, a pretty sales lady walked over quickly and asked, Sir, do you want to buy a house? The other person was tall, at least about 1.68 meters, and she is very beautiful. The staff in the sales office are very good-looking, especially the young lady who received him. Chen Fan noticed the name tag on her chest, Chu Yanfei. Although she was not sure whether the young boy in front of her had the ability to buy a house, she still received Chen Fan based on her enthusiasm for her work. Chen Fan said calmly. Let me take a look first. The property is in a good location and has a small number of ready-made houses, which is extremely rare in Jiangzhou. But the price? No matter how cheap the villas here are, any one of them will cost tens of millions. But for Chen Fan, who is worth billions, this is nothing. Chapter 53, 2 Villas. Working in a place like this, not everyone has the opportunity to sell their villa. After all, there are too few rich people in this world. How can you buy a villa that costs tens of millions? The commission alone is over 100,000 yuan, casually surpassing the lives of too many ordinary people. Moreover, they have a guaranteed salary, so even if there are no transactions, they will not starve to death. After all, those who can come here to work are sales elites carefully selected from above. Either outstanding appearance or outstanding ability. Chu Yinfei didn't have much hope that he would be able to sell a villa today. Anyway, she entertained guests with the same attitude as usual. Chen Fan asked her about the sales situation of the property. Chu Yinfei squatted beside Chen Fan and introduced him very carefully. Her action caught Chen Fan's attention, and he couldn't help but look at her again. Zhao Linlin is busy upstairs. She is here to collect market information. The Zhao family has only one precious daughter. After graduation, she will take over the family affairs directly. Therefore, Zhao Linlin must familiarize herself with all of this in advance. Chen Fan originally wanted to buy today, but he didn't want Zhao Linlin to know, so he said to Chu Yinfei, "Add me on WeChat." Nowadays, there are many ways to get a beautiful woman's WeChat account. Chu Yinfei is so beautiful, there are always people who are targeting her. Hearing Chen Fan's request, she stood up and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't bring my phone." Chen Fan didn't force it. He just glanced at her indifferently. "Then call others over." Chu Yinfei saw that he was so calm and composed, and he was totally different from the usual people who teased him. Moreover, his eyes were pure, without any evil intentions. So she gritted her teeth and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go get my phone." She quickly ran to the front desk, pulled out her phone, and opened the QR code. "Sir, is this okay?" Chen Fan glanced at it and nodded. "Go and get busy." Having said that, he was ready to leave. "I'll walk you to the door." Chu Yinfei, wearing a Chong Sam, politely led Chen Fan to the door and bowed deeply. "Sir, take care. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Chen Fan glanced at the second floor and said, "If someone asks you later, just say that I'm here to apply for a job. Don't say anything else." Originally, he came here to apply for the job? Chu Yinfei felt a little disappointed, but fortunately, he didn't show it. He just nodded and said yes. Chen Fan walked towards the shared bicycle without hesitation. Someone who rides a shared bike probably can't afford a villa, right? Chu Yinfei returned to the lobby, and the manager came over to ask, "How is it? Does the customer have any interest?" Chu Yinfei shook his head. The manager laughed and said, "Your judgment of people is still a little lacking. I can tell the depth of a young man like this at a glance. Learn well. Our business is very complicated." About half an hour later, Zhao Linlin came down from the second floor and looked around the sales hall. Where's the person who came in with me just now?" The manager immediately ran over and said, "Miss, you were talking about." Zhao Linlin frowned and looked at Chu Yinfei. "Didn't you receive him?" Chu Yinfei whispered, "He's been gone for about half an hour." "Oh, did he say what he was here for?" Chu Yinfei thought for a moment and said, "He said he came here to apply for a job." "It's true." Zhao Linlin smiled and ordered, "If he comes again, tell him that we don't hire anyone here." The manager was also confused. Chu Yinfei didn't react for a long time. "I thought he had some kind of friendship with the eldest lady, but it turns out he is someone the eldest lady hates." After sending Zhao Linlin to the door, Chu Yinfei picked up his phone and prepared to delete Chen Fan's WeChat. But she still curiously paid attention to his circle of friends. His circle of friends is unremarkable. Apart from showing that he is a college student, there is nothing else to see. It turns out he is still a student. Forget it. Let's not delete it. Just lie there. Chu Yinfei was about to put away his phone when a beep sounded. A message came on my phone. "Save Building 16 and Building 19 for me. How do I pay the deposit?" Chu Yinfei was completely confused. I looked at the information again. That's right. It was this Chen Fan whom he was about to delete just now. Isn't he still a student? You're not kidding me, are you? Deposit? She thought for a moment and said, "I'll send you the financial payment code. According to company regulations, if the customer is not satisfied, the deposit will be refunded within half a month." Chu Yinfei sent the financial payment code. A few minutes later, She received payment information from Chun Fan. Deposit of 200,000, Building 16 and Building 19. Oh my god, he actually paid the deposit, and it was for 2 villas. Chu Yinfei was a little disheveled. After all, no matter how you look at it, Chun Fan can't afford to buy a villa. Chun Fan reminded him again, "Don't tell anyone about my purchase of a villa, otherwise I will cancel the plan." Okay. Chu Yinfei's heart was pounding. She repeatedly assured Chun Fan, "No, absolutely not." But the front desk phone rang, and it was the finance department calling. A guest just paid the deposit for 2 villas. Who received him? The sales department was in an uproar. A deposit for 2 villas? Who is it? The manager was also confused. She looked at all the salespeople in the sales office. Chu Yinfei had no choice but to call the manager outside and tell him about Chun Fan's request. The manager opened her mouth. She had just said that Chu Yinfei didn't know how to judge people, but she didn't expect that the other person had already paid the deposit. She patted Chu Yinfei's shoulder and said, "Okay, I know what to do. Contact the other party as soon as possible and try to sign the contract as soon as possible. How about this? You go there tonight to avoid any more trouble." Night? Not so good. The manager glared at her and asked, "Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? If you don't seize the opportunity when you encounter such a client, will you wait for others to get there first? How about I take your place?" Chu Yinfei just said, obediently. "Remember to bring a gift. If you get a customer like this, you won't have to work this year. If the 2 villas are sold, the commission can be at least 300,000. Of course, the manager also receives management commission, so she strongly advised Chu Yinfei to hold on to the customer and not run away. Paying the deposit shows that he is interested. When it was almost time to get off work, Chu Yinfei called and wanted to talk to Chun Fan about the villa, invite him to have dinner together. Tomorrow. Chun Fan said this and hung up the phone. In fact, he had already learned about the entire property in the sales office just now, but he just didn't go to see the site. If he hadn't met Zhao Linlin, he would have bought it directly. Chu Yinfei nervously held the phone against his chest, hoping that nothing would change tomorrow. She prayed in her heart. Chapter 54. A gift worth more than 6 million. The next morning, Chu Yinfei called again and asked Chun Fan if he had time to sign the contract. Su Ruzhen was taking a day off today. When she heard Chun Fan's phone ring, it was a young lady's voice. She asked who, a salesman. Chun Fan responded with a reply, not wanting Su Ruzhen to know. The purchase of a villa must be kept confidential. If I remember correctly, next week is Su Ruzhen's birthday. 24 years old, her zodiac year. I'm going out for a while. Chun Fan changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Su Ruzhen pouted. "You're not taking me with you? I'm going on a date." "What are you doing?" "Snort." Su Ruzhen glared at him and said, "I can assist you." "Haha, forget it. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." I promised Wu Bing that I would go meet her today, but I'm afraid I won't be able to arrange the time. As soon as he left the apartment complex, Chu Yinfei and his driver came to pick him up in a Mercedes-Benz. Seeing this luxury car worth millions, Chun Fan felt calm. The 2 cars that Su Ruzhen ordered should have arrived by now, right? The car drove to the sales office, and Chu Yinfei hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for him. "Mr. Chun, slow down." Since he had been here yesterday, Chun Fan went straight to the point. "Let's go see the scene first." The villa in this property project of Zhao's real estate is fully furnished. Because many customers hate decoration, it is too troublesome. They just do the work for the client and make another 1 or 2 million in the process. Chun Fan followed Chu Yinfei to Building 16. All the villas here have yards, and the area of the yards is about 300 square meters. This yard only has the right to use, not the ownership. The villa has 4 floors in total, including a basement. The total area is about 400 square meters. The price is more than 34 million. The 2 villas were not far from each other. Chun Fan took a quick look and said, "Okay, let's decide on it." The owner of building number 16 is Su Ruzhen. Chu Yinfei was shocked. He didn't buy the villa for himself to live in. Is this Su Ruzhen? Maybe it was his girlfriend. She kept looking at Chun Fan's clothes, which were really simple. No one could have imagined that he was actually a rich second generation. Of course, she could never have imagined that Chun Fan was a first-generation rich man. Just like that, in less than half an hour, he signed a contract for 2 villas. Chu Yinfei's heart was about to jump out. With Chun Fan signing, her net income this year would be over 300,000 yuan. Even if there is no performance in the future, she will not lose anything. Today's customer is definitely the most pleasant customer she has ever had since she started working. If you meet some old-fashioned people, they will be slow and even take advantage of others. Chen Fan did not do anything rash from beginning to end and did not even ask too many questions. The two villas are worth 62 million after discount. Chen Fan paid the bill easily and asked Chu Yinfei to take him back. Su Ruzhen was on the phone and hung up quickly when she heard the door open. "You're back so soon? Will your girlfriend be satisfied with your level?" Chen Fan glared at her speechlessly. "What are you thinking about? As a girl, can you please stop being so rude? School will start in half a month," and Chen Fan asked Yilang Gao and the others about their recent situation. Su Ruzhen said, "I asked them to go for training." Chen Fan nodded, "Give them more opportunities to practice, and see if we can get 2 of them." Su Ruzhen understood what he meant. If Yilang Gao and the others could adapt, they might be of great use in the future. He asked for Su Ruzhen's ID card and didn't say anything. Then he turns on the computer. Tomorrow is Monday, and he has to do his homework. The total assets in the account are currently 8 billion. Chen Fan has looked at the performance of these long-term stocks over the next half a month. The trends of 2 of these stocks are similar. They will release huge volumes tomorrow, and the turnover rate will reach more than 40%. There was a sharp pullback the next day, and then it hit hard again. 7 consecutive gains within 10 trading days. This is the rhythm of the dealer's strong cleaning of the market, scaring away those unsteady floating chips. In the past, Chen Fan would definitely take advantage of tomorrow's momentum to sell out part of the money and then move in again. But the amount of funds now is too large. There are at least tens of billions of funds in each stock. If I also sell them, it will probably alarm the market maker. So he decided to remain dormant and wait quietly for the second wave of rise. By then, the funds in his account will definitely exceed 10 billion. 10 billion. It will become another starting point in your life. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Ruzhen was busy these days, Chen Fan gave her identity information to Chu Yinfei. There are 2 villas. One is registered under Su Ruzhen's name, and the other is temporarily registered under his own name. As soon as I finished the formalities, Zhuo Bing called me. "What are you busy with? Why don't you look for me if I don't look for you?" "Pig," Chen Fan explained. "I'm working part-time, you know. Send me the location. I'll be right there." Zhuo Bing snorted. "This is more reasonable." She sent Chen Fan a location, and Zhuo Bing took advantage of her mother being busy these days to secretly go out and date Chen Fan. But school is about to start, and then the 2 of them can spend every day together. When Chen Fan arrived at the hotel opened by Zhuo Bing, he was pressed against the wall by Zhuo Bing as soon as he entered the door. This girl is very enthusiastic and has been under the supervision of her mother for a few days, so she can't wait. After the 2 of them finished, Zhuo Bing lay on his chest and said, "Stupid, you have to be nice to me." She originally just wanted to have a relationship, but she didn't expect to give herself up. Chen Fan hugged her and said, "Of course I will treat you well even if I don't treat myself well." "That's more like it." Zhuo Bing smiled with satisfaction. Chen Fan said, "Let me take you shopping." "Don't want." She was reluctant to waste such a short period of time. Chen Fan wanted to give her a gift, but Zhuo Bing refused every time. She also understood Chen Fan's thoughts. "You know, I don't need these material things when I'm with you." Chen Fan pinched her face and said, "You must promise me this time. I hope there is something of mine in you." Zhuo Bing said speechlessly, "I've given everyone to you, so don't they all belong to you?" Chen Fan got up and said, "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon." He then ran to a nearby jewelry store and said, "Give me this diamond necklace and bracelet wrapped up." The jewelry store staff were all stunned. "Brother, look carefully. This necklace alone costs more than 6 million. This bracelet also costs 800,000. Chen Fan didn't bother her. "I told you to pack up. Can't you hear me?" He took out his bank card and put it on the counter. The staff trembled and said, Okay. Chen Fan bought these 2 things and returned to the hotel. Zhuo Bing was lying on the bed. When she heard the doorbell ring, she curled her lips and said, "Where have you been? You're so mysterious. I'll be back in half an hour." Chen Fan chuckled and took out the 2 gifts he had just bought. "How is it? Do you like it?" Zhuo Bing stared. "What did you buy this? Is it expensive?" "It's not expensive, just a few $100s. "All right. As long as you buy it, I like it." Zhuo Bing twisted his neck and said, "Help me put it on." Chapter 55. Same necklace. There's a dinner party at Zhuo Bing's house in the evening, and it's the kind that you have to go. After returning home, Zhuo Bing admired the necklace that Chen Fan gave her in the mirror. The pendant is quite beautiful. This guy has quite a good eye. Something that costs only a few $100s can be so exquisite. Han Chae-young just came back and asked, "Hey, why don't you go change your clothes? Wear a skirt, be more ladylike, and don't always show your legs." Zhuo Bing was speechless and had to go back to her room to change into a white dress. The swan-like neck and diamond necklace complement each other, exuding infinite charm. Her arms, as white and tender as jade, were also embellished with the exquisite bracelet, making them look particularly radiant. With Zhuo Bing's appearance, no matter where she appears, she is the proud little princess in everyone's heart. Zhuo Handong came back. "Are you ready? Let's go." Zhuo Handong is handsome and elegant in a suit. He is a fighter among uncles. Han Chae-young also dressed like a lady, wearing a purple dress with a deep neckline and a touch of white. "Handong, bring me the necklace on my dressing table." Han Chae-young bought this necklace herself at a cost of more than 100,000 yuan. It's her favorite thing. Zhuo Handong picked up the necklace and put it on his wife personally. "Yeah, it's really nice. My wife is the most beautiful." Zhuo Bing was ashamed. "It turns out that my dad is the biggest bootlicker. Let's go." When the couple came out of the bedroom, Han Chae-young picked up her LV bag and changed her shoes when she accidentally saw the necklace on Zhuo Bing's neck. "Huh, Zhuo Bing, when did you buy this necklace?" Zhuo Bing casually replied, "I bought it when I was dancing at school." "What's the matter?" "No, I just think it's eye-catching. Isn't that diamond on your pendant real?" "How is that possible? This necklace is only a few $100s. Zhuo Handong laughed and said, "Let's go. No matter how expensive a child's toys are, they can't compare to your necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars." "That's it." Han Chae-young smiled proudly and reached out to touch the big pendant on her chest. "Handong, when will you give me another good one?" "Ugh." Zhuo Bing unexpectedly discovered that her mother looked very feminine today. The family of three quickly drove to a villa community in the southern part of the city. The mother and daughter got out of the car, and Zhuo Handong carried the gift he had prepared long ago. Today is the birthday of one of Han Chae-young's best friends, so everyone took this opportunity to get together. As soon as I arrived at the door, a middle-aged man came up to me with a smile. "Hey, Handong, you're here. Come in and sit down." "They're all waiting for you." Han Chae-young asked. "No way, they came so early?" The family of three entered the house, and sure enough, the room was full of people. There were 7 or 8 women who were dressed as luxuriously as Han Chae-young and were chatting happily. These are Han Chae-young's best friends in her circle, the oldest of whom is in her early 50s. The youngest ones are around 27 or 28 years old. "Hey, brother-in-law Handong is here." A young woman in her 30s, with her big breasts, came over and took Zhuo Handong's arm without any hesitation and started to act coquettishly. With his daughter present, Zhuo Handong felt a little embarrassed. A big sister next to her said boldly, "Jiao Jiao, please stop being so coquettish, okay? Be careful. Kaiying might get jealous." "No way. Sister Kaiying, right?" Han Kaiying said, "I smelled your sexy scent when I walked in." "What's wrong? You like our Handong, right? Why don't you give it to you?" "Ha ha." There was a burst of laughter in the villa. Today's birthday boy came out personally carrying some fruit and said, "Be careful with your words. The children are here." The young woman holding Zhuo Handong's arm curled her lips and said, "That's right. They often don't pay attention to the occasion." The grandsister said, "It's okay. They will know it sooner or later. We should learn from foreign countries and not be so conservative. It's better to be sensible earlier." "Hey, Chae-young, when did you buy this skirt? It looks pretty. How much is it? I want to buy one too." Seeing them talking about these things, Zhuo Handong went to the yard to drink tea with a few men. Zhuo Bing sat next to his mother, reached out, took a piece of fruit, and took a bite. Han Chae-young is dressed very beautifully today, but these people in the circle are all rich women and wealthy people. She was too embarrassed to brag about it. "It's not worth much. I just bought it because it looked good." "How much is it?" Sister Lee, who was in her 40s, asked curiously. She also wore a very beautiful dress today, but her dress was very expensive, costing more than 30,000 yuan. Seeing them asking again and again, Han Kaiying said, "It's really cheap, only more than 6,000 yuan. "That's a bargain." Sister Lee said, "Mine is over 30,000. The bold elder sister said, "That's right. Everyone knows that you are a wealthy woman. There are 3 villas, and the family assets are over 1 billion. Sister Lee said proudly, "It's not bad. You guys are not bad either, so don't embarrass me." In fact, their family's assets are estimated to be only about 400 to 500 million. At this time, the birthday girl's sister, he said, "My husband bought me a necklace. Let me wear it for you to see. Ugh! Everyone shouted with joy. Sister He ran into the bedroom happily and took out a red box. It was opened in public, revealing an exquisite necklace. The style of the pendant is somewhat similar to the ones Bing wears, but the diamond is not as big. Everyone gathered around and said, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Sister He, this necklace of yours shouldn't be cheap, right? Sister He put it on her neck and turned it around. How is it? Is it okay? In fact, Sister He is not tall, only about 1.5 meters. He is also a little fat and his skin is not white. The diamond necklace looked out of place on her, but everyone nodded. "It looks great. It's perfect." "Hey, Sister He, you haven't told us yet. How much does this necklace cost?" Seeing everyone so curious, Sister He smiled mysteriously and asked, "How much do you think it is?" "I think it's at least hundreds of thousands, right?" "Guess again." Sister He is very happy and enjoys this feeling. Sister Haofeng said, "It should be more than 200,000. Sister He smiled slightly. His eyes fell on Han Kaiying's neck. "Kaiying, this necklace costs hundreds of thousands." Han Chaiyong was a little embarrassed. "Why are you comparing yourself to me again?" Seeing her so mysterious, Sister Lee asked, "You're not going to ask for millions, are you?" Sister He smiled and said, "That's not necessary. 468,008. The world of rich people is indeed different. A necklace costs 4 or 500,000. Everyone was amazed when they heard this, thinking that Sister He's family was rich. At this time, Jiao Jiao stared. "Hey, your necklace seems to be the same style as Bing Bing's." When she screamed, everyone immediately turned their eyes to Bing. Bing didn't participate in their interaction at all, but just sat there watching TV. Sure enough, everyone looked over. Everyone was shocked when they saw the necklace on Bing's neck. Because this necklace is obviously more upscale than Sister He's, and the diamond is bigger. What's even worse is that they really seem to be the same model. Chapter 56. You said a necklace worth millions is only worth a few $100s? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? Show it to us, will you? Sister Lee is very interested in this. Of course, she didn't think Bing's necklace would be more valuable than Sister He's. Bing smiled and said, "I just bought it casually. It cost a few hundred yuan." She casually took off the necklace and handed it over. A few $100s? Everyone was somewhat unconvinced. Pick up Bing's necklace and compare it with Sister He's. Is this supposed to be a replica? Besides, how can ordinary diamonds be this big? If it's true, it's terrible. A group of women were chattering, but they could not deny that Bing's necklace was indeed better looking than Sister He's. Sister Lee taunted, "Sister He, I think you made a loss. A necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is not as good as Bing Bing's imitation." That's right, the high-end imitations nowadays are so exquisite. They were about to hand the necklace to Bing when the tall Tao Jie came out of the bathroom. Tao Jie is the youngest among this group of girlfriends at the age of 28, running a jewelry, gold, and silver business. "Hey, Xiao Dao, come here and take a look. I feel more and more that Bing Bing's necklace doesn't look like a replica." Of course, there are also some of them who know what they are doing. Han Kaiying said, "Don't joke. It's just a toy for a child. How can you take something worth hundreds of dollars seriously? Just take a look. It's nothing to worry about anyway." Sister Tao took the necklace from Bing, and her eyes lit up. "Huh, what's the matter?" Everyone asked curiously, especially Sister Lee and Jiao Jiao. Tao Jie squinted her eyes and observed it carefully, then looked at the mark on the back of the necklace. "Each brand has its own mark," she said with certainty. "You said this is a knockoff worth a few $100s? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace?" "A few $100s? Bing answered. Bing thought everything Chun Fan gave her was good, no matter how expensive or cheap it was. Tao Jie looked at her wrist again. "What about this bracelet?" Bing shook his head. "It's really worthless." "Don't ask," Tao Jie said solemnly. "Sister Kaiying, your Bing Bing is too low-key. What's the matter? If I'm not mistaken, this bracelet alone is worth 6 or 700,000. There was surprise in the villa. "No way. You have to know that they're considered wealthy people, but a bracelet worn by a girl like Bing costs 6 or 700,000 yuan. That would be terrible." Han Kaiying couldn't believe it. "No way. Real. I've been in this business so long. There's no way I can get it wrong. As for this necklace, it is a new model from overseas Company H. The price of the diamond on it is at least no less than 6 million. Thump. Hearing Sister Tao's affirmative voice, Sister Lee slid to the ground. Sister He's face turned ugly. "Are you sure? It's right. I have been to this company's new product launches. Bing Bing. This necklace is worth at least 6 million. Zhou Bing was stunned. Chun Fan, this idiot, is he crazy? Didn't they say it only costs a few hundred? Did I hear it wrong? I missed listening to 10,000 words. Where did he get the money to give me such an expensive gift? Are you tinkering with antiques again? When Zhou Bing was distracted, Han Chai-young and her group of girlfriends were already confused. Han Chai-young looked at her daughter with suspicion, her mind already filled with all sorts of wild thoughts. What did my daughter do outside? Can't afford a necklace worth millions. Sisterly said unhappily, Kai-ying, our family is very low-key. That's right. The necklace was clearly worth millions, but they lied to us and said it was worth only a few $100s. Are you afraid that we will borrow money from you? Several people laughed. Han Kai-ying looked embarrassed and said, Stop making trouble. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Although she said so, she was already uneasy in her heart. So everyone started to compliment Han Chai-young, saying that she was so low-key. When will she become rich? When I came back from dinner, she started to interrogate me. Zhou Bing, come here. What, Mom? Tell me the truth. Who gave you this necklace? Oh my, what did I think it was? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Shut up. Who's laughing with others? Zhou Handong came over and asked, What are you doing? She's already this big. Yeah, Dad. You don't even take care of your wife, and you keep watching your daughter like a thief every day. Han Kai-ying's face darkened. You two shut up. Zhou Handong, you are still kept in the dark. Your daughter is really capable. She wears a bracelet worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan and a necklace worth more than 6 million yuan. She's having a blast today. Zhou Handong looked at Zhou Bing in surprise. What necklace worth more than 6 million? Let me take a look. Who gave it to you? I bought it myself. Still being stubborn. Han Kai-ying said angrily. If you don't explain things clearly today, don't think you can get away with it. Zhou Bing was speechless. Mom, if you really want to do this, I will have no choice but to leave home. Really? Don't I have privacy and freedom as a person of my age? It's just a necklace. Why make such a fuss? You? Han Kai-ying was so angry. I can't hear you. Zhou Bing was not to be outdone. If you insist on forcing me, I can just take legal action. I don't believe I can't support myself. Good. Your wings are hard. Han Chai-young was so angry that she vomited blood. Seeing that the two men were carrying each other, Zhou Handong had no choice but to persuade them. Zhou Bing, just confess. Your mother is doing this for your own good. She's afraid that you might do something wrong out there. Dad, even you don't believe me anymore. I'm almost 20 years old. What could I possibly do wrong? Zhou Bing argued with reason. But your necklace and bracelet are hard to explain. Zhou Handong is a reasonable man. Seeing her parents being so fussy, Zhou Bing said angrily, This was given to you by a male classmate. You should be content now. What male classmate is so generous? He can give you a necklace worth millions. How are you and him? Did you do something behind my back? When Han Chai-young heard this, she immediately became alert. Zhou Bing was speechless. How would I know it was so valuable? He told me it was only worth a few $100s. Okay, I'll return it to him tomorrow. It's so annoying. Han Kai-ying looked at her daughter. Who is he? How far have you come in relation to him? Mom, please be a human being. Are you going to force me to learn Neza? Zhou Handong quickly advised. Okay. If it was really given by a male classmate, invite him to your house tomorrow, and we can talk to him. After all, this concerns your lifelong happiness. Han Chai-young should be happy that her daughter can find a boyfriend like this. But she just couldn't understand it, because Zhou Bing didn't pass her screening before finding a boyfriend. This behavior is unforgivable. Chapter 57, Bastard. Let go of my daughter. At this moment, Chun Fan was about to go to bed when Zhou Bing sent him a WeChat message. You were excellent today. That's a must. This guy smiles in a very obscene way. Zhou Bing almost died on the spot. Go away. That's not what I'm talking about. Let's not get into the details of your huge fortune of unknown origin. Why did you give me this thing? Now my parents know about it, and they're pestering me to find out where it came from. Tell me, what should we do? Chun Fan never expected that the gift he gave would cause trouble for Zhou Bing. He originally just wanted to give Zhou Bing a personal item so that whenever she saw the necklace or bracelet, she would remember him. Who knew her parents were so cunning? It seems that we need to think of a solution. You really want to confess to Zhou Bing's parents? Do I really have to expose my identity as a hidden rich man? So Chun Fan said to Zhou Bing, why don't you be honest? Confess what? Given my mother's personality, If you confess, you're done. You don't know how controlling she is. Then let's meet and see how she reacts. Chun Fan thought it over again and decided that the disaster was his own fault and there was no need to hide it any longer. But Zhou Bing disagreed. She didn't know how powerful her boyfriend was. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to sleep first. This girl's personality is just like that, especially now that she's in a bad mood. Chun Fan lay on the sofa, thinking about how to solve this problem. In a master bedroom of Zhou Bing's house, Zhou Handong was also persuading his wife. She is an adult now, not a child anymore. You don't have to be so strict, do you? Besides, anyone who can afford to give her such a generous necklace must not be an ordinary person. They say it's better to loosen up than a block. Why don't you just let go a little? Han Kaiying said unhappily. What do you know? She hasn't graduated from college yet, and I'm afraid she'll mess around outside. Anyway, I won't let go until I find this person. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Zhou Handong didn't bother to pay attention to her anymore. Okay. You are the best in the world. He turned over and fell asleep. There was a time when he was also annoyed by his wife's temper. To be honest, do you need to be so strong at home? This time he decided not to stand on his wife's side. The next morning, when Zhou Bing got up, seeing my mother sitting on the sofa with a sullen face, I asked, "Are you up? When will you explain your problem clearly?" Zhou Bing looked at her mother. "Are you annoying?" Han Chai-young had a sullen face, and the atmosphere at home was terribly depressing. Zhou Bing was annoyed. Okay. Since you were so curious, I will call him over now. A phone call was made to Chun Fan. Come over here, she can't figure it out. Chun Fan originally planned to exchange shares today, but after receiving a call from Zhou Bing, he had to change his decision temporarily. Soon, he took a taxi and arrived downstairs of Zhou Bing's house. I'm here. Which floor is your house on? In fact, Chun Fan thought about it for a long time last night. If Zhou Bing's mother was so rigid and insisted on making things difficult for Zhou Bing, show up yourself. Therefore, he came today very frankly and without any stage fright at all. Zhou Bing told him the floor and room number. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Zhou Handong didn't go out today. When he saw Zhou Bing go to open the door, he poured himself a cup of tea and sat down. Zhou Handong is more indifferent to the issue of his daughter's love life than Han Chai-young. The door opened, and Zhou Bing saw Chun Fan. Still smiled. Guoming, today is the third court hearing. Chun Fan did not come empty-handed either. He brought 2 bottles of Matai liquor, bought 2 boxes of birds' nests, and held a red book in his hand. As soon as he entered the door, Uncle, hello, Aunt. Puff. Zhou Handong was so frightened when he saw Chun Fan. Why is it you? Han Kaiying stared at Chun Fan as if she was interrogating a criminal. Seeing her man's reaction, her brows fell. Do you know each other? Ahem. Zhou Handong choked with tears. Little brother, sit down. Why are you here if you want to? Why are you buying these things? Chun Fan said, it should be. Uncle, Auntie, you shouldn't blame Zhou Bing for what happened between me and Zhou Bing. Blame me if you want to blame someone. Shut up. Han Kaiying stood up unhappily and looked at Chun Fan again and again. Then he looked at Zhou Handong and his daughter. Are you two planning to collude to deceive me? Zhou Handong was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Oh my goodness. Han Kaiying, what do you mean? Snort. Zhou Handong, can you deceive me with your tricks? You're worried about your daughter, so why don't you just find someone to deal with me? You think I'm blind. Can he afford a diamond necklace worth millions? Don't think I don't know. He's just a decorator on the construction site. Zhou Handong was confused by her and looked at Chun Fan blankly and asked, Little brother, when did you become a decorator? Chun Fan looked embarrassed. This is my building. I'm going to help a friend. Zhou Handong scolded. Then why don't you come to my store? No matter what, I can't treat you unfairly. Han Kaiying said coldly. Okay, have you finished your play? Zhou Bing, are you really not going to tell the truth? Zhou Bing was speechless. What can I say so that you can believe it? Seeing that she was embarrassing his girlfriend, Chun Fan stepped forward and said, Auntie, just ask whatever you want to ask. Don't make things difficult for Zhou Bing. She's a good girl. Han Kaiying glared at him and said, Do you think you are worthy of our Bing Bing? After all this time, you still don't believe in our relationship. Chun Fan asked back, Auntie, what do you mean? You think I'm poor and can't afford a gift worth millions? I just gave all the money I earned to the woman I love most. Auntie, do you think there's anything wrong with a man being like this? Zhou Handong said, How can you talk like that? Xiao Chun, this is called being low-key. Several of my antiques were found by him. Shut up. Han Kaiying would not allow him to collude with Chun Fan. Yes, I just don't believe it. What can you prove to me? Are you Zhuo Bing's boyfriend? This one. Chun Fan turned his head and looked at Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing had already been irritated by her mother. Auntie, I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. He walked up to Zhuo Bing and took her hand. Zhuo Bing, there is nothing to hide at this point. Since Auntie is so curious, let's tell her the truth. After saying that, he hugged Zhuo Bing. Aunt, we really love each other. Please don't embarrass us. Zhuo Handong covered his face and turned away in embarrassment. Han Kaiying was furious. Asshole, let go of my daughter. Chapter 58, he actually owns a building. Han Chaiyang was so angry that she was about to rush over, but was quickly stopped by Zhuo Handong. What are you doing? Can you understand the smell? You asked for confirmation, and now it's confirmed for you. Han Kaiying shook his hand off and shouted angrily. I think you are crazy. Zhuo Bing, come here. Chun Fan let go of Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing looked at Chun Fan happily with a sweet smile. It turns out that it is such a happy thing to be with the person you love in front of your parents. Chun Fan held Zhuo Bing's hand and said, Auntie, just say whatever you want to say. Han Chaiyang was so angry that she wanted to kill this psychopath. Originally, she could not forgive her daughter for having a love relationship without her permission. He actually in front of me? At this moment, Han Chaiyang felt a huge pain in her heart, as if her most beloved thing had been stolen. Seeing her like this, Chun Fan said solemnly, Auntie, I don't know what your mentality is. Freedom of love. This is a point of view that has been proposed many years ago. Zhuo Bing and I are both adults. Logically, you have no reason to stop her from dating. If you try to stop it by force, it's against the law. Besides, I don't think it's shameful to give my girlfriend a gift through my own efforts. If a woman can meet someone in her life who can devote everything to her, how happy would that be? I just don't believe that you don't desire this kind of love. Ahem. Zhuo Handong was so embarrassed that he couldn't help coughing. Han Chaiyang was left speechless by what he said. Yes, you're not to desire it? Who doesn't want to have such love? But she glared at Zhuo Handong fiercely. Chun Fan seized the opportunity and said, Auntie, you are so strict because you are not confident in yourself. If a woman has enough confidence, she can handle any situation. She can stand out among thousands of people. Because of her confidence, she is fearless. She didn't have any concerns, including love, career, family. If you think that my relationship with Zhuo Bing is a mistake, I can help you. But I would only think that this is a cowardice on your part. Children will eventually grow up. They have their own thoughts, their own opinions, and their own world. The more you care, the smaller their world becomes. Only by letting go of your hands and letting them fly freely can they see the whole world. That's enough. Han Kaiying was very angry, even though she knew in her heart that what Chun Fan said was right. But she just wouldn't admit it. Do I, at my age, need a kid to teach me? Zhuo Bing, on the other hand, stared at Chun Fan with a look of surprise. Why didn't I realize he was so eloquent before? Snort. Many girls out there, right? Zhuo Handong was convinced. As expected of a student of Jiangzhou University, he is very eloquent. Good, good. He looked at Chun Fan with admiration. What's wrong with having him as your son-in-law? Why do you have to compare yourself with others in everything? Zhuo Handong has a calm temperament and does not like to compete with others. He lived this leisurely life and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Seeing her husband was silent, Han Kaiying glared at him fiercely. Let go of Zhuo Bing's hand and stand still. Well, treating her boyfriend like that. Zhuo Bing came out to speak up for her. Mom, what do you mean? Chun Fan came to your house with such an expensive gift, and you actually let him stand there? Chun Fan smiled and said, It's okay, I'll have a good talk with our mother. Zhuo Bing's body stiffened. This guy really isn't afraid of death. But it's better to let him fight against his mother, otherwise he will have no status in the family in the future. Han Chaiyang's face turned green when she heard this name. This kid is really shameless. He doesn't look like an idiot at all. And Zhuo Handong laughed secretly. He had a good impression of Chun Fan, and the necklace that Chun Fan gave to his daughter was actually worth more than 6 million. What does this mean? It shows that he is capable, can make money. What's wrong with a boy who can make a living? On the contrary, Zhuo Handong does not like those rich second generations who idle away their time all day long. What people gain through their own efforts will last long. Han Kaiying asked coldly for the sake of face, Where are you from? Chun Fan replied, Annie, I'm from Tongqing County, Daxiang Province. Both my parents are farmers, and I have a younger sister at home. Such a remote country person. Han Chaiyang suddenly felt unhappy again. Let me ask you, What can you do to guarantee Zhuo Bing's happiness? When Chen Fan heard this, he thought, wow, are you ready to agree? He looked at Zhuo Bing, who was smiling. It seems that we're going to win the battle with Mom after all. No matter how thick her legs are, they can't twist as hard as her arms. Seeing Han Chai-young staring at him like a tigress, Chen Fan said nothing and silently threw out a red book. Yin Fan building. Hiss. Zhuo Handong took a breath and said, is this yours? What the hell? Han Chai-young took a look. Handong, please help me, my legs are a little weak. She looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Yin Fan building. So the venue my company rents is yours? She looked at Chen Fan steadily. I don't believe it. This is too much. How is that possible? He actually owns a building? Bullshit. This is obviously what I rented from Blueprint Investments. Han Chai-young's face turned cold, but she always felt something was wrong. Why should Blueprint Company give itself preferential treatment? She looked at Chen Fan, a little undecided. Could it be that this kid is really a descendant of a big family? Even if it's not true, his ability is just too amazing. As for whether this building belongs to him, I will find out later when I check. Thinking of this, she felt embarrassed to continue to be so forceful, but she couldn't bring herself to lose face. So he put on a fierce face and pretended to be serious. What are your plans for the future? Will it develop in Jiangzhou? Chen Fan said, it's hard to say. If I do well in the future, I'll go to bigger cities, or even the whole world. Chen Fan really wasn't bragging at all. But Han Chai-young was unhappy again. Young people should be more pragmatic. Just tell me straight, are you going to settle down in Jiangzhou in the future? Jiangzhou is just the starting point of my career. It is really hard to say whether I will stay in Jiangzhou in the future. But what does this have to do with falling in love? Zhuo Bing said, are you in a relationship now with the intention of getting married? Chen Fan smiled and said, if Annie likes it, we can buy a house and settle down in Jiangzhou. This is not a difficult thing for me. Oh, you are so arrogant. Okay, I'll give you half a year to buy a villa in Jiangzhou. If you do that, I will definitely not stop you from dating. Chen Fan was stunned. What's the matter? Can't you do it? If you can't do it, don't bother our Bing Bing. No. What Chen Fan wanted to say was, are the requirements so low? Not to mention one villa, I already have 2 villas. Seeing his wife making things difficult for the young man again, Hua Handong couldn't help but say awkwardly, Kaiying, you should buy a better house first. Han Kaiying glared at him and said, no. Isn't he very awesome? He gives away necklaces worth 6 million yuan at every turn. What's the big deal about buying a villa? It's just tens of millions. Ahem. Hua Handong still sided with Chen Fan. That 6 million might be all he has. He has already given it all to your daughter. All right, Hua Handong, why do you keep turning your arms outward? I want him to buy a villa. Is it because of myself? He's still so young. If he has the heart, he will work hard on his own. All right. Since his wife has already made a concession, Hua Handong decided to quit while he was ahead. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that I can secretly help them later. Well, Chen Fan, since you're here, why don't you stay and have lunch with us? Remember to be nice to Zhuo Bing next time. Don't bully her. Your aunt and I only have this one daughter. You agree now? Chen Fan looked at Zhuo Bing excitedly, and Zhuo Bing was secretly happy. But my mother still had a stern face, so Zhuo Bing walked over and took her arm. Mom, okay, don't be angry. Let's go eat. Chapter 59 Haha, worth 10 billion. Han Chai-young's worry may be because she is not informed and has no confidence. After meeting Chen Fan in person, she found that although this boy came from a poor family, he was capable, so she accepted him. After all, parents' hearts are still with their children. In order to ease the atmosphere, Hua Handong cooked the meal himself. For this purpose, he even opened a bottle of wine. Patting Chen Fan on the shoulder, he said, when you have time in the future, please come to the store more often to help me keep an eye on things. The meal lasted more than an hour. When Chen Fan left, Zhuo Bing saw him downstairs. Boo! She hugged Chen Fan and said happily, Chen Fan, I love you. Chen Fan pinched her face and said, I'll go back first. Remember to think of me. Seeing Chen Fan walk away, Zhuo Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got my mom settled. I didn't expect the ending to be so harmonious. The girl returned home with joy and a smile on her face. Chen Fan also returned to the apartment. Su Ruzhin was busy with company matters, so he turned on the computer to operate the business. The total amount of funds in the account is 10.389 billion. Oh my God. It seems that the recent long-term returns are also good. Chun Fan carefully studied the future trends of these stocks. There are two that need to be cleared out. Chun Fan never likes to fight. After all, the amount of capital now is too large. If you wait until the risk comes, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Therefore, many market makers are selling while pushing up the price. Some bad dealers, in the end, sell almost without regard to cost. So his main job in the afternoon was to reduce his holdings or even clear out all his positions. In fact, the fastest way to sell is at the daily limit. Because if a market maker wants to continue to make higher profits, he must close the daily limit and create a strong upward momentum for retail investors. Of course, others cannot understand what will happen next, but Chun Fan can. Some market makers set the daily limit in order to sell their stocks, which results in the daily limit being opened and closed again and again. He put in the funds that were chasing the rise and then slowly planned it out. Chun Fan saw that Jinhua Holdings, Jiangnan Machinery, and Dahua Heavy Industry had come to an end. Tomorrow, there will be a phenomenon of pushing up the price and selling, and in the following few trading days, the trend of pushing up the price and selling will continue. Although it will hit the daily limit again at the end of the trading day after tomorrow, it is also the last illusion. After the daily limit, the stock price plummeted, plunging by more than 50%. Of course, Chun Fan would not allow this situation. Seeing that there were more than 40,000 large orders on the daily limit, Chun Fan did some calculations. A total of more than 600 million. But the funds I have invested in these stocks are basically over 2 billion. Never mind, let's get him first. Chun Fan stepped on the opportunity and sold 40,000 lots directly. Brush. On the market, the daily limit was instantly opened and all the buy orders were eaten up. The dealer on the other side panicked. Oh shit. What the hell? Who the hell is sneaking up on me? Block it quickly. The market maker has brought the stock price to this level, and he absolutely cannot fail. If the stocks are suddenly sold at this time, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of retail investors. If all the retail investors run away, what's the point of playing the game? The dealer gritted his teeth and once again blocked the price with a large order of more than 20,000 lots. Chun Fan smiled. He expected the dealer to block. There's no way he could let the stock price fall. So he sold another 20,000 lots and directly took the other parties by order. As a result, Chun Fan successfully cashed out more than 300 million yuan. Despite this, there is still 1.1 billion yuan left in this stock. Now he could only wait quietly for the dealer's next move. The banker must be cursing in his heart as he has continuously reduced his holdings and cashed out more than 900 million yuan. Of course, whether to block or allow the stock price to fall depends on the mentality and tactics of the banker. After all, the market value of this stock is more than 200 billion. Sure enough, the dealer changed his approach. He no longer set a daily price limit, but instead adopted a support method to try to prevent the stock price from falling. Chun Fan smiled and ignored him. Continue to operate on another stock. The techniques are roughly the same. Soon, Chun Fan cashed out more than 4 billion yuan from these three stocks. There is still more than 2 billion untouched in the stock market. Chun Fan has no intention of selling Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining. Because the following trend broke everyone's three views. They turned out to be the rare monster stocks of the century. So keep watching. Over the next half month, the two stocks soared wildly. However, there was a huge amount of volume in the middle, and the transaction rate reached more than 60%. Chun Fan guessed that this should be the second or even third wave of hot money taking over. In fact, many of the monster stocks are not created by the same market maker, but are a phenomenon formed by the relay of hot money from multiple stocks. After about half an hour, the dealer saw that Chun Fan had no next move, and he was also analyzing his opponent's strength. With more than 900 million, he should have exhausted all his efforts. Therefore, the dealer once again blocked the order with a huge volume of more than 30,000 lots. This banker is indeed a good person. It's time to harvest. Chun Fan said thank you and unceremoniously placed an order for 30,000 lots. Another 400 million yuan was received, and only the original cost was left. The dealer is furious. Thousands of large orders were placed one after another. 4,444. 4,444. 4,444. I'm a little angry and embarrassed. Don't talk to him about the rules. Chun Fan just threw out all the chips in his hand. Finally, I gave him a few moves. 886. I don't want to play anymore. I'm leaving. 10 minutes before closing, Chun Fan sold all his chips and successfully cashed out 2.065 billion. However, The market maker is also very strong, and in the last few minutes, he hit the daily limit again. This gives retail investors more confidence, and they also believe that the stock will continue to rise. Chen Fan did not do the same for the other two stocks. He threw out some and kept some. It did not kill him, but tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, he decided to throw them all away. Seeing the balance of more than 4 billion in the account, plus the nearly 6 billion in shares. It's not easy to be worth tens of billions. Just keep hiding. But Chen Fan's principle is that shareholding should not exceed 5%. It is not among the top 10 small-cap stocks and keeps a low profile. But he pissed off the banker today, and after the market closed, he was furious in the trading room. In just one day, more than 2 billion yuan of funds ran away, but it was all real money that I paid for. Damn it, I must find this opponent and make him suffer. But getting angry was useless, so he had to change his strategy. For those who originally planned to ship out tomorrow, they can only force the price to rise, continue to boost market sentiment, and then choose the right opportunity to ship out. After completing the operation, Chen Fan stretched. I don't know how Su Ruzhen is doing. Would you like to go and have a look? Su Ruzhen was supervising the construction site, and she specially asked someone to decorate a large operation room. Of course, the decorators don't know what this area is used for. They were just constructing according to the drawings, but Su Ruzhen was planning to hang a huge screen on the wall. There are dozens of computers below, then gradually increase it according to needs. A professional trading center was officially formed. Chapter 68 Birthday Gift for Su Ruzhen. Chen Fan arrived at Yin Fan Building, where Chun Meng was on patrol. Hey, Chen Fan, why are you here? Chun Meng quickly handed over a cigarette, which turned out to be a big red eagle that cost 20 yuan a pack. Oh, it's floating. Chen Fan lit up a cigarette and took a puff. He actually dared to smoke a pack of cigarettes that cost 20 yuan. Chun Meng chuckled. Thanks to you for introducing this job to me. Boss Su has been very kind to me. He paid me 10,000 yuan a month, plus bonuses. Well, do your best. Chun Meng patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I will work hard. Chun Fan came upstairs and had recently signed a lot of tenants. But the price they came in at was at least 1.5 times that of Han Chai-young. This made Han Chai-young very happy. After all, she was the only one who got the lowest price, and the others had no room for negotiation. And Su Ruzhen's tone was also very tough. We do not welcome companies without strength. She is right. If you even bargain over the rent, it means you have no strength. Companies like this will move in, but they will move out sooner or later. In order to save trouble, Su Ruzhen simply raised the threshold. Of course, if Han Chai-young didn't have a daughter named Wabing, how would she have the chance to get such a price? The decoration of the office area is almost complete. Su Ruzhen saw Chen Fan coming and hurried to greet him. Why are you here? Chen Fan smiled and said, Come and see the progress of your work. Su Ruzhen said happily, So what do you think? Is it okay? Fine. Chen Fan's fair evaluation. He soon discovered a problem. No matter what kind of burden he gave Su Ruzhen, she could bear it. Where to find such employees? Office area, reception area, rest area, logistics. Everything is clearly organized. Chen Fan looked at her with satisfaction. Tomorrow is your birthday. Take a day off. Su Ruzhen was obviously surprised. How did you know? Cut. She has her ID card in her hands. So how do I know? Su Ruzhen reacted quickly and said with a red face, I didn't expect you to remember this. Why? What are your plans? Chen Fan said, We have whatever arrangements you want. Then, Su Ruzhen saw that there was no one around, so she leaned close to Chen Fan's ear and whispered, Give me a kiss. Puff. Not so provocative. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, You have no ambition. Leave work early tonight. Su Ruzhen laughed out loud. After staying on the construction site for an hour or so, Chen Meng felt a little surprised when he saw the two of them going downstairs together. Chen Fan is awesome. He has such a good relationship with President Su. If only the two of them could get together. Boss Su, do you want to send me off? Chen Meng stepped forward and asked. No, I can drive back by myself. Now Chen Meng and his team no longer have to rent a house outside, as all the security guards live in the dormitory on the underground floor. After all, security work is 24 hours a day in 3 shifts. The two went out to eat together and then returned to the apartment. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Chen Fan received a call from Chu Yanfei. He said everything was ready and asked Chen Fan when he could come over. This was what Chen Fan had requested in advance. He didn't expect Chu Yanfei to do his job so seriously. Just in time, Today is Su Ruzhen's birthday. It was a rare day off, so she slept in. It's already 9 o'clock, and she hasn't gotten up yet. Chun Fan came out of the kitchen and took off his apron. This was the first time he cooked since moving into the apartment. In the past, Su Ruzhen was the one who did all the cooking, and as the boss, he was only responsible for eating. Today is a special day. Let's show some concern for this veteran. Boom, boom, boom. Are you up? Chun Fan knocked on the door, and Su Ruzhen's lazy voice came from inside. What? Let me sleep a little longer. Chun Fan didn't care about that and walked in to drag her up. Get up, I have something to do today. But Su Ruzhen didn't want to move at all, and it was not known whether she did it on purpose, but she pulled hard, and Chun Fan lost his balance and fell directly on her. Su Ruzhen hugged him. Oh, what are you doing? Don't be like this. Girls, can you be more reserved? A few minutes later, Su Ruzhen wiped her saliva. Boring. Are you a man or not? That's enough, that's enough. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. We're going out soon. Chun Fan drove her into the bathroom. After Su Ruzhen came out of the shower, she saw the egg noodles on the table and asked, "Did you cook it?" "What else?" "Happy birthday." Chun Fan handed her a pair of chopsticks, and Su Ruzhen was a little touched. He stared at Chun Fan blankly, then smiled bitterly. "Thank you, you are still so attentive. Is this how you put your heart into it?" "Just a bowl of noodles." After they finished eating the egg noodles, Chun Fan urged her to change her clothes. "What should I wear?" Suru really knows how to act like a spoiled child, and this kind of thing also requires Chun Fan's opinion. Chun Fan said, "With your figure, you'd look better without any clothes on." "Faint." Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him. "Do you really want to see it?" Then he pretended to take off his clothes. Chun Fan turned his face away and said, "That's enough. If you continue to tease me, something bad will happen." Su Ruzhen snorted. "Who's afraid of who? If you have the guts, just go ahead. I'm not refusing to agree." Chun Fan was too lazy to argue with her. Chu Yanfei still waiting there? Su Ruzhen changed into a tight skirt and black stockings. This enchantress is ready to seduce souls again. Chun Fan said, "Can't you dress more innocently? You always act so provocative. It's not safe out there." Su Ruzhen raised her eyebrow. "I'd love to." "All right." Chun Fan no longer cared about her, and the two drove to the sales office of Jiangshan Daijing. Chu Yanfei had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Chun Fan coming with a beautiful woman, he was extremely envious. This girl is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like this. She walked over and handed the things that had been prepared long ago to Chun Fan. "Mr. Chun, this beautiful lady, please come in." "What are we doing here?" Su Ruzhen certainly didn't know that Chun Fan had bought a villa here. Chun Fan said, "Let's take a look. This property is pretty good." "It's all villas. Are you planning to live here in the future?" Su Ruzhen walked side by side with him and came to Building 16 under the guidance of Chu Yanfei. Chu Yanfei opened the door to the courtyard and said, "You too, please come in." Su Ruzhen pushed Chun Fan and asked him to go first. "Wow, it's so big." Seeing such a luxurious villa, Su Ruzhen couldn't help but admire it. This kind of fully decorated house can be moved in as long as you buy the furniture. Chun Fan took her to the second floor, where the view was better and they could overlook the river. "How is it? Do you like it?" He took the bag that Chu Yanfei gave him and handed it to Su Ruzhen. "This is your birthday present. Take a look." "Ah." Su Ruzhen opened the bag and took out a registration certificate, a real estate certificate. Opening it, the owner was Su Ruzhen. She was stunned at the time, staring at Chun Fan blankly, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 61. Confrontation with the banker. Chun Fan. Su Ruzhen hugged him tightly regardless of the presence of others. She was really touched at this moment. Regardless of how much this villa is worth, Chun Fan put a lot of effort into it. Su Ruzhen was so moved that she hugged Chun Fan and cried regardless of anything. "Hey, what are you doing? Can such a small gift move you?" Chun Fan was very embarrassed, not because Su Ruzhen was crying loudly, but because her body was too attractive. "Make yourself feel so uncomfortable." Chu Yanfei, who was standing next to him, saw this and turned away awkwardly. But what shocked her even more was what Chun Fan said. A villa worth more than 30 million yuan was just a small gift. Oh my god, if he hadn't bought 2 villas at once, he wouldn't have even blinked an eye. She really wanted to beat this boastful guy to death. Many things in the world may seem like a ladder that cannot be surpassed in a lifetime in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of rich people, nothing is a problem. Although Chu Yanfei works as a salesperson at the Jiangshan Daijing sales office, She never dared to hope that she would be able to live in such a luxury house one day. For an ordinary person, it would be good if he could buy a nice apartment with an elevator and a larger one in his lifetime. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chu Yinfei could only envy from the bottom of his heart. I wish this boy was my boyfriend. Chun Fan was really uncomfortable with Su Ruzhin's plump body rubbing against his, so he pushed Su Ruzhin away. All right. Don't do that. It's not good if someone sees it. Su Ruzhin wiped away her tears and gave him a resentful look. This guy really doesn't understand romance. But she likes this villa very much. Chun Fan handed her the key and the real estate certificate and said, "This is your house. You can move in any time you want." Su Ruzhin pouted. "Let's not move for now. The newly renovated house needs ventilation." Chun Fan nodded. "It's up to you." In fact, what he was thinking in his mind was to vacate the apartment so that he could have a tryst with Zhu Bing in the future. But he couldn't urge Su Ruzhin to move. After checking in, Su Ruzhin was extremely happy. "Let's go out for dinner today. I'll treat you. Do you have other friends in Jiangzhou? Why don't you call them all over here?" Chun Fan also wanted it to be more lively. It was her birthday after all. But Su Ruzhin shook her head and whispered in Chun Fan's ear, "I don't want anyone else but you." Chun Fan was defeated by her and couldn't help but give her a cold look. "What a demon. You better not mess with me. I don't mind eating either meat or vegetables." Su Ruzhin's figure is even better than Zhu Bing's. But Zhu Bing's long legs are unmatched by many people. At noon, Chun Fan had lunch with her. Su Ruzhin made a small request. "Will you accompany me to the movies?" Chun Fan shook his head. "I have 2 more stocks to clear in the next 2 days. If I don't leave now, I'll be in trouble." Su Ruzhin also knew that the stock market was changing rapidly, and sometimes the entire situation could change in just 1 second. She also said with great understanding, "Okay, then I'll go with you." Now the trading account of Blueprint Company has been registered, and the entire company has several accounts. This is what Chun Fan plans to use for investment in the future. After the two returned to the apartment building, Chun Fan immediately turned on his computer and logged into his stock account. Jiangnan Machinery and Dagua Heavy Industry are still rising, but the strength is obviously not strong enough. The upward trend has entered a period of weakness, and it is estimated that the market makers are also selling their stocks. But he was supporting the stock price while selling it, trying not to let the stock price fall too much. Seeing this, Chun Fan decided to break the goods down into small pieces and quietly sell them out by completing numerous small orders. The dealer was also very cunning. When he saw his order being eaten up, he also understood what was going on. Some people took the opportunity to ship goods. The volume is large, and if you meet such a master, it won't be easy for you to leave. Therefore, stock trading is not like what they say on TV. You can't sell it whenever you want. He can easily make tens of billions. That doesn't exist. Didn't someone take over the banker's business and lose over 10 billion a while ago? Moreover, the stock market trend is not fixed. For example, Chun Fan can see the stock trend in the next 15 trading days. However, if you withdraw funds now or suddenly buy in large quantities, it will affect the operation of the banker and its subsequent trend will change. This is similar to traveling back to ancient times and changing the course of history. Although the current market value is over 100 billion, if the dealer wants to leave, you have to leave too. And both are huge quantities, which leads to a phenomenon. There are too many liars and not enough fools. Both funds need to sell, but if there are not enough retail investors to take over, you will not be able to sell them either. This is also the reason why Chun Fan did not reason with the market maker yesterday and directly sold the stock after the price limit was reached. When faced with a situation like today, it all depends on who has better skills and a more ruthless heart. The market maker no longer places orders, and the stock price falls directly. This is more likely to cause panic among retail investors. Su Ruzhin had never encountered such a situation before, so she asked anxiously, "What should I do?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? We have already sold 60% of our positions. Let's take a step back and say that even if we lose all the money in it, we will still make a profit." But he is different. He can't afford to gamble. "Just watch. I'll teach you a new trick." Chun Fan smiled and kept placing a large number of sell orders. It's just that the prices of these sell orders are relatively high, and they cannot even be seen at the 5-level mark on the market. Of course, experts like the banker usually use 10 levels, which makes it clearer. Next, it's time to show your skills. Chun Fan suddenly placed hundreds of large orders without warning, and the stock price directly fell to the limit. The stock price soared. It fell straight to the bottom. When the market makers and countless retail investors saw this scene, they were immediately panicked. Damn it, someone's going to crash the market. The dealer quickly placed a buy order for emergency help. This is the step that Chun Fan calculated accurately. If the banker does not come to the rescue, then all his previous efforts will be in vain. Once retail investors form a run on the bank, he will not be able to continue playing the game. So protecting the market is very important to him. If he doesn't protect the market, Chun Fan will continue to smash it until he gets panicked. In order to stabilize people's hearts, the banker had to take action to protect the market. Chun Fan had just completed several hundred transactions in a short while. But it is this move that will leave a long lower shadow on today's K-line chart. This move is undoubtedly equivalent to assisting the dealer. Many uninformed retail investors believe that this is a strong market cleanup, because many teachers told them that the longer the lower shadow, the greater the bullish momentum. The subsequent rise was even more rapid. For a while, in addition to the market maker's support, many speculative retail investors also followed suit. Chun Fan's sell order placed at a high price was quickly eaten up. In less than 10 minutes, he pocketed hundreds of millions. Su Ruzhin saw it all and exclaimed, "Great! This guy's simply a genius in the stock market." Su Ruzhin saw it all and was filled with joy. After successfully clearing out the inventory and leaving, Chun Fan patted her shoulders excitedly. "Call it day. I'll spend your birthday with you tonight." Chapter 62. Visitors from the Su family. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Ruzhin had already taken a shower and changed into a black long skirt. The black hair falls on the shoulders, simple and elegant. This way it is much purer." Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction and watched her spray perfume. Let's go eat." Considering that they might drink tonight, Chun Fan asked her to call Chun Meng. Now Chun Meng is in charge of the security team and usually also serves as Su Ruzhin's driver and bodyguard. After Chun Meng drove over the newly bought Maybach, the two got in. Go to Four Seasons Seafood Restaurant. Okay, Chun Meng is a loyal guard. Chun Fan grew up with him and knows his character very well. Does he know what he should and shouldn't do? His job was introduced by Chun Fan, and Chun Fan was often with Su Ruzhin. He concluded that the two were in a relationship. After sending the two to the Four Seasons Seafood Restaurant, Su Ruzhin said, "You should also find a place to eat. You can eat whatever you want a day and ask me to reimburse you." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Su." As a part-time bodyguard, Chun Meng did not go out for a big meal. Instead, he waited quietly in the car. Chun Fan and Su Ruzhin entered the restaurant, and he said the same thing, "Order whatever you want." Su Ruzhin's eyes were as charming as silk. "You don't give me what I want to eat." Chun Fan called the waiter and ordered 6 or 7 kinds of seafood, served with 2 stir-fried dishes and a plate of vegetables. That's enough. How can 2 people finish it? I didn't expect Su Ru to be so frugal. Beauty, don't give me so much. Chun Fan waved his hand. Go ahead. Oh, it's her birthday today. Let's have some seafood longevity noodles. Okay, what would you 2 like to drink? The waiter did the usual sales pitch. Su Ruzhin asked Chun Fan, would you like some red wine? Sure, it's your birthday, you decide. I'll drink with you. Okay, a bottle of red wine then. Su Ruzhin looked at the price and said, the wine here is so expensive. Give me a bottle of 2,600. Chun Fan looked at her in confusion. Why are you so frugal? Su Ruzhin said, that's about it. That's all, beauty. Okay, wait a moment, both of you. The waiter took the menu and left. Chun Fan also ordered a cake for her, which was on the way. The service in the restaurant is good. After all, the cost of such places is not low. Just today's meal for 2 people would probably cost several thousand yuan. The food was served quickly and the wine was opened. Chun Fan held a cup and said, come, wish our President Su a happy birthday. Su Ruzhin smiled and said, I also wish our business will become more and more prosperous and flourish. Chun Fan nodded. That's good. Our business must be booming. Well, I wish our Chun Fan will have many beautiful wives. Puff. Chun Fan was speechless. Do you really want me to have many girlfriends? I'll have more girlfriends if I have more. Chun Fan clinked glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp. Don't tease me all the time, or I might push you away one day. Su Ruzhin glanced and said, come on, who's afraid of who? Okay, you defeated me. Have some noodles. These are longevity noodles. Chun Fan pushed the bowl of noodles over. Didn't you cook noodles for me this morning? Eating noodles again. Su Ruzhin still picked up a few pieces with her chopsticks. The 2 of them ate and chatted, and Chun Fan said, "You have to get the company up and running quickly. From now on, I will give you full control of the operation." In Blueprint Equity Company, Chun Fan gave Su Rujin 10% of his shares. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Su Rujin's pretty face turned red. His eyes were drunken. "You can't drink." "Who said that? Do you dare to have another bottle?" "Forget it. We still have to cut the cake later." As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, the errand boy brought the cake over. The cake is not big, but it is very sincere. It says on it that I wish Mr. Su will always be 18 years old. Su Rujin smiled happily and said, "I like this." She made a wish, and while Chun Fan wasn't paying attention, she grabbed a handful of cream and smeared it on his face. "You?" Chun Fan was not to be outdone and wiped her face. If they hadn't been in the restaurant, the two would probably have had a big fight. Su Rujin panted, Okay, I won't make trouble anymore." Seeing her surrender, Chun Fan did not pursue her. "I'm going to wash my hands." Su Rujin stood up, put her bag on the seat, and went to the bathroom. Chun Fan wiped his face with a tissue. "Beauty, pay the bill." Su Rujin washed her face and was wiping it with a tissue when a man came out of the men's bathroom next door. Su Rujin, "So you were hiding here?" Su Rujin was startled, turned her head to look at the other person, and her face suddenly changed. "You're really good at hiding. The Liu family always thought you were abroad." Su Rujin turned around immediately and said, "You got the wrong person." After saying that, he hurried back to the restaurant, picked up his bag, and shouted at Chun Fan, "Let's go." But the other party caught up with her and saw Su Rujin with a boy. He couldn't help but yelled angrily, "Stop." Chun Fan noticed something was wrong. "What's going on?" The other person stared at him coldly. "Who are you?" "Boy, I advise you to mind your own business. You can't control or provoke the Su family's affairs." Su Rujin, "That's enough." Seeing the other party getting angry at Chun Fan, Su Rujin also became angry. "You don't need to take care of my business. There's no need for anyone to interfere." After saying that, she pulled Chun Fan towards the door angrily. But how could the other party let her go? He rushed over to stop the two of them, pointed at Chun Fan's nose, and yelled, "Boy, do you want to die? You want to fight, right?" Chun Fan rolled up his sleeves. It had just been a long time since he had a fight. Born in the countryside, he has plenty of strength. He just didn't believe that he couldn't defeat this pretty boy. Even though the other party was dressed in a suit and looked handsome, Chun Fan believed that as long as he punched him, he would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Seeing this, Su Rujin stood between the two of them and said, "Come to me if you have anything to say." The other party glared at Chun Fan angrily and said, "Okay, then come back with me, and I will pretend that nothing happened today." Su Rujin snorted coldly. "What if I don't?" "That's not up to you." He glanced at Chun Fan and said, "Stay away from her, boy. Otherwise you won't even know how you died." "What the hell is it to you?" Chun Fan did not show any weakness and responded sharply. The other party was furious. "I think you are looking for death." After saying that, he punched Chun Fan. Before Chun Fan could make a move, Chun Ming, who had been waiting outside, rushed over. Snap! He slapped the man in the face, then grabbed his wrist and pushed him to the ground. It hurts." The other party screamed and glared at Chun Ming with bared teeth. "You dare to hit me?" Bang! Chun Ming slapped him again. "Yes, I will beat you." "What's the matter? Are you not convinced?" Chun Ming exerted force on his hand, and the other party screamed in pain. It hurts." I surrender. Chun Fan sneered and said to Su Rujin, "Let's go." Chapter 63. Su Rujin confesses her life story. After coming out of the hotel, Su Rujin was in no mood at all. Chun Fan comforted her. "It's okay, don't think too much." The two returned to the apartment building, and Su Rujin was in a very low mood. She was very happy today, but she took a bottle of wine and sat on the balcony to drink it alone. Chun Fan saw that she seemed like a different person, and he always felt something was wrong. "Su Rujin, what's going on? Tell me." Su Rujin picked up the wine bottle and gulped. He took a few gulps. Chun Fan snatched it away and said, "Don't drink it. It will hurt your body." Su Rujin hugged his neck and burst into tears. Chun Fan had no choice but to comfort her. "Tell me what's going on, and I'll face it with you." But Su Rujin didn't say anything. It seemed that she had been suppressing her emotions for too long, sobbing continuously. Chun Fan couldn't push her away either. As she cried, she raised her head and glanced at Chun Fan. Her originally beautiful face was now covered with tear marks. His eyes were already red. Even Chun Fan felt distressed when he saw it. "What happened? Can't you tell me?" Su Ruzhen shook her head and couldn't help sobbing. Today's events brought back her sorrow. When Chun Fan saw her like this, he didn't know what to do except comfort her. Then let me help you to the bed and rest. Drink some with me. Chun Fan had no choice but to take 2 bottles of wine and sit with her on the balcony. Maybe sometimes it's better to get drunk. So Chun Fan didn't ask her what happened, but just drank with her. In fact, Chun Fan has never been in love, never been heartbroken, and never been drunk. He had no choice but to get drunk with Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen drank and cried. Before I knew it, it was already past 1 o'clock. I saw that she was finally drunk and still had half a bottle of wine left. Chun Fan bent down, picked her up, and walked into the bedroom. I covered her with an air-conditioned quilt and stayed by her bed. The night is deep. There is no wind and no rain. Even the air seemed to be telling a faint sadness. The remaining half bottle of wine lay lonely in the corner. Chun Fan didn't know her background, nor did he know about her grievances. But I don't know how to comfort her at this time. Finally, she was tired of crying. Lying on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chun Fan woke up from his sleep. I found myself wearing a piece of clothing. Su Ruzhen got up early. Seeing Chun Fan wake up, she said with an apologetic look, "I made you suffer last night." Chun Fan stood up and stretched his muscles and felt numb all over. Just as he was about to ask Su Ruzhen the reason, Wang Hao called, "Chun Fan, we're back." "Got it. Let's talk about it later. I'm busy now." Their training class was over, and they wanted to meet with Chun Fan to discuss the situation. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. I made breakfast." After Chun Fan stood up, Su Ruzhen said gently that she changed her clothes and began to tidy up the room. Seeing that she was as diligent as a good wife and mother, Chun Fan felt a little warmer in his heart. But he still asked about what happened last night. "What happened? Who was that person yesterday?" "My cousin." Su Ruzhen no longer avoided it. After making the bed, she sat down beside it. "Do you want to know the reason? Tell me. I will help you as long as I can." Chun Fan vaguely guessed that there must be a story behind her. Through this period of contact, I can tell that she doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Her ability to manage a company is definitely not as simple as being a temporary bank worker as mentioned before. At this point, Su Ruzhen had no choice but to speak frankly. "Actually, I am from the Jiangnan Su family. My parents died very early. In order to form an alliance with the Liu family, they wanted me to marry into the Liu family. I disagreed and ran away secretly." Chun Fan was stunned. "Are you talking about the century-old Jiangnan Su family?" This family is very famous, just like Chairman Wang, who people mention today as a small goal. Of course, Chun Fan had heard of it, but he never thought that Su Ruzhen had such a background. Su Ruzhen Nadif. Chun Fan stared with his eyes wide open. "Wow. So you are the eldest daughter of the Jiangnan Su family? What kind of plane?" Chun Fan looked at her in confusion, and at first he thought he was very charming. Only now did he realize that Su Ruzhen was deliberately trying to drag him down and go against the Su family. But the Liu family is also a big family. Damn it, it's full of traps, and it's a big pit. Seeing Chun Fan's expression, she glared at him in frustration and punched him. "What do you mean? You regret it?" Chun Fan asked, "Did you do this on purpose?" "What do you mean by intentional? I have nowhere else to go." Su Ruzhen blushed. "What can I do as a girl in Jiangzhou where I don't know anyone? Since you're a college student, you should be honest and simple, so I rely on you." Chun Fan shook his head. "Okay, but now that you've jumped into the pit, you are not allowed to change your original decision at any time. The company is just starting out now, so you have to move forward with me. Don't worry." Su Ruzhen finally knew the reason and pinched his face. "You are so narrow-minded. I'm a man of my word. What are you afraid of?" "Okay, then it's a deal. No matter what happens in the future, we will face it together." But the Liu family is not so easy to deal with. If they knew that I was with someone else, they probably wouldn't let it go. Whether it is the Su family or the Liu family, for Chun Fan at the moment, it is definitely a capital giant. What Su Ruzhen said at Chun Fan's house, that her family's assets were worth hundreds of billions, was not a lie at all. It seems that I have to make a new plan and crush these giants in terms of strength. School will start in a few days. Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to hurry up and set up the company and put it into formal operation. He asked Yilang Gao and the others how the training was going. The girl Tang Jing should be kept in the company. Su Ruzhen nodded. "Don't worry, I will take care of it." "Okay, you arrange it." Chun Fan stood up and prepared to go out. "Just leave like that. What's the matter?" Chun Fan thought something was wrong with her. She pointed her face. Would you like to have a bite? Faint. Flirting with myself again. No matter how many years older she is than him. In this respect, Su Ruzhen is simply a charming enchantress. No wonder so many emperors in those days would rather give up their kingdom just to win the smile of a beautiful woman. I'm afraid most people wouldn't be able to control themselves if they met a beauty like Su Ruzhen. Coming out of the apartment, Chun Fan found his legs weak. Chapter 64. Cooperation with Zhao Real Estate. At noon, Chun Fan met with Wang Hao and others. Their training has been completed, and they are about to officially take over the property management of Yunfan Building. In order to relieve their pressure, Chun Fan explained to Su Ruzhen, they are only responsible for the sanitation of the building's common areas and maintenance of facilities. Security issues are the responsibility of Blueprint Company. Because security is under the management of Chun Meng, but he only has a part-time job protecting Su Ruzhen's safety. In this way, managing property becomes a lucrative job. All the companies that move in have to pay them property fees. The property fees in the entire urban area of Jiangzhou are not cheap, let alone this kind of commercial building. So what Lang Gao and his team have to do is to recruit some cleaners, plumbing, and electrical maintenance workers and the like. As long as they manage this department well, it will be no problem for each person to get hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. To put it bluntly, this is Chun Fan giving away money. It is also to develop their abilities. When everyone was eating together, Tang Jing rarely spoke. Wang Hao asked, Chun Fan, how did you get to know Mr. Su? You were so generous that you actually let us practice on such a good thing. Qi Nan was also very interested in this matter, and they had planned a long time ago. Know how much profit you will make in a year. Times better than those who apply for jobs and companies. And they have a promising future. As long as we make the company bigger, we can contract properties outside. By then, the entire Jiangzhou will belong to them. Haha. This is of course the fantasy of a few young people. When discussing the division of labor, everyone unanimously nominated Lang Gao to be the manager. Wang Hao was the deputy manager, and the two girls were in charge of other matters. Chun Fan asked Tang Jing, what about you? Tang Jing shook her head and said, I've been thinking about this for the past few days, and I feel like I'm not suitable for this. I'd rather be an employee. Chun Fan understood that Tang Jing didn't want to work with these two pairs of lovers. Because they are a group, and I am a single person. She was afraid that there would be a gap between them over time, so she just brought it up now. School is about to start, but they have to put on hold. Especially in the third year. It is common to be 10 days or half a month late. They will officially start their posts tomorrow, so everyone will disperse after dinner. Chun Fan noticed that Tang Jing was worried and said a few words to comfort her. Don't feel pressured, just let go and do it. If you tie your hands and feet for a mere 200,000 yuan, your vision will be narrow. Tang Jing returned to school. Life always grows through slow tempering. After experiencing this incident, Tang Jing was obviously very different from before. When I first met her, she was a little arrogant and didn't talk to people much. Now she has learned to bow her head in front of life. The next day, Tang Jing was arranged by Su Ruzhen to work as an employee in the company. Because she is a student, she cannot go to get off work like a regular employee. Su Ruzhen could only arrange for her to take charge of some not-so-important tasks. Or it could be something that can be done remotely, so she can find time to complete it while at school. After Lang Gao and his colleagues took over the property, they felt good on the first day. Especially Lang Gao, who felt very cool wearing a suit with a manager's badge on his chest. Chun Fan helped them settle down, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to it. They have to walk the road ahead on their own. At around 10 o'clock, Su Ruzhen called. I have good news for you. You say, how about we celebrate tonight? Su Ruzhen kept it a secret. Sure, as long as you like. Hearing Su Ruzhen's soft voice, Chun Fan remembered how she looked in bed. No, if I continue like this, I'll be drained dry by her. Su Ruzhen's gentle smile came from the phone. Really, this is great news. Someone from Zhao Real Estate came to talk to me today and wanted to cooperate with us. The one who came was a young lady, so pretty. Speaking of Zhao Real Estate, Chun Fan naturally thought of Zhao Linlin immediately. Are they going to cooperate with you to open a hotel? How clever. So Ruth impressed. I see that she is young, but she is quite experienced in hotel management. I read her analysis report. The hotel is managed by their professional team, which I think is good. Well, just make up your mind. It's not a big deal. Chun Fan didn't care about these little things. Su Ruzhen was fully responsible for the investment within a few small goals. You trust me so much. Su Ruzhen asked deliberately. Chen Fan was speechless. I think you want to be beaten again. Would I care about such a small matter? Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, seeing that this guy was not honest. I'm telling you something serious. Don't keep thinking about that. Since you think it's feasible, I'll sign it. Okay, let's consider it our first investment. Chen Fan transferred 1 billion yuan from the stock market. He then injected the 1 billion yuan into his own company. Then the company under his own name will be injected into Blueprint Investment Company. In this way, Blueprint Investment Company was absolutely controlled by the company under his name. In addition, Chen Fan transferred the remaining 300 million yuan in the account to his own personal account. This money is used for daily pocket money. Although he transferred more than 1.3 billion yuan from the stock market, here more than 1 billion yuan from the two big stocks, Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining. There are still tens of billions of funds in the stock market. It's just that he has been too busy recently, and he doesn't even have time to invest in other stocks. When Su Ruzhen saw the funds arrived, she signed a cooperation agreement with Zhao Linlin the next day. Blueprint Investment invested 120 million yuan, and Zhao Group invested 150 million yuan to jointly build a new 5-star hotel. While Su Ruzhen was fully focused on her work, Chen Fan's school started. He has been living in the apartment all summer. I will have fewer opportunities to go to the dormitory in the future. In fact, there is nothing much to do in the first few days of school, except welcoming the new students. Zhou Bing has been quite busy recently. She and the dance team started rehearsing the program a week in advance for the performance at the opening ceremony. Ilang Gao and his friends were working in the company, so naturally, they didn't come to report. Only Chen Fan was there, strolling around preparing to go to school. Beep beep. As soon as I left the apartment, an Alpha drove over, followed by several cars. Hey, little brother, do you have any good apartment for rent here? Chen Fan glanced at the other person. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed modestly. Inside the Elfari car door that was opened was a girl of about 18 or 19. Judging from what he is wearing and the watch on his wrist, he seems to come from a wealthy family. Chen Fan said, I don't quite understand either. Why don't you ask the guard? The other party said thank you and turned to the girl in the car and asked, Miss, do you think this position is okay? It's quite close to the school. If possible, I'll arrange it now. The girl in the car leaned her head out and took a few glances. Only then did Chen Fan realize that she was extremely beautiful. Could be another new schoolgirl? Chen Fan was about to leave when the other party called out to him. Wait a minute. Chapter 65, New Schoolgirl. Do you live in this building too? The other person got out of the car. Although he was dressed in student clothes, his facial features were extremely delicate. She has a great figure too. Her appearance is no less than that of school beauty goddess Zhao Linlin. But in the eyes of a guy like Chen Fan who knows the taste of meat, she is still a little too slim. The other person is about 1.68 meters tall, which is very good among girls. And all her clothes are high-end luxury brands. Seeing her asking him about the building, Chen Fan nodded, yes. Oh, what's the environment like here? It's okay. At least it's the safest neighborhood around here. The property management is also very good. Got it, thank you. The other party smiled brightly, and Chen Fan also said politely, you're welcome. Having said that, he turned and left. The girl looked up at the apartment and said, I've looked at so many places, this is the one. Yes, Mississippi. The middle-aged man immediately gave orders. Find the best floor and buy 2 or 3 units. Look, he's so awesome. I didn't plan to rent it at all. I just bought it. A man who looked like a bodyguard ran over from the car behind, asked the doorman about the situation, and came back to report. I'm sorry, butler. The doorman said that the house here is very popular and there are no buyers at all. The butler sneered. That's because the price they gave was not enough. Talk to the owner directly. When Chen Fan arrived at the school, a large group of animals were dancing and talking. Do you know? Very impressive person among the freshmen. It is said that she's extremely beautiful, on par with Zhao Linlin. That's right. I heard that he is a top student and has participated in many international competitions. By the way, I also heard that her family is very rich. The family seems to own several listed companies. Ahem. At this time, Liang Dong came and glanced at everyone with contempt. What's the point of saying this? Can you guys reach it? I saw it all. He came with bodyguards. For people like you, even taking one more look is a luxury. Everyone was speechless after being rebuked by Liang Dongkai. Indeed, no matter how beautiful such girls are, there is still an insurmountable gap for them. That is something that ordinary people cannot even touch. As for those daydreamers, wake up. The class was arranging the arrangements for the reception of the new students. Gui Jianliang followed behind Liang Dongkai. Like a pug. When Chun Fan left the classroom, he didn't expect to hear rumors about the new schoolgirl everywhere. Hey, have you heard? There's a very beautiful girl among the freshmen. She's got amazing looks and a great family background. Well, now the forum is full of legends about her. That's right, this guy is awesome. It's already popular even before people arrive. Wow, I really want to meet a schoolgirl like this. I don't know if she has a boyfriend. Hearing these people whispering, Chun Fan felt very bored. Isn't she just a pretty girl? So what? I'm really speechless about these single guys who have never eaten meat. Well, maybe they don't realize now that a man deserves to have everything only if he is strong. Otherwise, you will always live in envy of others. This was Chun Fan's second time in the dance studio. Through the window glass, he saw from afar a group of girls with nosebleed-enough figures rehearsing. Some girls are so overdeveloped that some parts of their bodies are as big as those of cows. However, Chun Fan does not like this kind of exaggerated figure, but prefers those like Zhuo Bing and Su Ruzhen. Zhuo Bing is worthy of being the leader of the dance pair. She is the best among them in terms of dancing posture and appearance. Chun Fan watched from afar until they finished rehearsing. Why are you here? When Zhuo Bing saw Chun Fan, he immediately ran over to say hello. When Chun Fan saw her wearing tight training clothes, he smiled in a particularly mean way. Zhuo Bing guessed what he meant and glared at him fiercely. Don't look. Chun Fan asked, "What, are you free to make an appointment?" Zhuo Bing checked the time and said, "Let's go later. I have another show later. After rehearsal, I have to go back to the dormitory to take a shower." Chun Fan nodded. "It's okay, I'll wait for you." Zhuo Bing smiled sweetly. But this guy suddenly said, "I'm leaving, wife." Zhuo Bing shuddered all over, turned around, gritted his teeth, and pinched the guy hard. Stop yelling. After all, he was still a student, and when Zhuo Bing heard this title, he felt numb all over. Goosebumps all over the floor. Chun Fan fled in pain. This bastard. Zhuo Bing stamped his feet, still feeling a little embarrassed. Bored, Chun Fan came to the playground behind the girls' dormitory, where a woman in JK clothes was live streaming. Brothers, do you see this? This is the playground behind our school. I'm not lying to you. I'm really still a student. Thank you, brother, for the little star. Let's sell the tickets and crowdfund. Press the health bar and move the ticket. Chun Fan shook his head. People nowadays are not doing their jobs properly. Can't you just go to work properly? I play this every day and always think that pie will fall from the sky. If you really have talent, it's okay for people to reward you voluntarily. But the person in front of me can't do anything except acting coquettishly. They also frequently ask the audience to vote and compete with others. Do you think others are stupid? 555, we lost again. My brothers are so incompetent. Chun Fan sat down on the chair next to him, ready to wait for Zhuo Bing to finish rehearsal before going out to eat together. As soon as she took out her phone, the woman who was live streaming turned around and cursed. What are you looking at? Stinky loser. Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Chun Fan didn't care. He didn't expect that he would be scolded for no reason and without provoking anyone. But the other party asked, "What about you? Are you deaf? Go away and don't disturb my live broadcast." Chun Fan looked up. Are you talking about me? If not you, who else could it be? It's you, a poor loser, who came here to ruin my mood. I lost the PK again. Depend on. Chun Fan stared at the woman. He sneered. What? Are you going to hit someone? I'm an internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Tens of thousands of fans, amazing? Chun Fan really admires those talented anchors who sell goods. They never ask fans for gifts in a coquettish manner, but instead work hard on what they want to do. Like this. As long as I get a lollipop, he will probably kneel down and call me Big Brother, right? Chun Fan glanced at her live broadcast account and walked to a nearby place silently. A little Jiao Jiao. What kind of nickname is this? Where do tens of thousands of fans come from? Aren't there just over 1,000? There were only a dozen people in the live broadcast room. Hee hee. Without saying a word, Chun Fan went to the other party's live broadcast room and sent 2 rockets. Wow. Big Brother is coming to my live broadcast room. The other person was also a woman and was very surprised. It seems that this is the first time she has met such an awesome brother. A little girl was confused. Quickly click on the avatar of the Big Brother in the other party's live broadcast room. Nima. Isn't this the poor guy from before? A little girl suddenly burst into tears. Brother. Seeing Chun Fan not far away, she rushed over. Chapter 66. Boyfriend worth 100 million. Brother, please help me get a gift. Give me a huazi, and I will do whatever you say. Brother. Chen Fan looked at her strangely. Do I know you well? A little girl held onto his arm and kept rubbing against him. Brother, I was wrong just now. Just tell me. Help me fight 2 games, just 2 games, okay? As long as you help me brush a huazi, I will go with you today. Chen Fan looked disgusted. He took out his cell phone and sent a few more rockets to others. Another huazi. Wow. Oh my God. The god of wealth descends from heaven. The other party completely fainted in the live broadcast room. I am just a small anchor and have never seen any big scenes. Today, someone inexplicably gave me a rocket and even a huazi. Oh my God. The woman was so excited that she fainted. A little girl was so envious that she waved her fists in anger. Just like that, I missed the opportunity to meet my elder brother. It's all my fault. Dogs look down on people. I didn't expect that he is the real big brother. Chen Fan ignored her and left. She sat on the ground angrily. In the girls' dormitory, Zhuo Bing had finished her work and came out after changing her clothes. I saw Chen Fan waiting outside the dormitory door. Hey, you were so honest? Chen Fan stood up. What do you mean? Zhuo Bing held his hand affectionately. Today is the new student registration day. Didn't you go and provoke other schoolgirls? How can they compare to you? Jill, now you're so sweet. Did you do something bad? It is said that women are naturally sensitive. Chen Fan said firmly. What are you thinking about? Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious today. Chen Fan is now better at coaxing girls than before. After all, people always have to grow up. The two of them went out of the back door of the school and found that the 2 shops on the back street had been rented out to others. Taking advantage of the start of school, the boss of this shop is back to business. Chen Fan didn't want to worry about such trivial matters, and he would just have to collect rent from now on. Let's eat here. Zhuo Bing pointed to a frog shop in front. It was packed with people because school had started. You still have to queue. Chen Fan didn't like to join in the fun. Let's go to the city. Zhuo Bing stared at him. What are you doing? Although she is not short of money, she does not spend money recklessly. Not like some girls who are too ambitious and vain. Chen Fan put his arm around her waist and said, when I'm with you, of course I have to eat the best. And you won't be back at night, right? Zhuo Bing said the following words. Chen Fan pinched her face speechlessly. It's good that you know. Anyway, there was nothing due tomorrow, so Zhuo Bing just let him do it. The two hailed a taxi and said, Master, let's go to Yinjiang Avenue. Some people say that if you find a girlfriend, you must take her to eat seafood. The taxi driver could only glance at Chen Fan with envy. What a lucky guy. Such a good cabbage was taken away by him again. The place Chen Fan brought Zhuo Bing to was actually the top restaurant in Jiangzhou. Royal Banquet. The average consumption here is over $1,000 per person, with no upper limit. Zhuo Bing held him back. Are you crazy? Why are you in a place like this? Chen Fan said indifferently. Let's go, we're already here. Do you have a lot of money? You're so extravagant. Hey, I think you've been drifting lately. Chen Fan smiled and said, It's okay, I don't come here often. How much can the 2 of us eat? Zhuo Bing glanced at him. Are you hiding something from me? I'm telling you, Chen Fan, don't do anything illegal. Wrong with eating seafood? Let's go. After dragging her into the restaurant, the staff arranged a couple's booth by the window for them. The environment here is elegant, high-end, and classy. The floor was as shiny as if it had been licked by a dog. Let's order. Chen Fan asked the waiter to give the menu to Zhuo Bing, and Zhuo Bing took a look at the prices. It's too expensive. She didn't want to spend Chen Fan's money indiscriminately. But since she was already there, she gritted her teeth and ordered some not-too-expensive seafood. That's all. Show me. When Chen Fan saw this, he was like, how can this be possible? After all, I'm a billionaire, so I ordered all the best dishes here. Although the food in this kind of place is expensive, it is very exquisite and the portions are not large. Chen Fan closed the menu and said, another bottle of red wine. The waiter responded happily. Okay, what brand of red wine would you like? Well, a bottle of Lafite will do. A small bottle of Lafite costs tens of thousands. Zhuo Bing thought to himself. It's over. He's going to spend all my pocket money this year at once. I guess this dinner tonight will cost at least 100,000 yuan. But Chen Fan was very happy, as this was the first time he brought Zhuo Bing to such a high-end place. Besides, she is his official girlfriend, and Chen Fan doesn't want to treat her unfairly. Seeing Zhuo Bing staring at him suspiciously, Chen Fan smiled and said, What are you doing? Am I that handsome? Zhuo Bing said, Tell me the truth, what did you do? Are you dealing in antiques again? No, Chun Fan smiled, and seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, I made a lot of money from stock trading. When he mentioned stock trading, Zhuo Bing was not surprised. Many students in college are investing in stocks, but most of them lose so much money that even their parents can't recognize them. So she asked tentatively, how much do you earn? Chun Fan said calmly, not much, maybe a few $100 million. Puff. Zhuo Bing just picked up the cup to drink some water, but it suddenly sprayed out. Chun Fan speechlessly wiped the water off his face with a tissue. Why are you so wet? Zhuo Bing gave this fellow a fierce look and said, don't you like it? Chun Fan didn't expect Zhuo Bing to dare to say such a thing. All right, I really like it. Hearing that he made so much money from stock trading, Zhuo Bing felt relieved. Even the necklace worth more than 6 million yuan that I gave her last time, she felt at ease. The stock market is risky, so take it easy. But she still gave him some caring advice, and Chun Fan nodded, don't worry, I know my limits. Zhuo Bing didn't think there was anything special about having a boyfriend who was worth over 100 million yuan. She had become accustomed to this kind of life and the circle of wealthy people. After all, my parents are also worth over 100 million. The two drank red wine and ate seafood. It was quite romantic. Chun Fan had even booked a room a long time ago. This restaurant is right next to the main building. Several luxury cars drove to the restaurant entrance, and everything could be seen from the floor-to-ceiling windows. A middle-aged man got out of the car and then carefully asked a girl of about 18 or 19 to come out. Seeing his respectful attitude, Chun Fan wondered, who is this woman? Such a grand ceremony. The people who got out of another car behind were the president of Jiangzhou University, the director of the teaching department, and many other leaders. The principal lifted his collar and gestured to the middle-aged man, please. The middle-aged man respectfully asked the girl to go first. Chapter 67, If My Mother Finds Out, She Will Beat You to Death. Chun Fan's eyes can not only see through things, but can also see details 100 meters away. The bracelet on the girl's wrist turned out to be a product of the prosperous Tang dynasty. It is more than 1,300 years ago. Such a precious bracelet is definitely priceless. Chun Fan also saw news about this girl in the forum. She was Lu Wushuang, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, an existence that can crush the Zhao family of Jiangzhou in terms of both strength and family background. The Zhao family's assets are only a mere 20 to 30 billion, but the Lu family's strength is definitely more than that. This can be seen from the scene when Lu Wushuang goes to school. There were housekeepers, bodyguards, and even school leaders accompanying them. The appearance of Lu Wushuang made Chun Fan a little alert. After all, this family had a special relationship with Su Ruzhen. What he had to do was to develop rapidly and crush these families fundamentally. This is the only way to make Su Ruzhen feel safe. What are you looking at? Chun Fan was thinking about it when Zhuo Bing noticed his expression. However, Lu Wushuang and the others had already entered the restaurant, and Zhuo Bing saw nothing. Let's go shopping after dinner. Chun Fan took a sip of red wine. Zhuo Bing didn't seem to be very interested, no. Then go back to the hotel and sleep. This time Zhuo Bing did not refuse. Instead, I asked curiously, hey, how can you make so much money from stock trading? How do you do it? Chun Fan put down the cup and looked at her with a smile on his face. Why are you interested in this? How about I teach you some other day? No way. Can't you support me in the future? Zhuo Bing shrugged. She was just asking a question. Chun Fan said, it is necessary to support you. You are my wife. Zhuo Bing frowned. Can you be a little more oily? It always feels a bit awkward to call her wife at this time. After all, she is still a student. After dinner, the two took a stroll on the street and then went back to the hotel to sleep. Zhuo Bing lay in his arms. I was slept with by you on the first day of school. How long are you going to bully me? Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh and pinched her face. One lifetime is not enough. You must be mine in the next life too. Won't you be annoying me? Zhuo Bing has a very special personality. He is very cheerful and not the shy type. Chun Fan shook his head. Why should I bother you? Is it too late to love you? Zhuo Bing turned over and pressed him under him. If my mother knew, she would beat you to death. The next day, Chun Fan received a call from Su Ruzhen early in the morning. After more than a month of hard work, Blueprint Investment Company was ready and was just waiting for Chun Fan's words. Seeing that Zhuo Bing was still sleeping in, Chun Fan did not disturb her and immediately rushed to Yun Fan Building. Unexpectedly, I ran into Han Kaiying in the elevator. Andy, good morning. Han Kaiying stared at him in surprise. Why are you here too? Chun Fan smiled and said, I came to see that several classmates are applying for jobs here. Oh, Han Chae-young was confused. Could it be that this building was really his? She thought about her rent, which was half as low as others, and her heart skipped a beat. Chun Fan stood behind her, and there was a strong smell of perfume in the elevator. This mother-in-law loves to dress up. She is in her 40s and is very particular about her daily life. But she has a good temperament and is quite charming in this aspect. He had no idea what Han Kai-ying was thinking at the moment. Han Chae-young really has all 5 feelings. If what Chun Fan said is true, for a woman as strong as I am, all these years have been wasted. Not even as good as a child. Well, what can I say? People still need to read. Now that she had accepted the matter between Chun Fan and her daughter, she no longer worried about it. As long as they are happy. Arriving at Han Kai-ying's office floor, Chun Fan said politely, "Take care, Annie." Han Kai-ying nodded and said, "Come to my house and play when you have time." "Okay, I'll come to see you," and uncle's within. After Han Kai-ying got off the elevator, Chun Fan went to Blueprint Investment. In order to avoid exposing the identity of Chun Fan, the boss behind the scenes, Su Rujin asked everyone to take a day off and officially go back to work tomorrow. The office is tidy. Each area is clearly divided. According to Chun Fan's instructions, Su Rujin decided that the company should be younger, have a good atmosphere, and the decoration should not be too old-fashioned or rigid. This makes people feel happy when working. Su Rujin took him around for a while, and Chun Fan said with satisfaction, "It's pretty good. Congratulations to Mr. Su on the grand opening." Su Rujin smiled sweetly. "Aren't I still working for you?" Chun Fan said, "Don't forget, you are the legal representative of the company." Su Rujin laughed and took his arm, since no one saw it anyway. Then we came to the most important area, the trading room. This area is a certain distance away from the ordinary office area and has access card permissions. People not related to the work are prohibited from entering. In the trading room, there is a huge screen in front. Below the screen is a podium where the commander sits. Below are rows of computers, dozens of them lined up in a row. There is a temporary rest area next to it, with a place to put snacks. Chun Fan praised, "You really make people feel at ease when doing things." Finally, there is Su Rujin's large office, which comes with a luxurious lounge. There is a 2.2-meter-long bed and a double bathroom. "This is all for you. Would you like to experience it?" Su Rujin said ambiguously. Chun Fan suddenly felt agitated. He put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "You're so sexy." Su Rujin rolled her eyes at him, full of charm. However, Chun Fan did not fall for it and said seriously, "Our company should have a separate elevator. You can arrange it." He didn't want to run into other people every time he came over. Yin Fan building in the future, so we need to avoid suspicion. Surufenadid, okay. There are 7 companies that have moved into this building now. Many have come to negotiate, but some think it's too expensive. Chun Fan said, "We only recruit capable companies that earn money from rich people. If you think it's too expensive, don't come in." After checking, the two left the office. Su Rujin said, "I haven't been able to recruit the receptionist I want." Chun Fan has very high requirements for the receptionist. First of all, she must be beautiful and have good temperament. After all, the front desk represents the image of the company. If you find a few ugly ones, not only will the guests feel uncomfortable, but you'll also feel disgusted. So image is the first factor. The second is responsibility. You can't have someone who has no sense of responsibility, no matter how beautiful they are. The salary can be higher, but it must meet the company's employment requirements. Speaking of the front desk, Chun Fan thought of someone. But one is not enough, you need at least 2. At this time, Zhou Bing called and Chun Fan told her that he had something to do outside. "Then I'll go back to school." Zhou Bing checked out of the hotel and took a taxi to school. As soon as Chun Fan walked out of Yin Fan building, his phone rang again. Chapter 68, picked up a receptionist. Some people and some things seem to be destined. Chu Yinfei came out of the manager's office. She was almost angry to death today. In August, she sold 2 villas and earned at least nearly 300,000 yuan in commission. But the company changed the commission plan and only paid 50%. The rest will be paid out as a bonus at the end of the year. This is intolerable. Many people protested, but they were weak and belonged to a vulnerable group after all. There's only one sentence above. It's up to you to do it or not. Even without you, there are still others. I wonder how many people are queuing up for such a good job. Indeed, the salary of Jiangshan Daijing Villa District sales staff is higher than that of the same industry. And another crucial point is that this property is easy to sell, so there's no need to worry about not finding a salesperson. The company made this decision based on the bet that they would not dare to resist. Chu Yanfei was also scolded just now. The manager said forcefully, "The reason why the property can be sold is not because of your ability, but because of the good quality of the property and the strength of the company. Don't be complacent and self-righteous just because you have achieved some results. Remember that it is the company that makes you, not you that makes the company." After they converted it, Chu Yanfei could only get a commission of more than 110,000 yuan and only half of it. The manager also said to Chu Yanfei, "You were just picking up dead fish. Tell me what you paid for it." Of course, she knows the inside story of the property sales industry. I have also seen many colleagues make great sacrifices in order to sell their houses. She was indeed lucky, but she can't stand this. Can't I just quit? However, before leaving, she has to hand over the work at hand. And the client's matters also need to be taken care of. For the 2 villas bought by Chun Fan, Su Ruzhen has already obtained a real estate certificate, but Chun Fan did not intend to put the other villa under his own name, so he has not yet obtained the certificate. Chu Yanfei called Chun Fan, hoping that he could come over if he had time. If Chun Fan doesn't go, it will be more troublesome to hand the information over to someone else. "Then I'll come over. Chen Meng, please give me a ride." Without saying a word, Chen Meng drove the Tuareg to take Chun Fan to the Jiangshan Daijing sales office. Chu Yanfei had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Chun Fan get off the car, she hurried to meet him. "Mr. Chun, I have prepared your information. There are also keys to Building 19. You can register the real estate at any time if you wish. Of course, you can also apply for it in someone else's name." Chun Fan said there was no rush. The apartment layout of Building 19 and Building 16 is the same, and Chun Fan had seen them at that time. Su Ruzhen was not planning to move in for the time being, so the 2 villas remained empty. After handing the things to Chun Fan, Chu Yanfei made a small request. "Mr. Chun, can I take your car out?" "Sure. You're off work. I quit my job, so I'm giving you the key today." "Oh." Hearing that Chu Yanfei had resigned, Chun Fan looked at him again. Most people who work in sales have good temperament and good looks. They're almost as good as those flight attendants. So Chun Fan asked, "Why did you resign?" Chu Yanfei angrily stated the reason, and Chun Fan looked back at the sales department of Jiangshan Daijing. "I didn't expect such a big company would rip off its own employees. What is your education level?" "College." Chu Yanfei didn't know why Chun Fan asked these questions. She just answered truthfully. "So what are your plans next?" "I don't know. I'll find another job. If that doesn't work out, I'll go sell cars." Chun Fan said, "I have a place you can try. If you are competent, the salary should not be too bad." "Really?" Chu Yanfei's eyes widened. "What company?" Chun Fan said to Chun Meng, who was driving, "Let him take you there. It's a newly opened company, and they are hiring a receptionist. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also apply for other positions." "Well, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chun." Chu Yanfei was very happy that he could find a job so quickly. Of course, she believed that the boss who could afford the villa would not cheat. If they want to find a job for themselves, it's a matter of minutes. "Chun Meng, I'm going back to school. You take her to see President Su for an interview." Chu Yanfei guessed that Ms. Su should be the girl that Chun Fan brought last time. Arriving at the apartment building, Chun Fan got out of the car. Chun Meng took Chu Yanfei away. In the apartment building, a group of people were moving furniture, and it happened to be going to the floor where Chun Fan was. When he arrived at the door of the house he rented, he found that the doors of the 2 houses opposite and the one next to him were open. The middle-aged man I met yesterday was directing the moving work. "Be careful. Don't bump into anything. You need to put things in order. You can go a little slower. I'll give you double pay then." "Thank you, boss." Several movers were overjoyed and worked extra hard. Chun Fan was a little surprised. "Aren't there any houses for sale here? They even changed the furniture, 3 sets at once, so cool." Just as he was about to enter the door, the middle-aged man saw him and said, "Young man, do you live here too?" "Oh, do you need help?" "No, no." The other party waved his hand, and Chun Fan didn't say much and went straight back to his room. "When I opened the computer, I saw that the share prices of Shijiang Energy and Bagua Mining had skyrocketed. From the time Chun Fan started investing to now, the price has increased 6-fold, and it continues to soar. As expected of the century's big bull stock, the subsequent trends that Chun Fan can currently see are almost all rushing upwards in the form of daily limit. This is on a double again. Very good. Since his current size is large enough, if these 2 stocks double again, his shareholding funds will reach nearly 10 billion. It is very difficult to produce such a large quantity, and the dealer himself also needs to ship the goods. Therefore, Chun Fan decided to ship the goods after another 5 or 6 trading days. Then part of the funds will be handed over to Su Ruzhen's team to manage the business. Be your own boss behind the scenes. But Chun Fan discovered a problem. The market was going to fall soon, and there is still more than 500 points of room for decline. This is a bad phenomenon. Every time this happens in the market, it will affect the trends of many individual stocks. The tragedy of thousands of stocks hitting the daily limit may happen again. However, there are also a very small number of individual stocks that do not care about the rise and fall of the market and develop independent trends. Chun Fan paid attention to Zhao Real Estate and found that its stock price was cut in half in the following market. Jiangnan Paper, Southland Real Estate, Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile Company Limited fell by more than 60%. Chun Fan widened his eyes. No way. When reviewing the market today, I discovered these stocks. Because the amount of funds is too large, it is not conducive to short-term operations. I didn't expect the following market situation to be so exciting. Today is the second day, which means these stocks will start to plummet tomorrow. Chun Fan picked out these stocks without hesitation, as they have been rising rapidly. They are all bull stocks that have increased several times in value in the previous period. So what are you waiting for? Let's short sell by borrowing securities. Chapter 69. I became familiar with the girls in the dance troupe. The market capitalizations of these stocks range from hundreds of billions to tens of billions, and their market caps are not small. Chun Fan checked their margin lending quota. Just buy a few hundred million first. If the stock price plummets tomorrow, you can just lie down and make money. After finishing all this, there was no more noise outside. I guess everything has been moved. Chun Fan called Zhuo Bing and asked, "Would you like to have dinner together tonight?" Zhuo Bing agreed readily. "Sure. Come and pick me up." Chun Fan hung up the phone and went out. As expected, the place across the street had already been cleaned. There were at least 4 hourly workers cleaning each room. At this time, 2 people came into the elevator. The middle-aged man came with a woman in her 40s and said, "From now on, you'll take care of the young lady's daily life and diet." The middle-aged man ordered, "Okay, please rest assured. I will take good care of the young lady." Chun Fan entered the elevator and shook his head with emotion. Children from wealthy families are different. They have several bodyguards and nannies to take care of them. What a grand ceremony. Chun Fan arrived at the school, and Zhuo Bing was still in the dance studio. Seeing that the time was almost up, he had to go over to take over. Unexpectedly, I happened to run into Zhuo Bing and her friends just after their rehearsal, and a group of girls ran out. "Huh, Bing Bing's boyfriend is here. Don't let him run away. We must catch him today." "That's right. Let him treat us today." A group of girls surrounded Chun Fan with laughter. "We want to have a barbecue." They didn't know that Chun Fan had already rented out the shop, and they all kept pestering Chun Fan with smiles on their faces. Chun Fan said, "I have no money. If you don't have money, ask Zhuo Bing to pay for you. She's a very wealthy woman." At this time, a girl shouted, "No, I want to eat seafood." Another girl laughed. "Why do you have to eat seafood? Seafood is for girlfriends." "Why?" There are pure girls who don't understand. The girl who had just laughed rolled her eyes and said, "You don't even know what seafood tastes like." Oh, Zhuo Bing understood instantly. He couldn't help but glare at Chun Fan fiercely. So this was the reason why he wanted to take him to eat seafood. It is clearly laying the groundwork for future plans. Everyone changed their clothes and went to have a barbecue together. Stunned all the boys in the school. "Oh shit, whose son is this?" "Yes. Which rich second generation is this again?" "This posture is so awesome. You should know that everyone in Zhuo Bing's dance troupe has a great figure, good looks, and long legs. Any boy who can date one of them will be blessed in his life. This guy actually brought a bunch of beauties with him." At this moment, countless jealous eyes attacked like sharp swords. He wished he could cut Chun Fan into pieces. Especially those boys who are still single in their senior year are extremely angry. This scene happened to be seen by Liang Dong. "Fuck you, poor loser. You're done pretending." He glared at Zhuo Bing. "Bitch. Sooner or later, I'm going to get you and abandon you." Chun Fan didn't see Liang Dongkai, nor did he know that he was cursing him behind his back. He took Zhuo Bing and the others to the back street and said, "You can order whatever you want to eat. Zhuo Bing will treat us today anyway." Zhuo Bing was also very polite. "Well, order more and bring some to the people in the dormitory." "Hey, rich lady Zhuo Bing, you can't possibly take the food away after you finish eating, right?" A girl who was on good terms with Zhuo Bing joked. "It doesn't matter, as long as you are happy." At this time, A girl next to them looked at the two of them curiously. Isn't it your boyfriend who's treating? Why are you paying? Chun Fan, you don't want to be a gigolo, do you? Chun Fan didn't mind. In our family, women manage the money. Ha ha! A group of girls laughed happily. Zhou Bing found that his eyes were always glancing at the long legs of other girls. Gnashing her teeth, she pinched him secretly and said, "Don't try to take advantage of them." Chun Fan smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person?" But this guy's indeed eyeing these girls, thinking about whether to sign them to work as receptionists in the company. If they appear, wow, who can compare with this scenery and grandeur? The girls who were with Zhou Bing all had good personalities. Could take a joke too. When we didn't know each other well before, everyone was so aloof. We became familiar with each other, just like brothers. They ate barbecue and drank beer without any restraint at all. If I can build them into a girl group, I can also invest in the film and television industry in the future. A bolder idea popped up in Chun Fan's mind. By the time everyone finished eating the barbecue, it was almost 8:30. Chun Fan really didn't expect that these girls could drink so much. A dozen people drank 4 boxes of beer, with each person averaging at least 4 bottles. There were a few of them who couldn't drink much, which meant that some people drank 5 or 6 bottles, or even more. Watching this group of lively and naughty girls waving goodbye, Chun Fan hugged Zhou Bing and whispered, "Why don't we go to the hotel?" "Faint, you went there last night, and you're going there again today?" Although Zhou Bing also wanted to stay with Chun Fan, she still refused to go to the hotel. "Why don't I rent a house, and then we can—" "You want me dead?" Zhou Bing immediately stopped his next thought. "It is absolutely impossible to rent a house outside. This is open cohabitation. Don't you dare to think like that." Zhou Bing pinched his nose and said, "Work hard. We are still young. We'll have a lot of time together in the future." "All right." Chun Fan had no choice but to send her back to the dormitory. After all, girls should be more cautious in this regard. Chun Fan returned to the apartment and was stopped by 2 bodyguards when he was about to enter the elevator. "What's the meaning?" Chun Fan looked at the other person angrily. A bodyguard said with a sullen face, "I'm sorry. Our young lady doesn't like to share an elevator with others. Please go to the side." Chun Fan was a little annoyed. "Is the elevator yours?" The bodyguard frowned and was about to warn Chun Fan, but the girl in the elevator shouted, "Forget it. Let him in." "Miss." The 2 bodyguards wanted to say something else. The girl glanced at them and said, "Can't you hear me?" "Yes." The 2 of them then walked into the elevator awkwardly and no longer tried to stop Chun Fan. Chun Fan was a little unhappy, looking at the 2 bodyguards and thinking, "Do you believe that I will find someone to beat you up?" He simply didn't enter the elevator and walked out to wait for Su Ruzhen. After a while, Chun Meng brought Su Ruzhen back. Chun Fan called him to the side. "Chun Meng, how strong are you? Can you beat those bodyguards?" Chun Meng looked at him in confusion. "What do you want to do?" Chun Fan said, "I want you to help me beat up 2 people. Just give it a try." Chun Meng was not sure. After all, the other party was also a bodyguard-level figure. He can't brag about this. But Chun Meng had a request. "If I win, you buy me a drink. If I lose, you send me to the hospital." "Ha ha." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Okay." Chapter 70, Chun Meng's Strength. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to drag Chun Meng to fight, Su Ruzhen asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Chun Fan touched his nose and said, "I'm afraid you'll have to step aside for a while." "What happened?" "The eldest daughter of the Liu family, Liu Wushuang, has come to Jiangzhou University to study. She lives upstairs with her bodyguards." Su Ruzhen felt a bit overwhelmed. "Then I won't go up. You guys go." After saying that, he left in a hurry. "I guess I'll just have to stay in a hotel tonight." Chun Fan took Chun Meng into the elevator and went straight to the 26th floor. Liu Wushuang has returned to her room. The housekeeper bought 3 sets of houses here at once, and Liu Wushuang lives in one of them alone. The 2 bodyguards live in one suite, and the other one is for the nanny, which also serves as the kitchen. When the 2 went upstairs, they happened to meet Liu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards guarding the door. "Are they both?" Chun Meng came up. He pointed at the 2 of them and asked. Chun Fan nodded. Chun Meng walked over and asked, "Are you 2 awesome? Come here and fight me." The 2 bodyguards glanced at him with some disdain. You have to know that they have all received professional training. Those who were sent by the Liu family to protect Liu Wushuang are definitely not ordinary people. "Fight with you? It seems like I have lost my identity." But when Chun Meng rolled up his sleeves, he looked just like a country bumpkin. He pointed at the nose of one of the bodyguards and said, "Damn it, just because you're rich is not a big deal. Does this elevator belong to you? Can you install one yourself? The other party frowned and grabbed Chun Meng with a grappling hand. Chun Meng sneered, lowered his body, raised his hand, and hit the other person's lower abdomen with his elbow. Forehead? Is this guy a martial artist? The opponent instinctively bent his body to avoid Chun Meng's attack. Who knew that Chun Meng would use a whirlwind kick? Brush. A powerful force came against the wind, long legs like whips. Hit the opponent's waist hard. The opponent was knocked flying on the spot and hit the wall hard. Seeing the other person curled up on the ground, covering his injured part, Chun Fan gave him a thumbs up. It works in one shot, not bad. I never expected Chun Meng to be so powerful. A professional bodyguard was knocked down by him in just 2 moves. The other bodyguard was stunned and roared. He ignored the bodyguard who had fallen to the ground and rushed towards Chun. Chun Meng was not to be outdone. Bang, bang, bang. He threw out 18 consecutive punches in an instant with great force. The opponent was beaten back repeatedly by him and had no power to fight back. Good. Chun Fan watched with great interest and shouted excitedly. The other party became furious and roared loudly, using the Black Tiger heart-ripping move to attack Chun Meng's heart. Chun Meng blocked with both hands, suddenly pulled back and turned around. An elbow hit the opponent's cheek. Puff. A trace of blood flew out of the other person's mouth, along with a few teeth. Thump, thump, thump. After being hit hard by Chun Meng's attack, he couldn't stop and retreated more than 10 steps. He touched his cheek swollen by Chun Meng, his eyes burning with anger. Come again. Chun Meng hooked his finger at him. The other party was furious and rushed over roaring. Chun Meng pulled up his stance, bow in front, and arrow behind. Aho! Seeing the opponent approaching, he kicked again. Thump! The bodyguard suffered the same fate and was knocked to the ground by Chun Meng. Good. Wonderful. Chun Fan clapped his hands and shouted. He walked over and patted Chun Meng on the shoulder. Awesome. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have this skill? I'll ask Mr. Su to double your salary later. Thank you, Mr. Chun. What? Chun Meng reacted after he finished speaking. What is your relationship with President Su? Chun Fan smiled and said, we are brothers who share the same bed. Depend on. That's what I told you. The relationship between them must be special. Otherwise, how could Su Ruzhin be so nice to me? What are you doing? Lu Wushuang came out of the house after hearing the noise and saw that his 2 bodyguards were beaten black and blue. They were holding their waists and couldn't even stand up. What's going on? This was probably the most embarrassed time she saw the 2 bodyguards. You know, jobs like theirs are usually quite impressive. How could ordinary people dare to provoke him? The 2 struggled to get up, lowered their heads and shouted, Mississippi. One of the bodyguards complained first, pointing at Chun Fan and saying, we just stopped him in the elevator, and he called people over to retaliate against us. Lu Wushuang was speechless. Are you 2 shit-eaters? You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to say you'll protect me? Her face darkened. From now on, you 2 are fired. No, miss. Go and explain it to the butler yourself. Lu Wushuang was merciless. He threw down a sentence and turned to walk in. What a fucking loser. As a bodyguard, he actually had the nerve to say that he was knocked down. Chun Fan was very happy and put his arm around Chun Meng's shoulders. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Don't leave until you're drunk. He glanced at Lu Wushuang's 2 pitiful bodyguards and laughed heartily. Pretty awesome just now. I didn't expect it to be so delicious. The nearest night snack stalls at this time are at the front gate and back street of the school. There are mostly restaurants in the front, but the back street is where they are happiest. Late night snacks, accommodation, KTV, foot bath, and massage. Chun Fan took him to the back street, and Chun Meng was fascinated by the long legs under the short skirts. Finally, he sighed, you still have to study. Otherwise, you can't even get through the door. Chun Fan ordered a case of beer and a lot of barbecue, and the 2 of them chatted while drinking. Chun Meng, you are quite skilled. Follow Boss Su and work hard. I won't treat you unfairly. Yeah. Chun Meng nodded obediently, and he opened his mouth and ate the whole skewer of barbecue. Su Ruzhin called, where are you? Barbecue stand, would you like some? Forget it, I'll lose weight at night. Su Ruzhin asked, is the matter settled? I was just about to tell you. Chun Meng is really good. He knocked down Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards. Raise his salary to 30,000 tomorrow. Well, come over after you have supper. What? Su Ruzhin said depressedly. What else can I do? You finished eating. Why don't you give me some? Then she sent a location message to Chun Fan. Jiangzhou International Hotel. After seeing this message, Chun Fan added a few more skewers of lamb kidneys. It was almost 1 o'clock. Chun Fan paid the bill and looked at Chun Meng's greasy mouth. Let's go. Two people took a taxi, and one went to the company dormitory in Yun Fan building. One came to Jiangzhou International Hotel. In room 1314, Su Ruzhen took a shower and lay on the bed lazily. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and she hurried over to open the door. Chun Fan flashed in with a smile, looking at Su Ruzhen, who was clean and white in her bathrobe. This guy is smiling like a pervert. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Why don't you take a shower?" Smelling a strong smell of barbecue, Chun Fan rushed into the bathroom. In a flash, wash, wash, wash. Seeing this guy so impatient, when he came out, Su Ruzhen handed him a bathrobe and smiled slyly. "Sorry, I'm full tonight." Day. Chapter 71, Godlike Man. Of course, when I was with Su Ruzhen, we mainly talked about work. That kind of thing should be done in moderation. Chun Fan didn't go overboard. 3 or 4 times a day was enough. After finishing her work, Su Ruzhen told him that Chu Yanfei would come to work tomorrow. She also brought a colleague who was also working in sales with her. Is very good-looking, which meets Chun Fan's requirements for a front desk clerk. Chun Fan said, "I won't interfere in the company's affairs. You are fully responsible. Oh, let me tell you something very important. I plan to short Jiangnan Paper, Nangor Real Estate, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile." After hearing this, Su Ruzhen sat up instinctively with a look of surprise on her face. "What's the matter? Why didn't you react so strongly just now?" Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you know that these 3 companies are all owned by the Liu family?" Chun Fan was slightly stunned. "What a coincidence. Never mind. Shouldn't I make money?" Su Ruzhen said, "That's not what I meant. I thought you were deliberately going to war with the Liu family." "Not really. It's just a coincidence." Chun Fan really didn't expect things to be so coincidental, but tomorrow will be a major turning point. The market, which has been rising rapidly since last year, is about to change. It will be a bloody storm. I will transfer another 2 billion to the company's account early tomorrow morning. You give the order and complete the layout before 10 o'clock. Throw all the money you have at it. I'll send you a message with a specific plan. When it comes to work, Su Ruzhen is never vague. Of course, she had no idea what would happen tomorrow. The next morning, Chun Fan transferred the money to the account of Blueprint Investment Company. 2 billion. He also held a large number of shares in Western Frontier Energy and Northern Mining, just waiting to sell them out next week. After all, the crazy rise of these 2 stocks against the market trend cannot be missed. Although Su Ruzhen was troubled by Chun Fan last night, she still arrived at the company on time. At this moment, various departments of the company have been established, including personnel, finance, logistics. The most core department is, of course, the operation team, which has a total of 16 people. Each person is responsible for at least a dozen financial accounts. And they're all traders, no analysts. Blueprint's company account is generally not activated. This is also Chun Fan's arrangement because he does not want to be exposed to these capitals too early. The market opened at 9:30 and soared. At this time, no one would have thought that a major change would occur today. Su Ruzhen instructed everyone to borrow securities and short sell. At this time, all the traders felt incredible. Someone asked in confusion, "Mr. Su, the market is rising rapidly. Isn't it inappropriate for us to operate like this?" Su Ruzhen said, "Your task is to follow orders. Don't ask anything else. If you don't borrow securities when the price goes up, you won't be able to buy them when the price goes down." Moreover, they only shorted 3 stocks under the Liu family and would not touch the others for the time being. At this moment in the Jiangnan Liu family, the young and energetic Liu Yuxuan was very excited to see the great rise in his own company stocks. If they hold on for a while longer, the Liu family's assets could double again. As an outstanding representative of the younger generation of the Liu family, he is now the president of the company. The Su family was preparing to match him with Su Ruzhen. But Su Ruzhen refused and ran away from home. The Liu family's goal is to double the market value of its several listed companies. As their plan was about to be realized, they certainly didn't know that something big was going to happen today. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the early trading was still fine. Billions of dollars of northbound funds flowed, and shortly after Su Ruzhen completed his layout. Suddenly, the market changed, and the market index, which had been rising sharply, suddenly turned around and fell. At first, no one took it seriously. After all, there's no stock market that only goes up and never goes down, so a correction is reasonable. But The market rose by more than 1 point and soon fell below yesterday's closing index. Then it goes all the way down, diving straight down. Oh no, the situation is not good. I guess everyone has this thought at this moment. Some experts looked at the market index and K-line and said, it's okay as long as it doesn't break. It should be a technical adjustment. After all, the previous rise was too fast. However, the stock market was far from being as simple as they had imagined. The huge buy orders for almost all stocks, including many funds for capping the daily price limit, were swallowed up in an instant. The stock price plunged from a high level. The market quickly fell 2 points. Then it eased a little. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a sharp drop, there will be a strong rebound. Seeing this, some smart people will immediately try to take advantage of the rebound. Another huge amount of funds are bought. But buying at this time is tantamount to walking into a trap. I guess most people don't realize the risk is coming. The market rebounded for just 3 minutes, rising by less than a point before plummeting again. And the magnitude is even greater. A storm is coming. The market dropped 5 points. At this moment, at least half of the stocks have hit the limit down. The 3 stocks under the Liu family have also fallen by more than 8 points. The stock market turned green, and Liu Chongfeng's face also turned green. As the third-generation head of the Liu family, he is in charge of hundreds of billions of assets under the Liu family. Seeing that his plan was about to fail, Liu Chongfeng's face became terribly gloomy. Liu Yuxuan advocated saving the market and was determined to withstand the pressure at all costs. He was restrained by Liu Chongfeng. After all, he is a veteran in the business world who has experienced decades of ups and downs, and he smelled a crisis. According to his experience, he should not fight to the death at this time, but take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, there would be no recovery. Sure enough, within half an hour, all 3 stocks under the Liu family hit the limit down. In the entire stock market, only a few stocks are still holding up. Of course, there are also high-quality stocks that are rising against the wind. For example, Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining have firmly held their daily limit and are as stable as a rock, and they will continue to rise. Blueprint Investment Trading Room, and everyone was surprised, staring at the plate in amazement. They had to admire Mr. Su for his foresight. It was as if the stock market was controlled by her, rising or falling as she wished. Seeing everyone's admiring eyes, Su Ruzhen felt secretly ashamed. She could only admire Chun Fan. This guy was simply a godlike man. YYDS. In the afternoon, the market continued to fall. The bears did not give the bulls any chance, and the market eventually closed at minus 7.73%. Su Ruzhen called Chun Fan and said, "It's closed. We won a great victory. What should we do next?" Chun Fan said, "Wait." In this wave of market, the market fell by more than 500 points, with only a small rebound in the middle. The 3 stocks under the Liu family fell by more than 60%, and he just had to reap the benefits. Otherwise, don't do anything. Su Ruzhen received instructions and asked everyone to rest. Snacks, coffee, and fruit plates are all ready. Everyone can eat and play it well. Real money-making work doesn't need to be so tiring. Chun Fan watched the stock market in his apartment all day, turned off his computer, and stretched. As soon as the 3 stocks under the Liu family fell, "Well, I made a few $100 million again today." Others only make money when the stock price goes up, but he makes money even when the stock price goes down. There is currently another 10.396 billion in funds in the account. This does not include the more than 3 billion transferred to Blueprint Investment. Next week, we must quickly sell Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining and mobilize funds to do another big deal. Just as he was about to go out and relax, Tang Jing sent him a message. "Chun Fan, are you free?" Chapter 72, opening the door to another world for Tang Jing. Seeing this message, Chun Fan barely had any second thoughts. "Well, go ahead." Seeing that Chun Fan was not busy, Tang Jing quickly called him. "Hey, Chun Fan, can you come out for a moment? I have something to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" Tang Jingyan hesitated. "Come out first and we'll talk." Perhaps she felt that this was not a good idea, so she explained, "I want to treat you to a meal." It's certainly nice to be invited to dinner, but Chun Fan noticed that something was wrong with Tang Jing's tone. She has something on her mind. Chun Fan shook his head. "This Tang Jing, it seems like she needs some good counseling. She has become a different person ever since the incident in her family." "Okay, then come to the apartment complex across from school. I'll wait for you downstairs." Chun Fan waited for more than 10 minutes before Tang Jing finally arrived. "Didn't you treat me to dinner?" You made me wait so long. That's not sincere enough. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with Tang Jing today. Although she didn't wear any makeup, you could tell she had made some effort to dress up. Her hair was neatly tied behind her head. Her face was pretty, and her facial features looked particularly delicate. And she wore jeans that made her legs look longer today. After seeing Chen Fan, she seemed a little embarrassed. Am I late? This question was really difficult for Chen Fan to answer. He looked at Tang Jing quietly. This child looked very quiet. Fortunately, I only waited for about 10 minutes. Tang Jing looked at him awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Seeing how cautious she was, Chen Fan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Isn't it too early to eat now? Then, shall we find a cafe and sit for a while? Tang Jing asked for his opinion. Chen Fan said readily, okay. To be honest, he didn't like the way Tang Jing looked now. Ever since the incident at home, she has become cautious and reserved in front of him. After the two arrived at a nearby coffee shop, Chen Fan ordered 2 cups of coffee and some snacks. Tang Jing emphasized, it's my treat today. She picked up the phone and said, let me pay you back 10,000 yuan first. She transferred the money to Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, why are you so anxious? I'm not rushing you. Tang Jing blushed. You didn't urge me, so I can't go back on my word, right? You've helped me a lot, and I feel uncomfortable leaving you in debt. It's like having a stone weighing on my heart. I didn't expect Tang Jing to be so honest. If it were some other people, they would never return the money if they borrowed it. He also understood Tang Jing's psychological pressure and comforted her. Take your time. Anyway, I'm not short of money for the time being. Tang Jing hummed, trying to force a smile. Thank you. There was a gleam of simplicity, reality, and sincerity in her eyes. An idea suddenly came to Chen Fan's mind. In fact, you shouldn't lock your mind for this little money. You should open it. It's just a temporary problem. If you're tied down by a small amount of money, it will hinder your future development. Perhaps you will become particularly cautious from now on, and you will not be able to let go. This will also limit your vision. Hearing him say this, Tang Jing was stunned. Chen Fan's words touched her heart. She was indeed the proud little princess in her parents' eyes. She has excellent grades and is beautiful. She has always been cared for by everyone since she was a child. But she lives in an ordinary family environment after all. Once something as big as my dad getting into a car accident happens, the whole family will fall apart. Money is a gap that many people cannot overcome in their lifetime. This is the reality. Although money is not everything, without money, nothing is possible. I used to be a person with dreams. But now she only thinks about making money. A debt of more than 200,000 yuan is also a considerable burden for ordinary people. It may take you several years to pay it back. Therefore, Tang Jing wanted to seize every opportunity and work hard to make money to pay off her debts. Sometimes she thought to herself that she just ran into Chen Fan. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be so lucky. She had analyzed Chen Fan over and over again in her mind, and many people said that his family was very poor. He has been working part-time to pay for his studies and even received poverty subsidies from school. But who could have thought that he would be able to rise in just 2 years? He went from being a student receiving poverty subsidies to a person with the strength and ability to help others. Tang Jing was deeply moved by Chen Fan's story. Maybe if nothing like this had happened at home, she wouldn't have noticed this boy at all. Thinking about it now, she still thinks Qin Nan has good vision. Chen Fan also noticed her thoughts, put down the cup, and said, let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Seeing Chen Fan stand up, she quickly said, I'll go pay the bill. Chen Fan smiled and said, let me do it. How can this be? I already said it's my treat. Tang Jing rushed to pay, but was stopped by Chen Fan. You will make a boy lose face if you do this. Tang Jing blushed and felt too embarrassed to insist. Where are we going? Go to a place that can open the door to another world for you. Although I knew every word he said, I just couldn't understand him. Tang Jing thought of many possibilities. What are you going to do? He has a girlfriend. Tang Jing began to have wild thoughts. The two hailed a taxi. Master, let's go to the exotic goods market. Tang Jing had no idea what the rare goods market was. Hearing that they were not going to the hotel, she finally felt relieved. The two of them were sitting in a taxi, and her hand accidentally touched Chen Fan. An electric shock-like feeling spread throughout my body. Tang Jing's heart trembled. We arrived at the place. The odd goods market is similar to Wunjing Street. That side is mainly about antiques, while this side is another place of prosperity. Trading large and small rare stones is what many people often call gambling on stones. One knife makes you poor, another knife makes you rich. Some people become rich overnight here, while others lose their families and homes here. But this is fundamentally different from winning the lottery. If you spend money to buy lottery tickets hoping to win the jackpot, it's different here. As long as you have enough courage and vision, the chances of betting on a rise are very high. After all, this is a formal trading market, and many stones are clearly marked with prices. Tang Jing couldn't understand why Chun Fan brought her here. This was indeed an area she had never touched before, and also another world she had never entered. What are we doing here? Tang Jing looked at Chun Fan curiously. Chun Fan smiled and said, "Aren't you always worried about owing that 200,000 yuan? Today I will help you resolve this problem. Let's go over there and take a look." The two came to the raw stone auction area, where stones of different sizes were placed, all with clearly marked prices. As long as you pay, you can go there to cut the stone. Whether it rises or falls, the decision will be revealed with one knife. Chapter 73, Gambling on Stones. Chun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils changed immediately. The perspective function is automatically turned on. Tang Jing. Oh shit. Excuse me. I really didn't mean it. Operational error. Chun Fan looked embarrassed, and Tang Jing was still in the dark. What's the matter? She had no idea that the little cuteness inside her had been seen by Chun Fan. Ahem. I didn't expect that Tang Jing was so attractive. He pulled Tang Jing over and whispered, "Buy the stone marked 10,800. Tang Jing blushed. How could she have the money? I just returned the 10,000 yuan I had saved with great difficulty to Chun Fan, and I only have a few hundred yuan left for living expenses." Chun Fan asked, "Can you be more flexible? I will return the 10,000 yuan to you. You don't have to pay me back yet. I'll give you another 800. How can this be possible?" Tang Jing was very upset. "You want me to gamble on stones? You're right to listen to me. Go ahead." But Tang Jing bit her lip, still a little worried. "I have no experience in this area." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Try it first. If you win, you can return it to me. If you lose, you don't have to return it. Besides, how do you know whether you will win or lose if you don't try? I'm not asking you to gamble. I'm just telling you a truth. Don't keep the debt in your heart. You should let it go. Money is just a thing outside of your body. We spend our money and get something else in return." Tang Jing thought about it and said, "Okay then." She followed Chun Fan's instructions and wanted to buy the stone marked with 10,800. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a Gucci handbag next to him smiled and said, "Young man, you are really good. This broken stone has been on display for more than a year and has not been sold. It is a useless piece of waste." Tang Jing became even more nervous and looked back at Chun Fan. Chun Fan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. We don't expect to make money anyway. Just buy it for fun." Thin middle-aged man nearby looked at the two of them and said, "You look unfamiliar. You must be tourists here, right? In the industry of gambling on stones, one really needs good eyesight. Young man, how about I help you take a look? If you like it, you can give me 10% of the labor fee. If you don't like it, I won't take a penny." Chun Fan really wanted to laugh. This damn liar is really good at fooling people. Who wouldn't want to do this kind of business that is sure to make a profit? It's a pity that he said it so seriously. But there are people who really fall for it. Some tourists and laymen who came to play were grateful to him once they bought the items after being persuaded by him. Even a fool knows that this logic is completely nonsense. They all said this stone is no good. It's okay, just play it and treat it as an experience. You have to experience the joy of spending money. All right. Tang Jing paid the bill, and the staff asked, "Do you want to have the stone cut?" "Certainly. I don't understand. Should I buy it and keep it as a memorial?" The stone was not big, only about 20 to 30 centimeters in shape, and a stone cutter took it away directly. The two men came over together and saw the stone cutter fixing it on the machine. "Do you have any requests?" "Most of the tourists who come here are for fun. It will be better if they can win, but it doesn't matter if they don't." They obviously thought they were tourists too. Tang Jing knew nothing about this, so Chun Fan said, "Just cut it casually." Anyway, the jade inside was not big, and Chun Fan could see it clearly. Of course, the stone cutters use the most common method, which is to rub it from the side to see if they can rub out green. But he wiped it with a knife. Oh wow. Many people watching nearby shook their heads. "I told you, young man, you have poor eyesight. I helped you choose, but you didn't listen." The thin guy standing next to him seemed to be gloating. Tang Jing became even more nervous. "That was the 10,000 yuan I saved up with great difficulty. I didn't see anything, and you killed it with just one knife?" Chun Fan ignored the thin man and handed a cigarette to the stone cutter. Master, please give me another cut here. He gestured on the stone. Master Gesture nodded. Good. But I'm sure there's no hope for your stone. Having worked in this kind of environment for many years, he smiled on his slightly old face. Chun Fan said, let's try it first. The other party cut it with a knife, and before the cut surface was revealed, Tang Jing covered her eyes with her hands. Chun Fan leaned close to her ear and said, Cuckold. Green. It's green indeed. The onlooker shouted. Oh my God. The cut went up. It really turned green. Look, there's indeed jade in it. Young man, you've made a fortune. Chun Fan smiled faintly. You think a fist-sized piece of jade can make me rich? He pulled away Tang Jing's hands that were covering her eyes. Tang Jing looked at the green ball in the middle of the stone and was petrified on the spot. Is this the legendary gambling stone? And he won the bet. Chun Fan fired another round of cigarettes, and Master Gesture grinned and said, Congratulations. You're lucky, young man. This is the first green the first solved today. Chun Fan didn't have anything to get excited about. He said to Tang Jing, You won the bet. Oh, Tang Jing was still in a daze. At this time, a jade shop owner nearby shouted, Young man, sell it to me for 80,000 yuan. This is the advantage of the rare goods market. There are people waiting here from top to bottom of the entire industrial chain. As long as you cut it green, someone will come and buy it immediately. Of course, you can also choose not to sell it and keep it for your own collection. Chun Fan laughed. I won't sell it for 80,000. Another boss shouted, I'll give you 100,000. 100,000? Tang Jing was somewhat moved, but she listened to Chun Fan. Chun Fan was also unambiguous. Who wants to take the 300,000? Wipe. Young man, you are too cruel. You have to leave some profit margin for others. I can't take 300,000. Several jade shop owners shook their heads. I want 300,000. A voice was heard from the crowd, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a woman wearing a white shirt, black wide trousers, and a pair of shiny earrings that looked particularly beautiful. The breeze blowing her long hair looks so cool. Boss Liu, do you think highly of this small business? Several jade shop owners were quite dissatisfied when they saw this. However, the Liu family is powerful and is the leader in this industry, so they can only feel unhappy in their hearts. Chun Fan didn't expect that he would meet Jiangzhou's famous jade industry goddess Liu Ruoxian here. Liu Ruoxian is as her name suggests, with bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, and bones, and she looks like an immortal. Don't bully the little kid. This is clearly a piece of top-quality jade. You are too mean. Liu Ruoxian smiled at Chun Fan and the others and said, How about selling it to me for 300,000? Chun Fan turned around and asked Tang Jing, Is it okay? I'll listen to you. Tang Jing pulled his arm nervously. The sky-high price of 300,000 already astonished her. The other party transferred the money and said to Chun Fan, Handsome boy, add me on WeChat. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Chun Fan added her WeChat. Chapter 74, Goddess Military Training, Telescopes Sold Out. Liu Ruoxian is very smart, and people like Chun Fan may become her customers at any time. Chun Fan also had an idea in his mind that the jade industry was a good industry. With my special abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to break in, right? After the two left the strange stone market, Chun Fan looked at Tang Jing, who was completely confused. What's the matter with you? Tang Jing bit her lip and looked at him cutely. Take this 300,000, and now you can treat me to a meal. Tang Jing said, This is the money you earned. Didn't I tell you that this 10,000 yuan is your capital? Tang Jing wanted to say something else, but Chun Fan said domineeringly, Okay, now you finally don't have to feel any pressure about the 200,000. Go back to being your happy self. These 200,000 belong to you and me, and you can keep the remaining 100,000. The two went to a Sichuan restaurant and ordered a few simple dishes without drinking any alcohol. Seeing that Tang Jing was still very reserved, Chun Fan said, Actually, I have an idea in my mind. Tang Jing stared at him intently, waiting for what to come next. Tell me, what is your ideal after graduating from college? Tang Jing pondered for a while. Of course, I want to be a white-collar beauty like those high-level white-collar workers on TV. It's too small. Chun Fan said solemnly. Didn't what happened today give you any inspiration? If you get a job, no matter how well you do, you are still just an employee. You could take other avenues. Tang Jing did not respond. She didn't know what Chun Fan's intention was. Chun Fan did not hide his purpose. I am interested in today's jade market. You can develop in this direction. Did you see that Lu Ruoxian just now? She's the boss of this industry. Don't look at her young age. The Lu family has always dominated the entire industry. We can replace her. Tang Jing bit her lip, her heart pounding. Chun Fan said, "Don't be afraid. People are trained to be strong. Otherwise, everything I have done today will be in vain. I believe you have learned a lot during this time at Blueprint Investments. I have indeed been working hard because after the incident at home, Tang Jing changed her previous personality and became much more mature." Su Ruzhin also mentioned to Chun Fan that Tang Jing was very serious at work and was a good talent worth cultivating. Of course, this is just my first step. After dinner, they sent Tang Jing back to school. There are only 3 roommates in the dormitory at the moment. Since Qin Nen moved out to live with her boyfriend during the summer vacation, she has not lived in the dormitory this semester. Tang Jing lay on the bed, with today's scenes constantly in her mind. To her, it felt like a dream, but she thought it was simple. Did Chun Fan want to start a business with her? She became curious when she thought about the fact that Chun Fan had not gone to Blueprint Investment Company with everyone before. It turns out that he has been working hard behind the scenes. Although she couldn't imagine what kind of state Chun Fan was in now, Tang Jing was full of respect for him at this moment. He's a child from the countryside who always works harder than others. People who struggle are amazing. Perhaps it was this spirit that made her feel that there was a resonance between the two of them. I will definitely work hard too, Tang Jing said in her heart. Today's Chun Fan completely affected her. Before entering the jade industry, make a plan first. In the next few days, the stock market was in very bad condition and continued to fall. The 3 stocks under the Lu family were hitting the daily limit, and countless hot money, institutions, funds were all buried in them. In order to control the market maker directly sets the price limit, leaving retail investors with no chance to escape. As for Chun Fan, he has handed over all the work in the stock market to Su Ruzhin. On September 9th, the growth of Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining has come to an end. Although there will be a small increase in the future, this is already a fluctuation in the market maker's shipments. Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhin to sell the stocks in his own way and try to clear out both stocks before the banker. It took Su Ruzhin 5 full trading days to completely withdraw his funds from the 2 stocks. At this moment, the total amount of funds in Chun Fan's personal account is 12.283 billion. This money does not include the funds he transferred to the Blueprint investment account. In addition, he personally bought nearly 1 billion bonds in 3 listed companies under the Lu family. On Su Ruzhin's side, all the 2 billion in the account were invested. Having fleeced the Zhao family last time, the Lu family may have to pay the price this time. According to the current market trends that Chun Fan has seen, a 60% drop in losses is absolutely unbearable for the Lu family. They will not sit still and wait for death, but will definitely fight back. However, under the current environment, they dare not act rashly. Zhao Real Estate is not having a good time at the moment. Zhao Guowei had just won several big projects when he encountered this kind of thing. He was also a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the hotel that Zhao Linlin is in charge of has not been affected, and the hotel decoration is proceeding as usual. The general environment of the stock market does not affect the mentality of these students. The freshmen were undergoing military training, and Chun Fan was preparing to go to school for formal classes that day. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, a dozen sneaky men and women carrying bags and holding binoculars chased Chun Fan and asked, "Young man, do you want to have a try?" Only 300. Chun Fan looked at these people strangely. What did they start a telescope business in front of the school? And it seems that business is very booming. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming to set up stalls. No, Chun Fan refused. Come on, many people in your school have bought one. You are sick. Why buy a telescope? Chun Fan pushed away the woman who was blocking him and strode into the school. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the playground, the instructor was instructing the freshmen, marching with vigorous and high-spirited steps, shouting slogans. Chun Fan came to the classroom. Oh shit. A group of boys were leaning against the window, holding binoculars. Don't push, don't push. Let me have a look. I saw it. Is that Lu Wushuang himself? Wow, so white. Alas, it's just that daddy's mom is a little smaller. What a beast. When Yi Langgao saw Chun Fan coming, he quickly handed the telescope to him. Come on, this is our new school beauty goddess. Chun Fan pushed him away with disgust. Does he need this? Besides, Lu Wushuang lives next door to him, so they can meet every day. You people. So what? I still like Zhuo Bing a little better. Zhuo Bing's body is very flexible, and she can perform many difficult moves. And Su Ruzhen, that is a happiness you can't imagine. Chapter 75, Election of Class Leaders. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone was watching the show with great interest when Liang Dong arrived. Liang Dongkai looked very impressive today, wearing a branded suit and tie, and his newly cut haircut made him look more confident. It's time for class. Hurry back to your seat and sit down. A goddess like Lu Wushuang is also within your reach. You are already in your 3rd year of college. If you don't work harder, won't there be many cases of college students losing their jobs? After everyone returned to their seats, Liang Dong glanced at Chun Fan unhappily. He has been worried about Zhuo Bing's matter and has been thinking about it for 8 nights but still can't figure it out. Exactly does Zhuo Bing like about him? Is he more handsome than me? Is he richer than me? Then he started talking to Yilang Gao again. Yilang Gao, I heard that you've been doing well lately and got a job as a manager of a property management company. Yilang Gao was unhappy when he heard him say that. What do you mean? Is this what I call picking up? I got it by my own ability. When the classmates heard that Yilang Gao had used his summer vacation to work and actually managed to get a manager position, they were extremely envious. Yilang Gao, then you have to treat us. Okay, it's no problem to treat us. The barbecue tonight will be on me. Yilang Gao waved his hand arrogantly, looking like a wealthy man. Students, no matter how well you study, you still have to adapt to society in the end. Some things need to be done early. It will be troublesome to find a job after graduation, but being a manager is troublesome and tiring. Well, classmate Yi's graduation outfit is pretty good. This caused many female classmates to have stars in their eyes. Wow, Yilang Gao, you are so handsome. Some boys were also envious. He is already the manager of a property company before he even graduated from college. Wang Hao next to him remained silent. He was quite low-key. But Yilang Gao did not forget this brother. Don't underestimate our classmate Wang Hao. He is the same as me now. Deputy Manager Wang, please say something and pass on some of your experience to the students. Wang Hao, nothing at all. Guo Jianliang looked at the two of them, his eyes almost bulging out. One wrong step, all wrong steps. In just one summer vacation, people had already distanced themselves from him. Liang Dongkai originally wanted to step on him, but unexpectedly he took the opportunity to pretend to be arrogant. He said disdainfully, I really can't stand you poor people. What's so great about having a job? It's not a good thing for people like me. I won't be able to find a job in the future and can only go back to inherit a fortune of several hundred million. Puff, a bunch of pretend criminals. I really can't stand it, but there's nothing I can do but let him finish bragging. Liang Dongkai changed the subject and said, Chun Fan, you and your brothers are doing so well, so I guess you were doing well too, right? Chun Fan ignored him. He thought Chun Fan was embarrassed to speak, so he smiled and said, That's true. With a family background like yours, without any background, it's really hard to stand out. How about this? You admit your mistake to me, and I'll tell my dad to let you work as a security guard in his company. Ha ha. Some classmates who looked down on Chun Fan also laughed. Many people have a very strange sense of superiority and a serious competitive mentality. Especially those students who don't have much family background. They think in their hearts that I am at least better than Chun Fan. Of course, the current Chun Fan is no longer the same as he was before. Seeing Liang Dongkai insulting him again and again. Chun Fan was not polite. Really? Then ask your dad to come and talk to me. Depend on, Liang Dongkai angrily said. Who do you think you are? My dad makes millions a year. Would he care about a poor loser like you who has to work part-time to pay for his living expenses? Chun Fan, you bastard, don't be so shameless. We're going to re-elect the monitor today. Why become the monitor? I'll kill you first. The class monitor for this semester will be re-elected. The previous monitor has been recruited by a large enterprise in advance, so Liang Dongkai, the deputy monitor, is very likely to be promoted. Therefore, he was particularly proud of himself. Being a class monitor and then becoming the vice president of the student union was also a kind of qualification. Can being a squad leader kill me? Do you really think that squad leader is an important official? Chun Fan sneered. This is forcing me to finish pretending. Shin Mingyao left. The new head teacher was a Mediterranean man in his 50s. The top of his head was already reflective like a mirror, so he grew the hair on the sides as long as he could to support the middle. Liang Dongkai had already made arrangements for the homeroom teacher. They say there will be an election, but it's basically just a formality. Ahem. The head teacher came and stood on the podium looking at the students below. Hold a class meeting today to elect new class leaders. The candidate nominated for class monitor is Liang Dongkai, the deputy class monitor of last semester. He is a very competent student, actively cooperates with the teachers of various subjects, and does a very good job in class management. Please vote now. Please raise your hands if you support Liang Dongkai. Wait a moment. Just as everyone was about to raise their hands, Chun Fan stood up. Everyone looked at him curiously. What was this guy going to do? The head teacher also found it very strange. Does this student have anything to say? Teacher Xie, according to the election law process, shouldn't you consult other students for their opinions? Perhaps there are other candidates? The head teacher was stunned. He looked at the students in the audience and asked, "Do you have any other classmates to nominate?" Everyone shook their heads because they all knew they could not compete with Liang Dongkai. Look, no one wants to nominate. The head teacher said, "I want to run for class monitor." Chun Fan raised his hands and shouted, "Ah!" Everyone was stunned when they heard Chun Fan's decision. Looking at the poorest student in the class in surprise, some people wondered in their hearts, did this kid get kicked in the head by a donkey? He also wants to run for class leader? That's hilarious. Well done. We support Chun Fan in running for class monitor. Yilang Gao, Wang Hao, and others understood what was happening and immediately shouted loudly. Some of Chun Fan's classmates who were on good terms with him also expressed their support. The head teacher frowned, but he couldn't give any reason to object. However, he was not optimistic about Chun Fan. After being transferred to this class as the head teacher, he conducted a thorough investigation of the situation of each student. Chun Fan has always been an unknown student in the class. After 2 years of study, it is estimated that many teachers cannot remember his name. If he were to compete with Liang Dongkai and run for class monitor, wouldn't that be humiliating himself? Liang Dong just heard that Chun Fan was going to run against him for class monitor, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Well, since he has the courage, I welcome him with a raised hand. This will make our class leader election more convincing. Teacher Xie, let him participate in the PK. Liang Dongkai smiled obscenely. Whether in terms of popularity or strength, he could definitely crush Chun Fan. In that case, I will severely humiliate him, so that he can know what it means to overestimate one's own abilities. When the head teacher saw that Liang Dongkai also agreed to Chun Fan's participation in the class leader election, it was of course difficult to stop him. Then let them compete fairly. Chapter 76, First Pretense. Since it is a fair competition, 2 people are required to PK. Liang Dongkai was dressed particularly formally today, probably because he came prepared. What's even more impressive is that he placed his BMW car keys on the table seemingly accidentally. Next, his performance began. He walked up to the podium. "Dear class teacher, Mr. Xie, dear students, hello everyone. A new semester is coming. As the vice monitor of our class last semester, I have made a lot of contributions to the class. I also spent a lot of time helping the head teacher and subject teachers manage class discipline and organize class activities. I also organized everyone to pay class fees many times, make class activities colorful, and receive praise and award from the school many times. Now, the former monitor has been recruited by a large foreign-funded enterprise in advance because he is too outstanding. Today, I hope everyone will vote for me. I have the ability and confidence to manage our class better. I will definitely lead everyone to work hard together so that our 4 years in college will not be wasted. Thank you, everyone." Liang Dongkai had just finished his campaign speech when he bowed politely to his head teacher and classmates in the audience. Pa pa pa. The head teacher nodded with satisfaction and led the students in applauding. Liang Dongkai's ability is very good, and this is obvious to everyone. Next, please invite Chun Fan to come to the stage and give your campaign speech. Good, good, good. Pa pa pa. When Yilang Gao and Wang Hao heard that Chun Fan was asked to go on stage to give a speech, they both stood up and applauded. But the scene was awkward, and everyone looked at the 2 of them like they were fools. The 2 of them sat down again awkwardly. Chun Fan checked his phone. When the head teacher said that class leaders would be elected today, he sent a message to Su Ruzhen. It should be about time now, right? He walked onto the stage. This was the first time he stood on the podium and gave a speech in front of all his classmates and teachers. However, Chun Fan's psychological quality was already very strong at this time, Otherwise, most people would not have the courage to clean the cafeteria and do such rough work. Most people would feel embarrassed and ashamed, but Chun Fan didn't think so. It is said that children from poor families grow up early. He has experienced much more than ordinary people and matures faster. At this moment, he was standing on the podium, and his street stall clothes were in sharp contrast to Liang Dongsai's brand-name suit. But there was such a maturity and stability about Chun Fan that even the head teacher had an illusion. He also knew that Chun Fan had been relying on poverty subsidies from school and was a student from a very difficult family situation. However, his head teacher was not optimistic about his running for class leader. Chun Fan looked at everyone. "Dear class teacher, dear classmates, I am here today to participate in the class leader election. I know everyone is surprised. Today I will only say one thing. Liang Donkai just said that he will organize everyone to pay class fees many times to make class activities more colorful. In the 5 months of last semester, he organized 6 activities and we paid class fees 6 times, ranging from 200 to 300 each time. It's true that his family is rich because he has a rich father. But are all of our classmates' families so wealthy? Not necessarily. The tuition for 6 classes is nearly 2,000 yuan. I believe it is a considerable expense for many students. Will he pay our class fees? The answer is definitely no. But if you elect me as class monitor today, you can organize as many activities as you want, and you don't have to pay a penny for class fees. I'll cover all the expenses." There was surprise in the classroom. Everyone stared at him blankly. I can't believe it. Not to mention them. Even Elang Gao and Wang Hao began to doubt their ears. "You must have heard it wrong," etc. "Is the person standing on the podium Chun Fan?" Liang Dong sneered. "Who doesn't know how to brag? Everyone knows that you're the poor student in the class. Don't mention that you have to pay all the class fees. How many times did you pay the class fees last semester? Can you spare a dime?" Chun Fan said, "Whether I am bragging or not can be confirmed immediately." His cell phone rang, and Chun Fan picked up a call. "Yes, come in." Boom, boom, boom. Chun Meng appeared at the classroom door, holding a bag. Chun Fan waved at him. Chun Meng handed the bag to him, and then turned and left. Chun Fan put the bag on the podium and quickly unzipped it. Crash! A fresh smell of ink wafted into my nose, and inside the bag were 200,000 in cash neatly stacked. Chun Fan said, "This is the money I earned during the summer vacation. Now I am donating it as class fees. If it is not enough in the future, I will continue to make up for it. If my classmates support me to be the class monitor, please vote for me." Snap, snap, snap. There was thunderous applause in the classroom, which lasted for a long time. Elang Gao and Wang Hao widened their eyes. "This is so awesome." Chun Fan donated the money he earned during the summer vacation as class fees. Who can do this? With this money, students can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks without having to pay a penny. Who wouldn't be excited when it comes to personal interests? Who wouldn't be excited? Who is unhappy? Men and women in the classroom all stood up and shouted, "Chun Fan is awesome. Chun Fan is the most handsome. We support Chun Fan to be the squad leader. Chun Fan YYDS." Seeing the students going so crazy, the head teacher shook his head helplessly. Even he felt that Chun Fan was courageous. Especially for a poor student like him, he can donate the money he earned during the summer vacation. This selflessness, generosity, who can compare? He suddenly felt that the tea cakes and Rejoice cigarettes Liang Dong had just given him were no longer fragrant. On the pattern, Liang Dongkai is still too young. In that case, let's vote. Voting results. Chun Fan received 55 votes. Liang Dong received only 1 vote. Even Guo Jianliang secretly changed his camp. After all, he would not be required to pay shift fees in the future. Ahem. The head teacher combed her hair out of habit, trying to move the edges towards the middle. Since everyone supports Chun Fan to be elected as class monitor, then Liang Dongkai should be the deputy class monitor. Liang Dongsai's face turned green. He shouted unwillingly, "Impossible! How can he make 200,000 in 1 summer vacation? He's a liar." Chun Fan ignored him and handed the bag to the student committee member who was also in charge of finances. "Peng Xiaoqian, please deposit the money into the class account. All future expenses will be reimbursed from here." Angrily, and took the bag in disbelief. Chun Fan glanced at Liang Dongkai with disdain. "Damn it, you are the one who is doing the bidding of me, and this is the first time I pretend to be the one." Chapter 77. Do you mind having another girlfriend? The power of money is indeed strong. In the face of interests, Liang Dongsai's past kindness is completely insignificant. Plus, this guy is usually not very kind, arrogant, and likes to put on airs. More importantly, after Chun Fan became the class monitor, he no longer had to pay class fees. I believe that 200,000 is a huge sum of money for every student here. On average, each person gets more than 3,500 yuan. Liang Dongkai has never been so generous. No matter how rich his family is, he just shows off from time to time. How could anyone be as honest as Chun Fan? Squad Leader Chun. Squad Leader Chun. Squad Leader Chun. The classroom was filled with uniform voices, deafening. Even the class teacher was shocked, as it was the first time he saw such a scene. Liang Dongsai's eyes were bloodshot. I don't accept it. You're a gigolo. You must have gotten the money from Zwabing. Otherwise, with your ability, it would be impossible to make so much money. Chun Fan gave him a look of contempt. If you don't agree, you can call your dad. To this pretentious criminal. From now on, I will be the class monitor and he will be the deputy class monitor. He has to obey his own orders. Seeing the students' enthusiasm, Chun Fan waved his hand and said, "We will try to organize a social gathering with the freshmen this weekend. I will cover all the expenses." When the students heard the news, the classroom was in an uproar again. The squad leader is awesome. The squad leader is open-minded. Squad leader YYDS. A large group of male and female students rushed to the podium, picked up Chun Fan, and threw him toward the ceiling. There was constant cheering in the classroom, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Several brave girls screamed, "Chun Fan, I love you." The male classmates offered their knees unconditionally. Only Liang Dongkai could dig out a 3-bedroom and 2-living-room house with his toes. This glory should have belonged to him, but it was stolen by this poor loser. Damn it, not only did he steal my girlfriend, but he also stole my title of class monitor. Liang Dongsai's eyes were so bulging that they almost bled. He ran outside the classroom and called, "Dad, give me $500,000. I want revenge." There was silence on the other end of the phone before Liang Dong yelled hysterically, "Dad, my squad leader has been snatched away again. Give me 500,000 and I'll get it back." Damn it, he's a poor loser. Why does he have the right to bully me? After a long time, I heard a faint sigh from the other end. "Son, it's not that Dad doesn't want to give it to you. Dad can't protect himself now." In the stock market crash, all the funds were trapped. We were surrounded and taken advantage of. No more talking. I'm mortgaging my property to see if I can make up for the loss. Beep, beep, beep. After the phone call ended, Liang Dong collapsed to the ground weakly. His father runs a fun business, and the millions in profit every year makes Liang Dongkai feel a little proud. He lives in a villa, drives a luxury car, and leads a wealthy life that most people can't imagine. This time he gambled all his wealth and invested it all in the stock market. He was about to achieve all his life goals and double his assets, but a sudden stock market crash left him with no chance to escape. He, like most of the hot money and institutions, was buried in it, directly suffocate to death. How could I have a mood to care about such trivial matters as my sons? After the matter of selecting class leaders was settled, Ilang Gao and Wang Hao looked at Chun Fan with envy. "Zwabing is so good to you." Chun Fan was depressed. What did this have to do with Zwabing? Of course, Zwabing also brought me another kind of happiness after I became an adult. Ilang Gao said to Wang Hao, "We are different. We have to rely on our own efforts." Chun Fan was defeated by these two guys again. It seemed that they all thought that this was Zwabing's money. He is the one who is living off his wife. But Wang Hao was very cooperative and said, "Yes, it is said that behind every successful man, there is a woman who silently pays for him." Of course, there could also be a group of women waiting for him to pay the bill. During class, Chun Fan's WeChat on his phone kept vibrating. Many girls in the class who had never greeted Chun Fan sent him friend requests. Some boys also came to join in the fun. When Chun Fan got out of class, he glanced at his phone and saw dozens of friend request messages. He is the class monitor now, and one should not be too arrogant. Chun Fan asked them all to agree, but he seemed to have underestimated these passionate and unrestrained girls. Soon, "Squad leader, I love you." Puff. Chun Fan's heart was trembling. "Monitor, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to the library, the grove behind it." "Squad leader, I want to get up with you." "Squad leader, do you mind having another girlfriend?" In just 2 or 3 minutes, I received more than a dozen such messages. Chun Fan could only pretend not to see it and ignore it. At noon, He made an appointment with Zhuo Bing to have lunch together. You are the monitor now. You are really well informed. Do you have spy in our class? Zhuo Bing rolled her eyes at him and said, You made such a fuss that the whole school knows about it. I was forced to do it. Chen Fan was embarrassed. The news spread so fast. But so what? There is no need to show mercy to people like Liang Dongkai. I heard that many girls in your class confess their love to you. No. Who told you that? Let me see your phone. Seeing Zhuo Bing reaching out his hand, Chen Fan was petrified. He hadn't had time to delete a lot of messages just now, but he still handed the phone over calmly. Zhuo Bing was very cunning. She tilted her neck and smiled with her beautiful eyes. Are you so confident? Aren't you afraid that I'll check your phone? I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid? Okay, I believe you. Zhuo Bing returned the phone. She sent a photo of herself to Chen Fan. I won't check your phone anymore. Just change your profile picture. Women are indeed scheming. Chen Fan pinched her face and said, Okay, I'll meet your request. Come with me to the hotel tonight. Roll. Rolling the sheets? Zhuo Bing rolled her eyes, but when she saw Chen Fan change his profile picture to her own, she smiled with satisfaction. Love you, pig. Which hotel do you want to go to? No rush. We'll decide tonight. After a while, I'll have my own hotel. Then we will reserve a special suite there. I don't want to wait any longer. Let's go. Zhuo Bing put down the lunchbox, took Chen Fan's hand, and stood up. What? Are you in such a hurry? Chen Fan suddenly discovered that Zhuo Bing had changed, becoming more proactive. But I like. Chapter 78 kneeled down and apologized to me in person. The two stopped the car at the school gate. Master, let's go to Wenzhong Street. Hey, didn't you say we were going to the hotel? Chen Fan found out that he had been cheated. Zhuo Bing pulled his ear and asked, What are you thinking about? In your heart, do you think I'm very promiscuous? Don't, it hurts. Chen Fan's mouth was twisted, and Zhuo Bing finally let go and glared at him fiercely. But she added a brilliant finishing touch. Don't you always say that it hurts a little at first, but becomes comfortable over time? Puff. The taxi driver nearly crashed his car into a tree. He turned around and looked at the bold girl, speechlessly. Am I driving, or are you driving? How about I give you the steering wheel? But the next moment, she covered Chen Fan's ears. Does it really hurt? Let me blow on them for you. Chen Fan rested his head on her chest. Yeah, this is much more comfortable. Poor taxi driver. He had only driven a few kilometers and already ate a lot of dog food. When they arrived at Wenzhong Street, the two got out of the car, and the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Hey, you haven't paid yet. It's strange. Why did he leave? Zhuo Bing looked at the taxi's receding shadow, looking puzzled. Chen Fan put his arm around her waist and said, Come on, let's go buy something. How can I go to my father-in-law's house empty-handed? Zhuo Bing said, No need. You could be more stingy in front of my parents. We need to let them see that we have no money, so they will give us money to spend. Chen Fan paused. You're their daughter, okay? If I were a little more stingy, I probably wouldn't even let him in the door. Picking up 2 bottles of mitai and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes from a tobacco and liquor store, the two rushed to Zhuohandong's store. Zhuohandong is busy. There were 7 or 8 colleagues sitting in the shop, pondering over a stone. Seeing her daughter and Chen Fan coming over, she greeted them. Hey, why are you here? Zhuo Bing walked with his long legs and greeted Zhuohandong's friends. Uncle, hello, uncles. Oh, Zhuo Bing, you're getting more and more beautiful. TSK, girls change a lot when they grow up. Yeah, what great figure. The Zhuo family has good genes. Hey, Lao Zhuo, your family is too extravagant, isn't it? Does Zhuo Bing need a follower to study? Zhuohandong took the gift from Chen Fan and explained awkwardly, What's that look? How can such a handsome guy be a follower? This is our Zhuo Bing's boyfriend, Chen Fan. Come here, Chen Fan. Let me introduce you. These are Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Liu. Well, basically they're all bosses. However, there are no poor people in Zhuohandong's circle. After all, how many poor people can afford to deal in antiques? Hearing that Zhuo Bing had a boyfriend, this group of people all looked up at the young man in front of them. Mr. Huang looked at it for a while and said, I know why Lao Zhuo has become obsessed with gambling on stones recently. But finding a son-in-law is different from gambling on stones. You can only know whether there is something valuable inside the gambling stone after you cut it open. Whether the son-in-law has inner talent or not, this cannot be cut off. Ha ha! The group of people burst into laughter. Chen Fan didn't mind. He offered cigarettes to everyone and casually glanced at the stone. There is a window in the stone, revealing a 2-centimeter green spot. The eyes have the ability to see through things, and one can see the structure inside the stone at a glance. Uncle's what? Did you buy this stone? Mr. Huang bought it from the rare goods market this morning. More than 3 million. I was just thinking about whether or not to take it down. Oh. Chen Fan frowned. He already understood. Mr. Huang bought the gambling head from the rare goods market and was planning to sell it to Zhua Handong. Zhua Handong likes collecting. He thinks this stone is good, but he can't make up his mind. Fortunately, I came, otherwise my father-in-law would have been killed today. He dares to bid more than 3 million for this stone? Chen Fan looked at Mr. Huang and smiled. Mr. Huang, I'm afraid your 3 million is just a waste. This stone is worth at most tens of thousands of dollars. What did you say? Mr. Huang jumped up immediately when he heard that the treasure he bought for more than 3 million yuan was only worth tens of thousands of yuan. What do you know as a kid? That's nonsense. They've opened the window, can't you see? Zhua Handong saw that Mr. Huang had a bad tone, so he advised him to save face. He is just a child and doesn't understand things. Mr. Huang, please don't bother with him. Someone nearby said, That's right. You've already opened a window in this stone. You can't escape from cutting and increasing the price. According to my estimate, it will have to at least double. Children should not talk nonsense if they don't understand. Mr. Huang is averse to this. A stone like this with windows is not a completely rough raw material, so its selling price will definitely be high. The stone that Chen Fan and Tang Jing bought last time was a rough stone without a window, so there was more of a gambling element. Therefore, its price is also extremely cheap. But a stone like Mr. Huang's can also be deceptive sometimes. Even if you open the window, there may be only a thin layer of green outside. Otherwise, why do people say that in the gambling stone industry, one cut can make you rich or poor? Seeing that they were not buying it, Chen Fan said, If you don't believe me, you will know after you cut it open. I reminded him with good intentions, but he didn't believe it. When Mr. Huang heard this, he became even angrier. Okay, I'll do as you say today. If the price goes up, what do you say we should do? Seeing his attitude, and considering that he was also the kind of person who looked down on others, Chen Fan said in a loud voice, Whatever you want to do, I'll accompany you. Ahem. Mr. Huang was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw that a young boy dared to challenge him. Okay, in that case, let's all bear witness. If the price goes up, I won't ask you to do anything else. Just kneel down and apologize to me in person. Seeing this, Zhua Handong said, Boss Su, adults don't care about the mistakes of small people. How can you care about a child? He's still a kid? He already has a girlfriend. Loud. Don't stop me today. I will make a bet with him. Chen Fan was not to be outdone. Okay, if the price really goes up, I'll apologize to you, but what if you lose? Mr. Huang was so angry that he said, Even if I lose, I will kneel down and apologize to you. From now on, you are my grandfather. It's a deal. All right. The two of them had already talked to this point, and it was difficult for others to dissuade them. What's more, they also want to know what kind of material can be produced from this raw stone. There are stone cutters in Wenzheng Street. In addition to antiques, there are also people doing jade business here. Mr. Huang held the stone in his arms, very unconvinced, and went to a jade shop not far away with everyone else. The store's backyard can do the stone cutting, but they'll charge a fee. Come, help me cut this stone open. I want to teach this kid some new knowledge. The shop owner looked at the stone for a long time and was still not sure. Let's cut it first. Whether it rises or falls depends on God's will. He asked the workers to fix the stone on the machine, and according to Mr. Huang's instructions, they cut next to the open window. Mr. Huang said angrily, If you fail to cut it today, I will call you Grandpa. After all, this is a multi-million-dollar business. How could I lose to a little brat? Zhua Handong looked at Chen Fan worriedly, and he felt uneasy as well. Chapter 79, This future son-in-law is not simple. As for the gambling stone industry, Zhua Handong has not really entered the industry yet, but he has recently become very interested in these strange stones. After all, the temptation of this industry is too great. If you see it right, your net worth will double immediately. Of course, there's also a possibility. This knife cuts down. You will go back to the time before liberation. He had also seen with his own eyes that a boss in his previous circle spent tens of millions to buy raw stone materials. Obviously bullish, but then the market went downhill. Collapsed. The boss refused to believe it and borrowed tens of millions more to continue. Finally, he freely fell from a building of more than 50 floors and ended his entire life in a few seconds. Many people feel sorry for him. If he didn't gamble on stones, he would at least be a boss worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. It was greed that ruined him. Zhua Handong is different. He will not gamble his entire fortune. He just likes the excitement of opening blind boxes. Seeing people around him playing it, he also wanted to try it. Huang was the first one in this circle to try this. A few even became rich with him. I heard that Zhua Handong was also interested in this, so he came here today with the raw stone he found. It was sold to Zhua Handong for more than 3 million. Everyone said that the price of this material would definitely increase, and a window had been opened. Zhua Handong also felt that the loss was not that big. Now it all depends on this knife. Everyone watched nervously as the stone cutters cut the stone. The piercing sound numbed their eardrums. Zhua Bing covered her ears and leaned close to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was not nervous at all. He had already seen clearly what was inside the stone. Now he was just waiting for Mr. Huang to kneel down and apologize to him. Snap! With this cut, the stone skin turned over. The jade shop owner took a look and said, "Don't bother looking at it. It's useless. There are gray streaks inside, not a single bit of green." How so? Mr. Huang was slapped in the face. He sat down on the ground, looking at the cut stone in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. He got up again and rushed towards the cutter. Holding the cut stone skin, he said, "I don't believe it. Cut it again. Keep cutting it." The jade shop owner shook his head and said, "If you don't believe me, cut it again." The worker changed the direction and cut it again. This knife goes down. It was still the same gray streaks as before, with no green at all. The entire stone is just a small piece of stone, just like the window. Zhua Handong wiped his sweat and looked at Chen Fan in surprise. It's really my savior. If he and Zhua Bing hadn't come here today, I might have spent more than 3 million to buy it. Ouch. Was extremely depressed when he saw that the raw stone he had carefully selected was cut. Seeing this, others shook their heads and sighed. You have to know that before this, they all said that this rough stone was good and would definitely increase in value. Who knows? There will be a little green on the edge. Mr. Huang spent about 1.2 million yuan to buy it, and he plans to sell it to Zhua Handong for 3.68 million yuan. You can make 2 or 3 times the profit by reselling it. It ended up being a mess. What do you have to say now? Chen Fan looked at Mr. Huang, who was going crazy. Mr. Huang was burning with anger. If it weren't for this kid, I would have succeeded in this business today. If it is sold to Zhua Handong for more than 3 million yuan, whether it goes up or down is none of my business. But such a good business was ruined by him. Mr. Huang couldn't help but yelled in anger. It's all because of your damn bad mouth. How about I cut this down too? This made even Zhua Handong unhappy. Boss Huang, you are wrong to say that. You were the one who made a mistake. How can you blame Chen Fan? You should apologize to Chen Fan. Zhua Bing is not a weak girl, and she has disliked Mr. Huang for a long time. Shouted at Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang was so frustrated that he snorted and prepared to leave. Stop. Chen Fan stopped him. Who told me to kneel down and apologize? You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Mr. Huang was being arrogant. Do you really want me to kneel down and apologize? Of course. I'll admit defeat. Chen Fan refused to give in. Who told him to be so arrogant just now? Mr. Huang turned his gaze to Zhua Handong. Old Zhua, aren't you going to say something? Zhua Handong certainly would not side with outsiders, and said coldly, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I believe Mr. Huang is such a big boss. He won't go back on his word, right?" The others wanted to persuade him, but since Zhua Handong had already taken sides with his future son-in-law, they couldn't say anything. Because they all knew in their hearts that if Chen Fan hadn't seen that this piece of raw stone would collapse, Zhua Handong would have been cheated. As for whether Mr. Huang wanted to trick Zhua Handong, he knew it himself. Aren't you going to speak up for me? Mr. Huang looked back at everyone, and no one said anything. At this time, Mr. Zhang said, I also think that what this young man said is right. I am willing to accept the loss. If he loses, you can't just let it go, right? Yeah. When others saw Mr. Zhang speaking, they also echoed him. You are so cruel. Mr. Huang gritted his teeth and knelt down with a plop. I'm sorry, it's my fault. He admitted his mistake to Chen Fan. Chen Fan said disdainfully, You are a person who betrays even your friends. How dare you stay here? Go away. Huang said angrily, I didn't. You still say no. The price of this stone in the rare goods market is 1.238 million. You're actually selling it for over 3 million, and you're still saying you're not cheating your friends. Silk. Zhua Handong took a breath of cold air. But what was even more shocking was how Chen Fan knew the inside story. Of course, he didn't know that Chun Fan had been to the rare goods market and had seen this stone. I guess some experts have noticed that this stone is just for show and can only deceive outsiders, so it has not been sold yet. As a result, Mr. Huang was self-righteous and bought it. If this piece of raw stone is really that valuable, could it have deceived Lu Ruoxian and the others? After Chun Fan told him the truth, Mr. Huang left in disgrace. Others shook their heads secretly, thinking that Mr. Huang was a bad person. After such an unpleasant incident, everyone left. Zhua Handong called Chun Fan and the other man back to his store, took Chun Fan's hand and said, "Chun Fan, if it weren't for you today, I would have been cheated." Although more than 3 million is not too much for him, it is not a small amount either. Chun Fan said, "The gambling stone industry is too complicated. If you don't know much about it, I suggest you don't touch it easily. Based on my experience, this rough stone must have been deliberately set by some expert." Is there such a thing? Zhua Handong said in surprise. Chun Fan nodded. He was able to see the only bit of green in this rough stone, so he opened a window here. This shows that this person is very powerful, which is something that ordinary people can't do. So you'd better avoid touching it in the future. Don't worry, I will never touch it again. Through what happened just now, he has been convinced by Chun Fan. Chapter 80, I'll reward you a few hundred million later. In the evening, Zhua Handong insisted on keeping Chun Fan at home for dinner. If it weren't for him, I would have fallen flat on my face today. After hearing about this, Han Kaiying looked at Chun Fan with even greater respect. This kid is good. With this ability, why worry about not being able to become rich in the future? No wonder he doesn't want to go to his own company. People in their line of work are very profitable. It's not like me who worked so hard to earn tens of millions and still feel complacent. Han Chai-young used to be very strong-willed and had to prove her ability, but now her confidence is a little shaken. I'll take you back to school. After finishing her meal, Han Chai-young picked up her bag and called out to the two of them. I don't want to go to school. Chun Fan looked at Zhua Bing speechlessly. They had agreed to go to the hotel that night. What's the result? Zhua Bing glared at him fiercely. She must never let her family know about what happened between her and Chun Fan. After all, dating and having sex are two different things. After Han Kaiying sent the two to school, Chun Fan said against his will, "Thank you, Auntie." Han Chai-young smiled and waved. "Come to my house when you have time." "Ugh." Chun Fan nodded, but did he really dare? Sitting is fine, but playing is too. Well, it takes a lot of courage to have a relationship nowadays. After sending Zhua Bing back to the dormitory, Chun Fan also returned to the dormitory. This was the first time he came back this semester. When he entered the door, he found that Guo Jianliang had moved back. "Squad leader." This stingy guy shamelessly handed me a cigarette. "Are you alone? Then go to sleep." Chun Fan replied and turned to leave. "Squad leader, where are you going? Aren't you coming back to sleep tonight?" Guo Jianliang chased out and shouted. He had actually drafted the plan 100 times in his mind. He didn't want to abandon them at the beginning, but to go undercover to Liang Dongkai. But Chun Fan didn't give him a chance to explain. Seeing Chun Fan's departing back, Guo Jianliang pounded the wall in frustration. Chun Fan walked out of the school gate and called Su Ruzhen, "Come pick me up." Su Ruzhen asked mischievously, "Why should I pick you up?" "Dare you tease me? I'll give you a spanking." But fortunately, Su Ruzhen arrived in just over 10 minutes. She drove here by herself. "You're really smart. I just happened to be eating nearby. I came to pick you up before I even finished my meal. I'll treat you well." "It's okay. I'll feed you later." Ever since Lu Wushuang came here, Su Ruzhen has never been to the apartment again. "Why don't you go to the apartment? It's closer to the school. What are you going to do when you're not here?" Chun Fan saw that she was dressed very fashionably and sexily today, with a tight skirt that showed off her beautiful figure to the fullest. "Since being with me, my underwear has increased by another size." Well, Su Ruzhen still has potential. "Where are you living now? Didn't you go to the villa?" Seeing that Su Ruzhen was going in the wrong direction, Chun Fan asked curiously. "I bought her a villa, but she has never lived in it." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "I'll live with you in the villa from now on. It's too lonely to be alone. I live in the office now." "All right. You are so dedicated. I'll reward you a few hundred million later." Su Ruzhen knew what this guy was talking about. His eyes turned and he asked, "Cash?" "It depends on your performance." Chun Fan smiled and actually transferred 100 million to her. He has never been stingy with Su Ruzhen. "Bite, you have the latest news. Your account balance received a transfer of 100 million. Su Ruzhen was shocked. You really turned. Of course. Have I ever broken my promise? Su Ruzhen shook her head repeatedly. No, that's really not what I meant. Don't do this all the time, giving me lots of money. It makes me feel like that all the time. Can't there be some purity between us? Su Ruzhen's quality is really good. Chen Fan smiled happily and said, It's okay, let's go. The car entered the company and the two came to Yin Fan building. Chen Meng was on patrol. When he saw two people coming, he hurried to meet them. Boss Su, Chen Fan. He had long guessed the relationship between Su Ruzhen and Chen Fan, so there was nothing strange about the two of them being together now. But he could never understand why Su Ruzhen, who was so beautiful and rich, wanted to be with Chen Fan. Is it just his kung fu that is good? My strength is not weak either. I can fight against several people alone. Even Lu Wushuang's bodyguards were no match for him. Where exactly is my fault? Yes, it must be because he didn't study. Chen Fan smiled at him, threw him a cigarette, and entered the elevator with Su Ruzhen. As business increased, more and more companies moved in. Now there are 70 or 80 security guards in Yunfan building. Chen Meng was promoted to security manager and Su Ruzhen's bodyguard. The salary was increased to 50,000. He has many comrades who work as bodyguards, and most of them earn between 10,000 and 20,000 yuan. He is already far ahead of others. Of course, if Chen Meng's family needs help, Chen Fan will definitely not be stingy. After all, he treated Chen Meng as a brother. The two entered the lounge at the back of the office, which was actually very large and luxurious. In an area of nearly 100 square meters, there is a 2.2-meter large bed and a set of sofas, with powder room, dressing room, and bathroom. A home is just like this. Su Ruzhen took off her shoes as soon as she entered the door and threw her bag. Would you like to take a shower first? That is a must. Chen Fan took off his short-sleeved shirt and asked, Want to join us? Su Ruzhen gave a charming smile. No, if you do it together, you're not taking a bath. Well, I found that you became more serious after you got me. Puff. Su Ruzhen smiled so hard that she bent over. Her eyes were as charming as silk. Go quickly. I have work to discuss with you later. Chen Fan quickly finished washing it in 10 minutes. Su Ruzhen took out a set of newly bought pajamas from the closet. She had already washed them by hand, and the clothes still had a fragrance. Chen Fan put it on and waited for Su Ruzhen to take a shower. Then the two of them discussed work together. The market value of the three companies under the Lu family has fallen below 50%. How should we proceed with our next work? Su Ruzhen is an absolutely serious person at work. She told Chen Fan her recent work summary. Chen Fan stared at the data on the computer and the stock market K-line patterns. A company's stock price drops by half, which means its market value is cut in half by 50%. 100 billion yuan only has 50 billion yuan. And the more than 30 billion that Chen Fan had asked her to buy had made a profit of almost 50%. If it weren't for the limited amount of securities lending, Chen Fan would probably let Su Ruzhen buy all the stocks. Let's put it this way. If the price continues to hit the limit down tomorrow, you should stop shorting and then buy heavily. Remember to use a small account so people don't mistake it for a retail investor entering the market. Our total funds now amount to more than 10 billion, which are fully invested in these three companies. This amount should not affect them. Ugh. Su Ruzhen took notes, and Chen Fan had already clearly seen the trends of the three stocks under the Lu family in the next 15 trading days. After a sharp drop, there'll be a sharp rise. What's more, so much money is trapped in it. If the market opens tomorrow, countless funds will surely flee. As a family as big as the Lu family, they would not allow the stock to continue to plummet like this. After all, this storm will soon pass. They are bound to be the vanguard of the rebound. Then just go with the flow. Chen Fan smiled and waited for his assets to reach 30 billion. Chapter 81. 15 billion full position purchase. After the two finished talking about work, they had an in-depth exchange. Living on such a high floor, you don't even need to draw the curtains. Since Su Ruzhen has to preside over work tomorrow, we can't stay up too late. Chen Fan also stopped. The next morning, Su Ruzhen got up early, packed up, and leaned over to kiss Chen Fan. You can sleep for a while. I'm going to get busy. I'll bring you breakfast later. At 8 o'clock, everyone went to work. Su Ruzhen sat in her office with a serious face. Of course, no one knew that there was a man lying in the lounge behind her. Chen Fan also got up, had breakfast, and turned on the computer. Su Ruzhen had to go to the trading room before the market opened. Chu Yanfei knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Chen Fan smiled and asked, Is your work going well here? Well, it's good. President Su is very nice to us. Finally, I don't have to shamelessly smile hypocritically for guests. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Chun Fan waved his hand. That's fine. Work hard. President Su won't mistreat anyone who is loyal to the company. Mr. Chun, let me pour you a glass of water. As expected of someone who used to work in sales, Chu Yanfei is very capable in handling things. As for why Chun Fan appeared in President Su's office, she was not surprised at all. The relationship between the two must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could Chun Fan give President Su a villa? She didn't dare to disturb Chun Fan and quietly left. At the call auction at 9:15, many stocks were still suspended without any suspense. Only Chun Fan knew that there would be a very intense counterattack today. The three stocks under the Liu family are about to become the vanguard of the rebound. The market opened at 9:30, and Su Ruzhin had already ordered more than a dozen traders to be ready. On the big screen, Jiangnan Paper, Nanfang Real Estate, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile were all blocked by large orders ranging from hundreds of thousands to 30 or 40,000. The share price of Jiangnan Paper is 12.33 yuan. The share price of Nanhwa Real Estate is 26.44 yuan. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile had previously seen a sharp increase, and even after a 60% drop is still only 51.22 yuan. Jiangnan Paper's closed orders totaled more than 450,000 lots, with a total closed capital of more than 500 million yuan. Nanhwa Real Estate's closing funds amounted to more than 400 million yuan, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobiles was more than 600 million yuan. Not all these funds are from the market makers. There are also many retail investors who want to escape desperately. They have been waiting in line to see if there will be a chance to escape one day. 10 minutes after the market opened, Su Ruzhin gave the order to buy. The traders acted quickly and bought in more than 1 billion funds. All orders were eaten up at lightning speed, but she also stopped chasing and did not push up the stock price. A large number of buy orders poured in, and the dealers saw this and knew what was going on. Some people are ready to take advantage of the rebound. Of course, they are also happy to have funds coming in. Otherwise, what should they do with so many trapped shares? But after the other party takes up the order, they will stop buying. The banker was inevitably disappointed, as it turned out that a small retail investor was manipulating the market. However, surprisingly, some people saw that the lower limit was opened, and countless retail investors and institutions took the opportunity to flee. The fastest runners are hot money. They want to come in and have some soup, but ended up dropping their bowls. Su Ruzhin kept asking the traders to place buy orders continuously, and the price remained 1 or 2 cents close to the lower limit, and it just wouldn't go up. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. Countless people who were selling in front of their computers were scolding those who bought as idiots. Those who bought are also calling those who sold idiots. The trading volume continued to increase that day, from hundreds of millions to more than 10 billion. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobiles stock price is high, with trading volume exceeding 2 billion in the morning alone. In Jiangnan Liu Group, Liu Changfeng sat in his office, staring at the board. Liu Yuxuan was standing next to him. Dad, a huge amount of money is coming in today. I guess it is most likely foreign capital. We can't find out their details, but it's definitely not done by retail investors. Liu Changfeng nodded, agreeing with his son. These damn foreign capitals were the ones who caused this sudden crash. It has now been found out that a large amount of foreign capital was jointly shorting. Having created this farce, what do they want to do now? Want to repeat the same old trick? What's the situation at the company that helps us with market value management? Don't worry, they are already taking action. That's good. Liu Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his son. Yuxuan, when do you want to get married to Su Ruzhin? Liu Yuxuan said arrogantly. No rush, let's wait a few years. Now Su Jiaru is asking our Liu family for help. I want her Su Ruzhin to come to me on her own initiative. Liu Changfeng was very happy that his son had such courage and at least was not inferior to others in momentum. Besides, a man should not be sentimental and should focus on his career. Women, there are many, but the girl from the Su family is really good-looking. If she can really marry into the Liu family, it would be a relief to the audience. Su Ruzhin, who was busy, suddenly sneezed several times. Who is scolding me behind my back again? In Indy, the morning session ended at 11 o'clock, and she asked everyone to rest and get enough rest. Continue the fight in the afternoon. She returned to the office and reported the morning's results to Chin Fan. The total buying funds for the three stocks were 6.99 billion. Chun Fan nodded. Come here, I'll comfort you. He hugged Su Ruzhen, and within a few minutes, Su Ruzhen melted completely. Don't. Let's go to the lounge. Boom, boom, boom. Boss Su. Lunch is here. The meals they ordered for the employees were all clay pot rice at 100 yuan each. Chu Yanfei knew that Chun Fan was there, so he specially brought 2 copies over. Su Ruzhen quickly came out of Chun Fan's arms, fixed her hair and clothes, and said, Come in. When Chu Yanfei saw that Su Ruzhen's face was so red, he put down his lunchbox and quickly avoided her. Continued to buy in the afternoon, but any capital account must be absolutely controlled within the 5% upper limit. Of course, with the current amount of funds, it is impossible to reach this share even with more than 100 accounts. The market opened at 1 o'clock and trading became extremely active. There were many retail investors and hot money who were waiting and watching in the morning, but after seeing this situation, they ran away. With a trading volume of billions, the stock price does not move at all. It always fluctuates by 1 or 2 cents at the lower limit. It must be that the market maker is fleeing. Su Ruzhen did not hesitate and intervened with all his warehouse. Anyway, she has become accustomed to Chun Fan's trading model. The deal was done before 2 o'clock. The total amount of all funds is approximately 15 billion. Finish the job. Everyone go and rest. Su Ruzhen was also tired, so she went back to the office to accompany Chun Fan. Chun Fan lit a cigarette and looked out the large floor-to-ceiling window. Most of Jiangzhou was in sight. From his current position, he could even see the river flowing eastward, with the rolling waves rushing endlessly. What are you thinking about? Su Ruzhen snuggled up to him coquettishly, and Chun Fan smiled and said, I have a feeling that we must follow the trend of the times and rise to the occasion. Su Ruzhen raised her head and touched his chin. Then you are not allowed to abandon me. Silly, how could that be? No matter how big the pond is, you will always be the biggest fish. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, thinking that Chun Fan was going to do something bad. Unexpectedly, he stood up and said, Let's go do something big. Another plan in my mind is about to begin. Chapter 82. Sweeping the market for exotic goods. Before 3 o'clock, Su Ruzhen had already arranged the personnel. Following Chun Fan's instructions, Tang Jing was brought along. Chen Ming had already arranged for someone to prepare a car, and then more than a dozen bodyguards followed. Where are we going? In the elevator, Su Ruzhen changed into a small suit, looking particularly formal. It's better to wear less super short skirts, as they are too tempting and easy to get stolen. Go to the odd goods market. Chen Ming was driving, Tang Jing was sitting in the passenger seat, and Su Ruzhen was sitting in the back seat with Chun Fan. Tang Jing had always been curious about the relationship between Chun Fan and President Su. Moreover, she found that President Su listened to Chun Fan very much. She had countless speculations in her mind, but she felt that they were not very realistic. At this time, Chun Fan said, Tang Jing, learn more from President Su. Tang Jing was flattered. Well, I will try my best. Although she couldn't be sure of Chun Fan's identity, Chun Fan was undoubtedly helping her at this moment. Su Ruzhen smiled and said, Tang Jing is a very good seedling. She has always worked very hard. If there's a chance, I'll let her take charge of a department to hone her skills. As Chun Fan's agent, if she didn't understand this sentence, then her life would be in vain. And this time Chun Fan specifically asked to take Tang Jing with him, of course, in order to train her. After all, Su Ruzhen comes from a large family with a big vision. She knew deeply that she could not stand still and must open up her mind. As long as Chun Fan expands the company and builds his own financial empire, her status will rise accordingly. If the company is just a county town, then you are at most a county magistrate. If the company develops into a country, I will become the prime minister, second only to the emperor. If you understand this principle, you will see everything clearly. The group rushed to the rare goods market, where business was still booming. In addition to local speculators like Mr. Huang, there are also many high-end players who come here because of its reputation, as well as many tourists. Chun Fan did not touch the funds in the company's account this time, but he still had 200 or 300 million in personal savings. This was the pocket money he had saved up, and since he hadn't spent it all, he might as well use it to do something. Unlike last time, Chun Fan brought people to the rough stone auction area. As long as it is a stone I like, you can buy it. Chun Fan gave instructions to everyone. Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly and asked Chen Ming and others to get ready. Because there were so many people, it was inevitably a bit chaotic. The stones here are clearly marked with prices. There is no dispute or bargaining over the prices. If you want it, make the deal. If you don't, walk away. Of course, there are some raw stones like the one Mr. Huang bought last time, which have windows opened. The price of this kind of raw stone is much higher. After all, it's not a complete blind box. Coincidentally, Mr. Huang, who had a setback yesterday, was also here today. When he saw Chun Fan, he wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson, but he found out that Chun Fan actually brought so many bodyguards with him. Mr. Huang was stunned on the spot. Who is this kid? Even more awesome than Zhua Handong's. At this moment, Chun Fan began to select the raw stones, pointing at the stones he liked. This one, and this one. He bought more than 20 pieces in one go, and then asked Su Ruzhen, how much is it now? The price tags of these raw stones range from tens of thousands to millions. Tang Jing answered with a calculator at the side, 67,790,000. Ugh. The rough stones here were almost selected, and Chun Fan shouted to everyone, follow me over there. Mr. Huang was watching in the crowd and couldn't help but gasp. Damn, this guy buys raw stones like buying cabbages. Which wealthy family does this young master belong to? Thinking about how he had offended him, Mr. Huang couldn't help but feel a chill on the back of his neck. Soon, Chun Fan and his team came to another raw stone area. The raw stones here were larger in tonnage and more expensive. The starting number is at least several million, and the number can go up to hundreds of millions. One of the raw stones with a window opened was priced at over 300 million yuan. Ordinary people simply don't dare to enter this area, and usually only a very small number of industry leaders visit it. Lu Ruoxian didn't come today, and several industry leaders pointed fingers but didn't dare to act rashly. The raw stone worth hundreds of millions is cut into pieces. It will be a disaster. But Chun Fan came over and picked up 4 or 5 large pieces of raw stones in one breath. Su Ruzhen said, almost. It was a reminder that his money was gone. All right then. Chun Fan took a few glances at the raw stone with the window opened. This was the treasure of the store. However, he did not move, but asked Su Ruzhen to take people to settle the bill. The bill came out. It was over 230 million. Well, I finally ran out of money. So poor. Chun Fan stretched lazily. All the 15 billion in the stock market account was used to buy 3 stocks under the Liu family, and more than 200 million in the bank card was used to buy raw stones. Do you want to dissolve the stone? The boss has been running this business for so many years, and apart from Lu Ruoxian, he rarely encounters such buyers. This young man bought more than 200 million yuan worth of raw stones in one go. He is very courageous. Isn't he afraid of cutting it down? Of course, the boss has an expert here, but the master is not omnipotent. If he could see the situation in each piece of raw stone, he would open it directly. Chun Fan said, just try to solve a few pieces. The boss was very happy to have such a big buyer. He waved his hand and said, come here, help this little brother to cut the stone. Several stone cutters came over and, according to Chun Fan's instructions, used a cart to drag away a piece of raw stone weighing several hundred kilograms. Many people saw how generous Chun Fan was and gathered around to watch the fun. Several local industry leaders also looked at Chun Fan curiously. Everyone was drinking tea and chatting. Why? The stone cutters began cutting according to Chun Fan's instructions. Of course, you must start by rubbing one surface. If it turns green, the value of this stone will basically increase. Chun Fan spent more than 30 million on this piece of raw stone, and the workers who cut the stone were also extremely careful, fearing that something might go wrong. One cut, the stone skin is turned over. Green, green. Oh my God. Several big men who were sipping tea also stood up and said, let's go and take a look. The price of such a big piece of raw stone is incredible when it is cut and sold at a high price. Even the shop owner became curious. Why is this young man so lucky? Before everyone got close, a senior jade expert exclaimed, it looks like it's glass-type imperial green jade. The key is to see how big it is inside. It's hard to say. It could be only the size of a fist, or it could be very big. Several big men came over to take a look, and their faces changed drastically. It really is a glass-type imperial green. Several people stared at Chun Fan in amazement. Isn't this kid's luck too good to be true? If the jade inside was bigger, its value would be inestimable. Seeing this, Chun Fan said, let's open a few more windows and take a look. The stone cutter followed his instructions again, rubbed several surfaces in succession, and opened 4 small windows in the raw stone. Each window piece has been polished to reveal green. There is no doubt that this is a priceless piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite. As for the specific price, they dare not estimate it. Chapter 83. Does he want to eat shit? Who is this young man? A group of industry leaders looked at Chun Fan and did not dare to make any rash judgments for a moment. Looking at his demeanor, he looks like a secretary or a bodyguard, and he doesn't look like an ordinary person, especially this piece of raw stone, which is clearly placed in front of us. All 4 windows are painted green, which is simply mouth-watering. How much do you want for this stone, young man? A cunning fellow asked tentatively, testing the waters. Let's first take a look at Chun Fan's price range. Chun Fan smiled and said, Old man, I won't sell this stone. I'll keep it for my shop. Trying to trick me? Others looked at each other in bewilderment. Did he really want to enter this industry? Chun Fan didn't care what they were whispering to each other. Keep going. After buying so many raw stones, you can't just take them all back as decorations, right? The stone cutter started to cut the second piece of raw stone, still following Chun Fan's instructions and rubbing out one surface first. With one cut of the knife, screams rang out again at the scene. Oh my goodness, it's green again. Although this piece of material is not as good as the previous one, it was finally cut into green. This guy is really amazing. He has so much luck. 2 consecutive cuts have increased. You know how many people have lost everything here. It's amazing. The shop owner and several industry leaders couldn't sit still anymore. Both pieces were cut green. They came closer again, took a closer look, and couldn't help but gasp. If the first piece was just luck, what about the second piece? Everyone looked at it for a while, but no one said anything. Chun Fan still asked the stone cutters to open a few windows, which undoubtedly told all buyers that they are all genuine products and you basically won't lose money. The stone cutter cut 3 pieces of raw stone in one breath, and as a result, each piece increased in size. Chun Fan asked Su Rujin to give a red envelope to the workers. Master, you have worked hard. The workers who received the red envelopes were grinning from ear to ear. Boss, you are so stylish. With your luck, it will be hard not to get rich. Chun Fan smiled, and he didn't understand the rest. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit and holding a plate of walnuts came over and said, Young man, sell all these to me. Finally, a big buyer came, and Chun Fan looked at him. Judging from the other party's appearance, he should be a big shot in the jade industry. So he said happily, Okay, you name a price. The other party was holding a walnut in his hand and said, 300 million. I'll take it all. Chun Fan thought he had heard it wrong. How much did you say? 300 million. Don't you understand? The other person's face was somewhat contemptuous. Chun Fan sneered. Go wherever it's cool. The biggest piece I offered just now was more than 300 million. Does he want to eat shit? But the other party didn't know what to do. That's enough, young man. You spent a total of 230 million on these raw stones. I gave you 300 million, and you also made 70 million. You can make 70 million just by going to the exotic goods market. Where in the world can you find such a good business? Be content. Don't be too greedy. Be careful if your appetite is too big. Chun Fan didn't want to bother with him anymore. Who is he? Who are you? You told me not to be too greedy, damn. What the hell is that? Sitting on shit doesn't smell bad. Boss Su, arrange for someone to load these rough stones onto the truck. Chun Fan gave the order, and Su Rujin immediately ordered the bodyguards to take action. The man in the tang suit frowned and said, Oh, you are so shameless. Do you still want to take these rough stones away from here today? Boy, let me tell you, we have to sell it today, whether we want to or not. If you were smart, the deal is worth 300 million yuan, and I will pay you the money in half a month. If you don't accept my toast, don't blame me for being embarrassed. Encountered a local tyrant. Chun Fan set his eyes on the shop owner. Seeing that he could no longer hide, the shop owner had to speak out. If everyone comes here to steal the goods, who will dare to come to me in the future? Ahem, Boss Chow. This is a formal trading market. If people don't want to sell, you still have to follow the rules. Boss Chow narrowed his eyes and said, Don't say anything. This is between him and me. Your deal is done. It has nothing to do with you now. Well, the shop owner was speechless. He really couldn't afford to offend Boss Chow, who was a well-known tycoon in the jewelry industry in Jiangzhou, second only to the Liu family. But the Liu family will not act recklessly in business. He will. He couldn't defeat the Liu family, but he often caused trouble for his peers. He had a very bad reputation in the entire industry. Seeing such a big piece of fat today, of course I won't let go. Other industry leaders have remained silent, as they do not want to cause trouble. However, They would rather the young man in front of them had a stronger background, so that they could punish the Chow family and stop him from being so arrogant. Seeing that Chun Fan ignored him, Mr. Chow became angry and embarrassed. If I were to ask you to carry away a piece of raw stone today, I would be a fucking inhuman. Are you human? Chun Fan was disdainful. Although the other party is powerful, to put it bluntly, he may not be richer than himself. Besides, I brought bodyguards with me today, so I'm not afraid of you. If he really wants to make things bigger, he may not get any benefits. The Chow family is not yet so powerful that they can cover the sky with one hand. Fuck, how dare you scold me? Boy, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Mr. Chow was also a ruthless man. He shouted, "Someone come!" Thump, thump, thump. A dozen followers immediately ran out from behind him. The shop owner and others knew that today was going to be troublesome. Although he was not afraid of the Chow family, peace was the most important thing in doing business. Some things can just be let go by turning a blind eye. There is no point in fighting to the death. Boss Chow was obviously bullying Chun Fan because he was unfamiliar with him. He thought that a strong dragon could not defeat a local snake, so he wanted to act tough. Seeing this, Chun Meng asked, "What the hell do you mean?" Before he could finish his words, he had already rushed in front of Boss Chow. He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Seeing that the people around Boss Chow were about to take action, Chun Meng shouted, "Don't come over here, or I'll throw him to death." These people were really shocked. Boss Chow's face turned red from being strangled, and he grabbed Chun Meng's hand and struggled desperately. "Stop! Lu Ruoxian is here." Lu Ruoxian was wearing a pair of black wide-leg pants today, and she looked very stylish when she walked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her coming. The reason why places like the rare goods market can remain safe and sound and operate normally is largely due to the efforts of the Lu family. After all, there are always some people in this world who uphold justice and stick to principles. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Lu Ruoxian came over. Her face darkened. "What do you mean? Don't you take Jiangzhou's people seriously?" Chun Fan gave Chun Meng a look, and Chun Meng threw it away. Mr. Chow fell to the ground, covering his throat and coughing. Ahem. He lay on the ground, very unconvinced, and said, "It doesn't matter who comes today, Lu Ruoxian, it's none of your business. Don't interfere." Chapter 84. Lu Ruoxian invites you. Lu Ruoxian didn't expect that the guy who had an argument with Boss Chow was the same guy from last time. But today he actually brought bodyguards and assistants. Lu Ruoxian couldn't figure out his origins for a moment. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the raw stones that Chun Fan bought, and her brows furrowed slightly. She has her own informant here, and when she heard that a glass-type Imperial Green Jadeite had been mined, she came here specially. I didn't expect to run into Boss Chow, who was acting so arrogantly. After figuring out the whole story, Lu Ruoxian sneered. "Boss Chow, this is interesting. Is this a forced sale? We don't have such rules in Jiangzhou." Boss Chow saw her coming. He knew that things would become more and more troublesome. With Lu Ruoxian's personality, she would definitely grab such good material when she sees it. So he greeted Lu Ruoxian first. But Lu Ruoxian ignored him and said, "Handsome boy, are these raw stones yours?" "Yes, Mr. Lu. Do you want to buy it?" Lu Ruoxian looked at him for a long time and applauded repeatedly. The handsome boy has good eyesight. He polished all 3 rough stones to reveal green. This is definitely a trend of increasing profits. Well, especially this material. She couldn't help but admire Chun Fan's sharp eyes in this area. You know, these raw stones have been screened countless times by the masters in the industry, but he can still find such top-quality ones. She estimated, 1 billion, I want all of it. 1 billion. Still, the big guys present had to admire Lu Ruoxian's courage. Only she dared to call out such a price. If it were someone else, they would definitely bargain. Boss Chow was anxious. "Lu Ruoxian, what do you mean? This is my favorite business. Why do you want to interfere?" Chun Fan said disdainfully, "Did I promise you? Because of what you did just now. Even if you give me double the price, I will not sell it to you. Investing more than 230 million yuan and selling it for 1 billion yuan is definitely an amazing business." Boss Chow's face was dark. "Boy, there is no benefit in offending me in Jiangzhou. I advise you not to be stubborn." Lu Ruoxian couldn't bear it any longer. "What's your price?" Boss Chow snorted. "I'll pay 1.8 billion. Cut. Not for sale. This guy doesn't look like a good person. You just wanted to cheat me and took away the 300 million, but now you are so stingy. Do I need your 80 million? Chun Fan said to Lu Ruoxian, "I'd better sell it to Mr. Lu. After all, this is not the first time we have dealt with each other." Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to transfer the money right away." Seeing that both parties traded all the rough stones in Chun Fan's hands for 1 billion. Mr. Chow's face turned green. He glared at Chun Fan fiercely. "You are so cruel. Don't let it fall into my hands next time." He left with his men. Lu Ruoxian seemed to admire Chun Fan very much and invited him. "Handsome boy, can you please do me a favor and come sit with me? I have dealt with Lu Ruoxian twice, and I feel that she is a very straightforward person." Chun Fan readily agreed, and Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, "Then please, no rush. I have some personal matters to attend to. Mr. Lu, give me an address and I will come later. Then I'll wait for you." Lu Ruoxian walked to the shop owner's tea room and drank tea with a group of bigwigs. "Boss Lu, you are so courageous. Only you can close such a big order." "That's right. I think there is probably no one else except Mr. Lu." Listening to these people's compliments, Lu Ruoxian smiled lightly and said, "My dear seniors, you are too kind. I'm just being fair. And this batch of rough stones is worth the price." Everyone nodded. Yes, yes. After all, the Lu family is rich. How can an ordinary person come up with 10 billion funds with just a few words? So some people know they can make money, but they just can't eat it. In fact, Boss Chow can't come up with so much money. He just wants to get something for nothing. Picked up another stone from the raw stone area. It was not big and suitable for making an ornament. I asked the stone cutters to scrape a few edges and open 3 small windows. Every window is green, which looks quite attractive. It is quite eye-catching when placed on the counter. After finishing, Su Ruzhen came over to report, "Boss Lu's funds have arrived." "Well, you guys go back first. Chen Ming, come with me." "Ugh." Su Ruzhen called on everyone else to retreat, and Chun Ming loyally followed behind Chun Fan. He totally couldn't understand what Chun Fan did today. A deal worth 1 billion yuan is just a casual transaction. This guy gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. Is he still the same childhood friend? And his relationship with President Su is also intriguing. However, Chun Ming knew that he should not ask questions that he should not ask and just do his job well. Seeing Chun Fan finish his work, Lu Ruoxian stood up and said, "Handsome boy, let's go." Seeing Lu Ruoxian invite Chun Fan to leave, a group of bigwigs whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ruoxian should want to recruit him. Well, this kid is pretty good and has a lot of experience. I bought so many raw stones and I didn't make a mistake. You know, there are more than tens of thousands of raw stones here. There are more than a dozen pieces, big and small. And after screening countless times, Chun Fan was able to pick out so many here without missing any of them. With this skill alone, I'm afraid no one will be able to match him in the gambling stone industry in the future." Therefore, they concluded that Lu Ruoxian must want to recruit Chun Fan into the group. As for those who have wrong ideas, stand in the corner by yourself. Lu Ruoxian invited Chun Fan to get in her car. Chun Fan didn't hesitate and asked Chen Ming to take another car. This is the Maybach that Lu Ruoxian uses to entertain guests. Of course, the Lu family has no shortage of top luxury cars like Rolls-Royce. Lu Ruoxian invited Chun Fan to a century-old store on the pedestrian street, which sold gold and silver jewelry and jade. The store was large and decorated in an antique style, rather than a modern style commonly used by many stores. "Little handsome boy, please." Lu Ruoxian took Chun Fan upstairs and came to a tea room. In the tea room, fairy mist was curling up and a faint fragrance was everywhere. There was a woman in Hanfu playing the piano next to him. Lu Ruoxian asked Chun Fan to sit down and then made tea herself. Chun Ming stood outside like a loyal guard. "What's your name, handsome boy?" Lu Ruoxian smiled sweetly and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Chun Fan. Chun in Erdong Chun, Fan in ordinary." "Oh, a good name, ordinary yet not vulgar, and hidden yet profound." Lu Ruoxian laughed again. Chun Fan was stunned. "How could you see this?" But Lu Ruoxian is really beautiful, different from other women he has met. She is calm and generous, and has a unique charm in her every move. When dealing with such a person, Chun Fan didn't want to lose momentum, so he tried his best to appear steady. He said calmly, "What's the matter with Mr. Lu calling me over?" "Of course." Lu Ruoxian smiled. "I want to work with you." She looked at Chun Fan with an indescribable feeling in her eyes. Chapter 85. As a sister, you have to love your brother. Chun Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. In fact, he had already guessed it in his heart. There was only one possibility why Lu Ruoxian asked me to come over. He was wondering whether to cooperate with her. If I enter the jade industry, apart from a skill of gambling on stones, I am a layman in other aspects. If we could really cooperate with the Lu family, it would be a win-win situation. So Chun Fan asked, "How do you want to cooperate? Tell me your plan." There was a hint of surprise in Lu Ruoxian's eyes. She didn't expect Chun Fan to be so calm. If it were an ordinary person, he would have agreed long ago, right? After all, there's so many people who want to cooperate with the Lu family, but how many of them can get the opportunity? Lu Ruoxian smiled slightly. With the sales network of my Lu family in this industry, we are definitely the best choice to cooperate with Mr. Chun. Chun Fan laughed. He had to admit that Lu Ruoxian had a unique vision. She can see a lot of essential things, which makes her a respectable opponent and the best partner. So Chun Fan said, "How about this? You arrange someone to discuss the specific cooperation matters with my assistant tomorrow. There's no need for us to waste time on these details." Good. Lu Ruoxian didn't expect Chun Fan to be so straightforward. She laughed happily. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chun Fan frequently. "Mr. Chun, how old are you?" "Ahem." Chun Fan looked at her expression and said, "I have a girlfriend." Ha ha. This guy is really funny. Even Lu Ruoxian couldn't help but laugh. "Don't tell me you think I want to fall in love with you." "Stop it. I just want to know how old you are." Chun Fan said 20 this year. "Wow, no way. You're still a student?" "Yes." Chun Fan did not hide it either. Lu Ruoxian stared with surprised eyes. "May I ask again, where are you from?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "Boss Lu, you want to ask me which family I am from, right?" "Yes, very clever." In fact, this is the issue that Lu Ruoxian is concerned about, but she just doesn't want to ask it directly. Chun Fan said, "I am just a commoner. If Mr. Lu wants to join forces with some big families, it is not too late to give up the idea now." No. Lu Ruoxian was a little bit unconvinced. If Chun Fan was really a commoner, it would be too unbelievable. Judging from his appearance today, he doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. She smiled sweetly. "Actually, what I want to say is, if you don't mind, how about accepting me as your sister?" Elder sister? Not so good. Chun Fan looked at her steadily. Lu Ruoxian was a little depressed. She said these words on a whim because she saw that she got along well with Chun Fan. This guy is actually doubting? Am I not worthy of being your sister? Chun Fan also noticed her expression and smiled. As a sister, you have to love and protect your brother. Faint. Lu Ruoxian's face turned red instantly. She suspected that Chun Fan was flirting with her. But she was not convinced. You know, in Jiangzhou's circle, most people didn't dare to joke with her, Lu Ruoxian. Chun Fan is an exception. Maybe this is the world outside the circle. They don't understand themselves, so they are particularly relaxed. She, Lu Ruoxian, is a well-known iceberg beauty. Otherwise, why would even Boss Chow be afraid of her? Seeing Chun Fan say this, Lu Ruoxian said, "Okay, you said so. That's settled then. In this small piece of land in Jiangzhou, I will protect you." She looked particularly beautiful when she smiled, and her chest trembled violently. The two of them chatted happily, and Chun Fan saw that the time was almost up, so he stood up and said goodbye. Lu Ruoxian asked, "Why don't you stay and have dinner with your sister?" "Maybe some other time." Chun Fan was still worried about something, so he didn't bother him anymore. "That's fine. Remember, next time I ask you out, you must not refuse." Lu Ruoxian was a little bit domineering. Chun Fan nodded. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. After watching Chun Fan leave, the assistant beside him looked at Lu Ruoxian curiously. "Boss Lu, you haven't been this happy for a long time." A bitter smile flashed across Lu Ruoxian's face. She sighed faintly. "There are too few people in this circle who understand me. Perhaps only when I am with someone like him. I have no defenses at all. Although the Lu family is powerful enough, it is not the absolute top family. There is always someone better than you, and Lu Ruoxian is very cautious in every step she takes in her circle." Since the two of them had just come here in Lu Ruoxian's car, they were still being sent off by Lu Ruoxian's driver. Rushing back to Yin Fan building, Chun Fan immediately took the raw stone prepared for Zhua Handong and asked Chun Meng to drive it over. In the car, Chun Meng said, "You scared me today." "What's the matter?" Chun Meng turned his head and said, "You give me a very different feeling than before. If you do this today, you can make hundreds of millions directly." "Oh my God, are you still the Chun Fan I know?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "This is not surprising. You have to put all the knowledge you have learned to good use. Just like if you learn a lot of martial arts. Wouldn't it be a waste if you just work as a security guard? Well, I told you, I didn't make a mistake. I'll hang out with you from now on. Chun Fan said, it's the same with me and President Su. I know. You two share the same bed. Ha ha. The two men laughed. Chun Ming, go to Mr. Su tomorrow to get 1 million and ask your family to build a house. Ooh. Chun Ming glared. This is not good. What's good or bad about it? You're not someone else. I'll find you a wife in the future, the kind with long wavy hair. Chun Fan's house has been built, and Su Ruzhen transferred another 1 million yuan to them so that they can live a good life at home. Don't overwork yourself. Chun Ming always told his family that it was Chun Fan who introduced him to the job. On Wenzhong Street, Zhou Handong was drinking tea with a few guests. Chun Fan brought Chun Ming over, and Chun Ming was carrying a stone in his hand. Hey, Chun Fan, why are you here? When Zhou Handong saw the stone in Chun Ming's hand, his eyes were immediately attracted to it. What are you doing? For you. Chun Fan smiled and asked Chun Ming to bring the raw stone to the table. Seeing this, several guests gathered around to watch. Oh my god, Lao's, this rough stone has a window. All 3 sides are rubbed green. It's a good thing. Another customer pondered. I'm afraid it won't cost tens of millions, right? Zhou Handong was shocked. Is this thing so valuable? He stared at Chun Fan in a daze. Where did it come from? Hey. Chun Fan smiled like a child. Zhou Handong guessed something and stopped asking questions. Uncle, since you like playing with this, I'll keep it for you as a decoration. Chun Ming, let's go. Hey, don't go. Zhou Handong chased him out. How could he just give such a valuable thing to himself? This kid. Chapter 86. A gift from the future son-in-law. What a good thing. Zhou Handong looked at the rough stone for more than 2 hours and couldn't let it go. An old man wearing reading glasses and holding a magnifying glass examined it and said solemnly, Laozua, your stone is conservatively estimated to be worth no less than 60 million. Hiss. When Zhou Handong heard this, he was completely stunned. How much did you say? A conservative estimate is no less than 60 million, or even higher. All right. Zhou Handong stared at the stone blankly. What a great gift this kid gave him. Such a generous gift, 60 million. My goodness. It's almost half of my family fortune. You have to know that his personal net worth is only a few hundred million. This Chun Fan. He called his daughter, Zhou Bing. How are you and Chun Fan doing? Dad, what do you mean? When his father suddenly asked this, Zhou Bing felt inexplicably guilty. Could it be that he knew that Chun Fan and I went to the hotel? No, Dad just wants to know. Do you know what he's been busy with recently? Oh, Zhou Bing was so scared that he patted his chest nervously. No, we are going to participate in the competition and don't have time to see him. What's the matter? Did he do something bad? No. He is very nice. He just came to my shop again and gave me a big gift. Zhou Handong felt very happy. This future son-in-law was good. Fortunately, I didn't cheat others at the beginning, otherwise I would have missed this opportunity. Zhou Bing said, oh, this guy want to bribe my dad again? But she didn't take it to heart. The next second, Zhou Handong sent a video over, look, this rough stone is worth at least 60 million. What? Zhou Bing was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Dad, what are you doing? Are you going to sell your daughter? Silly girl, what are you talking about? I just asked you to thank him for me. Oh, okay. Zhou Bing hung up the video and pouted. How else can I thank you? This guy is really good. He actually learned to follow the father-in-law's path. She called Chun Fan, who had just arrived at the school. Miss me? Shouldn't I? Then I'll miss someone else. You dare. Then let's have dinner together tonight. Zhou Bing spoke quickly. She was also busy on her end, so she hung up the phone soon. Hey. Chun Fan smiled secretly. Over at Zhou Handong's side, he called his wife over to admire it. See? This thing alone is worth more than 60 million. Han Chaiyang was shocked. It was almost her own company. The couple runs their own business without interfering with each other. Han Chaiyang's net worth of tens of millions is earned by herself, but a piece of her husband's stone is worth 60 million. She was a little confused. Hey, this is a gift from your future son-in-law. Are you talking about Chun Fan? Do you have several sons-in-law? Zhou Handong glared at her, feeling particularly happy today. Han Kaiying was a little confused. Didn't they say that his family is from the countryside? Why am I getting more and more confused about him? He won't do anything illegal, right? What nonsense are you talking about? When I asked you to do this with me, you refused and insisted on being financially independent. The business of antiques and gambling on stones is a very profitable one. There's nothing weird about it. Let me tell you, Chun Fan is very capable. The antiques he found for me were all sold at good prices. Okay, then you watch him and don't let him go astray. This poor son-in-law suddenly reached a height that they dared not dream of, so Han Chai-young naturally no longer disliked him. She could only accept this fact. When Chun Fan returned to the classroom, the group of animals in the class were shocked. Fuck, squad leader, you're still alive. I just became the monitor and I haven't been seen for 2 days. The head teacher was very angry. If the classmates hadn't unanimously resisted, I'm afraid the class monitor would have to be replaced again. Ilang Gao stood up and said with a grin, Squad leader, are your legs weak? Why are your legs weak? You've been out for 2 nights, and you haven't been drained yet. Roll. Chun Fan rolled his eyes at the guy and said, take your classmates to the cafeteria for a snack tonight, and the money for the meal will be deducted from the class budget. Wow, thank you, monitor. The squad leader is awesome. YYDS. Seeing how much his classmates supported Chun Fan, Liang Dong felt dejected and extremely embarrassed. Although his family is rich, they can't afford such treatment, and he never gave his classmates extra meals. It is true that he is rich, but what has he done for us besides showing off? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Now, except Liang Dongkai, no one dislikes Chun Fan, including the study committee member Peng Xiaoqian. Everyone secretly glanced at Chun Fan several times. Then he blushed again and pretended to be reading seriously. After school, Chun Fan logged into his financial account and took a look at the stock market. I was surprised to find that the entire stock market has bottomed out and rebounded, and many stocks have made a comeback and hit the daily limit. Among the 3 stocks, Jiangnan Paper, Nangor Real Estate, and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, 2 hit the daily limit, and 1 rose to 7.66%. You have to know that they all rushed up from the lower limit, which means that Chun Fan's $15 billion investment has earned at least $2 billion. Oh my God, I'm going to continue to survive and become the world's top star. Well, after finishing this wave, I will go to the Hong Kong stock market and overseas stock markets. Harvest the leaks of these foreigners. Of course, the jade industry must also speed up its progress and achieve diversified development for its companies. Student Chun Fan, you have a long way to go. Come on. Just as she was about to go find Zhou Bing for dinner, Su Ruzhen called and said, Chen Ming's father fell off his motorcycle and is in a hospital for emergency treatment. I heard that his condition is serious, and he wants to take a leave. Tell him to come back and tell him not to panic. The company will reimburse all his medical expenses. I promised him another $1 million to build a house. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chun Fan called him again and told him not to worry, that everything would be fine. Chen Ming said gratefully, Thank you, brother. Boss Su has already told me, and you know I'm a rough guy with no other skills. From now on, my life belongs to you. Don't be silly. Given our relationship, why are you saying this? As long as uncle is okay. Well, I'll be back soon. Chen Ming flew back to Tongqing County overnight. Lu Ruoxian was very efficient and arranged for her assistant to contact Su Ruzhen that evening. The 2 parties reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation. Neither of them made a decision immediately, but instead took the contract back to report to their respective bosses. As long as Lu Ruoxian and Chun Fan agree, the 2 parties will formally reach an agreement and become partners. After Lu Ruoxian read the agreement, she told her assistant, No problem, you can sign it. We can also make more concessions. That's okay. The assistant said, Boss Lu, this is the most sincere offer we have made. No other company will be able to offer this kind of treatment. After all, we are the boss of this industry. Lu Ruoxian glanced at her and said, Since this is a collaboration, you have to humble yourself and treat each other as equals. Otherwise, it won't last long. The assistant said helplessly, Okay. Chapter 87 Remember to help me cut. The market opened the next morning with great momentum. Many stocks hit their daily limit. Probably because they were suppressed too harshly, they finally let out a sigh of relief. There are at least a few hundred stocks on the daily limit board. The 3 stocks under the Lu family opened with an increase. This is a good rise. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. Today's increase brought another 10% profit. Could it be that someone says that in this day and age, the richer a person is, the faster he makes money? From yesterday to today, the gain has been nearly 30 points. A few days ago, Chun Fan looked at the list of Jiangzhou's richest people. The 10th richest man was only worth 10.2 billion. The number 1 family has total assets of more than 60 billion. The Lu family ranked second with 41.1 billion. The Zhao family ranks behind the Lu family with total assets of only more than 30 billion. After some time, when I become successful, all the rich people on the rich list will probably be stepped on by me. At this moment, Chun Fan suddenly remembered a poem. When autumn comes on September 8th, my flowers will bloom and all other flowers will die. Work hard. Juvenile. That morning, Su Rujin called and prepared to sign a cooperation agreement with the Liu family. Chun Fan gave Su Rujin an instruction. For the cooperation with Su's, set up another company and don't register it under the name of Blueprint Investment. Clear. Su Rujin is really capable. She immediately understood Chun Fan's intention. After explaining things to Su Rujin, Chun Fan thought that he would have to continue investing in other industries in the future. There will be more and more companies under his name, and the entire architecture system will become larger and larger. You must have a complete system to maintain the operation of the company. It seems I still need to study hard. The English teacher's operating model is very good and can be used as a reference. But I seem to need more manpower to manage these companies. It would be too tiring for Su Rujin to handle alone. We need to choose the right candidate carefully. Chun Fan pondered in his mind. In fact, Tang Jing is very good, but she needs training. At noon, Chun Fan called Tang Jing, and Tang Jing seemed a little flattered. Mr. Chun, you're looking for me? She used to regard Chun Fan as a schoolmate. Ever since Chun Fan took her to the rare goods market, the door to another world in her life was opened. Chun Fan's position in her mind has been elevated many times. Especially when Chun Fan was gambling on stones, he spent a huge amount of money and made a net profit of more than 700 million. This was an experience she had never had before. In the past, I saw a boss with millions or tens of millions of dollars. Many people were in awe, but now in Tang Jing's view, this was a complete joke. The world of truly rich people is simply unimaginable to the poor. Chun Fan could hear her reservedness on the phone. Are you free at noon? I want to talk to you about something. Yes. Tang Jing Z ponde Deepening. Okay, I'll wait for you at the cafe at the school gate. Chun Fan has always been clear and concise when he makes phone calls. He keeps to the point and never chats nonsense. After receiving Chun Fan's call, Tang Jing suddenly became nervous. She analyzed thousands of possibilities in her mind, but she still couldn't figure out Chun Fan's intention in asking her out. Could it be that? Impossible. He already has a girlfriend. In this regard, the once arrogant Tang Jing became completely lacking in confidence. After the fourth class, Yilang and Gao asked Chun Fan to go out for dinner, but Chun Fan turned them down. Yilang leaned over and said, "You value women over friendship. Did I tell you I had a date with a girl? Besides girls, do you have any other hobbies? People like me are much more pure, male, but I like women. Get lost. Be careful. Sukuching might kill you." Chun Fan ignored him and went to the OU coffee shop at the school gate. Tang Jing had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Chun Fan coming, she stood up quickly and said, "Mr. Chun." Chun Fan smiled gently and found that Tang Jing was like a little white rabbit in front of him. "We are all alumni. Don't be so reserved. Just call me Chun Fan, especially in school." "Uh-huh." Tang Jing nodded. "What do you want to drink? I'll order it for you." "Whatever. I'm not here for coffee." Tang Jing's heart tightened then. Chun Fan asked the waiter to bring 2 clay pot rices. The two of them ate and chatted. "How have you been studying lately? We have signed a cooperation agreement with Liu Ruoxian and would like you to go over and learn from her." "Can I?" Chun Fan frowned when he saw how nervous she was. "Can you be more confident? Otherwise, I will change someone." Tang Jing was so scared that she quickly stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Chun Fan. I was wrong." Chun Fan waved his hand. "I asked you to go there because I wanted to train you. Do you remember what I told you before? Since the Liu family is willing to cooperate with us, this is an opportunity. If you are competent, the jade industry will be left to you in the future. Do you know why I asked you to stay with Su Rujin? Look at her. How capable is she? I hope you can do the same and stand on your own in the future." Tang Jing became more and more nervous. "I know. Don't worry, Chun Fan. I will definitely work hard. Ugh. Let's eat. When you return from your studies at Liu Ruoxian's, I should call you Mr. Tang." Tang Jing blushed and didn't dare to raise her head. Tang Jing knew that Chun Fan had worked so hard to cultivate her, and she was very grateful. But some gratitude can only be hidden in the heart. They all say that college is a watershed in life, and the people you meet and what you learn will determine your future. Of course, Tang Jing also wants to stand out, so she has to work harder. There wasn't much rice in the clay pot rice to begin with. and Chun Fan finished it in just a few bites, while Tang Jing was still shoveling it into her mouth. Girls are very delicate when eating, especially Tang Jing, who can't let go in front of Chun Fan, afraid of having a bad image. Chun Fan smiled and said, "I'm leaving first. You pay the bill." Oh. Watching Chun Fan leave, Tang Jing was as shy as a girl. Chun Fan arrived at the school gate, and a young lady ran over with a mobile phone in her hand. Handsome, can you add me on WeChat? Forehead. Chun Fan looked at the other person in confusion. He looked so unfamiliar. Are we familiar with each other? Wouldn't it be better if we added one? Just add one. We are alumni after all. All right. Chun Fan took out his phone and scanned her WeChat. After passing, the girl waved her hand, turned around, and left. Thank you. Remember to help me cut it. Damn, Chun Fan really wanted to chop her with a knife. Do you think you are becoming more charming? Deleted it quickly. When I returned to the dormitory, I found that these guys were all gone, and even Guo Jianliang, who had moved back, was nowhere to be found. He lay on the bed and lit a cigarette. His eyes fixed, huh? Zhao Linlin actually came back. Hasn't she been preparing for the new hotel? This arrogant little princess is quite awesome. She manages 2 hotels at such a young age. But from now on, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel down and lick my ass. Chapter 88. Zhao to Campus Beauty. You're going to lose money soon. Linlin, if you don't come back, the position of the most beautiful girl on campus will be taken away by that little bitch Lu Wushuang. Zhou Yufei was wearing a cartoon pajamas and shaking her long white legs. Zhao Linlin smiled nonchalantly. What's the use of these false reputations for me? Hey, you don't need it. I don't even have a boy chasing me. Even poor Chun Fan looks down on me. Zhou Yufei sighed. It seems that my wish to have a reckless love affair in college will be shattered. Zhao Linlin laughed. Have you confessed him? Hearing this, Zhou Yufei jumped up from the bed. Shouldn't he be the one to confess his love to me? Their family is so poor. I really don't understand why Zhu Bing would fall in love with him. Zhao Linlin was speechless. Since you like it, why don't you go for it? Zhou Yufei pouted. Who said I like him? I just feel bored and want to find someone to entertain myself during college. You might as well study hard and help me manage the hotel in the future. Zhou Yufei shook her head. No, I want to fall in love. She glanced at Zhao Linlin's chest and said, I heard that boys like big breasts. How about we get one? Puff. Zhao Linlin spat a mouthful of water on the computer screen. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yufei laughed. Why? Don't you like it? Roll. I can't stand this guy. Who is it? As a girl, can you be more serious? Besides, do you need it? It's not a cow. Zhou Yufei took the telescope again and leaned over the window to look at the boy. Well, this child owed. Zhao Linlin cast her eyes out the window. In fact, don't I envy Zhou Yufei's free and unrestrained life? You don't have to think about anything every day. Just look forward to the love you want. His eyes unconsciously fell on the opposite side, the boys' dormitory where Chun Fan and his classmates were. Zhao Linlin frowned. This guy is also a weirdo. Ever since the last time she went to the hospital, my aunt has been asking herself what happened with that boy. She suspected that her aunt was also in love and love gossip so much. Don't think about it. The market will open at 1 o'clock. Zhao Linlin turned on the computer and logged into her financial account. Learned how to trade stocks in high school and invested most of her pocket money in it. In total, at least 10 or 20 million have been invested, and now there are 100 or 200 million in the account. So Zhao Guowei said she had talent and directly gave her a hotel to manage. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile. At this moment, she also set her eyes on this stock, but it hit the daily limit as soon as it opened, so there was no chance at all. Zhao Linlin frowned and said, then join Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. The performance of this stock is very good. After the previous plunge, it is currently accumulating strength at a low level and preparing for an outbreak. The K-line chart and volume are perfect. Chun Fan was also looking at stocks at this moment, and he also saw this stock by accident. Hiss! Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals' stock price plummeted in the next 15 trading days. In the stock market, this type of stock is the one you need to avoid the most. Sometimes the situation seems to be very good, but suddenly something unexpected happens. Then the stock price plummeted. Investors are full of goat mud horses. Of course, he didn't expect Zhao Linlin to buy this stock. Just as I was about to go to the classroom after checking the stocks, Su Ruzhen called me and said, Boss, are you free to come over this afternoon? The cooperation agreement with the Liu family has been signed. I will report the work to you. Seeing that there were no important classes after class, Chun Fan agreed. But when I got to the school gate and tried to hail a car, beep beep, a Porsche 911 drove over and stopped beside Chun Fan. Where are you going? Maybe because she had helped her last time, Zhao Linlin actually took the initiative to say hello. Let's go downtown. Come up, I'll take you. Chun Fan looked at her strangely for a while. Zhao Linlin took off her sunglasses and said, Go ahead. Stop dilly-dallying. Do you like standing here in the sun? Then take me to Yin Fan building. Zhao Linlin paused. Are you still working part-time there? Uh-huh. Chun Fan didn't explain either. There was no need. But he saw that Zhao Linlin's complexion was not right. His pupils shrank, and his supernatural powers were automatically activated. Chun Fan was shocked. You're going to lose money soon. What did you say? Zhao Linlin was concentrating on driving and didn't understand for a moment. Chun Fan said, I said you can go bankrupt soon. He was thinking about Zhao Linlin and the hotel's affairs. After all, she had a joint venture with Blueprint Capital. If something really happens to the hotel, Blueprint Investment will also be in trouble. But Zhao Linlin frowned and said, Are all you guys so flirtatious? You're using this kind of trick to get close to me. She had accidentally bumped into Chun Fan before, but Chun Fan didn't cheat her, so she ended up blaming him wrongly. In addition, Chun Fan helped her again later, so Zhao Linlin also developed some good feelings towards him. But this guy actually used this trick to get close to me, which lowered his image in my mind. No, don't think I want to seduce you. I don't have that idea at all. It's just that you're really going to lose money recently. Be more meticulous about hotel matters. Decorations are prone to accidents. Safety first. Zhao Linlin's face froze. What the hell? You have no idea about me at all? Am I that bad? Girls are like this. If you really want to get close to her, she will be on guard against you. If you're not interested in her, she will be depressed. As if he looked down on her. She glanced at Chun Fan and stopped talking. What he meant was that he was not as good as Wubing. Arriving at Yin Fan building, Chun Fan got out of the car and said, Thank you for giving me a ride. You're welcome. It's on the way anyway. Zhao Linlin went to the hotel decoration site, and Chun Fan went to the Blueprint Investment Company. He took the special elevator and came directly to the outside of Su Ruzhen's office. When Su Ruzhen saw him coming, she immediately came forward to greet him warmly. What Chun Fan is most worried about now is the hotel he is cooperating with Zhao Linlin. Nothing must happen. Send someone to check the hotel this afternoon. Safety is the top priority. Su Ruzhen was very surprised, but she still responded happily. Okay, I'll go there myself later. That's not necessary. Just arrange for someone to go. There's no need to do everything yourself. You care about me so much? Su Ruzhen smiled very ambiguously, which made Chun Fan feel distracted. What a goblin. Su Ruzhen made a phone call and asked the property management to check, just in case. After reading the contract signed by Su Ruzhen and Lu Ruoxian, there's no problem. Lu Ruoxian also gave a very good concession, and Chun Fan praised her. I am really relieved about your work. Really? Then reward me. Su Ruzhen sat on his lap. How could he tolerate this? I'm not that stupid guy like Liu Xiaohui. Without saying anything, Chun Fan carried her into the lounge. Chapter 89. My dad has assets worth hundreds of billions, and you want me to work for you? Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen stayed in the lounge for more than 2 hours, and Zhao Linlin was busy at the hotel for more than 2 hours. The property management staff also came and checked all the floors of the hotel, gradually eliminating safety hazards. Zhao Linlin also attached great importance to this aspect, especially what Chun Fan said in the car just now. She was not disgusted, but safety was the first priority and no one dared to neglect it. After finishing her work, she was exhausted and out of breath. Su Ruzhen did the same, lying limply beside Chun Fan. It's over, don't work this afternoon. Chun Fan patted her shoulder and said, You can move to the villa. I will go there to accompany you when I am free. Ugh. When she heard that Chun Fan was willing to accompany her, she readily agreed. Seeing her take out a pair of stockings from the drawer and bend over to put them on her legs, Chun Fan couldn't help but sigh. My figure is getting better and better. I said it was my own achievement. I hope you won't object. Not long after Su Ruzhen left, someone came in to report. Boss Su, the hotel decoration has been fully inspected and there are no safety hazards. Mr. Zhao and his team are also investigating. Ugh. Chun Fan heard the conversation in the lounge and wondered, are there any safety risks? All right. In this case, the problem should not be with the hotel, but with other issues, right? What she's not a good driver and hit someone again. Seeing that it was almost time, Chun Fan also came out of Yin Fan building. Zhao Linlin was feeling depressed at the moment. Chun Fan said all these to her for no reason and wasted a lot of her time. When I got back to the car and was about to leave, I saw Chun Fan standing on the side of the road stopping a car, but I didn't call him this time. Beep. She received a text message on her phone and picked it up to take a look. Buzz. My brain is about to explode. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has collapsed, involving many issues including falsifying performance and transferring huge amounts of funds overseas. Zhao Linlin was stunned and stared at her phone in a daze. When she opened the trading software, the stock price plummeted. It's over. She suddenly remembered what Chun Fan said. So this is what he meant, that he would lose money soon. With an investment of over 100 million yuan, tens of millions were lost in the blink of an eye. No wonder people often remind us that the stock market is risky and one needs to be cautious when entering the market. And this fall is unlikely to happen in just 1 or 2 days. It is very likely that he will lose all his hundreds of millions of dollars. Zhao Linlin's face turned red, and she waved her fist in frustration. Since he knew he was losing money, why didn't he just say it? Beep beep. Campus beauty Zhao slammed her fist on the steering wheel. This was the result of her years of stock speculation. After working hard for several years, we fell back to the period before liberation. By the way, where are the others? When Zhao Linlin looked up again, there was no sign of Chun Fan. It was impossible to make an appointment with Zhuo Bing tonight, so Chun Fan was preparing to return to the apartment. As a result, Zhao Linlin stepped on the accelerator and caught up. Beep beep. She honked the horn frantically, and Chun Fan turned around. What are you doing? Crunch. Zhao Linlin parked the car next to him and said, Wait a minute. I have something to talk to you about. Zhao, the school beauty, this is not good. Zhao Linlin didn't care about that anymore. Let's find a place to talk. There are many restaurants, cafes, and even small hotels around the apartment building. Chun Fan asked, Where do you want to go? Just over there. Zhao Linlin pointed to a tea house in front. She parked the car, and the two of them went to the tea house. Among students of their age, few drink tea. Most of them prefer coffee and other beverages. Zhao Linlin asked for a private room and called Chun Fan in. What would you two like to order? 2 cups of green tea. I don't want green tea. I want black tea. Golden eyebrows are best. Okay, wait a moment, both of you. The waiters in the tea house are all dressed beautifully and like to wear cheongsams, deliberately showing off the figure in an exaggerated way. For some reason, Zhao Linlin thought of what Zhou Yufei said, Go get that. She glanced at the waiter, and her face turned red. Do women have to expose their bodies to others like this? Such tight clothes, I feel like I can't wear them. When the tea came, Chun Fan asked, What do you want from me? Zhao Linlin didn't want to hide it. How do you know I'm going to go bankrupt recently? Forehead? Chun Fan was also interested in this question. After all, he didn't know what had happened to Zhao Linlin. After taking a sip of tea, he said calmly, I can't tell fortunes. Do you believe me? Letter. I don't believe you, you idiot. What arrow is this? You're still playing this trick on me. Be serious. Zhao Linlin said angrily. Chun Fan was helpless. I can really see it from your face. Tell me what happened. Zhao Linlin was angry. You know what? Just because of what you said, I specially checked the hotel decoration site. Fortunately, no violations were found. I was really worried about safety accidents. Then what? Chun Fan looked at her steadily. Later I found out that the stocks I bought today were stuck. Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals suffered a financial loss of over 100 million yuan. It really works. Chun Fan was stunned. This reminded him of Teacher Shun. When I met Teacher Shun that time, I noticed that something was wrong with her, so I reminded her. Her relationship may not be stable, and her husband cheated on her. It seems that I can change my career in the future. But he never expected that Zhao Linlin also traded stocks, and she also stepped on a landmine. Then you're screwed. It is a taboo for a listed company to go bankrupt, but you just happen to be one of them. Zhao Linlin frowned. You're also investing in stocks. I didn't invest in stocks. I would have starved to death. Chun Fan drank his tea and said, Yeah. In my opinion, after spending more than 100 million, you will probably still have 10% left. Zhao Linlin's face turned green. This was the result of several years of hard work. But what can we do? Her breath hitched. Is there any way? No. Girls, don't touch this. Isn't it better to run your hotel well? No one can save you from stepping on a landmine. You can only watch it hit the limit down every day. As for how much is left after the board opens, it depends on God's will. Zhao Linlin was a little crazy, but she was also someone who could afford to lose. Since you have bought bad stocks, you have to admit it. No one has stipulated that you can only make money and not lose money when investing in stocks. You should know that only 20% of people make money in the stock market, while the rest are losing money. Why don't you stop working in those messy places and come help me? Zhao Linlin looked at him steadily. You can name your salary. Chun Fan smiled. You can't afford me. Honestly, you might as well work for me. Zhao Linlin was almost angry to death. What are you talking about? My father has assets worth more than 30 billion yuan, and you want me to work for you? Are you crazy? Chun Fan said seriously. I am serious. I need talents like you. As for stock trading, if you don't have talent for it, then don't try it. You? Zhao Linlin didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she stood up and left angrily. I had good intentions, but he treated me like a donkey's liver and lungs. Just as he was about to leave the tea house, Chun Fan's voice came from behind him. Pay the bill before you leave. Grass. No, I can't fuck him. Chapter 90, believe it or not, I stole your young lady away. She doesn't believe that she is richer than her family. What can I do? However, Chun Fan's assets are indeed a little less than those of the Zhao family at present. But who knows what will happen in the future? Let's see in a few days who is the real king. Zhao Linlin was so angry that she left. Chun Fan simply didn't bother to go to school and went straight back to the apartment building. When they took the elevator to the 26th floor, Lu Wushuang had already returned. The two new bodyguards were staring at Chun Fan warily, as if they were afraid that their eldest daughter had been kidnapped away. Ever since she came, it has been inconvenient for Su Ruzhen to come to the apartment. Chun Fan passed by Lu Wushuang's door. She was wearing a white t-shirt and black crop pants today. The hair is tied into a ponytail, simple and pure. Lu Wushuang's looks and height are impeccable, except that her thing is not big enough. Probably B+. Chun Fan didn't do much research on that, but Zhao Linlin should have developed faster than her. Just after taking a look, two of Lu Wushuang's bodyguards came over and shouted, What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll dig your eyeballs out. Damn, Chun Fan is speechless. Why are all your bodyguards like this? Be careful, or I'll steal your young lady away. BS. I guess they don't know how the first two bodyguards lost their jobs. Hey, schoolgirl. Chun Fan came to the balcony. Lu Wushuang lived next door to him, and the two bodyguards lived opposite him. Therefore, the bodyguard could not see this side on the balcony at all. Lu Wushuang had just finished a phone call with home. When she saw Chun Fan greeting her, she responded, What's up? It's okay. You've been fighting with your neighbor for so long, so you should formally get to know him. Lu Wushuang met Chun Fan the first time she came to this community. They were also alumni, so naturally she didn't refuse him. If a boy greets her at school, she will ignore him. In an apartment building like this, the two balconies are very close to each other, and anyone with a little courage can climb over them. Aren't you bored? You're being watched like a thief by bodyguards every day. Seeing that Lu Wushuang didn't seem to be disgusted, Chun Fan continued to ask questions. Lu Wushuang curled her lips. What can I do? My dad asked them to come. Hey, I rarely see you come back. Maybe because of the balcony, Lu Wushuang felt safe. Then he started talking to Chun Fan. Chun Fan hummed, I'm a junior now, so I'm a bit busy. Are you looking for a job outside? Yeah, if I don't go to work, I won't be able to pay the rent. Lu Wushuang looked at this guy speechlessly. It turned out that he went out to find a job just to pay the rent. But why does he have to rent a house and live alone? Wouldn't it be better to live in the dormitory? Are you interested? I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Chun Fan extended an invitation, and Lu Wushuang pointed outside the door. They will tell tales. Chun Fan smiled. How difficult is that? I'll pull you over, and you flip over the balcony. Lu Wushuang probably had never done such a rebellious thing since she was a child. She looked downstairs. Oh my God, 26th floor. Do you want me to be turned into a meat pie? In order to dispel her concerns, Chun Fan directly flipped over from the balcony. Oh my God, you. Lu Wushuang stared. Aren't you afraid? That's fine. How about I open a door from here tomorrow, and then we can go out for supper every night. Lu Wushuang kept shaking his head like a rattle. It's so horrible. Then you wait. Chun Fan turned over again. Lu Wushuang didn't know what he was going to do, but soon she heard the door closing, as if he was going out. The school is opposite the balcony, and you can see what's going on campus at a glance. Lu Wushuang sat on the balcony, looking at the scenery of the school from afar. She has no friends or acquaintances here. A loner. For her safety, her family assigned her 2 bodyguards and a nanny. Such a college life is destined to lose a lot of happiness. As the eldest daughter of the Liu family, her family never allowed her to come into contact with ordinary people. Everyone in her circle is from a prominent family, and everything she learns, sees, and hears is high-end. She is like a princess in the kingdom. As the sun sets, the yellow sunlight shines on her face. Liu Wushuang looked towards the balcony, and a smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom, boom. Miss, it's time to eat. The nanny came and knocked on the door. Liu Wushuang walked to the door and said, I don't want to eat. You guys eat it. Then call me when you want to eat. The nanny didn't dare to say anything more and walked back with her head down. More than an hour later, Chun Fan came back, carrying large and small bags, as well as wine, all covered tightly. After entering, locked the door. Then he came to the other side of the balcony. Junior girl, junior girl. Liu Wushuang had already returned to her room and was lying on the sofa watching the news. Hearing the shout, he ran out again. What's wrong? Chun Fan showed her a few boxes. Good stuff. I went out specially to buy them. What? Take it first. Chun Fan handed over the bag, and then the drinks. Watching this guy climb over the balcony so swiftly, Liu Wushuang felt a little skeptical. Was he going to climb over and peek at her in the middle of the night? Go lock the door. Chun Fan took out all the things in the bag. Wow. It turned out to be a red lobster. Huh. Can this thing be eaten? Liu Wushuang refused instinctively, but a fragrance came to her nose. Garlic fried braised, and beer. Sit down and eat. Chun Fan handed her a pair of gloves. Liu Wushuang has never eaten crayfish. If she wants to eat crayfish, she would eat big lobster or Australian lobster. I heard that crayfish are very dirty, but they are really beautiful and red. And it smells very good. Chun Fan opened 2 bottles of beer and said, I guarantee that after you have tasted this, you will never forget it again. Don't worry, this one is clean. He grabbed a shrimp, peeled it, removed the shrimp thread, and stuffed it into her mouth. Liu Wushuang was stunned for a moment and gently bit the shrimp meat. Huh, can crayfish be so delicious? Liu Wushuang widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. Chun Fan filled her glass with ice-cold beer and said, Beer is a must when eating shrimps. It will taste better this way. If you have the chance in the future, I'll take you to the night snack street. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to peel her again, she quickly said, I can do it myself. Chun Fan took out a disposable bib and handed it to her, and the two began to peel shrimps and drink beer. This was probably the first time Liu Wushuang had eaten something like this. It was very spicy. It's spicy. Take a sip of ice beer and you will feel refreshed all the way. Boom, boom, boom. The bodyguard outside heard the sound and knocked on the door. Mississippi. What? Leave me alone. I'm watching TV. She turned up the volume, but the bodyguard couldn't hear anything unusual, so he gave up. Chun Fan sighed. What's the difference between your life and being in prison? When you get rid of them, I'll take you out to play. Drank beer in big gulps because of the spiciness. Yeah, okay. 4 bottles of beer and 6 pounds of lobster were quickly finished by the two of them. Liu Wushuang was still not satisfied. Anything else? No. Let's continue next time. Chun Fan packed up his things and went out onto the balcony. Liu Wushuang shouted at him, Take me out to eat next time. Chapter 91, Shorting Crude Oil. Chun Fan hasn't been to the apartment for 3 days since eating lobster with Liu Wushuang. Liu Wushuang waited in the apartment every day, looking at the balcony next door from time to time. Where's this guy? What does it mean? Whet their appetite and then run away. Liu Wushuang has good eating habits, and her family hired a nanny specifically for her, mainly for health reasons. She usually eats light food, but the crayfish that Chun Fan brought over was fragrant, spicy, and refreshing, leaving her with an endless aftertaste. In summer, eating crayfish becomes popular all over the country. People in Jiangzhou are particularly obsessed with crayfish. How could Liu Wushuang resist the temptation? But Chun Fan hasn't been seen for a few days. What's going on? If it weren't for the sake of face, she would have gone to the classroom to find him. Jiangzhou University has tens of thousands of students and dozens of majors. Liu Wushuang studied business administration. It's a bit far from the finance department where Chun Fan is. Of course, she didn't know that Chun Fan did it on purpose just to whet her appetite. However, Chun Fan has been busy these days. The stock market has rebounded to a certain extent, and now the total amount of funds in his account has reached 31.2 billion. Ship it. My goal has been achieved, and the volume is so large that I cannot wait until the rise fades before taking action. Otherwise, they will run away and you will be suffocated to death inside. Su Ruzhen immediately organized people and shipped the goods in an extremely gentle manner. After all, such a large volume can easily arouse the dealer's vigilance. But for a large listed company with a market value of over 100 billion yuan, a daily trading volume of several billion yuan is within the normal fluctuation range. Chen Fan estimated that it would take about 3 to 4 days to complete. So if Lu Wushuang wants to eat lobster again, he has to wait 3 or 4 days. But it's so magical when people are lucky. On this day, Shenlong Automobile hit the daily limit and then opened the board to release the gate. Su Ruzhen was not polite and took this opportunity to ship the goods quickly. On that day, Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile released a huge amount of shares, and the turnover rate reached 45%. Su Ruzhen took advantage of the situation and made off with more than 6 billion yuan in one go. Jiangnan Paper and Nanfang Real Estate only managed to earn 30 to 40 billion. At this moment, the campus beauty Zhao was completely depressed. After stepping on a landmine, she had suffered 3 consecutive limit downs. The dealer did not give them any chance to escape. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep well these days. However, the issue that boys in school are most concerned about is the release of the school beauty list. After a new round of competition, the 4 school beauties were re-ranked. Zhao Linlin still tops the list. Lu Wushuang ranks second, and another freshman, Lu Wanwan, is a popular anchor and has also successfully made it onto the school beauty list. Zhuo Bing from Chun Fan's family was unexpectedly ranked 4th, and there was still controversy. A group of animals were shouting on the BBS, saying that Zhuo Bing was no good, and someone had slept with Zhuo Bing. Damn it. When Chen Fan saw this, he was furious. Damn it, you guys are just saying the grapes are sour, because you can't eat them. Besides, can you guarantee that other school beauties have not been contaminated by others? Zhuo Bing became even angrier when he saw this. If this matter gets to my mother's ears, I'll be in trouble again. Chun Fan, I will pay 100,000 to anyone who makes his mouth swollen. A reply like this suddenly appeared on the BBS. The whole forum went wild. Holy shit. The talented guy who spent 200,000 yuan to kill Liang Dongkai and was elected class monitor appeared. In the past, Chun Fan was unknown and no one paid attention to him. He became famous ever since Wu Bing publicly confessed her love for him. It's just that most people can't identify him with a real person and don't know who he is. But those who spoke ill of Zhuo Bing wisely deleted their inappropriate remarks. Zhuo Bing's family is not sure of money. If they really want to take action, you'll have to bear the consequences if you really suffer the consequences. It seemed that the storm had subsided, and Su Ruzhen had finally completed the shipment. The total funds in the account have now reached 31.6 billion, more than 400 million higher than before. Good. Very nice. Chen Fan spent an afternoon studying the stock market. Due to the previous plunge, most stocks have now rebounded strongly. Except for those weak stocks, many stocks have more than doubled. The stock price is currently in a stable period, and with so much money in my hands, it is impossible for me to catch the daily limit every day like before. It's time to change our thinking. Open the future section. Byte. International crude oil price fell by 70.7%. Oh shit. Chun Fan quickly clicked on the crude oil quotation, my goodness. In the next 15 trading days, international crude oil prices plummeted from $65.50 a barrel to $19.95. What is there to hesitate about? I immediately called Su Ruzhen and said, "Baby, you may have to work the night shift. If I'm going to die, can't you let me rest for a few days?" Su Ruzhen misunderstood and thought he was coming to bother her again. She has put a lot of thought and effort into shipping the goods during this period and is indeed a bit tired. We also have to move and are adding furniture to the villa. Ahem, that's not what I meant. When Chen Fan heard her soft voice, he knew what she was thinking. Su Ruzhen is different from Zhuo Bing. She has great needs and can withstand much hardship. Zhuo Bing is still a student after all and isn't as open-minded as her. After hearing Chun Fan's explanation, Su Ruzhen's pretty face flushed. Sitting in the office, she instinctively clamped her legs together in black stockings. What do you mean? Get ready to short international crude oil. International crude oil faces the global capital market, which has huge potential. Now is the time to invest madly before the market starts to plummet. More than 30 billion short orders. Let them enjoy it to their heart's content. Su Ruzhen carefully recorded Chun Fan's instructions. Trading in international crude oil does require working night shifts, and may even require staying up all night. But this is work, and Su Ruzhin has no choice but to do it. She gave up the idea of living in the villa temporarily, and it would be more convenient to live in the office. After finishing the work at hand, I made an appointment with Zhuo Bing to have lunch together at noon. Looking at Zhuo Bing's long legs, Chun Fan said depressedly, "These people are blind. They actually say that my Bing Bing is not as beautiful as them." Zhuo Bing, on the other hand, didn't care. What's the point of caring about these false reputations? She took Chun Fan's arm and said, "Haven't we been out shopping for a long time?" Chun Fan looked at her speechlessly. "Can you blame me? It's because you were so busy with rehearsals that you even ignored your husband." Zhuo Bing gnashed her teeth and pinched him. "You're yelling again. It sounds terrible." Chun Fan grimaced in pain. "Stop shopping. I'll give you a sports car." "You've been a little bit arrogant lately. Last time you gave my dad a stone worth tens of millions, and now you want to give me a sports car. What does that mean? Do you want people to say I'm after your money?" Zhuo Bing pinched his face and said, "Don't forget your status. You are the poorest student in the class. Even though you are rich now, don't be too high profile. Many people get into trouble because they're too carefree." "Got it, wife." Roll. Zhuo Bing is not feeling well these days, as her relatives are visiting. Chun Fan didn't want to argue, so he could only go eat crayfish in the evening. I guess when Lu Wushuang saw me, his eyes would bleed with hatred. Just when I got a taste of the new thing, you slipped away and haven't been seen for several days. Chapter 92, I didn't expect the eldest lady of the Lu family to be so pure. "Miss, it's time to eat." "No. No." The nanny came over and called Lu Wushuang to eat, and Lu Wushuang got angry. "It's like feeding pigs every day. How can you eat this?" Lu Wushuang lives in the south of the Yangtze River and eats Huayan cuisine, which emphasizes freshness and mild flavors. I suddenly tried crayfish, and it tasted delicious. Just when she was angry, the elevator door rang. Ding dong. Lu Wushuang ran out and saw that Chun Fan had returned. Due to the presence of bodyguards and nannies, she didn't say anything, but just stared at him with a depressed look. Chun Fan smiled, gave her a wink, and then opened the door as if nothing had happened. Lu Wushuang understood and immediately returned to her room and locked the door. "Miss," the nanny was anxious. "Aren't you going to eat?" "Eat, don't bother me." She came to the balcony, and Chun Fan was there as expected. "Where have you been? Didn't you say you would take me to eat crayfish?" "Shoo." Chun Fan looked at the door and threw a few pills to her across the balcony. "What are you doing? Go eat first and deal with them. It will be best if you put this in their food. This medicine is estimated to last for 3 to 4 hours. Okay, time to eat, time to eat." Lu Wushuang opened the door and looked at the food on the table. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, others can only stand when she eats. She glanced at the three of them. "Can you guys stop being so stupid? Get busy. I'm tired of watching over me like this every day." "Yes, Mississippi." The three of them walked out of the room, and Lu Wushuang quickly put the medicine given by Chun Fan into the soup. He first served himself a bowl and finished the rice in no time. She walked out of the room. "I'm going to take a rest. You guys go eat too." The nanny usually prepares the meal first, and then eats with the bodyguard after she finishes eating. The eldest daughter had a poor appetite these days, so the nanny specially prepared extra meals. Seeing this, the two bodyguards didn't hesitate and sat down to eat. After finishing the meal, one of the bodyguards yawned. "Today's meal is so delicious." Well, Aunt Lu's cooking skills are getting better and better. Aunt Lu was a little unhappy. "Young miss doesn't like to eat. No matter how good it is, it's useless." The bodyguard who spoke first stood up and said, "The young lady is going to rest. I will go back to my room and lie down for a while." Another bodyguard followed closely behind, and the two returned to the room to rest. The nanny was clearing away the dishes. "What's wrong with the weather today? I feel so sleepy." "Forehead? Is it done so quickly?" Lu Wushuang saw the bodyguard fell asleep on the sofa and gently closed the door. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Fan was waiting next door when Lu Wushuang came over and knocked on the door. "Done, let's go." "Ha ha." He suddenly realized that Lu Wushuang was actually quite cute. Perhaps it was because of this kind of life for a long time that made her yearn for the outside world. Her family protected her too well, and she lost too much wonderful things. Chun Fan took her out of the community and hailed a taxi. "Master, let's go to Yinha Avenue." Every summer, the Riverside Avenue is packed with people. The entire riverside is lined with night snack stalls and food stalls. Every time Lu Wushuang saw others happily drinking beer and eating barbecue in such places, he was extremely envious. But her family never allowed her to go to such places. She only went to high-end places like big hotels and manors. It's called living an upper-class life, but what's the point? Not down to earth at all. The two soon arrived at the Riverside Avenue. Looking at the endless stream of people, Lu Wushuang was particularly excited. This is the first time that there is no tail following me. Boss, give us a pot of lobster, grill it or something, give us more. The two picked a seat, and Chun Fan waved and shouted, "Good class. Want some beer?" "Sure, 2 cold beers." The boss left happily, and Lu Wushuang sat in his seat, looking at the scenery by the river. "Do so many people come here for midnight snacks every day?" She asked curiously. "More than that. It's only a short time now. There will be more people at night. You can eat as much as you want today. Don't worry." Lu Wushuang loved this kind of stimulation. The boss quickly brought out a whole big pot of cooked lobsters. Draft beer was served and barbecue followed. Chun Fan grabbed a large beer mug and said, "Come on, let's go." Lu Wushuang was still very ladylike. She picked up the cup, smiled, and drank most of it. While Chun Fan was peeling shrimps, she took out her phone and said, "Add your WeChat. I couldn't find you for a few days." Chun Fan was stunned. "Huh? I shouldn't have to chop myself this time, right?" Adding WeChat, a young lady carrying a guitar and a speaker came over and asked, "Brother, sister, would you like to order a song?" Lu Wushuang used to go to large-scale concerts frequently, but she never expected that such a place could have such an atmosphere. "Then why don't you sing a song called Miss You Too Much?" This is the song that Lu Wushuang ordered. The young lady smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you for ordering Miss You Too Much. Who do you miss?" Chun Fan stared at her. "Lu Wushuang, rose petals one by one, withering before my eyes. Your promises come little by little, echoing in my ears." The young lady started to sing. Her voice was very nice, and many people around her looked at her sideways. Chun Fan picked up the beer glass and asked, "Would you like a sip?" "Wait a minute, I haven't finished peeling the shrimp yet. The shrimp thread is too difficult to remove." "Fool!" Chun Fan glanced around and saw a few beautifully dressed girls who were questioning the customers who were eating shrimp one by one. "Do you need someone to peel the shrimp? Our young lady is attentive, enthusiastic, generous, and professional." Chun Fan waved his hand. "Beautiful ladies, 2 of you come this way." "Good class." When he heard that someone needed service, the other person smiled. And soon he called over 2 girls who were about 17 or 18 years old. "Sir, are there enough for 2? "That's enough. That's enough." "Okay, enjoy your meal." The 2 girls sat down, put on gloves, and started peeling shrimp. "Is this still possible?" Lu Wushuang stared. "No way. It's so thoughtful to have such service even when eating shrimps. You know, lobsters are very difficult to peel because their shells are too hard. For Lu Wushuang's delicate hands, peeling too much would hurt them." The 2 of them enjoyed star treatment and only cared about eating and drinking. The barbecue was also served, and Lu Wushuang gradually integrated into the environment, eating without caring about his image. There is red oil on the corners of the mouth. The young lady finished singing, and Chun Fan said, "Keep singing, don't stop. I'll give you 100 yuan for singing a song." Then he added, "You'll have to pay me later." Lu Wushuang really didn't care about money. She nodded innocently, "Of course. In the future, if you have time, take me out for a good meal often and I will pay you." Haha. Chun Fan was happy. "I didn't expect the eldest daughter of the Lu family to be so pure. Look, these are the flowers in the greenhouse." But in front of Lu Wushuang, there is no need for me to act so pretentiously. It doesn't matter who gives me the money. Chapter 93, Big Bad Wolf and Little White Rabbit. Today I really had enough to eat and drink. The 2 of them had 2 beers, a large plate of lobster, and some barbecue. Chun Fan discovered that Lu Wushuang could actually drink quite well. At least a few bottles of beer wouldn't get her drunk. A huge amount. This should be an 8, right? Chun Fan went to pay the bill, but Lu Wushuang said first, "I'll do it." There was no way she would let Chun Fan pay for it. The singing lady charged 10 yuan for each song, and Lu Wushuang directly paid her 2006 for 26 songs. After all, Chun Fan also wants to save face. Who asked him to agree to it? The 2 young ladies who peeled the shrimps each received a tip of 200 yuan and left happily. Chun Fan looked at the night market and said, "Let's go back." "No, I haven't had enough fun yet." Lu Wushuang stroked her round belly. "Maybe next time. Your bodyguard and babysitter will be waking up soon." Lu Wushuang was helpless and somewhat unwillingly returned to the apartment with Chun Fan. While the bodyguard and the nanny were still asleep, Lu Wushuang opened the door and slipped in. After a while, my mother called me via video. "Shuang, what are you busy with?" Eat, sleep, study. Mom, don't play videos all the time next time. I have a lot of study to do. All right, all right. You're annoying Mom so soon. Can you please withdraw those two bodyguards? They're so annoying. They're like follower-like dogs. No, we must ensure your safety. Then transfer 2 million to me. Shuang, what are you doing? Mom, you asked too many questions. I don't want to answer you. All right. Beep. A few minutes later, 2 million arrived. Lu Wushuang lay on the sofa board. It was not until today that she realized how boring her life was. This is not the life I want. I also want to have my own space like my classmates. The two bodyguards woke up and jumped out of bed in shock. Fuck, why did we fall asleep? Where's the young lady? Boom, boom, boom. Miss. Lu Wushuang opened the door and asked, what are you doing? Are you annoying? Fortunately, the eldest lady is still there and has not been stolen. The two bodyguards finally breathed a sigh of relief and then went back to their room to wait. Chun Fan was also lying on the sofa at this moment, and WeChat rang. Jushi Wushuang. Senior, can you still climb a balcony? Chun Fan. What are you going to do? Peerless. So boring. Come over and chat for a while. Chun Fan. Then I'll take a shower first. A grown man is so particular? Okay, I'll take a shower too. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan climbed over the balcony. Huh? Where are the people? Where are the people? Schoolgirl. The TV was on, and the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit was playing. Lu Wushuang came out wrapped in a bath towel and screamed in fright when she saw a figure. Miss, what's wrong with you? The two bodyguards moved upon hearing the noise. Oh no, something's happened to the young lady. Chun Fan rushed over and covered her mouth. Shoo! I was scared to death. Lu Wushuang panted and shouted at the door. It's okay, it's just a cockroach. I stepped on him to death. Oh, the two bodyguards felt relieved, shook their heads, and went back to the room opposite. The eldest daughter of a rich family is so pampered that she is even scared like this by a cockroach. Back then, even caterpillars could be crushed to death. Chun Fan hugged her body, felt it was soft, and instinctively let go. Why are you yelling so loudly? Lu Wushuang blushed. Why did you come here? Didn't you ask me to come here? But I didn't expect you to be so fast. Fussed. Chun Fan was too embarrassed to stare at her delicate skin. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Soon, she changed into a princess dress from a bedroom. Chun Fan smiled. Why are you laughing? Fine. Today's college students dress themselves beautifully and maturely. Lu Wushuang is still very naive in this regard. Senior, don't go to work anymore. I'll pay you. Chun Fan looked at her in confusion. What are you going to do? No. If you take me out to eat delicious food every day, I will give you money. No. How can I have time to go there every day? I'll give you 2 million. Chun Fan refused to do it. What can you do with 2 million? Do you know how much the time I spend bending over is worth? Beep. WeChat transfer red envelope of 2 million. Chun Fan was stunned and returned the money. Forget it. I'd better go back to sleep. Trying to buy all my time with 2 million is impossible. Seeing Chun Fan was about to leave, Lu Wushuang became anxious. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that you work hard every day. Lu Wushuang looked quite aggrieved. Chun Fan sighed and touched her hair. Remember, the happiness of life does not lie in gaining something for nothing, but in achieving your goals one after another through continuous efforts. So what is your goal? Lu Wushuang blinked, and Chun Fan looked at her with a smile on his face. You want to know? Chun Fan approached her step by step and pushed her into a corner. Staring at the little white rabbit with aggressive eyes, Lu Wushuang felt guilty for no reason. The pretty little face was red. The redness spread all the way to her swan-like white neck. She glanced at Chun Fan, then quickly dodged. Chun Fan lifted her chin, and Lu Wushuang panicked. Senior, close your eyes. Lu Wushuang shook his head in confusion. Chun Fan came closer, and just as his lips touched hers, her body softened. I fainted from excitement. So useless. Chun Fan quickly lifted her up and carried her to the sofa. It seems that the lovely Miss Lu is a complete blank slate when it comes to emotions. There was the sound of bodyguards moving outside the door. Chun Fan covered her with an air-conditioned blanket and poured her a glass of water. Go over the balcony. After a while, Lu Wushuang woke up. She sat up and looked at the water glass on the table. Recalling the scene just now in his mind, he touched his lips instinctively, and his face felt hot. The next morning, when Chun Fan went to school, Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards were still alert. He always looks unhappy with him. Shit, what does that mean? Of course, he didn't know. The Liu family has already contacted teacher Shen. If Shen Mingyao hadn't been unwilling to sell the house, Chen Fan would probably have been driven away by them. By then, only Liu Wushuang and his bodyguards would be living in the entire apartment. They have to clear all obstacles and ensure the absolute safety of the young lady. Chapter 94. Liu Wushuang came to see Chen Fan quietly. Department of Business Administration, in a classroom for freshmen. Liu Wushuang was searching on her phone. If a boy kisses you first, does he love you? Answer 1. Not necessarily. Maybe he just wants to sleep with you. Answer 2. What if he just wants to taste your lipstick? Answer 3. Ask yourself whether you have loved everyone you have kissed. Answer 4. If you're not particularly rich, it should be true love. The answers on the internet are a mess. Liu Wushuang couldn't figure out what was going on either. She stared blankly at her phone. As for what the teacher said, she didn't listen at all. Soon, she opened WeChat again and changed Chun Fan's note to Big Bad Wolf. Chun Fan decided to be a good monitor today and listen to the class carefully. Because today's lesson is very important, it talks about classic cases of how those international financial giants play around in this world. Someone shorted a country. Someone ruined the economy of a continent. There are also people who monopolize all resources. The big hand of capital is controlling the entire world. From what I have seen so far, those wealthy bosses I have come into contact with are just trying to survive in the cracks. They can't even get on the world stage. During the 4th class, everyone was listening attentively. There was a sudden commotion outside. Huh? Liu Wushuang. Wow. Why is Liu Wushuang here? Oh my god, my goddess. Chen Fan didn't even notice that Yi Lang Gao next to him pushed him and pointed out the window. What? Outside the window, Liu Wushuang was indeed looking into the classroom. What is this girl going to do? Chen Fan was wondering when he received a WeChat message on his phone. Big Bad Wolf. I'm here to see you. Which class are you in? Barbecue is here, and she comes to the door. Chen Fan replied on WeChat. I'm in the classroom where you're standing. What do you want to do? It's okay. Just stand up and let me take a look and then leave. It's okay. I was just passing by. No one knows. Chen Fan stood at the window. Liu Wushuang glanced at him quickly and left quickly. Well, for some reason, Chen Fan felt that he was in big trouble. Not long after, Liu Wushuang sent another message. Big Bad Wolf, remember, if you see me at school, you must pretend not to know me. We don't know each other. It's over. I really stepped on a landmine. As soon as Liu Wushuang left, the classroom returned to peace. Chen Fan despised these animals. They had never seen a woman before. Of course, he didn't know that there were many boys in college who had never been in a relationship for 4 years. They ate free dog food and wasted their best years. At noon, Zhuo Bing called. Let's go back and have dinner together tonight. My cousin is back with her boyfriend. Okay. Chen Fan had never met Zhuo Bing's cousin, but since Zhuo Bing had said so, Chen Fan definitely couldn't refuse. This also means that he has been accepted by the Zhuo family, and it is very likely that it was Zhuo Bing's family's intention. After class in the afternoon, Zhuo Bing was waiting for him at the school gate. An alpha took Liu Wushuang away. She went back to the apartment building to eat every day and was picked up and dropped off by bodyguards. Chen Fan came over and Zhuo Bing waved to stop a car. Su Ruzhen has been very busy recently, so Chen Fan wouldn't disturb her unless there was something important. The taxi driver turned his head and saw, oh shit, it's you two again. He was particularly impressed by these two guys. The taxi driver looked sad and said, can you change a car? I have a family to support. Chen Fan was so surprised. Don't we give you money? It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that the dog food is too full. Zhuo Bing also recognized him. It turned out to be the driver from last time. It's okay. We'll give you double this time. Zhuo Handong and his wife have arrived at Yuchuan Hotel. The two went home early, took a shower, and changed their clothes. Han Shai-young, in particular, even sprayed perfume on purpose. Dress yourself up in a very Western way. Handong, you see my chain is not as expensive as Bing Bing's. Why don't you buy me one? Zhuo Handong said, okay, why did you buy such an expensive chain? You don't need to compare yourself with others. Han Shai-young, stop talking. This old man is even worse than my daughter's boyfriend. Look at Chen Fan. He spends all the money he earns on his girlfriend. This is true love. Zhuo Handong knew that Han Shai-young was very concerned about her reputation and especially liked to compete with her sister-in-law. We are all sisters-in-law. What is there to compare? Zhuo Handong's brother is also a boss. He has a big business and is worth more than 10 billion. However, Zhuo Handong does not pursue these. He likes the kind of leisurely life. In his opinion, life is not about rushing to achieve a certain goal, but about enjoying every process of life. My niece brought her boyfriend back today, and she couldn't help showing off. Zhua Handong knew that he was not as good as his brother, but he didn't care. Han Chai-young is different. Otherwise, why would she try so hard to prove herself? The couple arrived at the hotel entrance, but did not rush up. Han Kai-ying looked at her watch and said, "Call Bing Bing and ask if they have arrived." In fact, she specifically asked Zhua Bing to call Chun Fan over this time in order to save some face. Since Chun Fan could give Zhua Bing a necklace worth more than 6 million and Zhua Handong a raw diamond worth tens of millions, he should be more capable than the future son-in-law from his sister-in-law's family. Not long after, Chun Fan and Zhua Bing arrived by taxi. Han Kai-ying became anxious when she saw Chun Fan dressed so ordinary. "Why don't you even change your clothes? I will be dressed beautifully then, and you will look so shabby." Zhua Handong said, all right, there's no time left, let's go up. We are all family members. Why are there so many rules? Han Kai-ying glared at him and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you if you make a fool of yourself later." Chun Fan didn't know the reason and was about to ask, but Zhua Bing pulled him back and said, "It's okay, let's go." The four of them came to the Huakai Fugue box of Yuchuan Hotel. Sitting in the box was a middle-aged woman who looked particularly wealthy and a young couple. Zhua Handong's family came in, sister-in-law. "Zhua Chun is back." The middle-aged woman stood up immediately and asked, "Handong, why are you here just now?" "Hey, Bing Bing is here too. Come and sit down, come and sit down." Then she looked at Chun Fan. "This is my boyfriend," Zhua Bing said frankly. "Wow, Bing Bing, do you have a boyfriend?" Seeing this, my cousin immediately became excited, and he winked at the young man next to him. The man was dressed very neatly, wearing designer clothes from head to toe, a suit and tie, and even his hair was combed neatly. He stood next to his cousin and looked particularly gentlemanly. Han Kai-ying saw this and became very anxious. This Chun Fan didn't even know to change his clothes. Now, I've been completely surpassed by others. When my cousin's boyfriend saw Zhua Bing, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zhua Bing was wearing jeans today. With her northern ancestry, her long legs were particularly eye-catching. My cousin is only 1.60 meters tall. Although she is wearing branded clothing, she is so much lower in level than me. The chubby sister-in-law called out, sit down, Han will be here soon." Chapter 95. Who is the more powerful son-in-law of the two families? 3 women make a drama, and 2 women talk a lot. The eldest sister-in-law was in a particularly good mood today. She was dressed in jewels and kept commenting on the jewelry on Han Chai-young. Every piece of jewelry she wears is more high-end than Han Kai-ying's, including rings, earrings, necklaces. The total value adds up to several million. Seeing her sister-in-law comparing these with herself, Han Chai-young glared at her man fiercely. Zhua Handong has a calm personality and doesn't like comparisons. Only interested in antiques. One of his characteristics is that he is quite handsome. This meant that Zhua Bing had inherited some of his genes. Seeing Aunt Zhua Bing always saying these things, Chun Fan went out and made a phone call. Cousin Zhua Chun looked at Chun Fan and said, "Bing Bing, is your boyfriend your classmate?" "We are alumni." "Oh, what does his family do?" "It doesn't look like they are doing very well." "Otherwise, why do many girls nowadays have trouble finding boyfriends?" It's after entering society that we become worldly wise and no longer as innocent as we were in school. We become too picky. When they choose a boyfriend, they no longer look at feelings, but consider material things first. Zhua Chun has only graduated for 2 years. When she was in college, didn't she also find a boyfriend who was handsome but poor? Of course, the final result is predictable. Such a boyfriend was beaten out by his aunt with a broom and forced to break up. My cousin also accepted this reality. She found that there was a bigger forest after giving up the crooked tree. My current boyfriend is better and comes from a good family. After Chun Fan finished his call, Zhua Chun's boyfriend picked up the gift box that he had prepared long ago and said, "Annie, I brought this back from abroad. It's just a small gift. Please don't mind." "Hey, why did you bring a gift? Don't be so polite. This kid is real." My aunt looked blaming and said, "Since we are all family, there is no need to spend so much money." Zhua Chun felt very proud when her boyfriend gave her mother a gift. "Mom, open it and see if you like it." In fact, they carefully selected this gift together because Zhua Chun knew that his mother loved dressing up. Although she is plump, she likes to show off her wealth. Okay, don't make it too expensive." My aunt opened the gift with a smile. It was a particularly beautiful dress. There's also a pair of bracelets in the box next to it. Wow, it's so beautiful. How much does it cost? My aunt seemed flattered, and her expression was particularly exaggerated. Zwichin said proudly, Mom, it doesn't cost much. This skirt is only 130,000 yuan. The key is this pair of bracelets. This pair of bracelets cost more than 200,000 yuan. Wow, it's so expensive. So expensive. My aunt kept shaking her head, but she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Xiao Yuan, you are really something. Your family is so polite. Xiao Yuan stood up and said politely, Of course, of course. You only have one daughter like Zhuchun. If we don't respect you, who will? This child is really good at talking. My aunt was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Although these things are not more expensive than what she usually uses, the thought is enough. But if you want to give it to me, then give it to me. To show his presence, Zhuchun deliberately asked, Hey, Bing Bing, has your boyfriend ever given me a gift? Zhua Handong frowned when she mentioned this. People can't be so snobbish. Chun Fan is low-key, but the things he gave you are something you would never imagine in your lifetime. Han Kaiying is a good person. I gave it to you. I gave it to you. Our Chun Fan also sent a piece to Handong. Ahem. Zhua Handong interrupted her and looked at his niece. Chun Fan has been kind enough to us. There's no need to show off here. Zhua Chen smiled and said, Uncle is still so protective. If he gave it to me, then he gave it to me. If he didn't, then he didn't. I don't think Xiao Chen's family is very wealthy, right? But it's okay. Your uncle is worth over 100 million yuan anyway, and they will be able to make a living by relying on you in the future. Zhua Bing noticed that her cousin had been a little bit arrogant recently, so she took Chun Fan's arm and said, You won't understand how good Chun Fan is to me. She was really curious. Why did her uncle's family like to show off so much? My aunt wanted to join in the fun. Little Chen's family is not very well off, right? Chun Fan was unhappy. Who said that? I also brought a gift for my mother-in-law, but it's still on the way and should be here soon. Oh, you really brought a gift? Zhuchun laughed. What gift? Let's see it. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Seeing Chun Fan so calm, the aunt and her family smiled. Especially Xiao Yuan, who has a strong presence. Your aunt is also very happy because her husband is richer than her brother and her son-in-law is better than their family. Aren't you? Han Chai-young, very strong-willed? Let's see what you can compare with me in the future. As he was speaking, Chun Fan's cell phone rang. Come in, the flowery and wealthy box. Boom, boom, boom. A very beautiful young lady appeared at the door with two jewelry store clerks. This beautiful young lady is Chu Yinfei, the receptionist of Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan just called Su Ruzhen, and Su Ruzhen immediately arranged for her to come and handle the matter. The two jewelry store clerks were also dressed neatly in work clothes, looking dignified and elegant. Mr. Chun, here's what you want. Chun Fan nodded, and Chu Yinfei brought them in. Everyone stared at it blankly. What did it mean? Chun Fan, what are you going to do now? Zhua Bing also looked at him. Two jewelry store clerks placed several jewelry boxes on the table and opened them. A necklace, a pair of bracelets, a pair of earrings, and an emerald ring. A complete set of jewelry commonly used by women. The prices are 12.88 million, 3.488 million, 699,800, and 1.228 million respectively. Chun Fan stood up and said to Han Kaiying, Annie, take a look and see if you like it. If not, I will ask them to change it. Forehead? What does this mean? Han Chai-young was a little confused, looking at the crystal-clear diamond necklace, the heart-wrenchingly green jade bracelet, and the gemstone ring on the table. Chun Fan, what are you doing? Chun Fan smiled and said, I was very busy before and didn't have time to give Annie a gift. I just took this opportunity to make up for it today. Auntie, if you think it's okay, just accept it. If you think it's too cheap, I'll ask them to change it. Huh? Is this still cheap? Han Kaiying's hands were shaking with excitement. No, this is too expensive. This kid gave a gift of 10 or 20 million. I like it. The smile on my aunt's face froze. Impossible. This must be fake. The clerk of the jewelry store said politely, Our Lu Jewelry will compensate you tenfold if the product is fake. We guarantee the quality. Madam, if you don't believe me, you can go to any authoritative organization for appraisal. My aunt's face darkened completely. Now, even the gift Xiao Yuan gave her was not interesting in any way. It was just a piece of junk. My cousins Wuchun and her boyfriend also wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Especially Xiao Yuan, who glared at Chun Fan angrily. Damn it, why are you trying to show off by stepping on me? Chapter 96, I also have more than $1 billion. Well, I really don't want to use dimensionality reduction attack, but I am forced to do so. Han Chae-young was so excited that her son-in-law completed the mission that her husband failed to complete. Just now I said I wanted Lao's to send it, but Lao's refused. She looked at Chun Fan and the other person happily and said that she would never interfere in their relationship again. And we must find a way to catch him as soon as possible and make sure he doesn't let anyone abduct him. Seeing that Han Kai-ing liked it, Chun Fan waved his hand and said, "You guys go and get busy." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Chu Yanfei left with 2 employees from Lu's jewelry store. The atmosphere in the box became extremely awkward, and Zhou Chen's boyfriend became even more restless. Just now, in order to show off, he gave the gift to his future mother-in-law in front of Chun Fan and others. A gift worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. You ordinary people, you probably have never seen in your entire life, right? Unexpectedly, my face still hurts. My teeth are almost knocked out. Fortunately, Zhou Hanwen came. Before he came in, I could hear him talking on the phone from a distance. Okay, I got it. Just follow my plan. This project is very important to our company, you know? He hung up the phone and walked in. "Hey, why haven't you served the food yet? I've been waiting for you." Zhou Handong wrote, "Why are you so polite to your family? Sit down, sit down." Seeing everyone standing up, Zhou Hanwen waved his hand, then walked to the main seat and sat down. Xiao Yuan bowed. "Hello, uncle." Zhou Hanwen looked at him. He looked good and seemed to be quite cultured. However, Zhou Hanwen himself had a big belly and was not tall, less than 1.7 meters tall for a grown man, wearing a white shirt and tie. In comparison, Zhou Handong is still more handsome. Then serve the food. The wave of his fat hand exudes a strong aura. From beginning to end, he never looked at Chun Fan once, nor did he ask about it. The 2 brothers opened a bottle of Matai, and Zhou Handong asked the waiter to bring 4 wine dispensers. "You 2 should drink with us." Xiao Yuan stood up and said, "Thank you. I'm not used to drinking this. I'm used to drinking red wine abroad." "Then have another bottle of red wine. You ladies should drink some too." Always behaves like a patriarch at home. After all, he is the elder brother and he has the final say. After giving the order, he looked at Xiao Yuan and said, "I heard that you're working for a big company abroad?" Yes, our company is engaged in capital operation." Xiao Yuan was particularly reserved in front of his future father-in-law. After all, Zhou Hanwen was a tycoon worth more than 1 billion. His salary abroad is not low, and he comes from a well-off family, so he is usually quite arrogant. Well, young people should gain more experience. In this day and age, it's unacceptable not to have an income of tens of millions. Yes. Xiao Yuan wiped his sweat. My future father-in-law is so arrogant, with an income of tens of millions. He turned around and looked at Zhou Chun and said, "That means I still have to work harder." Zhou Handong next to him smiled slightly and looked at Chun Fan with satisfaction. "To earn tens of millions. Dad, Jiarong is coming back to start his own business." Zhou Chun meant that he hoped his father would support him. Zhou Hanwen glanced at his daughter and said, "Okay, what are your plans? What industry do you want to work in?" Yuan Jiarong said cautiously, "I plan to set up an investment company and do my old business, stock trading, and capital operations. With my ability, it's no problem to double or triple my income in a year." Since you have a goal, just go for it. You are great to be among today's young people." Zhou Hanwen also did not express any support. He picked up the cup and said, "Come on, drink." His eyes fell on Chun Fan, and his brows sank. "Zhou Bing, do you have a boyfriend?" Zhou Bing nodded. "Yes, uncle." Zhou Hanwen said unhappily, "You haven't even graduated from college yet. What's the point of dating?" He asked Chun Fan, "Are you still a student?" Chun Fan felt that Zhou Hanwen was not as easy to talk to as Zhou Handong, and his words and actions were full of arrogance. It may be because he has been in this circle for many years and has been admired by his subordinates in the company, so his mentality is a little floating. To be honest, people don't become more stable as they get older. Many adults do things that are even worse than young people. Some people make money, become arrogant, and look down on others. Zhou Hanwen is used to being bossy in the company, and he does the same thing at home. Seeing that Chun Fan was dressed very casually and was a student, he said to Zhou Handong and his wife, Bing is looking for a boyfriend. You as parents should also take some responsibility. You can't just follow her orders. Although now is not the past, and we don't care so much about matching up, there's still some rules that we have to understand. After all, ours with family is not just any family. In Jiangzhou, we can at least be recognized by others if we go out. No matter how stupid Chun Fan was, he understood that he disliked him. He, My aunt just suffered a setback and is feeling very unhappy. When she heard Zhua Handong and his wife being lectured by her husband, she immediately felt proud. But Zhua Handong didn't care at all and said with a bit of cynicism, well, our Chun Fan is not bad. Although he is a student, he is young and promising. Yes, our Chun Fan is very good, even if Xiao Yuan wants to catch up with him. I'm afraid he still has some distance to go. Han Chai-young has long wanted to vent her anger, seeing that her eldest brother's family is like this, always looking like they are preaching. She has been unable to hold back her feelings for a long time. Even though we are brothers, your family has money, but you never give me any. Why do you always act like the boss? Chun Fan had just made her proud, and she couldn't let Chun Fan suffer any injustice. Zhua Hanwen listened to the couple's tone, and his face darkened. What is Xiao Chun so capable of? He looked at Chun Fan, thinking that his brother and his wife were probably flattering him just to save face. It would be fine if you said he was excellent, but you actually said that even Xiao Yuan still had a long way to go to catch up with him? Of course, he knew Xiao Yuan's situation. He made $1 million a year. Pride of young people. Today he wants to see what rights his younger brother and sister-in-law have to say such big words. Xiao Chun, what are you studying? Finance major. Chun Fan answered politely. Oh, good major. Can I make money? Chun Fan looked speechlessly at the billionaire in front of him. Uncle, how much do you think we have to earn to be considered profitable? Zhua Hanwen was stunned. He didn't expect him to ask this. He looked at Xiao Yuan and said, at least I have to make $1 million a year like Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, you can't get into the circle at all. Chun Fan nodded, but said nothing else. Zhua Hanwen looked at him. What does that mean? You tell me. He stared at Chun Fan unhappily. Isn't this request a bit too high? Not bad. How much are you worth, uncle? Well, damn it. Do you still want to compare your net worth with mine? Even Zhua Handong and his wife felt a little overwhelmed when they heard this. Speaking of his net worth, Zhua Hanwen was quite proud. I started from scratch. Now the entire company is worth more than 1 billion yuan. I will make some plans this year to double the assets and strive to go public next year. I also have tens of billions. Chun Fan spoke slowly and in a low-key manner. Puff. Everyone in the box burst into laughter. Han Chai-young was so anxious that she almost lost her temper. My dear son-in-law, it's true that I want you to show off, but you don't have to be so pretentious. Chapter 97, Who wants to be your younger brother? I want to be your older brother. Zhua Hanwen's face twitched and his expression turned ugly. Are the young people nowadays so out of touch? Do you also have tens of billions? Could you pretend a little more? I have worked hard for decades to accumulate this little wealth. You tell me, one of your students has tens of billions? Damn it. Zhua Hanwen really wanted to swear. I'm not bragging, but with my current net worth, who wouldn't give me some face in public? Who is so impolite to call me Mr. Zhua? Even when he met the city leaders at a meeting, they would call him Lao Zhua in a particularly affectionate manner. You're bragging too much. My aunt couldn't help it any longer and stood up with her waist as thick as a bucket. Xiao Chun, you are too outrageous. More than 12 billion. Do you think it's just paper? What do you have? That's not how you brag about being awesome. If you have the ability, show us what you have. If you have 1 billion, I'll eat shit. Chun Fan's words made her feel very unhappy. In front of outsiders, she was a real rich lady. Every time she goes back to her parents' home, all the relatives gather around her to curry favor with her and serve her like an old lady. Xiao Yuan was particularly excited to see his future mother-in-law getting angry. This kid too pretentious? Haha. Several billion? Why don't you take off? As a young talent like me, I only give a few $100 million to my girlfriend every time. But can that thing be used as money? You're screwed. Han Kaiying saw that her sister-in-law was serious, so she quickly came out to protect her. Sister-in-law, don't argue with the child. He may have said the wrong thing by mistake. It is necessary to protect your son-in-law. Who asked this son-in-law to give you such a big gift? Chun Fan, apologize to your uncle. Why apologize? I really do. You kid. Even Zhua Handong was anxious. What do you have? Isn't this a slap in the face of my uncle? Uncle will be very angry. Indeed, Zhua Hanwen was already very angry, and even when people gave him a way out, he didn't know how to do it. This emotional intelligence. But then he got even angrier. Chun Fan had already taken out his cell phone and opened the bank information. That one is transferred from Lu Group. 1 billion. That's right, he made that money in the exotic goods market. Lu Ruoxian reached an agreement with him on the spot and closed the deal. Zhua Handong wanted to stop him, but when he saw the message on his phone, I was petrified instantly. Han Kaiying saw our man in a daze and came over to take a look. Huh? The couple was a little confused. He really had 1 billion. And the party transferring the funds is Liu Group. You have to know that Zhou Hanwen has always wanted to do business with the Liu family, but they never gave him any face. The Liu family was simply out of his reach for him. He saw the expressions of his brother and sister-in-law and glared at them. That's not possible. Could it be that he... Zhou Hanwen was a little dumbfounded. Damn, this kid. It really is 10 billion. But when he saw the words amount transferred from Liu Group, he couldn't help but sneer. Oh, you are deceiving yourself. You two should sit down and stop looking like ignorant people. You don't even need to think about it. How can the Liu family transfer 1 billion to him? Auntie and Zhuo Chun were also shocked when they saw the numbers in Chun Fan's account. But after hearing what their father said, the three of them looked at Chun Fan with contempt. Damn, I was scared to death. I really thought he had 1 billion. After studying in college for a few years, I learned how to Photoshop. I'm really promising. Only Zhuo Bing looked at Chun Fan tenderly and silently. If he said 1 billion, it was 1 billion, and Zhuo Bing never doubted it. If Chun Fan really didn't have any ability, how could he give 60 million worth of raw stones and 20 million worth of jewelry to his parents? You don't believe it, right? Chun Fan put away his phone without explaining. Anyway, the money is yours and you won't give it to me for no reason. As for whether I have money or not, it has nothing to do with you. Zhou Hanwen looked unhappy. It doesn't really matter whether a person has money or not. The key is to be honest. You are so young. Do you think it's fun to play this kind of trick? Young man, I advise you to stay in the circle that you are supposed to be in. This is not the circle you want to enter. Don't force your way in. If you really want to use this method to get to the top and become a Phoenix man, I believe Zhuo Bing also has a choice. Uncle, what are you talking about? Chun Fan is a nice guy. Zhuo Bing usually respects her uncle, but she wants to protect Chun Fan's dignity. Even Zhuo Handong was afraid that his brother's words would make Chun Fan angry, but Chun Fan turned out to be calmer than they had imagined. He nodded and said, Mr. Zhuo is right. Everyone has their own circle. If you stay in this small circle of more than 1 billion people for a long time, you'll naturally not see the outside world. The wealth created by young people today is beyond your estimation. Just as Chun Fan said this, his cell phone rang. He didn't give Zhuo Hanwen face and answered the phone directly. Oh, I'm having dinner with my girlfriend and her family at Yuchuan Hotel. You're here too. That's perfect. I'm in the fortune flower box. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhuo Hanwen got angry after seeing Chun Fan's performance. But in Zhuo Handong's opinion, hey, this kid is not bad. Stay calm in the face of change and know when to advance and retreat. Although facing such a scene, he was not angry and remained calm. This way you won't embarrass your family. Of course, he didn't know what Chun Fan was thinking, so there was no need for him to get angry because everyone present was not on the same level as him. What's the point of getting mad at them? Facts speak louder than words, and they will see the truth sooner or later. Boom, boom, boom. Someone came. The waiter pushed open the door, and Liu Ruoxian was standing at the door holding a cup. Zhuo Hanwen was originally very unhappy, but when he saw Liu Ruoxian, he immediately stood up. Liu, President Liu, why are you here? But Liu Ruoxian didn't know him. As a boss worth tens of billions, you are totally insignificant in front of the Liu family. Liu Ruoxian frowned. You are. So embarrassing. However, Zhuo Hanwen did not feel that way. Instead, he felt very honored. He bowed and stretched out his hands. I am Zhuo Hanwen from the Hanwen Group. I greeted you during the last meeting. Did you forget? Zhuo Hanwen? I really have no impression. But Liu Ruoxian still gave him face and pretended to remember. Oh. After a few polite words, she looked at everyone in the box with her beautiful eyes and smiled. Chun Fan, these are... Chun Fan stood up and said, my girlfriend's family. Let's have a simple meal here. What are you doing here? How embarrassing. Liu Ruoxian laughed and punched him in anger. Why are you embarrassed? Since they're your girlfriend's family, as your sister, it's not too much for me to come over and offer a glass of wine, right? Everyone was shocked and looked at Chun Fan in fear. Ahem. This is so embarrassing. Chun Fan coughed and asked, who wants to be your brother? I want to be a brother. Chapter 98, Feeling Proud. Chun Fan is actually Liu Ruoxian's younger brother. Everyone had an expression of disbelief, especially when they saw the usually arrogant and cold Liu Ruoxian acting so close to Chun Fan. Everyone was secretly curious. Liu Ruoxian naturally knew what everyone was thinking and explained, don't get me wrong, Chun Fan is my adopted brother. Unexpectedly, Chun Fan was not happy. Boss Liu, don't take advantage of me. As a man, how can I be inferior to others? I'm the only one who can call me brother, So why should I acknowledge you as my sister? You? That's too much. Zhou Hanwen was so anxious that his heart was beating fast. You are so shameless, aren't you? Don't talk about you. At my age, Mr. Liu told me to call me brother, and I accepted it without saying a word. Seeing Chun Fan and Liu Ruoxian chatting and laughing as if no one was around, Zhou Hanwen felt both envious and jealous. He picked up the wine glass and said, Come, Mr. Liu, I toast you with this glass of wine. He is young and ignorant, so I hope you don't take it to heart. Liu Ruoxian smiled and said, It's okay. This is not the case between him and me. Zhou Handong and his wife stood by stunned. When did Chun Fan climb up to the big tree of the Liu family? No wonder this guy is so arrogant, and tens of billions are no problem for him. Ahem. Seeing a big shot like Liu Ruoxian, Zhou Handong also wanted to show his face. Boss Liu, we salute you. This is my brother Han Wen. I am Handong, and Chun Fan is my son-in-law. Please take good care of him in the future, Mr. Liu. Liu Ruoxian's eyes fell on Zhou Bing. Wow, Chun Fan, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Well, this figure, even I am jealous. Everyone come together. You're welcome. No, Sister Liu is more beautiful. Zhou Bing said modestly. When Liu Ruoxian appeared, my uncle's family also became polite and respectful. After toasting this glass of wine, Liu Ruoxian patted Zhou Bing's shoulder and said, Little sister, come to my shop with Chun Fan when you have time. I won't disturb your family reunion today. I hope you enjoy your drink. Boss Liu, take care. The two brothers Zhou Hanwen saw the man off respectfully. After returning to the box, Zhou Hanwen looked at Chun Fan with a particularly strange expression. Xiao Chun, it turns out that you are so familiar with Mr. Liu. Yeah, why haven't I heard you mention it? Han Chai-young is also concerned about this issue. Chun Fan said calmly, It doesn't matter if we are familiar with each other or not. We are all business friends. Zhou Hanwen wiped his sweat. It can't be that simple, right? Others may not know, but his experience is very profound. In Jiangzhou's circle, people of his level are simply out of reach. Not to mention his good relationship with Liu Ruoxian. Zhou Hanwen said, My dear nephew, if there's a chance, I will introduce you to your uncle. We are all family. If I have done anything wrong to you just now, please don't take it to heart. Yeah. At this moment, my aunt's expression changed, and she quickly started to flatter Chun Fan. You are also a young talent, thousands of times better than our Xiao Yuan. You are so outstanding at such a young age, and your future achievements are limitless. Chun Fan just smiled faintly. My aunt took the opportunity to praise her. Our Bing Bing has good taste. She is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like Xiao Chen. Bing Bing, come here. Your aunt will give you a gift. She took off the jade bracelet worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from her wrist and was about to put on Zhou Bing's hand. Zhou Bing was anxious. No, aunt. Keep it for yourself. I don't like wearing this. Hey, this is a little gift from your aunt. Don't despise it. Thank you, auntie. Seeing that Zhou Bing refused to accept, the aunt said, Then bring Xiao Chun home some other day, and I'll make you something delicious. Then she tried to please Han Chai-young. Chai-young, you are so lucky. Xiao Chun is a rare talent. Don't forget in the future that we are all one family. Come on, let's have a drink together. The atmosphere in the box became harmonious. The uncle and his wife praised Chun Fan and tried to please Han Chai-young. Han Chai-young felt so happy. After holding my breath for so many years, I finally get to breathe a sigh of relief today. It's not easy to make your sister-in-law submit to you and flatter you. She looked at Chun Fan, a son-in-law she needed to protect well. Why not let Zhou Bing have a baby with him as soon as possible? Anyway, universities allow marriage now. After finishing the meal, Zhou Hanwen took Chun Fan's hand and said, My dear nephew, you must keep your uncle's affairs in mind. We are all family, so we should keep the wealth within the family. Uncle will remember you. Chun Fan said, Okay, I got it. Well, young man, do a good job. He personally opened the door for Chun Fan and protected the car frame with his hands, fearing that it would hit Chun Fan's head. Today, Zhou Bing was the only one who didn't drink, and she was driving. Zhou Handong asked, How about I take you back to school first? Han Kaiying glared at him and said, Why go back to school? Come to my house and have a seat. If it doesn't work, I'll just sleep at home today. Zhou Handong looked at his wife and asked herself what it meant to sleep at home. Chun Fan's heart also skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhou Bing instinctively. How could Zhou Bing not know what he was thinking? He gave his guy a fierce look. After returning home, Han Chai-young personally poured tea and treated her politely like a distinguished guest. Chun Fan, I feel so relieved today. You helped me gain a lot of face. Haha, do you know that your aunt has never been so polite to me in her life? Look at how she tried to please me today. The more Han Chai-young thought about it, the more satisfied she felt. It is said that people fight for a breath, and Buddhas fight for a stick of incense. Isn't it the same for Zhuo Handong? When has my brother ever treated me like he did today? He always looks like he's preaching something. This son-in-law is pretty good. Zhuo Bing quietly nudged Chun Fan with her foot. Mom, let's go back to school first. I have classes tomorrow morning. Why go back to school? I'll take you there tomorrow morning. No, let's go back to school. We have to get up at 5:30, which is too early. Zhuo Bing pulled Chun Fan up. Chun Fan was still wondering, why don't you let me sleep openly at home? However, since Zhuo Bing wanted to leave, he couldn't force him to stay. Zhuo Handong also stood up. Then please be careful. Yeah, it's okay. The two hurried downstairs. Zhuo Bing took Chun Fan's arm. What are you doing? Do you really want to sleep in our house? Chun Fan smiled and said, if you can control yourself and not scream so loudly, then why not? Roll. Zhuo Bing gnashed his teeth in hatred, this bastard. She didn't want her family to know that the two of them had already, under the cover of night, the two young people snuggled together, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. The two were in high spirits tonight. After walking for a while, Zhuo Bing looked up at him and asked, do you want to go to the hotel? Are you going? Then let's go. Chapter 99. There's $1 billion in the card. The two went to Jinding International Hotel, but found that there were no luxury suites available. Zhuo Bing was too lazy to run. Whatever, a king-size bedroom is fine. Chun Fan likes Zhuo Bing's carefree personality, and he is not picky. Unlike many girls who are too ambitious and picky even though they have nothing. Some people like to show off their status by pretending to be cool, but Zhuo Bing never does that. The two came to the room and saw Zhuo Bing running to take a shower, so he quickly slipped in. Others waste water when taking a bath, but they just waste water when taking a bath. Seriously, Zhuo Bing's pair of long legs really made Chun Fan linger on the memory. If it was Zhao Linlin's collision that opened the peak of her life, Zhuo Bing opened the door to another world for himself. This is the happiness of men. After repeating the previous process, the ice on the left melted, lying there like a puddle of mud. I'm going to die. How could that be? Idiot. Chun Fan let her rest her head on his arm. Let's go buy a car tomorrow. Why? Reward for you. Zhuo Bing rolled his eyes. I don't like you treating me this way. So what do you like? I like it. Zhuo Bing leaned close to his ear. You should make it shorter. Roll. Who is this person? This guy put his hand under her armpit. The two of them started fighting on the bed. The next morning, the two of them were yawning and stretching. Watching Zhuo Bing go to the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, Chun Fan leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. I slept until after 9 o'clock. It is true that spring nights are short and the sun rises early. No wonder the king did not hold an early court. With a beauty like this, only a fool would get up so early. At 10 o'clock, they finished washing and had breakfast. Chun Fan took her directly to the world of luxury cars. Luxury cars gather here, including Porsche, Ferrari, Maserati, Lamborghini, McLaren. Everything you need. Do you two want to buy a car? A male salesperson with acne on his face came over and asked. When the other party saw Zhuo Bing, his eyes lit up and he became particularly attentive. Chun Fan frowned and said, change it. The other party was very depressed. Why? I don't like the way you look at my girlfriend. The other party walked away embarrassedly. A beautiful saleswoman whose clothes were about to burst was replaced by a standard professional suit with black stockings pulled up to her thighs. With a professional smile, she said, what kind of car do you like? We have all the high-end brands here. After changing the salesperson, Chun Fan was quite satisfied. He put his arm around Zhuo Bing's waist out of habit. Look, what do you like? Zhuo Bing originally didn't want to keep spending his money, but he couldn't help it because this guy was too rich with 1 billion yuan in his card. If I don't spend a little, wouldn't I be unworthy of being your official girlfriend? If you don't know how to choose, just buy them all and switch them out every day so they read different. Zhuo Bing frowned. I'll go give it a try and get a feel for it. She walked up to a white Ferrari and stood next to it. Wow, don't move, don't move. The beautiful saleswoman shouted in surprise, then picked up her cell phone and took a photo. At this time, a man in his 30s was standing on the second floor with a mobile phone in his hand, watching the situation in the exhibition hall from a distance. Zhuo Bing sat in each car to get a feel for it. The salesperson would take a photo for her every time, and Chun Fan would always smile. Zhuo Bing's image is better than most car models. That pair of classic long legs is so amazing. Especially today, she was wearing a white short skirt, which was very consistent with the temperament of a car model. Whichever model you like, you can test drive it. The salesperson was quite enthusiastic. Chun Fan said, "It doesn't have to be limited to one model. 2 or 3 will do." Wow. The beautiful saleswoman looked at Chun Fan and almost cried with envy. "Are there any boyfriends like this? Give me one. If it doesn't work, you can lend it to me for a few days." She looked at Chun Fan eagerly, her beautiful eyes flickering around, and she felt like she couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms. The man upstairs came down and asked, "Little brother, are you buying a car for your girlfriend?" Mr. Tan. When the salesperson saw the boss coming, he greeted him politely. He immediately introduced, "This is the owner of our store, the president of the Luxury Car Association." Chun Fan nodded, and Mr. Tan extended his hand. "Hello. What's your name, little brother?" Chun Fan. "Hello, Mr. Chun." The other party shook hands with Chun Fan in a friendly manner and asked, "What kind of car do you want to buy? I just saw your girlfriend upstairs. She has a very good temperament. Do you want to be a car model?" "No, thank you." Mr. Tan smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, being a car model is actually a very good career, and you can also become a big star. With her conditions, she can definitely beat many of the current top models." Chun Fan waved his hand. "I'm here to buy a car." Mr. Tan did not force it. "Well, if Mr. Chun likes any of them, tell me and I'll give you a discount." Then he called on the salesperson. "Treat the guests well and give us the best service." "Okay, Mr. Tan, take care." Seeing Mr. Tan leaving, the salesperson was particularly enthusiastic. "Handsome guy. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any problems with the car in the future, you can always contact me." The two added each other on WeChat, and Xiao Xiao was the one who looked a bit fierce and aggressive. "This WeChat name is good." Chun Fan took a look at her. So Bing came over and said, "Then let's go with McLaren." She was interested in the McLaren MP4-12C with a displacement of 3.8 T. "Anything else?" "It's not closed, why buy so much? Besides, there's nowhere to park." "Oh well." Chun Fan asked the salesperson directly, "How much?" "Huh? Aren't you going to test drive the car?" "Don't try, just drive away. You won't bargain?" The salesperson was a little confused. It was the first time he saw someone buying a car this way. "Do you need me to bargain for this? Just sell it to me at the actual price." What a straightforward guest. The beautiful saleswoman was very excited and quickly processed the procedures for the two people. The total price is 4.06 million, including license plate registration, insurance, and D-tax. In short, everything is taken care of by the store. Chun Fan paid the money and completed the car purchase procedures. Xiao Xiao, with a fierce look on her face, handed over the invoice, vehicle certificate, and related information with both hands. "Don't you two want to put on the film? Do you want to decorate the interior?" "No, the car is just a means of transportation. There's no need to cherish it so much." All right. The store held a simple car handover ceremony, and Chun Fan and Zhuo Bing drove away. "Xiao Xiao, come here for a moment." Mr. Tan, on the second floor, shouted towards the exhibition hall. Xiao Xiao went upstairs excitedly. "Boss Tan, what do you want me to do?" Mr. Tan looked at her with a smile. "Please pay more attention to this customer just now. If possible, try to get that girl to be a car model. She's in such great condition. I seem to have seen a star rising in the world of car models." Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Well, I'll try my best to convince her." "Go ahead. There will be a reward when you succeed." Mr. Tan waved his hand. Chapter 100. The little girl in love is really clingy. Woo! A brand new McLaren drove into the campus like a flash of white lightning. The exhaust roars and is extremely cool. Chun Fan and Zhuo Bing got off the car happily. "Bull. Bye-bye." Zhuo Bing waved his hand. Fortunately, it was noon and everyone was taking a nap. Otherwise, I don't know how many people's hearts would have been broken. Show off your love. Especially when they saw Zhuo Bing offering a kiss. Several boys who saw it wanted to rush up and beat him up. Zhuo Bing is one of the goddesses in everyone's mind. How could you do this? But there are also people who are envious, jealous, and hateful. Wow. Live off others. Zhuo Bing's family is so rich, and they actually bought another sport car. I don't know how this guy got such good luck to be able to date a goddess like Zhuo Bing. What is a goddess? A girl who is unattainable in your eyes is called a goddess. In Chun Fan's eyes, it doesn't exist. No matter how beautiful a girl is, she's just one of the countless people in the world. Goddesses are the exclusive property of dogs. When I returned to the dormitory, Wang Hao and Guo Jianliang were both there, and Yilang Gao went to the rental house again. to curry favor with Wang Hao and Yi Lang Gao recently, asking them to take him under their wing. Seeing everyone making money, he also felt itchy. But he has one advantage. He can get some living expenses from the 200-pound boss lady from time to time. But it's not easy to ask for living expenses. It's very costly. Chen Fan had just laid down when he received a WeChat message on his phone. Big Bad Wolf. Where are you? Moving bricks. Zhu Shi Wu Shuang. I'll give you money, so you don't have to work so hard. Ok. Chen Fan. No. Men should be independent. Zhu Shi Wu Shuang. I'll wait for you that night. Is this girl addicted? Come on. Take a picture and show it to me. No. I'm in my pajamas. Forget it. I'll just move bricks. Don't. A few minutes later, a selfie appeared on the phone. Lu Wushuang had changed her clothes and was wrapped tightly, with nothing to look at all. Chen Fan took a look and found it boring. Sleep. Hey, why aren't you talking? Chen Fan still ignored him. She sent another message. Are you ignoring me? Chen Fan replied. Why would I ask you to post this kind of photo? It doesn't even give you any motivation to work. So which one do you want to see? Think about it yourself. Lu Wushuang sent a pouting expression. Then she struggled in the apartment for a long time. Chen Fan opened the stock trading software and entered the futures interface. Well, crude oil has indeed started to fall. The power of capital is so strong that it dropped directly from $65.50 a barrel to $52. And this is just the beginning. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. According to the market conditions I have seen, the price will continue to plummet and will fall to $19.95. Enjoy the joy of short selling. But at the moment, I am just riding on other people's coattails, and the real capital tycoons are controlling everything. To survive in the ocean of capital, and one day, I will become one of the world's top capital tycoons. In the afternoon, Chen Fan and Lu Ruoxian will go to the rare goods market to purchase the first batch of raw stones. Was about to take a nap, Xiao Xiao, who sounded fierce and aggressive, sent me a message. Handsome guy, I had a small gift for you just now, but I forgot about it. When are you free? Can I bring it to you? A small gift? Forget it. Keep it for yourself. No. Our company has regulations, and the customer must sign. I may have to pay you a return visit next. Chen Fan. Just go find my girlfriend. The fierce and aggressive Xiao Xiao was suddenly speechless. Wasn't his hint obvious enough? No. Handsome guy. Girls don't know much about cars, so I'd better tell you. Handsome guy. You don't think I'm too ugly, and you don't want to see me, do you? Forehead? Chen Fan, let's talk about it later. I'm very busy recently. Okay, I'll wait until you're free. Anytime. Seeing that Chen Fan was really busy, she didn't pester him too much to avoid offending the customer. Chen Fan looked through her WeChat and saw that all of them were photos showing off her figure. As expected of a car dealer, the headlights are pretty good, almost as good as Mr. Shen's. In the afternoon, Chen Fan stayed in the classroom for a class, and Lu Ruoxian came to pick him up. Please park your car further away. If a person like Lu Ruoxian appeared on campus, it would definitely cause a sensation and even alarm the school leaders. Chen Fan walked out of the classroom and walked for a while before getting into Lu Ruoxian's car. Due to busy family affairs, Lu Ruoxian temporarily gave up the plan to go to southern Yunnan and first went to the Jiangzhou rare goods market. After all, if she sees good materials, she will buy them. Tang Jing followed Lu Ruoxian and smiled at Chen Fan. After not seeing her for a while, Tang Jing has changed a lot. The main thing is that her temperament has changed. She is no longer like before, always carrying heavy psychological pressure that makes her feel breathless. Temperament is something that emanates from within a person. Especially by following someone like Lu Ruoxian, you can learn more. Tang Jing, learn well from Mr. Lu. Tang Jing nodded, very docile. Lu Ruoxian saw this and joked. I didn't expect you to be so caring. Chen Fan said as a matter of course. That's right. She is my schoolmate. Tang Jing glanced at him and didn't say much. When they arrived at the rare goods market, the boss complained, Boss Lu, here we go again. Since this guy bought from me last time, few people have found green jacks. This little brother has very poisonous eyes. Chen Fan smiled and said, Don't pretend. You want to hide the good stuff, right? The shop owner said with a bitter face, Really yesterday, Chow picked out more than a dozen pieces of material, and none of them were cut into pieces. He threw away more than 20 million and left. Lu Ruoxian laughed. Don't you understand, Mr. Chow? Can't he afford to lose money? Today, Chen Fan is going to do a big sweep and clean out several larger stores here. The exotic goods market is huge, but it is run by several bosses. Of course, there are also some small vendors here and there, but they're just there for fun. Lu Ruoxian accompanied the boss for tea, while Chun Fan took people to buy goods. Tang Jing was assisting nearby. Having been to the exotic goods market several times, Chun Fan has also learned a lot from experience. We don't want those that are not in good condition, and only choose high-quality materials. It is best to have one without windows. Those with windows are usually very expensive and not cost-effective. After a round of browsing, I picked out about 20 pieces in total, and then went to a few other stores. In one afternoon, he picked out hundreds of pieces of raw stone. It takes several pickup trucks to haul the goods. After Lu Ruoxian's people settled the bill, they went back home and sent the materials to Lu's warehouse. Workers then cut the stones and processed them into jewelry. Seeing that he was tired after working for most of the day, Lu Ruoxian invited him. "Let's have dinner together tonight." Chun Fan looked at the time on his phone and said, "No, maybe next time." Lu Wushuang, the little white rabbit, is still crying for food. She has just come to her senses and cannot be hungry for too long. Otherwise, she would hate herself to death, and there might be a surprise in the evening. Chapter 101 Brother, don't get anyone killed. Lu Wushuang has been feeling a little depressed these past 2 days. The big bad wolf would disappear from time to time, causing her to go to the balcony to check on it several times throughout the night, but there was no trace of it. It must be very hard for her to work, right? When she was at home, she also visited the family-owned companies. Especially when I see the migrant workers on the construction site doing the most tiring work and getting the lowest wages, I feel really pitiful. Is the big bad wolf doing this too? Then he really worked hard. I better not bother him anymore. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sound of a door opening was heard from next door, and Lu Wushuang hurried out. "Miss, are you going to class?" The 2 bodyguards immediately stood up and prepared to take her to school. "Isn't it still early?" Evening self-study usually lasts until 9:30. She returned to the room and sent a WeChat message to Chun Fan. "Big Bad Wolf, are you back?" Chun Fan laughed when he saw the message. Lu Wushuang was indeed very simple. "I can't stand the teasing. Are you thinking of me again?" "Oh, stop teasing her." He came to the balcony and blew the whistle. Swoosh. Lu Wushuang ran out and was very happy when she saw Chun Fan. "Big Bad Wolf, you're finally back. Did you have meal?" Chun Fan smiled and said, "Not yet. Have you eaten yet?" Lu Wushuang shook her head. How could she have the heart to eat? She glanced at Chun Fan and said, Are you going to the evening study?" "Go ahead." When Chun Fan saw her like this, he knew what she wanted to do. Across the balcony, he asked, "Do you want to go to the night snack stand again?" Lu Wushuang didn't say anything, just lowered his head and puffed out his cheeks. In fact, she was no longer looking forward to the midnight snack, but was looking forward to the feeling of being bullied by the big bad wolf after the midnight snack. Chun Fan glanced at the door. Her 2 bodyguards were really annoying. How about we get rid of them? But after killing 2 more come. This is not a solution. He said to Lu Wushuang, "I'll go take care of your 2 bodyguards." Lu Wushuang was anxious. "What are you going to do again?" "They will tell my dad." "Don't worry, if I can't handle both of them, how can I survive?" He called Su Ruzhen and asked Chun Ming to bring me 500,000 yuan in cash. Su Ruzhen has to work the night shift recently and has no time to accompany Chun Fan. When I heard that Chun Fan wanted cash, I arranged it immediately. After Chun Ming returned home, the company paid all of his father's medical expenses and gave him 1 million to build a house in his hometown. He only stayed at home for 5 days and rushed back to work immediately. In less than half an hour, he arrived with cash. "Boss, the cash has arrived." Chun Fan said you stay first. Chun Ming didn't know what he was going to do, but he just followed the instructions. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Chun Fan took the initiative to knock on the door of the 2 bodyguards, and one of them came out, "What?" He looked at Chun Fan with an unfriendly expression. Regardless of whether this guy has his eyes on the young lady or not, he is always a hidden danger. Chun Fan glanced at him and walked in. Chun Ming followed with the box. The 2 bodyguards looked at them puzzled. Chun Fan sat down carelessly and asked Chun Ming to put the box on the table. "Open it." Chun Fan said this to the 2 bodyguards. The 2 looked depressed. "Who are you? How dare you order us around here?" "Boy, I think you want to be beaten." Chun Fan's eyes were stern. "Don't rush to brag, or you'll regret it. Do you know how the 2 bodyguards in front of you are fired? They looked at me the same way you did at first, and then nothing happened." The 2 men clenched their fists, and Chun roared, "I told you to open a box, are you deaf?" His voice was so loud that it made both of their eardrums numb. Just as he was about to move, Chun Ming grabbed their shoulders and used his luck. The 2 were about to resist, but found that Chun Ming's strength was too great. His shoulders shook a few times, and the pressure on him became heavier and heavier. The two of them instantly realized that they had met a master today. "Tell me, what do you want from us?" Chun Fan set his eyes on the box, and a bodyguard had no choice but to step forward and open it. There was 500,000 in cash neatly laid out inside. It also smells like ink. The two of them didn't understand what Chun Fan meant and looked confused. Chun Fan said, "I'll give you two choices. One is to compete with him. If you lose, your fate will be the same as the first two bodyguards. The second is that after you accept the money, don't interfere with Lu Wushuang's private life in the future. At the same time, I will give you another salary." Well, the two bodyguards looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that this guy was such a powerful figure. Seeing the two people hesitating, Chun Fan brainwashed them again. "You are also working. I don't want to embarrass you. Just do it yourself." He took out his phone to check the time. "You have 10 seconds to think about it." This was the first time Chun Meng saw Chun Fan. So awesome. His aura. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, Chun Fan seemed like a big shot, completely in control of the situation. The two bodyguards looked at each other and finally surrendered. "We listen to you. With 500,000 in cash and two salaries, why not be smarter? Okay, let's go." He called Lu Wushuang and said, "You can come out now." Lu Wushuang opened the door and saw two bodyguards lowering their heads and shouting, "Mississippi." Chun Fan said, "Okay, you guys just stay home and rest. I'll send her back later." Of course, they were happy to take a break and get paid. Fortunately, the nanny is not here and has gone to Dance Square Dance. Chun Fan patted Chun Meng on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Chun Meng scratched his head. "What are you talking about? This is what I should do." He looked at Lu Wushuang and laughed. "It's really beautiful." Lu Wushuang's face turned red. Chun Fan took her into the elevator and said, "I'll take you to visit Jiangzhou City tonight. See the most beautiful scenery. Let me let you experience this kind of freedom and happiness." The two bodyguards watched them leave, and one of them asked, "Are we just going to compromise like this? What else?" The other bodyguard shrugged. "But who is this guy? I don't know, it looks pretty awesome. Go back to bed. From now on, I can make money even when I'm lying down." The two returned to their room to sleep. Lu Wushuang was very curious. "How did you deal with him?" "Ball." Chun Fan pouted at Chun Meng. "With him around, nothing can't be solved. I guess even the two bodyguards of the Lu family combined are no match for him. Chun Meng, you should go back too." "Well, wait for me." Chun Meng was very obedient. He ran quickly to a pharmacy in front and came back after a while. He quietly stuffed two small square packages into Chun Fan's hand and said in a low voice, "Brother, don't kill anyone." Roll. Chun Fan threw the two things to him. "What are you thinking about? Such impure thoughts." Chapter 102, Why Don't You Close Your Eyes? Don't miss it if you like love. Let's change the program tonight and not eat crayfish. Chun Fan took her to Jiangzhou's specialty snack street. There are countless delicious foods here, from the street to the end of the street, no matter how big your stomach is. Guaranteed to keep you full. And they never get tired of it and never want to leave. The two hailed a taxi and rushed here. It was just getting dark. The crowd was so huge that you couldn't see the end of it. Next to the specialty snack street is Jiangzhou's most beautiful Deshang Lake. A few small boats on the lake, reflected by the lights on the shore, are as poetic as a painting. How could Lu Wushuang have the chance to come to such a lively place alone? Given the importance the Lu family places on her, it is impossible for her to be so down-to-earth. It would be even more impossible to be as carefree and free as today. She was very happy to see so many people. "Big Bad Wolf, let's go." Looking at Lu Wushuang like a greedy cat, Chun Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, the Lu family's protection of her was a bit excessive, leaving her life experience like a blank sheet of paper. But she is indeed beautiful with delicate features, and she is as pure as Bai Xiuzhu in the Golden Age. "Eat whatever you want today, play whatever you want, I'll pay for it." "Okay, thank you, Big Bad Wolf." "Wait, why do you call me Big Bad Wolf?" Chun Fan held her back, and Lu Wushuang looked away. "Aren't you the Big Bad Wolf?" Of course, he didn't know that since that night, he had been recalling the scenes of that day in his dreams. The moment he touched his lips, his whole body went numb. Chun Fan saw her blushing and waved his hand. "Let's go. There are so many delicious foods here, with all kinds of flavors, sweet, salty, spicy. Braised pork knuckle, roast duck, roast goose. The fragrance is everywhere. tempting people's desires all the time. Some people were swallowing their saliva. They were so greedy that they couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Wushuang couldn't help himself and started eating the delicious food. As a result, before I had even walked a quarter of the way down the street, my stomach was full, but my mouth was still craving for more. Chun Fan saw that her mouth and cheeks were red. I couldn't help but laugh. Would you like to look in a mirror? What's the matter? She took out a tissue and handed it to Chun Fan. Help me wipe it. The two walked out of the snack street and came to the lake. Chun Fan asked, how is it? Do you like it? Lu Wushuang said happily, I like it. My parents didn't allow me to go out before, and I had bodyguards following me everywhere. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the chance to experience these. Hey, Big Bad Wolf, are you really carrying bricks outside? Don't go there anymore, okay? What? You support me. Chun Fan stared at her and smiled. Lu Wushuang blushed. I can give you money. Real. Seeing how serious she was, Chun Fan pinched her face. What's on your mind? I studied hard for more than 10 years. Is it just to find a rich woman? Lu Wushuang pursed his lips and stopped talking. Whoosh ba! Suddenly, a salute was heard by the Dashang Lake. A beam of light shot up into the sky and exploded in the air with a bang. Look, there's a fireworks show tonight. Immediately afterwards, fireworks shot up into the sky one after another. Like fire dragons, bright flowers bloom in the darkness. There was a lot of noise by the lake. Fireworks rushed into the sky, one after another. Just like life, blooming its most beautiful moments, leaving a series of brilliant and indelible marks on the world. Lu Wushuang was stunned. It was not like she had never seen such a scene before, but she had never been so close, crowded together with thousands of people, feeling such a shared happiness. Seeing such beautiful fireworks, her smile was just like the fireworks, becoming the most beautiful scenery tonight. She looked up at the sky and imagined herself flying into the blue sky. Looking at her obsessed look, Chun Fan couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. So beautiful. I don't know if it was the fireworks or her appearance. Such a night is destined to leave the most beautiful memories in some people's hearts. The fireworks lasted for 40 minutes, lighting up the entire sky. More and more people gathered around, and when the last climax came to an end, everyone was left with an aftertaste and were reluctant to leave for a long time. Lu Wushuang lay on the guardrail, holding her face with both hands. Perhaps she was struck by the beauty of the night. Perhaps she wanted to keep this beauty in her heart. Chun Fan patted her shoulder and asked, what are you thinking about? Lu Wushuang didn't look back. Big Bad Wolf, will you bring me to see the fireworks again in the future? You can come anytime you like. Music started playing in the square, and the most awesome square dance of this era began. You accompany me to sing love songs, watch the most beautiful fireworks, hold my hand in the city, and my love trembles for you. After going through so much hardship, I fell in love with singing love songs. You are the stars in the night, and all that I truly love. It was the temptation given by Lang that made me sing a love song. There was a beautiful moonlight in the sky of longing. It is the happiness that Lang gave me. I dried up the loneliness. In the sky of happiness, you are everything to me. Lu Wushuang had already immersed herself in the song. She raised her head and looked at Chun Fan. His eyes were wide open, with a hint of desire in them. Big Bad Wolf, what's the matter? She looked at him. He looked at her. Chun Fan took a step closer and couldn't help but lift her chin. Lu Wushuang's eyelids trembled repeatedly, and she seemed a little nervous. Chun Fan swallowed his saliva and moved his lips closer. Why don't you close your eyes? He found that Lu Wushuang's eyes were staring at him. No, well, when kissing, will girls close their eyes? Lu Wushuang's face turned red with shame. The atmosphere was completely ruined by this guy. She covered her face and didn't want to see anyone. It's getting late. Let's go back. Lu Wushuang lowered his head, his face flushed red. Don't you know how much courage she mustered to take this step? Unexpectedly, this guy's words, why don't you close your eyes, made her collapse. Now she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chun Fan didn't expect her to be so shy. He couldn't help but shook his head and took her hand and said, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to come next time? Next time. Lu Wushuang glared at him depressedly. Now she didn't dare to think about what had just happened. So embarrassing. Chun Fan took her back in a taxi. She didn't say a word during the whole journey. It's been so long, and I still haven't gotten over the embarrassment that just happened. The elevator opened on the 26th floor, and the two bodyguards were finally relieved to see them come back. But the young lady seems to be a little bit abnormal. Could it be? The big bad wolf succeeded? The two of them felt a pang in their hearts. Go to bed early. You have classes tomorrow. Chun Fan waved at Lu Wushuang, and Lu Wushuang opened the door and went in. Then he covered his face and lay on the bed. In the room opposite, two bodyguards looked at the 500,000 red bills. It's hot. Chapter 103 Major Business Opportunities, Restructuring Plan. At night, the international crude oil futures market. The battle between bulls and bears has begun again. The bears suppressed the market with all their might, and crude oil prices once fell below $30 a barrel. It was cut in half, but the bulls did not give up the struggle. A strong counterattack followed, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Su Ruzhin led the team to watch the game overnight. With their current strength, they were just spectators, not even capable of a fight. You have to know that the mere 30 billion yuan of funds here is only equivalent to a few billion US dollars. Such a tiny amount is not a cause for concern. All they can do is sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and fish in troubled waters. Make profits from the ups and downs of capital. But the competition tonight was so intense that the whole team felt thrilling and treading on thin ice. You must know that in this situation, a sudden counterattack from either party may cause many people's assets to be wiped out in an instant. Direct liquidation. Those who have never been to such a place cannot imagine the horror involved. However, the account operated by Su Ruzhin and others already has a lot of profits, so there is no need to worry too much. But seeing the huge ups and downs in prices, everyone's nerves were on edge. Fighting all night. The short side capital ultimately won a great victory, pressing the long side to the ground. The crude oil price finally settled at 20.33, just one step away from 19.95. But the futures delivery date has not yet arrived, and the battle will continue. But the next counterattack will be even more violent. Chun Fan also watched the market for an entire night. When it was almost dawn, he yawned and went to sleep. In the next room, someone is still in a daze. I looked out the window and counted the stars in the sky all night. The next morning, when Chun Fan went to school, Lu Wushuang and two bodyguards were standing at the elevator entrance. Why are your eyes swollen? Did you not sleep last night? Lu Wushuang puffed his cheeks and didn't want to talk. The two bodyguards saw this guy pinch the young lady's face. Ahem. They immediately looked up at the ceiling. Wow, the ceiling was so white. Chun Fan likes the emotional intelligence of these two bodyguards more and more. Well, it's really good. Lu Wushuang was escorted by bodyguards every day. When she got in the car, she asked Chun Fan, "Are you coming up?" Chun Fan shook his head. It was only a few steps away. It would be healthier to walk. In fact, Lu Wushuang really wanted him to come up, but when she got to school, she was afraid that others would find out. Girls have very contradictory minds. Today is Professor Sun Songqiu's practical class again. Chun Fan heard him talk about a lot of theories. He smiled and opened the stock trading software on his mobile phone, looking at all kinds of indicators, volume, and data analysis. The theory is good, but he may not know that all indicators in the stock market are lagging. It is a K-line chart based on daily volume and transaction amount. Of course, these indicators can also reflect a lot of data, such as the movements, motivations, and purposes of the main forces. But a true master will make it impossible for you to capture this information. Bite. The mobile phone software received a prompt. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical launches restructuring plan. Forehead. Chun Fan instantly captured a powerful business opportunity. Quickly opened the interface of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Oh my God, I don't know how many consecutive limit downs there have been, and the stock price has fallen to 3.17 yuan. Is Zhao Linlin about to cry to death? I don't know how much of her more than 100 million is left. Chun Fan carefully read the information that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical had launched a restructuring plan, the date of which was a week later. The stock is currently at the lower limit and will be suspended tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Buy it. Anyway, I still have 1 billion in pocket money. Chun Fan entered the bank-to-securities transfer app without hesitation and transferred all the funds in the card into the securities account. Purchase. 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 The lower limit means at least tens of billions of funds are hanging, and everyone wants to escape. After all, after this explosion, too many institutions and hot money were buried in it. The market value of this stock also fell from tens of billions to more than 4 billion. Chun Fan bought all the money without hesitation. With 1 billion yuan in capital, it was sold out in seconds. However, some people saw the increase in volume and quickly made up for it. Hundreds of millions of funds immediately blocked the price limit. It's incredible that someone actually bought it. Even the dealer is grinning foolishly. Who is so stupid and has so much money? There are rumors everywhere on the internet now that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical will activate the delisting mechanism. How can anyone dare to buy it this time? Was it an erroneous order? The transaction volume of 1 billion was instantly raised like a middle finger. This broke the situation of complete lack of volume in the past 10 days. Zhao Linlin is also watching the market at this moment, right? It's actually open? She wanted to sell it, but she couldn't. There are simply too many sell orders ahead of us. Chun Fan sent a message to Su Ruzhen. How much money do you have? Su Ruzhen stayed up all night and didn't fall asleep until after 7 o'clock. When she heard the message ring, she picked up her phone and yawned. Seeing that it was from Chun Fan, she quickly replied, I'll check it out. There's no more money left in the stock market, and the company still has 1 billion in reserve funds in its account. Immediately transfer the funds to the stock market account and buy all of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Su Ruzhen was startled and instinctively sat up and rubbed her eyes. That's right, Chun Fan wanted her to buy Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. She didn't even bother to wash up. She ran out of the lounge in her pajamas and logged into her account on her office computer. All funds in the company's account are fully invested in buying. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was delisted instantly, and Zhao Linlin was overjoyed. Finally, there was a chance to escape. However, she hesitated when she saw the balance in the account. She had invested more than 100 million yuan, and only this much was left. This is probably the biggest failure I have ever suffered in stock trading. Zhao Linlin frowned and bit her thin lips. Her IQ was still pretty good, so she didn't sell immediately. Instead, she was analyzing the intention of this wave of buying funds. With tens of billions of dollars invested, what on earth does he want to do? Do you want to make a comeback? Or is there inside information? Zhao Linlin thought for a moment and did something unusual. The remaining 20 million yuan in the account was added back. At this moment, the stock assets in the account are nearly 50 million. After the market closed that afternoon, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical announced that starting tomorrow, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical would be suspended indefinitely. Confused for a moment. What does this mean? Are you digging a hole to bury me? Based on her experience in stock trading, there are only two possible outcomes. Next, the company will either be warned of the risk of delisting or undergo asset restructuring. But now she has to figure out one thing. What is the background of this large amount of funds purchased today? If it is a large securities company or institutional funds, then the possibility of restructuring is greater. If a person, then he is an idiot. To invest 2 billion yuan in total is to seek death. Immediately afterwards, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical issued another announcement that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was being targeted by individual investor Chun Fan. Currently, Chun Fan personally holds 21.17% of the company's shares. Chun Fan? This name instantly caught Zhao Linlin's attention. Could be him? But she quickly shook her head again. How could it be possible? There are so many people with the same name in the world. Chapter 104, Shun Mengyao returns. Chun Fan is really out of money now. More than 30 billion yuan was invested in futures, and 1 billion yuan of pocket money was also used to buy stocks. There's probably only about 1 million left on the card. However, the atmosphere in the class was very lively today. Liang Dongkai was pretending to be done again. International crude oil prices have plummeted. I bought the dip. My father invested 60 million yuan to go long on international crude oil. His father was deeply trapped in the stock market last time, but fortunately he recovered after the rebound. Now he's invested another 60 million to go long on international crude oil. When his classmates heard his bold statement, they were both envious and impressed. After all, not every family is as rich as theirs. Seeing him showing off, Chun Fan ignored him. There's no way, I am really poor now. After school in the afternoon, Yilang called out to him, let's go eat together? No, I don't have money. You paid 200,000 yuan for the class fee by yourself, and now you say you have no money to eat? Wang Hao still understood him. He doesn't have time, are you stupid? Oh, never mind. Lu Wushuang returned to the apartment for dinner and passed by the finance department on purpose. I looked at the classroom where Chun Fan was for a long time. This guy didn't send me any messages all day. She curled her lips, expressing her strong dissatisfaction. At the moment, Chun Fan was thinking about a problem. As his funds became more and more abundant, blueprint investment in one company would definitely not be able to operate. A new company must be set up to handle other sectors, but there are no suitable candidates at the moment. Although Tang Jing is growing fast, she is definitely not capable of handling things on her own. Oh, what a headache. The reason why he came up with this idea was that Chun Fan also saw the announcement issued by Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. With this purchase, he became the largest individual investor in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. If the shares of Blueprint Investment are added, it will be the absolute largest shareholder. When Chun Fan walked out of the classroom, Zhao Linlin was just about to go home as she was not going to attend evening self-study today. I need to go back and review and study Dongfeng Pharmaceutical carefully. Chun Fan was thinking with his head down and didn't see her, and she didn't call out. This guy said last time that he was going to lose money, and he really stepped into a big trap. I kindly asked him to work in the hotel, but he actually despised it. But Zhao Linlin couldn't figure it out either. She found that this guy was always mysterious. Could it be that he is the individual investor who bought Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? But no matter how I think about it, it seems impossible. 1 billion yuan. Where did he get so much money? You should know that last semester he was still cleaning the school cafeteria to earn a pitiful living. No matter how capable a person is, it is impossible for him to develop so quickly in a short period of time. Unless he's been hiding himself. Of course, if it weren't for that accident, I would never have known him. Zhao Linlin went to the parking lot and drove away. Chun Fan kept thinking about the issue of selection. The phone rang, and Chun Fan picked it up casually. Hello. Student Chun Fan, are you done with school? Can you open the door for me? I need to get something. Forehead. Teacher Shun? Teacher Shun, are you back? You bastard, it's you who rented my house, but you kept it a secret from me. If the agent hadn't told me the phone number, I would still be in the dark. Chun Fan was embarrassed. Come here for a moment. I'll get something. Teacher Shun had left some things in the apartment and hadn't taken them away. Chun Fan said, "Oh," and hurried to the apartment. It is evening now, and the breeze is blowing. Shun Mingyao stood in the evening breeze, her hair flying, her exquisite and beautiful face radiating infinite glory. She was wearing a long black dress, floating like a fairy. Chun Fan saw from afar that Teacher Shun had become more beautiful. She has walked out of the shadow of that marriage and returned to the confident and beautiful teacher she once was. Teacher Shun. Chun Fan walked over and smelled a faint fragrance. Shin Mingyao smiled and said, "You came back so quickly. What's going on?" Classmate Chun Fan. "Are there any changes this semester?" Chun Fan said, "I don't, but Teacher Shun is more beautiful." Faint on Shin Mingyao's face. This guy didn't learn anything, but he learned how to flirt with girls? She glared at Chun Fan and said, "Don't be so slick in front of the teacher." "I'm telling the truth. Does Teacher Shun want me to lie?" The two walked to the elevator together, and Chun Fan pressed the elevator button. In the small space, Shun Mingyao's fragrance is even stronger. She tidied the long hair around her ears and said, "Last time, someone called me and said he wanted to buy my apartment for a high price, but I didn't agree. Is he from the Liu family?" Yes. How did you know?" "There are 4 units on the 26th floor, and they bought 3 of them." Oh, Shin Mingyao didn't care too much. She just wanted to keep the house so that she could use it as an emergency measure when needed. The 2 of them arrived at the 26th floor, but Lu Wushuang and the others were not there. Chun Fan opened the door, and Shun Mingyao came in and found that the room was clean and still looked the same as before. "I couldn't help but smile knowingly. You are really meticulous," Chun Fan explained. "Except for adding 2 computers, I basically didn't touch your things. I was just afraid that you wouldn't like them when you come back." Shin Mingyao smiled. Such a thoughtful tenant is of course the landlord's favorite. She took out the things she had packed from the cabinet, and Chun Fan said, "Where are you going?" "I'll help you. I'll leave it with my parents. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you to keep it here." "It doesn't matter. I rarely come here anyway." "Teacher Shun, you're not going out this time when you come back, right?" Chun Fan helped her pack her things. Shin Mingyao hummed, "I'm going to find a new job, and I don't want to go back to school." Hearing this, Chun Fan's heart moved. "What kind of job are you looking for?" Shin Mingyao shook her head. "I don't know yet. Maybe I can work in a company. Many of my friends have gone into business, and I don't want to be stuck in this ivory tower forever." She sighed quietly. "I was too naive before, thinking that teaching and growing up with students was good for my whole life." Thinking back to the past days, Shin Mingyao always feels a little emotional. Chun Fan laughed and said, "You are not innocent." "What's that called?" "Why my she? You live in a fairy tale. At that time, you only thought about love, career, and family. Maybe this is the most perfect life. In fact, the value of a person's life must be reflected in his career. How great your achievements are, how glorious you will be. Wow. Shin Mingyao looked at her former student in surprise. You have grown up. She discovered that this guy indeed had a temperament that she had never had before. Looks more mature and stable. He actually has his own distinct outlook on life. That's good. She likes this kind of positive young people. Nowadays, too many people are living a life of drunkenness and dreams, have no goals of their own, and waste their years relying on their parents as a big tree. It's great that young people have ambitions. Chen Fan found that Shin Mingyao looked really pretty when she smiled. Very charming. And she is so mature and has a different style from those students. Teacher Shun, can I invite you to have dinner together? Chen Fan extended the invitation very politely. Shin Mingyao was slightly surprised. You invite me to dinner? Yes. Seeing Chen Fan's sincere face, Shin Mingyao smiled and said, Let me treat you. Chapter 105 Cooperation with Shin Mingyao. Teacher Shun, do you still think I'm a child? The two came out of the apartment, and Shin Mingyao opened the door of her red Audi A4. Well, this car is no longer suitable for Teacher Shin's identity. After getting in the car, Chen Fan said domineeringly, You must listen to my arrangements tonight. Shin Mingyao was stunned again and looked at him in disbelief. This guy has changed, become very courageous. But it's quite interesting. Okay, then you arrange it. She wanted to see what kind of surprise this little boy could give her. Chen Fan looked at his phone. That should be enough to treat the teacher to dinner tonight, right? I was poor. My teacher always took special care of me. I apply for poverty subsidies for myself every semester. A drop of water. As the car drove out of the apartment complex, Shin Mingyao asked, Where are we going? She thought to herself that she could just find an ordinary small restaurant, as she knew Chen Fan's family situation. She was also prepared to find an excuse to pay the bill when they had dinner later. But Chen Fan said, Go to Jiangzhou Impression. Shin Mingyao was a little confused. She stepped on the brake and stared at Chen Fan in a daze. That's a Western restaurant. Not only that, but it's also extremely expensive. Chen Fan nodded nonchalantly. Go ahead, we'll talk slowly. Some things can change your opinion of a person. Don't worry, there's enough money for food. Shin Mingyao was still a little nervous. The consumption in a place like this would cost at least a few thousand yuan, and there would be no upper limit for the amount. I've only been there once before. But Chen Fan acted very calm. Teacher Shun, let's go. All right. Shin Mingyao gritted her teeth and drove the car to Jiangzhou Impression. When the security guard saw that it was just an Audi A4, he stood at the door and did nothing. This is totally inconsistent with the principle that the customer is God. Shin Mingyao had no choice but to park the car herself and got out with her bag. The mature and charming Shin Mingyao stood with Chen Fan. It's really eye-catching. A beauty like her always attracts attention wherever she appears. Seeing countless eyes looking over here, Chen Fan realized that he had underestimated Shin Mingyao's charm. Especially when Shin Mingyao walked, her chest thrust out. The magnificence of that scene deeply shocked countless people. This was the first time Chen Fan knew this. It turns out that a woman can be like this. Fierce and aggressive Xiao Xiao that I met a few days ago is probably not even close to him. The two walked into the Western restaurant, which was magnificent, with large European-style crystal chandeliers shining brightly. A waiter in a blue work uniform trotted over and asked, How many people are there? You two, please arrange a seat. Okay, please follow me. The waiter led the way and took the two to the second-floor lobby. There are already quite a few guests here, but most of them are parents with children or couples. The restaurant is upscale and the floor is spotless. On the stage at the front of the hall, there was a young girl playing the piano. There was also a blonde man playing the violin next to him. It seems like we shouldn't be here. Shin Mingyao glanced at the couples over there. They were eating Western food, drinking red wine, and listening to music. However, the guests who can come here can indeed be said to be either rich or noble. If two people just eat something simple, they won't leave without spending several thousand. The waiter picked up an exquisite recipe book and asked, What would you like to eat? The recipes are all in English. And of course, there are particularly beautiful illustrations. Chen Fan said politely, Teacher Shun, come on. Shin Mingyao took the menu. She planned to pick a few items that were not too expensive, just something good. After all, she still didn't understand Chen Fan's actual situation, and she always felt something was weird in this atmosphere. This place is perfect for a date with couples. But I and Chen Fan are not suitable, right? She ordered a steak, a fruit salad, and a drink. I'm fine, order it yourself. Chun Fan said nothing, picked up the menu, and asked the waiter to leave. After explaining everything to the waiter, he returned to his seat. Actually, we really shouldn't have come here. It's so expensive and there's nothing to eat. Shen Mingyao looked around and found that many men were stealing glances at her from time to time, which was so embarrassing. She also noticed that her body proportions were indeed a bit provocative. When she was in school, she used to wear clothes that did not show her figure. After leaving school, of course I have to dress more beautifully. But aren't those men too unscrupulous? Chun Fan smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't come here often. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you." After a while, a man wearing a white chef's hat pushed a food cart over, followed by two waiters. Their order came, and the steak and salad were missing. Instead, there are French foie gras, caviar, French baked snails. There was even a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands. Did you guys go to the wrong place? This is not what we ordered. Shen Mingyao panicked when she saw this. The waiter smiled and said, "This gentleman ordered it." "Ah." She looked at Chun Fan. "What are you doing?" "You are." Chun Fan smiled slightly and signaled the waiter to leave. He picked up the red wine glass in front of him and said, "Teacher Shun, I toast to you. First of all, thank you for your care and concern for me over the past 2 years. With your help, I have grown a lot and learned a lot. But don't worry today. I'm no longer the poor boy who needed care. Everything you see and experience now is what the boy in the past achieved through his own hard work. I made money, and it was not a small amount." Shen Mingyao looked confused, and seeing Chun Fan gestured to her repeatedly, she had no choice but to pick up her cup and clink it with his. After taking a sip of her drink, she asked, "What happened?" Chun Fan said, "I have made a lot of money in the stock market and the gambling stone industry. I invited you to dinner today, but I have one more request." "You say?" Shen Mingyao was not in the mood to eat. She was more curious about what happened to Chun Fan. Chun Fan said, "I have some money now and want to start a company, but I can't find a right person for the time being. Didn't you just say you were going to apply for a job? Why don't we work together? I don't need your investment money. You just need to help run the company, and I'll give you 10% of the shares. As for salary, you can ask for whatever you want. You want me to work for you?" Shen Mingyao was a little confused. Chun Fan explained, "It's a collaboration. You are responsible for management, and I am responsible for investment. How much money are you prepared to invest?" Shen Mingyao had no idea. She was just curious about Chun Fan's strength. Chun Fan smiled and said, "It depends on your ability. I will invest as much money as the company you can control." Forehead, if he was not my student, I would really suspect that he was a liar. But despite this, she still didn't believe it. Chapter 1062 Old Drivers. Teacher Shen also majored in finance and has unique insights into economics. Few people miss her classes, her theories are very good, and she often plans for some companies. Chun Fan had been her student for 2 years and, of course, understood her abilities. This is a wild horse. Oh no, this is a good horse and needs a wider sky. Seeing her unconvincing expression, Chun Fan smiled and said, "I can show you something." He took out his cell phone and opened the announcement released by Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Individual investor Chun Fan purchased 315,457,400 shares, accounting for 21.17% of the company's shares. Then he logged into his capital account and found that the total amount of funds he held was close to 1 billion yuan. Seeing this, Shen Mingyao was completely stunned. I stared blankly at my former student. What a genius. They say facts speak louder than words. These are the best proofs. Shen Mingyao looked at Chun Fan absent-mindedly, as if she were dreaming. Chun Fan raised his glass. "Teacher Shun, I toast to you." Shen Mingyao recovered and smiled. "You really didn't disappoint me. You came from the worst family background, but you became the most accomplished student. Come, the teacher will toast you." Boom. After taking a sip of wine, Chun Fan politely greeted him again. "Come, have some of this. I don't know if you like it or not, so I can only do my best." Shen Mingyao cut a piece of goose liver and put it in her mouth. "Well, I can finally eat it with confidence. Otherwise, I would be really nervous." The two of them enjoyed the meal very much and finished a bottle of red wine. A blush appeared on Shen Mingyao's fair face. "Let's find a tea house to continue our chat." Shen Mingyao finally became interested in the cooperation. She originally wanted to join a large company. If she worked with Chun Fan, his capital was too small and he wouldn't be able to do well. She didn't want to lose this person. Since he has a lot of money, if he can give him 1 billion to start his own company, he could give it a try. 1 billion and give her 10% of the shares. She is worth hundreds of millions. Of course, she still underestimated Chun Fan's strength. The two left the restaurant and found a tea house to continue the previous topic. Have you thought of a name for your company? She asked Chun Fan. Chun Fan asked the waiter for paper and pen and wrote as he spoke. The name of the company is Home to Capital. Huh, isn't that a bit big? Big. It will be bigger in the future. Don't limit yourself to the current amount of funds. I'm not just talking about pie in the sky. You will see it in the future. All right, Chun Fan continued. Next, you have to go through the process of registering the company, and you will be the legal representative. The operating model of Home to Capital is the same as that of Blueprint Investment and is controlled by a company under Chun Fan's own name. Your status is different now. Go buy a few cars tomorrow. When you're working, you can ride in the Maybach. Then we will buy you a private car. No, I could just drive my own Audi. No, now you represent the company's image, and people will think our company has no strength. It's settled now. Listen to me. Shen Mingyao found him a little overbearing. This little boy was so cute. Of course, you also need to look for a high-end office space. If there is a suitable place, we can buy it directly. Forehead. Shen Mingyao was stunned again. How much will it cost? Chun Fan said, this is a problem that the boss should worry about. Teacher Shun is worrying too much. Okay, Boss Shun. Shen Mingyao smiled and casually tidied her hair by her ears, revealing her delicate profile, which was so beautiful that it was unfair. Why would such a beautiful woman meet a scumbag? At this moment, Chun Fan really had the urge to beat her ex-husband to death. Ahem. It was getting late, so Chun Fan asked, where does Teacher Shen live? Shall I take you back? Shen Mingyao looked at her watch and said, oh, it's almost 12 o'clock. You see, we forgot the time while chatting. Forget it. I won't go back, so as not to disturb them in the middle of the night. Don't worry about me. I'll just find a hotel. How can that be possible? There are many large hotels in Jiangzhou, the best of which is the Yuanzhou International Hotel, a joint venture between the Liu family and Foreign Capital. It is managed by the most advanced management team abroad and has extremely luxurious configurations. Even the receptionist has a bachelor's degree and knows level 6 foreign languages. Chun Fan directly booked a luxury suite online. Come on, I'll take you there. Don't drink and drive. So the two of them called a designated driver. After sending Shen Mingyao to the hotel, Chun Fan left. Just as I was about to go back to my apartment to sleep, someone sent me a WeChat message. Looks a bit fierce and aggressive. Handsome guy, are you still having fun outside? Did this woman install surveillance cameras on herself? Chun Fan, how do you know? Xiao Xiao, who looks a bit fierce. Huh, I'm following you. Chun Fan turned back. Fart, I saw a little yellow. I took a photo and asked, so this is you? Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, said with a distressed look, no, I'm not. Am I really that ugly? Chun Fan, it's not ugly, but when he walks he blocks my view and I can't see his feet. Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, understood immediately. Hated. Chun Fan, tell me, how did you know I was outside? Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, started to giggle again. Look at your steps. I set a special attention. Seeing that you were always moving, I guess you were just having fun outside. Chun Fan, who said that? What if I was in bed? Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, sent a surprised expression. Then you are really amazing to be able to hold on for so long. Depend on an experienced driver. He understands everything in seconds. But I just happened to be looking for her. Come out, I want to do business with you. Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, did not speak for a long while. Chun Fan, don't want to? No, I'll find someone else. Xiao Xiao said fiercely. No, just send me the location and I'll come right over. That's right, the customer is God. Jiangzhou is not big, but it has a population of several million. Chun Fan waited for more than half an hour before the fierce-looking Xiao Xiao finally came in a taxi. As soon as he got off the car, Chun Fan was stunned. She was wearing JK outfit. She would look ugly in this kind of clothes, right? I didn't expect there would be another kind of fun. Only, that lamp is really too big. People of her age are almost catching up with Teacher Shun. At least the fourth letter of the English alphabet. Chun Fan stood in the square outside the hotel, casually flicked the ash off his cigarette, and threw the butt into the plate. Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, came over with a somewhat shy expression. He glanced at Chun Fan evasively. This is my first time accompanying guests. Is the room ready? Then she lowered her head and twisted the corner of her clothes nervously. Chun Fan looked at her with a smile. What are you talking about? I wanted to buy a few more cars from you. What are you thinking about? Huh? You're not. Why didn't you say it earlier? You made me worry about it for so long. Xiao Xiao, who looked a bit fierce, had a red face and a look of resentment. Chapter 107. Does he look down on me? Hey, how old are you? Chen Fan thought that this girl was quite interesting. Since he was full of energy today, he decided to just chat with her. Xiao Xiao said with a red face, D. Puff. Chen Fan was stunned. I asked you your age. Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce and aggressive, was so embarrassed that she raised her fist and hit him. You are so bad. I'm 23. Oh, you're quite young. Let's go have a midnight snack. Since I've called her over, let's have a midnight snack and talk about buying a car. Xiao Xiao looked back at the hotel and left with Chen Fan. The two came to the night snack stall. Whatever you want to eat, just order it. As a salesperson, she is quite considerate and would ask Chen Fan for his opinion on every item ordered. Chen Fan said, It's up to me, just do what you like. Aren't you picky? Not picky. I didn't say anything about that. Chen Fan corrected her after hearing the hidden meaning in her words. Make a statement first and tell him that you're not a casual person. After the two of them became familiar with each other, Xiao Xiao began to relax. After ordering a dozen items, we asked for 2 drafts of beer. Mr. Chen, how old are you? After the waiter left, Xiao Xiao asked curiously. 18. This answer made her frown. I'm not asking about the size. Damn, this old driver drives even harder than me. And she even said it was her first time accompanying a client. She can catch any jokes that I throw out. You're telling me you don't understand? Chen Fan looked at her with a playful expression. Tell me, what have you been through that made you so outstanding? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and said, You have to believe me, I'm really not that kind of person. It's just that in that environment, they tell jokes every day, so I understand it even if I don't understand it. Don't look at my big breasts. I'm actually very pure. I don't believe you. The barbecue came and the beer was served. Xiao Xiao took the initiative to pick up the cup. I toast to you. Thank you for your care. It's okay. After all, it's easier to talk to acquaintances. Chen Fan told him the type of car he needed. As for Shen Mingyao's private car, she would be able to choose it herself. Xiao Xiao was very happy. If she could get these cars, her commission this month would be huge, and she would probably win the sales crown directly. After having supper, Chen Fan was about to leave. Xiao Xiao stood on the side of the road for a long time in suspicion. Does he look down on me? She reached into her bag and touched the square packages, feeling somewhat lost. When she heard Chen Fan say that she was indeed struggling for a long time about going out to do business. Even the various unspoken rules of the industry are supplemented in my mind. Unexpectedly. What a nice person. Chen Fan took a taxi back to the apartment. Just as he opened the door, Lu Wushuang poked his head out from next door and said, Big Bad Wolf, you just came back. Chen Fan looked at her. You haven't slept yet? Lu Wushuang pointed to the balcony and said, You know what I mean. Then closed the door. In the middle of the night, he asked me to go to the balcony. Well, Chen Fan sent her a WeChat message. I'll take a shower first. It seems like I can't escape from her clutches tonight. It's already 2:30 and I'm still not asleep. Chen Fan finished a shower and came over to the balcony. Lu Wushuang was sitting on the sofa with a pillow in her arms, wearing a loose pajamas. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Don't you know it's not good for girls to stay up late? Looking at Lu Wushuang's innocent eyes, Chen Fan couldn't help but pinch her face. No, I'm just worried about you. Chen Fan's heart tightened. Could this silly girl be being looked at like this by him? Lu Wushuang lowered her head in embarrassment. Chen Fan lifted her chin, and Lu Wushuang's eyes were particularly bright and clear as water. Go to bed early. I still have to move bricks tomorrow. After working with Shen Mingyao, the new company is about to open. Although I don't have to be busy with it myself, there's still a lot of things to do. Chen Fan coaxed her for a few words and stood up to leave. Big Bad Wolf. Lu Wushuang stood up and hugged him from behind. Don't move, I'll hold you. Chen Fan felt her face pressed against his back, her arms tightly around him, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Chen Fan had no choice but to turn around and hug her. Her soft body was particularly gentle. He whispered in her ear, I'm not going over tonight. Lu Wushuang didn't answer, but just buried her face shyly in his arms. The next morning, Chen Fan quietly climbed over the balcony and left. When I returned to my room, I found a large wet area on my chest. This girl drools while sleeping? I guess I was greedy in my dream. When going to school, Lu Wushuang was particularly happy, with a smile emanating from every pore. She also sent a WeChat message to Chen Fan, Big Bad Wolf, I love you. Chen Fan was so frightened that his hands trembled and his cell phone fell to the ground. I didn't do anything last night. In fact, last night should have been the most exciting moment for Chen Fan, but he missed the most exciting moment. There was a big battle last night, and international crude oil prices fell directly to zero. That's right. A very historic moment. Crude oil is no longer free. When I entered the classroom early this morning, I found many classmates shouting, "Fuck the grass. Crazy. This is fucking crazy." Chen Fan was surprised. "What's the matter?" Wang Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You don't know yet, right? I guess you will never see Liang Dongkai again." "Why?" "Something happened to his father. The international crude oil price fell to zero last night." "Depend on." "I actually forgot such a big thing." Chen Fan immediately opened the software to check the market. "Why? Didn't we see it drop to $19.95 before? How come it's zero?" He quickly called Su Ruzhen. "How is our crude oil contract?" "It's pretty good. I made a lot of money." Su Ruzhen was feeling a little lazy and was lying on the big bed in the lounge. Now she divides the operation team into 2 shifts, some in charge during the day and some at night. Hearing that he had made a lot of money, Chen Fan shouted happily, "Aoli go. Keep watching. There will be big moves tonight. When the time comes, we may see the right opportunity and it may fall into negative territory. You never seen this before. This kind of thing is something no one could imagine." Chen Fan just saw it too. Su Ruzhen heard this. She immediately perked up. "Okay, I'll keep watching tonight. I will come here in person to supervise the battle then." Chen Fan said with a smile. "Okay, I'll wait for you then." Su Ruzhen was very happy when she heard that Chen Fan was coming. Well, such a big bed does lack something when sleeping alone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan thought that it seemed that this capital war was more exciting than he had imagined. "Fortunately, I have this special ability, otherwise I would not know how I died in such an environment. I would like to ask, in all these years, has anyone ever seen futures trading fall into negative numbers?" "Hey, what did they just say? Liang Dongcai's father?" "The last time I heard Liang Dongcai bragging, he said his father spent 60 million to go long on crude oil. I guess he doesn't have a father now. It is no wonder that some people say that stock market futures have no bottom. You think it's the bottom, but there's also a basement floor. You think it only goes to the underground first floor, but there are still 18 levels of hell below it. With this fall, countless amounts of capital were wiped out." Chapter 108, A Historic Moment, A Great Victory. As soon as Shun Mingyao woke up, she received a message from Chun Fan and the contact person for purchasing a car. As the boss of a company, you must have a good car to show off. Now Mercedes-Benz Maybach is the standard configuration of Chun Fan's company. As for other more expensive models, he thinks they are of little significance. When setting up a new company, there's a lot of work to do in the early stages. Of course, all of these can be left to Shin Mingyao. Chun Fan gave her an annual salary of 1 million plus performance commission, and she also owned 10% of the shares. This kind of treatment cannot be found anywhere else. Therefore, Shin Mingyao also worked peacefully as a worker for her students. Since he had to go to Su Ruzhen's place to supervise the battle in the evening, Chen Fan turned down all his appointments. After school, he asked Zhu Bing to drive him to Yunfan building. Zhu Bing knew he was very busy and didn't disturb him. I drove back by myself. Before entering the elevator, I ran into Yi Lang Gao and Su Keqing. The 3 of them chatted for a while. The 4 of them are quite capable in managing the property. After all, there are so many employees under them, and their main job is management. According to the current situation, the 4 of them can get more than 100,000 yuan each year. As a student, it is definitely a high income. Chen Fan learned about the situation and said that he had something to discuss with Mr. Su, so Yi Lang Gao did not disturb him. He hugged Su Keqing and went to study the next generation. Chen Fan was eating takeout in Su Ruzhen's office. After eating, take a short rest. Su Ruzhen made tea herself, and the 2 of them drank tea while discussing the battle situation tonight. According to the market conditions Chen Fan saw, tonight will be the most intense battle. It is also a rare capital war in history. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Fan said to Su Ruzhen, "Let's go take a rest first and get enough rest." Su Ruzhen's eyes were charming, and she naturally knew what Chen Fan meant. After closing the door, the 2 men entered the lounge. But when she changed her clothes and came out, Chen Fan had already fallen asleep. Forehead? It turns out it was a real rest. Su Ruzhen shook her head speechlessly and laid down beside him obediently. While I wasn't paying attention, I reached out to check the goods. Well, it seems he's really tired. Su Ruzhen had no other thoughts and just lay down for a while. The two of them slept until around 9 o'clock when the alarm rang, and then they got up and prepared to work. The staff of the trading room were already in place, and Su Ruzhen made some arrangements before going to take charge. Chun Fan was giving orders in her office. Of trading international crude oil futures, the T+0 model allows you to buy and sell at any time. Now Chun Fan has so many short orders in his hands. He can make huge profits whenever he closes them, but he wants to wait until the most glorious time. The fluctuations at 10 o'clock in the evening were relatively smooth, with little ups and downs. It is estimated that both sides will accumulate strength and fight for the last chance. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Yanfei knocked on the door and came in to refill Chun Fan's tea. Why are you working the night shift too? Chun Fan didn't expect that she, a receptionist, would still stay here. Chu Yanfei smiled and said, yes, we have 3 people at the front desk, and I stay to work the night shift. I'm just outside. Call me if you need anything. Ugh. Chun Fan nodded, and the disc began to move. The bulls attacked strongly, trying to push the price up, but it was soon suppressed by the bears. The trading room were very nervous. Boss Su, that's enough. The price of crude oil has become 0 now. Should we wait any longer? Every penny it goes up is a loss for us. Notarus. Su Ruzhen refused to move as she did not receive any order from Chun Fan. This man who slept with me for 2 months has godlike precognitive abilities. He seemed to see through everything. Soon, the bulls counterattacked again and crude oil prices continued to rise. In less than 10 minutes, the price had risen to more than $10 a barrel. Everyone was extremely anxious, but no one dared to act rashly without President Su's order. Chun Fan looked at the board, and the two sides had been free for less than half an hour. The short side takes action. Crude oil prices were instantly depressed, and it was falling straight down, 8 yuan, 6 yuan, 5 yuan. It quickly returned to 0. Not only that, it plummeted again. It's a negative number, oh my god. There was a scream in the trading room. Su Ruzhen's brows were furrowed, and her eyes were as sharp as torches. But she still didn't receive Chun Fan's order. Crude oil prices continued to fall, minus 9.96. Then it was minus 12.33. Continue minus 16.76. Then rebound. Continue to fall. Minus 23.55 now. Boss Su closed the position. The traders were so nervous that they dared not even breathe. They never dreamed that the day would come when crude oil prices would be negative. But Chun Fan still didn't give any orders, so Su Ruzhen could only wait. Behind this battle, the world's top capital is competing against each other. As crude oil prices continue to fall, it also means that countless funds from multiple parties are being swallowed up. It is like a huge black hole, ruthlessly plundering everything. Behind every victory of one side, there must be a failure of another side. After more than an hour of repeated fighting, all parties finally ran out of strength. The bears once again struck hard, driving the crude oil price directly to minus 30.32. Su Ruzhen received Chun Fan's instructions through the earphone. Everyone get ready. Close the position at negative 37 US dollars. Everyone pay attention. Everyone has it. Prepare. Su Ruzhen shouted the command. Target parity minus 37. The traders are ready to go and can't wait any longer. Seeing the big victory of the bears, the bulls completely lost resistance and the price began to retreat. It soon fell to minus 37 US dollars. No one dared to hesitate and acted decisively. Minus 37.23. Minus 37.16. Minus 37.42. Good news came one after another, and everyone had completed the transaction. Ugh. Su Ruzhen made a victory gesture. You guys are awesome. The average transaction price was minus 37.26. Very nice. The final closing price was minus 37.63 US dollars per barrel. The bears win. The trading room was in uproar as everyone rushed to hug each other. So Ruthin Smythe. Everyone has worked hard. Go back and rest early. Tomorrow is a day off, and the company will hold a celebration meeting the day after tomorrow. Yeah, everyone cheered. After staying up for most of the night, they could finally rest. Seeing the employees leaving one after another, Chu Yanfei came over and said, Boss Su, I'm off work too. Su Ruzhen waved and returned to the office. Chun Fan looked delighted. The profit from shorting international crude oil after settlement exceeded 300%. This is a historic moment for the company and the entire international market. Of course, the bigger beneficiaries are the capital giants behind the scenes, and Chun Fan just took a ride. The initial investment was $31.6 billion, and after settlement, deducting handling fees and interests, it became $93.9 billion. Just one step away from $100 billion. Thanks for your hard work. Boo! Chun Fan came with Su Rujin in his arms. I want a midnight snack. Her body pressed against Chun Fan like a snake, and she started to act coquettishly. Ugh! Chun Fan was about to call her out, but she pulled him into the lounge. Chapter 109 Layout of Hotel Industry. The next morning, Chun Fan was watching the news. Jiangzhou Rich List. The Rothschild family, which ranks first, has total assets of only over $60 billion. The second-ranked Liu family has $41.1 billion. As for the Zhao family, it's just over $30 billion. You can't do it. You're a bunch of little brothers. Su Rujin, wearing pajamas, came over slowly and lay on his shoulder. What are you looking at? Chun Fan turned around and kissed her. Did you sleep well last night? Well, you're so bad. Su Rujin was really a beauty. She pinched him coquettishly. And he asked curiously, how are you and your girlfriend doing? How far have you progressed? Chun Fan picked her up and placed her across his lap. Don't ask such boring questions. I'm obsessed with you, a fairy, every day now. How can I have the mood to think about other women? Yeah. Su Rujin's eyes were charming, and she put her arms around his neck and moved closer to him. How's the villa going? Let's go and take a look. Today was a day off, so the two of them came out of Yinfan building and went directly to Jiangshan Daijing Villa District. All the furniture and appliances have been bought. All I need now is a few pieces of clothes and quilts before I can move in. Chun Fan stood in the restaurant and looked around for a few seconds. Let's get a few boxes of wine and put them here. We'll live here from now on. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Rujin hugged Chun Fan from behind in a particularly clingy manner, and the hint of her was very obvious. What are you doing? I'm going to drain you dry. Su Yaojing leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. In the afternoon, Chun Fan made adjustments to the company's funds. He left more than $40 billion in blueprint investment and transferred $50 billion back to his own holding company as a backup. Su Rujin was asked to pay attention to Oriental Pharmaceutical, as the possibility of restructuring is very high. After all, it is not an ordinary private enterprise, and the higher-ups will definitely find a way to revive it. You can throw it in as a growth investment, or you can quit when you see good results. After all, Blueprint Investments also hold a 21.17% stake. As for the company's celebration party tomorrow, I will not attend, but I will get the bonus in full. After explaining all this, Chun Fan returned to the apartment. He still has a lot of things to deal with. As for the security personnel, he also had to make arrangements. He called Chen Meng over and asked, how is your recruitment of special veterans going? Chen Meng said, we have recruited 4 people. They should be here in 2 days. Okay, contact me as soon as you get there. Shin Mingyao called and said that the car had been bought and will be picked up in 2 days. However, the company has never found a suitable venue, which is rather troublesome because the company address is required for registration. As for personnel arrangements, she has already hired a human resources manager to recruit people. After listening to her report, Chun Fan said in a deep voice, the company's office building must be grand and high-end, otherwise don't do it. Well, pay more attention. After hanging up the phone, he stood at the window thinking. The news is being broadcast on TV that Western Watson Capital is gradually withdrawing from the Chinese market and many of its hotels will have no one to take over. Oh, Chun Fan fixed his eyes on the TV screen. Watson Capital is withdrawing from the Chinese market? Ha, just when I was about to go to sleep, someone handed me a pillow. He immediately called Shan Mengyao and said, check immediately whether Watson Capital has a joint venture hotel in Jiangzhou. Yes, I'm checking. Have you seen the news too? It's really Teacher Shin. He thinks the same as me. Nice. Shin Mingyao said, but the hotels that cooperate with them have huge funds. Even if we want to take over their business, how about the funds? Don't worry about this. I'll take care of the money. If you like it, take it. Forehead. Shin Mingyao was stunned. No, for a hotel of their size, even if we take half of the shares, it would probably cost tens of billions. Cost less, 20 to 30 billion is required. Chun Fan knew that Watson Capital had partners, and the hotels they invested in were worth at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. A hotel like this is not just limited to accommodation and dining. It also has many other ancillary industries. Even if they own half of the shares, it would still be an astronomical figure. Chun Fan understood Shan Mingyao's thoughts. I will invest 10 billion in you, and you can do it freely. Huh? Shen Mingyao was completely stunned, and her mind went blank for a moment. She couldn't imagine it at all. 10 billion? How powerful is this student of mine? Oh my God. I was shocked when I saw his 1 billion stock market funds a few nights ago. Today, he directly invested 10 billion in himself. Shen Mingyao was confused. If that's the case, then I really have nothing to worry about. However, the Liu family is in some trouble at the moment, and all family members gathered together to hold a family meeting. Watson Capital, which cooperated with the Liu family, wanted to leave the domestic market, and they asked the Liu family to use 6 billion to buy their shares. Otherwise, they sell their shares to someone else. The Liu family was a bit overwhelmed. Although the family assets were as high as over 40 billion, it was absolutely impossible for them to come up with 6 billion in liquid funds. Nowadays, many large companies and enterprises have a great reputation outside. The total value of their assets is tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but it is simply impossible for them to come up with 1/10 of their liquid funds. Many companies are even in debt. Although they have a large scale, their debt ratio is also high. It's the bank's money that's being played with. Because what rich people do is completely different from what poor people do. They will use the funds in their hands to get a bigger piece of the pie. But the poor always earn $1 and do work worth $1. Now, let alone the Liu family, even the Luo family, the richest family in Jiangzhou, probably cannot come up with such a large sum of money. Liu Ruoxian said unhappily, they really dare to ask for it. 6 billion, it would be enough if we can give them half of it. These foreigners are really evil. Yes, they're obviously white, but their hearts are so black. Liu Ruoxian's cousin said, if we don't take over in Jiangzhou, how can others dare to take over? Then let's fight him and see who can afford it. Yes, I support this proposal. The head of the Liu family is Liu Ruoxian's father. He looked around at everyone and said, if we let the Luo family intervene, we will be passive. Liu Ruoxian said, would the Luo family be so stupid? This is billions of dollars, and I guess they won't waste this money. I think the people at Watson Capital are deliberately trying to provoke internal strife among us so that they can benefit from it. This is their usual tactic. The head of the family nodded and said, it is possible that the Luo family wants to intervene. If so, we will have to seek external help. But in Jiangzhou, there are probably only a handful of people who can really help. The head of the family thought for a moment and said, Ruoxian, please contact Zhao Guowei. They also have a hotel business. Let's see if we can join forces. Okay, I'll go to Zhao Guowei's office this afternoon. Due to the sudden withdrawal of Watson Capital, the situation in Jiangzhou is quietly changing. Who will have the last laugh? Chapter 1:10. Why do I have a bad feeling? Jiangzhou Luo Family Compound. This is a truly big family with assets of more than 60 billion and an unshakable position in Jiangzhou. Moreover, the Luo family and the Liu family have been in constant grievances for decades, fighting openly and secretly. Watson Capital is about to withdraw from the domestic market, and the Far Eastern International Hotel, which is cooperating with them, has become the focus of everyone's attention. The Luo family father and son are studying. Well, this is an opportunity. Yes, Dad, if we take over Watson Capital shares, the Liu family will be in trouble, huh? Luo Xingwang laughed triumphantly. Dad, how about I contact the people at Watson Capital? No. The head of the family, Luo Jinxian, shook his head. We need them to come to us on their own initiative. We can't be passive. Don't worry. These people will definitely be clever for money. They will definitely seize the Liu family's weakness. Okay, then we'll just sit back and reap the benefits. Luo Jiaowang was particularly excited today, with an unconcealable look in his eyes. Liu Ruoxian, Liu Ruoxian, let me see how your Liu family will break the impasse this time. Ahem. At this time, a professional personal nurse slowly walked out with the old man's support. Dad, grandfather. The father and son quickly stood up. The old man waved his hands, his cloudy eyes revealing a ruthlessness that grew stronger with age. You are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Liu family. Luo Jiaowang asked in confusion. Why? Grandpa, the Liu family is our mortal enemy. Mr. Luo glared at him fiercely. You know nothing. No matter how much the Luo family is against the Liu family, we must use our real ability to defeat them fairly and reasonably. But you are colluding with these foreigners, which is an insult to our integrity and our family. You fight among yourselves and let the foreigners gain the advantage. What the hell is this? Mr. Luo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at the father and son and cursed. Whoever dares to interfere will never be allowed to enter the threshold of my Luo family again. I know, Dad, don't be angry. I told them not to interfere, Luo Jinxian said respectfully. Only then did Mr. Luo nod. But the young Luo Jiawang didn't understand and was very dissatisfied. At the campus apartment, after Chan Fan had given instructions, he was about to lie down and rest for a while. After all, I overworked last night. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the little white rabbit next door. How strange. The little white rabbit didn't send me a message today? That's not normal. Today is the weekend, and she should rest. Little white rabbit, what are you doing? After a while, the little white rabbit replied, busy. Huh? What are you busy with? Not in the apartment? Yes, hee. I saw you were not at home, so I didn't disturb you. What are you doing sneaking around the house alone? Chun Fan climbed onto the balcony again. Lu Wushuang was fiddling with the computer and saw Chun Fan coming over. Please sit down for a while. I'll be done soon. Chun Fan was not used to the little white rabbit's reaction. What was it that fascinated her so much? When I leaned over to take a look, I saw the screen was full of codes. Huh, you are. Shoo. Lu Wushuang made a cute gesture. We are hacking a foreign website. Why? You're still a hacker? Chun Fan stared at her focused face, unable to believe it. Wait until she finishes and closes the computer. I'm Phoenix. Big Bad Wolf, what did you do today? I didn't see you come back last night either. Work. I want to make money. Lots of money. Seeing that Chun Fan looked very tired, Lu Wushuang stood up and said, I'll go get you a glass of water. Why don't you take a rest, and we can have dinner together tonight? What a thoughtful little white rabbit. Chun Fan took the cup of water and pulled her to his side. He pinched her cute face and asked, Did you miss me? The little white rabbit didn't say anything and snuggled in his arms with a blushing face. Honestly, if you feel too tired, you can stop working so hard. I'll give you money. Chun Fan. He lifted up Lu Wushuang's face and said, Tell me, what is your conspiracy? Why do you always want to support me? Faint. The little white rabbit's face turned even redder, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. What are you doing? Look at me. Why aren't you looking at me this time? Lu Wushuang's face became redder and redder, but her chin was held by the big bad wolf, and she couldn't dodge. Kissed him with the man's heavy breathing. The little white rabbit did not hide and accepted it silently. The big bad wolf's hands are dishonest. He is indeed Big A's brother. Wushuang's sister. If this were an English test, you wouldn't even be able to pass the 3rd level. Little white rabbit was so embarrassed, but she did not refuse. She hid in the big bad wolf's arms more and more shyly, and her whole body felt hot as if on fire. Boom, boom, boom. Miss. Outside, 2 bodyguards came over and knocked on the door in a tactless manner. Chun Fan stared at the door, speechlessly. It seemed that the salary increase had not yet been fully paid. Lu Wushuang quickly responded, What's the matter? It's time to eat. You guys eat. I'm not hungry. Go deal with it. I'll take you out later. Chun Fan whispered in her ear, and Lu Wushuang smiled happily and ran out to eat. The nanny prepared another sumptuous meal today. It was more like it was cooked for the 3 of them rather than for the eldest daughter. Lu Wushuang only ate a little at each meal, and the rest was eaten by the 3 of them. Seeing that the young lady ate so little, the nanny said worriedly, Young lady, please eat more, or the lady will criticize me again. Lu Wushuang was in a particularly good mood today. It's okay, just tell her. I don't want to turn into a fat pig. In fact, there's no need to send someone to cook for me. It's fine for me to eat in the cafeteria. This sentence frightened the nanny so much that she trembled. Miss, please don't say that. I will lose my job. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lu Wushuang said, I see. I won't say anything more then. After dinner, she returned to her room excitedly. The big bad wolf fell asleep on the sofa. It seems that moving bricks is really hard work. The little white rabbit felt sorry for him and took out an air conditioning blanket to cover him. 2 days later, 4 retired Special Forces soldiers recruited by Chun Meng arrived. Chun Fan asked him to bring him in for an interview. He looked at Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards with a hint of a smile on his face. For some reason, the 2 of them suddenly felt uneasy. Said to be, I have a bad feeling. Me too. 20 minutes later, Chun Meng arrived with 4 others. These 4 people all look very energetic and have standard short hair. Standing there like a pole, straight and upright. Let's not talk about its strength first. Just the appearance is very good. Chun Fan pursed his lips, Today's assessment task is to challenge the two of them one-on-one. You start, and the countdown starts now. Damn it. Lu Wushuang's two bodyguards were speechless and turned and ran away. The first retired soldier rushed forward and knocked down the two men in 18, 19, 56 seconds. Next one. The second one rushed forward, and the two of them forced the situation to deal with it. Knocked out in 44 seconds. Third place, 1 minute 15 seconds. Fourth place, 1 minute 27 seconds. The two people lay on the ground and simply stopped struggling. He stared at Chun Fan with resentment. What the hell does that mean? Are you using us to practice? He was knocked out in turn by 4 retired Special Forces soldiers. Both of them had bruised faces and noses, a horrible sight. Chapter 111, The 4 Bodyguards. Well, it was a good performance today. Chun Meng, take them to wash their feet and give them a massage later. Both of them, fuck. Chun Fan then looked at the 4 capable retired veterans and asked, "What are your names?" The 4 of them lined up in a row, took a step forward one by one, and stood at attention. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Huang Jun, Ma Rui. Good. It's just the 4 of you. What are your salary requirements? The 4 of them said loudly, "Follow the boss's arrangements. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Your mission is to do your utmost to protect your boss. The year-end bonus starts at 500,000 yuan, and there is no upper limit." The 4 of them were stunned for a moment and immediately stood at attention again. "Thank you, boss." "Yeah," Chun Fan nodded. "I was very satisfied to see these 4 skilled bodyguards." He ordered Chun Meng, Zhang Long, Zhao will be transferred to General Manager Su as a bodyguard and will be responsible for all her safety. "Okay, I'll take them to familiarize themselves with the situation." Chun Fan nodded and patted his shoulder. "I'll ask General Manager Su to give you a raise, and all the people in the security department will be under your leadership." Chun Meng said sincerely, "No need, brother. You have already given me a lot." Chun Fan glanced at him and asked, "What's that?" "You'll have to follow me across the country and around the world in the future. Our struggle has just begun. You go and get busy first." Chun Fan also brought Huang Jun and Ma Rui to Shin Meng Yao. Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguard got up and said, "Oh shit, where's the foot wash we promised you?" Shin Meng Yao is staying in the hotel temporarily. Chun Fan said to Huang Jun and the others, "From now on, your mission is to protect Mr. Shun with all your strength." "Okay, boss." The 2 of them immediately got into character, and Shun Meng Yao handed them the car keys. Seeing that Chun Fan cared about her so much and even provided her with bodyguards, Shin Meng Yao was a little touched. This guy is really careful in what he does. With her previous thinking, she had never thought about these things. At most, he would be equipped with a driver. It would be too much to have a bodyguard. But with bodyguards, the status is different. As for her salary, Chun Fan will adjust it later. An annual salary of several million or even tens of millions is not impossible. After all, it is still in the early stages and there is no performance yet. Plus, she also has shares, so there is no problem with the current salary structure. After arranging these bodyguards, Chun Meng came back. "Brother, President Su asked me to come back and follow you." Although Chun Meng is older than Chun Fan, he still calls Chun Fan brother. This not only shows his loyalty, but also respects Chun Fan. After all, she is his woman, so Su Ruzhen actually sent Chun Meng to protect him. Chun Fan nodded. "Okay then. But the bodyguard team needs to be strengthened. If we can recruit suitable candidates, we should do our best to recruit them." "Okay, everything is up to you." Seeing Chun Meng so loyal, Chun Fan patted him on the shoulder and said that some things did not require much talk. Then he asked Chun Meng to take Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards to wash their feet and have a massage. As a man, you should keep your word. Unexpectedly, the 2 guys came back from washing their feet and said, "Boss, let's hang out with you." Although the 2 men's fighting power was a little weak, they could actually fight 3 or 5 strong men alone. "It's just that I met a few perverts like Chun Meng." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Protect Miss Lu first. You are welcome to come over any time in the future." "Thank you, boss." From then on, the 2 of them obeyed Chun Fan completely. At Su Ruzhen's side, the celebration party was over and every employee received a bonus. She received another order from Chun Fan to go long on garlic futures. "You are so cruel again." Chun Fan sent her the transaction plan and left the rest to her. On the Lu family side, the negotiations between the 2 sides reached a deadlock. Watson capital was too high, and there was no way the Lu family would agree to it. They sent someone to contact the Luo family privately, But Mr. Luo criticized Luo Jinxian and his son. No matter how great the benefits are, we cannot collude with foreigners. What's more, Watson Capital asked for such a high price, it was obvious that they wanted to make a fortune from them. So Luo Jinxian did not agree to their request. Shen Mingyao wanted to take it down, but after making inquiries from many sources, she also realized the ambition of Watson Capital. So she would not take the initiative to contact them for the time being and continue to sit on the sidelines and watch the fight. After this period of preparation, the company structure was basically formed. Various departments have been established, and the staff is gradually increasing. Chen Fan was very happy to see that his company was growing slowly. Now he has also begun to pay attention to cultivating his own high-end network of contacts. After all, to gain a foothold in society, one often needs a larger network of contacts. Especially since Chen Fan wants to build his own financial empire, connections in high-end circles are indispensable. It was the same person who had supper with me last time. The fierce and aggressive Xiao Xiao sent me a WeChat message again. Mr. Chen, do you have time to meet? Chen Fan was giving an open class when he received the WeChat message and started laughing. He had a strong premonition that this Xiao Xiao might be trying to hook him. The other night, she pretended to send the wrong message on purpose. She sent a photo of herself in pajamas, and then explained that she was sorry and made a mistake, as she had originally sent it to her best friend. I also asked Chen Fan to delete it. Send it to your bestie? I don't believe you. Do your besties like to see such chubby photos? He replied with a message. I'm not free today. Let's do it another day. Don't postpone it to another day. Let's do it today. I really have something important to discuss with you. This girl is definitely a veteran. She understands every word Chen Fan says. Seeing how anxious she was, it was even more impossible for Chen Fan to agree to her. I'm really busy, sorry. Then I'll wait for you, whenever you're free. Chen Fan didn't reply to the message. She lay on the bedboard. Is there something wrong? Why don't you believe me? After class, Chen Fan came out of the classroom. I bumped into Tang Jing unexpectedly. Tang Jing's clothes are still so simple and refreshing. Her hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and her face was clean and flawless. When Chen Fan saw her, she greeted him playfully. Hey. After all, after having been out there for so long, she has become a lot bolder and her mind has completely opened up. Chen Fan saw her holding a book and asked, Are you going to the study room now? Tang Jing not that? You're not going to lose weight at night, are you? Seeing Chen Fan like this, she couldn't help but smile. Did Zhu Bing say that too? Chen Fan looked at her slender figure and said, Actually, you don't need to lose weight. This is good. Tang Jing shook her head. I've been eating too much these past few days because of what Boss Lu has been doing. I need to lose weight. When Lu Ruoxian was mentioned, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Hey, how is the negotiation between the Lu family and Watson Capital going? Do you have any news? I'm not sure, but Mr. Lu went to see the CEO of Zhao Real Estate a few days ago, and it seems there is no hope. Oh, why did you go to see Zhao Wei? Tang Jing shook her head. She wasn't quite sure either. After all, she is not the core management of Lu Group. Okay, then go to the study room. Chen Fan patted her shoulder and wondered how to take over the shares in Watson Capital. Chapter 1:12 National Justice. Watson Capital and the Lu family failed after 3 rounds of negotiations. So they issued a notice that an open tender would be held in 3 days. When Chen Fan saw this notice, his brows slightly sank. The scene became more and more intense. Shen Mingyao has been paying attention and has searched for a lot of information. Watson Capital initially thought that the Lu family would give in and buy back their shares at a sky-high price, but the Lu family refused to agree. They even planned to ask the Luo family to raise the price, so that the Luo family and the Lu family would fight to the death. As a result, Mr. Luo had a sharp eye and saw through their conspiracy at a glance. He insisted on stopping all family members from participating in this matter. This has led to the current situation of open bidding. At this moment, the Lu family. Although Mr. Lu is in good health, he is old after all. He is in his 70s and his hair is gray. He was drinking tea in the yard and listening to the younger generations talking about family affairs. Someone said, Fortunately, the Luo family did not intervene, otherwise this would be troublesome. The old man glanced at him indifferently and said, You are still a little lacking in this aspect. You can't see through the essence of things. Everyone was puzzled. Grandpa, why? The old man took a sip of tea and said, This is not the kindness of the Luo family, but the righteousness of old man Luo. Based on the behavior of the Luo family father and son, I'm afraid they have intervened a long time ago. Old man Luo should have seen through the tricks of these foreigners. After saying that, he sighed. After all, old man Luo and I have been fighting for so many years, and at least he still knows how to stick to his principles when it comes to major issues. Remember, there are some bottom lines that can never be touched. Some things are done even though you know they are impossible, even if it means getting hurt. There are some things that you know you can do, but you don't do them, even if the benefits are enormous. This is national justice. New. A group of Lu family descendants nodded and kept their grandfather's teachings in mind. On the campus of Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan had just finished lunch with Zhuo Bing and returned to the dormitory for a nap. Lu Wushuang sent a message. Big Bad Wolf, my brother has come to Jiangzhou. Don't look for me these days. I don't want them to know. Lu Yushuan is coming to Jiangzhou? Chen Fan asked. Why is he here? I don't know. He said he came to see me, so he must have something else to do. Okay, I got it. Chen Fan replied to the message and immediately called Su Ruzhen. Lu Yushuan is in Jiangzhou. In fact, Su Ruzhen had just received the news, and she didn't know how to tell Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan had already known about this. She wasn't sure whether Lu Yushuan was coming for her. Let him come, it's none of my business. Come over earlier in the evening. I'll be waiting for you in the villa. I asked someone to make you some old hen soup. Chen Fan said, You are really a juice squeezer. Okay, wait. Isn't Lu Yushuan coming? What does he want to do? In the evening, Chen Fan drank old hen soup and asked Su Ruzhen for sex 6 times. Su Ruzhen's neck and body were covered with red marks from kisses. Su Ruzhen was speechless. How am I going to face people tomorrow? Then just rest at home and don't go anywhere. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing Su Ruzhen working obediently at home, Chen Fan returned to school contentedly. Now, Chen Meng drives the Touareg to pick up Chen Fan every day, and Chen Fan decided to go to the apartment to take a look. He wanted to meet Lu Yushuan. What kind of person was he? But there was no one in the apartment, and then he saw the circle of friends posted by Lu Wushuan. My brother is here to see me. The address is Yuanzhou International Hotel. Chen Fan understood that this was something the little white rabbit had sent specifically for him to see. It turned out that they went to the hotel. At this moment, in the presidential suite of Yuanzhou International Hotel, Lu Yushuan was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. The butler actually came with him this time. Besides him, there was also Lu Yushuan's team. As the eldest son of the Lu family and the future successor, Lu Yushuan is really handsome and has a handsome face. After all, he is Lu Wushuang's biological brother and has good genes. But there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. The housekeeper reminded him, Master, I heard that Miss Su is also in Jiangzhou. Do you want to go meet her? Lu Yushuan said arrogantly, Why didn't she come to see me? Being retorted by him, the butler dared not say a word. He just turned around and glanced at the beautiful assistant next to him. The assistant was wearing a standard business suit. The tight skirt wrapped around her sexy body, and the pair of black stockings on her feet were particularly eye-catching. Lu Yushuan asked calmly, When will the people from Watson Capital arrive? It will take at least 2 hours to get back to the president. Depend on. Lu Yushuan threw the pen aside and said, These idiots just like to pretend to be great. No more waiting, just leave them alone. Sister, let's go and have dinner. Okay, little white rabbit, Lu Wushuang responded happily. 3 days later, Watson Capital launched an open bidding in Jiangzhou Guarantee Building. There were at least dozens of companies participating, and Xin Mingyao brought her bodyguards and assistants with her. What she didn't expect was that, apart from some local financial groups in Jiangzhou, even the people from the Zhang and Lu family had left. Among them, a young man with an arrogant and indifferent look caught her attention. I heard that this man is the young master of the Lu family. Looking at his expression, he looks down on everyone and seems to not take anyone present seriously at all. Shen Mingyao had seen people like this before. Deep down, they look down on everyone. He has no feelings for anyone, as if he is above everything. As a teacher, Shen Mingyao naturally disdained such people. She also didn't know where this kind of person got such a strong sense of superiority. But she soon saw Lu Ruoxian had also arrived. Lu Ruoxian was 1 or 2 years younger than her, but equally beautiful. The two people sat on opposite sides of the scene, like 2 red roses in full bloom. As beautiful as a fairy, with a charming and seductive figure. Representatives from Watson Capital also came and sat in the main venue. The host of the bidding conference came out to announce that today's bidding conference is an open bidding for Watson Capital's shares in Far Eastern International Hotel. The news was released 3 days ago. A bidding conference will be held today, and the highest bidder wins. Many people at the scene shook their heads. Their purpose of coming here was not necessarily to acquire shares of Far Eastern Hotel, but to take a look at the situation of the bidding conference. After all, this is also a testimony to a capital competition in the circle. A blonde, blue-eyed, cunning middle-aged man came up to Lu Ruoxian and said, "Miss Lu, I think you will regret this." Lu Ruoxian stood up and sneered, "Not necessarily. The shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel, which is worth at most 20 to 30 billion. You want to sell it at a whopping price of 6 billion. Do you think everyone in the world is an idiot? You are so evil-minded. I will never let you succeed today." The blonde man smiled sinisterly. "Just wait and see." Chapter 113. Lu Yushuan, the arrogant one. Lu Wushuang was also brought out by her brother today to attend such an occasion. This is also a kind of training and cultivation for her, where she learns by what she sees and hears, and by words and deeds. The more you see and the more you experience, the different your perspective will naturally be. Lu Yushuan had an arrogant and indifferent look on his face, seeing Lu Ruoxian arguing with the other party. He sneered, grabbed a grape in front of him, and threw it into his mouth. He said calmly, "Miss Lu, I will help you get the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel, and you'll be my woman." Puff! Everyone was startled and spat out their tea. Even Lu Wushuang next to him was shocked. "Brother, it's not good for you to be so fickle. Isn't there Sister Su Ruzhen?" Lu Ruoxian turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Yushuan chuckled. "You don't even know me. You Jiangzhou's wealthy families are really arrogant." At this time, a middle-aged man next to him whispered in Lu Ruoxian's ear, "Is the eldest son of the Jiang and Lu family." Lu Ruoxian's face turned cold. "Who did I think it was? I've heard for a long time that the Lu family has a young master who is arrogant and cold. When I saw him today, it was indeed true." Seeing Lu Ruoxian mocking him, Lu Yushuan was not angry. "I am proud, so I have the capital to be proud. Does Miss Lu like to be humble when she is angry? The 3 listed companies under my Lu family have a market value of hundreds of billions each. Who in Jiangzhou can compare to me?" There was silence in the meeting room. Even Luo Jiaowang was silent. He knew Lu Yushuan and the strength of the Lu family, so he didn't want to offend the Lu family. The Lu family is so powerful that, in addition to the 3 listed groups, they also have other hidden industries. Even the Su family succumbed to their strength. But Lu Ruoxian didn't buy his tricks. "Thank you for your kindness. We, the Lu family, can handle our own affairs ourselves." "Ha! Miss Lu, let's be frank. I really don't care about this small share of Yuanzhou International Hotel. But I heard that Miss Lu is extremely talented, beautiful, and charming, with a beauty that can shame the moon and flowers, and a figure that can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. That's why I came here to see her." Puff! Lu Wushuang next to him was really about to vomit. "Brother, you're going too far. I got goosebumps." She really didn't expect that her arrogant and cold brother could actually say such words. Are all men really pigs? Lu Wushuang stood up and was about to leave. Lu Yushuan frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to throw up." Ahem. The host interrupted the two and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. The bidding conference has officially begun. Now, please look at the big screen." The big screen began to introduce the situation of Yuanzhou International Hotel. From design concept to service to management, hotel prospects, influence, and so on. Yuanzhou International Hotel is indeed one of the best in Jiangzhou, and of course its consumption is also the most expensive. But its business is surprisingly good. Maybe the more expensive it is, the more it shows the dignity of the consumers. Many wealthy people come to Jiangzhou, and this is almost the most stylish place to check in. After the introduction, the host asked everyone to fill out the bid. Of course, there is no doubt that the highest bidder wins. This is also the purpose of Watson Capital. Their offer was 6 billion. On Earth would be so stupid and rich that he would spend 6 billion to buy shares worth 2 or 3 billion. Shen Mingyao picked up the tender document, read it carefully, and wrote down her own offer. 289 billion. This is a price she can accept. Watson Capital did not read out the bids in public, but instead took them back and announced the results a week later. The purpose of doing this is to leave yourself more room for maneuver. Shen Mingyao left the venue and returned to the hotel where she was staying. She called Chun Fan and told him about the situation at the bidding site. "Okay, let's wait for the news. It's too expensive anyway, so we don't want it." Of course, if we can acquire 45% of the shares of Yuanzhou Hotel, cooperation with the Liu family will be a win-win situation. Ding dong. Ding dong. Shin Mingyao had just finished her call when the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, she was surprised. Boss Liu, standing at the door, was a beautiful and graceful lady. Her temperament and beauty were no less than hers, and her aura was even more powerful. Liu Ruoxian looked at Shin Mingyao and asked, "Can I come in?" "Come in, come in." Liu Ruoxian walked into the room and sat down on the sofa. "Mr. Shun, I'm sorry to bother you. I saw you at the bidding site today. I didn't expect that Mr. Shun was also interested in Yuanzhou Hotel." Shin Mingyao naturally knew her purpose and said without hiding anything, "Yes, we are a newly established company. If we can acquire the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel this time, it will be a milestone event for our company. Of course, we don't want to interfere with the management of the hotel, nor will we cause any negative impact on the Liu family. On the contrary, we can cooperate with the Liu family to give you more room to play." Liu Ruoxian looked at the equally beautiful woman in front of her and was also amazed at her sexiness in her heart. Although two people are of similar height, one may not be taller than the other when they lie down. Mr. Shun's figure has at least reached the 4th level of the English alphabet. Even Liu Ruoxian couldn't help but think of a word in her mind. Beauty. With a figure like hers, she must be a man's favorite. After hearing Shan Mingyao's statement, Liu Ruoxian asked, "Mr. Shun, can you tell me your offer at that time?" Shin Mingyao did not hide it. "My offer is 2.89 billion. Liu Ruoxian frowned. "It's a bit high. Its true value is around 2.5 to 2.6 billion. "Okay, sorry to bother you, Mr. Shun. If you take over the hotel shares, please take care of me in the future." Since Liu Ruoxian was so polite, Shin Mingyao naturally treated her with courtesy as well. He personally walked her to the door and they waved goodbye. Liu Ruoxian entered the elevator and immediately told her assistant, "Go check Mr. Shun's background." At this moment, in the presidential suite of Yuanzhou International Hotel, Liu Yuxuan sat on the sofa, and no one knew what he was thinking. The assistant reminded, "President, do you still want to meet with the people from Watson Capital?" Liu Yuxuan snorted coldly. "No, let them show off." He was stood up yesterday and was very upset. He raised his hand to look at his watch, frowning slightly. Su Ruzhin is really awesome." The butler listened nearby and shook his head secretly. "I asked him to meet Su Ruzhin a few days ago, but he was too arrogant and said that the girl should come to see him on her own initiative. Later, he asked his assistant to call the Su family and tell them that he had arrived in Jiangzhou. What is this operation? It's obvious that Su Ruzhin still has to come and see him. But Su Ruzhin didn't move at all, and probably didn't have such an idea. It seems that the marriage between the two families will be troublesome. Chapter 114. You are a genius, but am I not? The matter of Yuanzhou International Hotel is not over yet. Zhao Linlin is very happy today. As one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiangzhou University, she has a net worth that most people can only dream of. Some time ago, Chun Fan said that she was going to go bankrupt, and it turned out to be a disaster for her. But today, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical finally brought epic good news. The company officially announced its restructuring and was acquired by another local peer company. In fact, this is also a means for another company to go public through a backdoor listing. Many companies cannot meet the listing requirements on their own and have to find other ways. After the reorganization, Chun Fan's equity was diluted by more than half, but he didn't care. "I don't want to take over the management of this company, so how they play is none of my business, Chun Fan. As long as the stock price goes up to the right level, I'll get what I want." Zhao Linlin studied this mysterious shareholder carefully, and she wanted to ask Chun Fan for clarification several times. Was it him who did this? Sometimes women's curiosity is greater than heaven. The campus beauty Zhao De actually came to find him. In fact, this can't be entirely blamed on her, because this guy said he also trades stocks. And he predicted that the campus beauty Zhao would lose money, so it would be strange if she wasn't curious. Just after school that afternoon, the little white rabbit Liu Wushuang couldn't control his longing for the big bad wolf and wanted to find a chance to meet him. As a result, she came to the finance department specifically and saw the campus beauty Zhao at first sight. What is she doing here? Liu Wushuang was very curious, but it had nothing to do with her if she came here to wait for the big bad wolf, right? But who would have thought that when Chun Fan came out of class, the school beauty Zhao walked over and said, "Chun Fan." Chun Fan was stunned and asked in confusion, "What?" "Come with me for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." "This isn't good." Chen Fan looked around and saw a group of animals staring at the two of them with curiosity, especially several sports students. All of them were eyeing with eager eyes. Damn it. Now that you already have Zhua Bing, do you still want to date the campus Belle Zhao University? Ahem, just tell me what you want to say. Zhao Linlin rarely takes the initiative to talk to boys, and she also feels that people around her are full of hostile eyes towards Chen Fan. Embarrassed. Let's talk outside. It's not very convenient here. All right. Chen Fan decided to challenge the bottom line of these athletes. I'm going out with the campus beauty Zhao. What's wrong with that? You bite me. The two came to the parking lot. Zhao Linlin pressed the car key, and her Maserati blinked happily. Chen Fan looked at the car several times. Yeah, the headlights are nice. Zhao Linlin has several cars, which she drives in turns. This is so embarrassing for those guys who are showing off after buying a used car. What do you want to say now? There's no one here. The school beauty, Zhao glared at him depressedly. Are you so afraid of Zhua Bing? Ahem, what does this have to do with Zhua Bing? What's the matter? Are you going to steal her boyfriend? Zhao Linlin blushed. What are you thinking about? Do you really think you're such a charmer? I just want to ask, are you the individual investor who holds 21.17% of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares? This stock has been reorganized. Did you know that? I know. Why would I buy it if it doesn't reassemble? Chen Fan said lightly. Such a big thing seemed like a piece of cake for him. Zhao Linlin stared. Is it really you? What's so strange about this? Look at yourself. You haven't even graduated from college yet, and you're already managing 2 5-star hotels. Your net worth must be over $1 billion, right? Isn't this normal? But Zhao Linlin was a little confused for a moment. She had been guessing before. Now it was finally confirmed, but she still couldn't believe it. Wasn't he a poor student receiving poverty subsidies before? Chen Fan said calmly, you don't have to be surprised. There are so many geniuses in this world. He will inadvertently create the most beautiful and brilliant fireworks. Listening to this guy bragging, Zhao Linlin was absolutely convinced. Aren't you a poor student? Yeah, I'm still poor now. Chen Fan spread his hands and sighed in his heart. It's really poor. Just 2 girlfriends. Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes and didn't want to talk to this pretentious criminal anymore. If you have nothing else to do, I'm leaving. Don't. Zhao Linlin pulled him back and said, actually, I want to cooperate with you. She looked into Chen Fan's eyes and said, I am serious. You can negotiate any terms you want. Chen Fan looked at the school beauty Zhao, why? Zhao Linlin lowered her head and hesitated for a moment. To tell you the truth, I just want to achieve amazing results. Help my dad show off his power in Jiangzhou. Forehead? What's a meaning? Chen Fan was a little puzzled. Zhao Linlin bit her lip and said, you don't know, I've seen my dad grovel in front of others. Although Zhao's real estate is now considered to be successful and has tens of billions of assets, it is still not enough in front of those real bosses. So, I swore that I would never let my dad compromise in front of others again. Chen Fan was stunned. He never expected that the campus beauty Zhao would have such thoughts. Not bad. Many people in the circle seem to be doing well, but in fact the suffering and hardships they endure behind the scenes are things that outsiders can never understand. Maybe you only see his glory, but don't know his hard work. Judging from her expression, she didn't seem to be lying, and there was no need for her to lie. Let's talk about this later. What I need is not a partner, but a professional manager. Professional managers are just workers. Chen Fan saw that she was silent. Maybe she felt that what she said was a bit crazy, but it was the truth. I just need talents. Let the world's talents work for you. Only in this way can we support a larger financial empire. Zhao Linlin seemed a little unconvinced. I increased my position in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Oh, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that she had such courage. Only when you're in danger can you survive. It's really good with some business talent. Chen Fan nodded. Excellent. But after Dongfeng Pharmaceutical's restructuring takes off, it will be almost time to come out. The purpose of stock trading is just to make money. There is no need to get involved in the fight for equity among them. Chen Fan left after he finished speaking. Zhao Linlin got into the car. I feel like I can't accept these facts for the time being. This guy is awesome. Could it be that apart from buying Dongfeng Pharmaceutical at a bargain price, he has more secrets? You don't have to be surprised. There are so many geniuses in this world. He will inadvertently create the most beautiful and brilliant fireworks. Thinking of the boasting this guy had just made, Zhao Linlin curled her lips. You are a genius, but am I not? Umph. I'll surpass you. The campus beauty Zhao was really unconvinced and waved her fists. As soon as Chen Fan came out of the parking lot, he received a WeChat message from Little White Rabbit. Big Bad Wolf, what are you doing? Chapter 115, she went on a date with her boyfriend. The Little White Rabbit misses me again. Lu Yuxuan came to Jiangzhou these days, and she was so scared that she didn't dare to contact Chen Fan. She could only tell Chen Fan what she was doing by posting on WeChat Moments. Before Chen Fan could reply, she sent another WeChat message. I'm at the apartment, come back soon. I'm going to the hotel to have dinner with my brother later. Okay. When Chen Fan rushed to the apartment, the Little White Rabbit was indeed waiting there. Her two bodyguards greeted Chen Fan respectfully when they saw him. Mr. Chen, the nanny doesn't have to cook these days and has gone to dance in the square again. So Chen Fan entered the Little White Rabbit's room with full legitimacy. As soon as the door closed, the Little White Rabbit jumped into his arms. Like a docile kitten. Big Bad Wolf, do you miss me? Chen Fan stroked her hair and lifted her chin. Boo! The Little White Rabbit's face turned red. Now, she has learned to close her eyes. The two had not been intimate for 3 minutes when Lu Wushuang's cell phone rang. She quickly turned around to answer the phone. Miss, the president asked you to come over for dinner. Got it. I'll come right after I change my clothes. After hanging up the phone, she was a little reluctant. My brother called me. Well, go ahead. The Little White Rabbit stayed there for another 2 minutes before turning around to change clothes. In fact, Chen Fan also wanted to meet Shen Mingyao, so he took a shower and asked Chen Ming to drive him there. When I arrived at Yuanzhou International Hotel, Shen Mingyao didn't open the door after ringing the doorbell twice. Wait a moment. 10 minutes later, Shen Mingyao was heard shouting inside. Huang Jun and Ma Fei stood at the door, very respectful. Chen Fan casually took out 2 packs of cigarettes and gave them to them. Chen Ming, take the brothers to eat something good. Huang Jun and Ma Rui said, no hurry. Let's do it later. Maybe Mr. Shen has something wrong. They're both loyal. Chen Ming also said there was no rush, so Chen Fan ignored them. Shen Mingyao opened the door and a fresh scent of shampoo hit her nose. Seeing that she was wearing loose pajamas, I guess she put them on temporarily. Come in first. Maybe she still regarded Chen Fan as her former student and didn't care too much about him. Chen Fan looked at Shen Mingyao's proud figure. Even such loose pajamas could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. People from Watson Capital approached me, and they hope we could become their agent. Not interested. These people are too naive to actually come up with such an idea. In this way, they withdrew from the Far East International Hotel on the surface, but in fact they just changed the way to continue to control everything. Besides, how could I agree to such conditions? That's what I meant. Shen Mingyao poured a glass of water for Chen Fan and sat on the sofa. It seems that the equity dispute of Yuanzhou International Hotel is quite troublesome this time. Even the Lu family has intervened. I came to you to discuss this matter. How should we deal with it? Chen Fan looked at the time and said, how about we go eat first? Shen Mingyao said, I won't eat at night. Otherwise, I will have to change clothes again. What's going on? Is it popular among women nowadays to skip meals at night to lose weight? They can choose not to eat it, but I can't do it myself. I always wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Chen Fan advised, no need to change. You actually look pretty good in this outfit. Shen Mingyao frowned. Chen Fan, have you learned how to flirt with girls now? Are you in love? No. How can someone as honest as me fall in love? You know, my dream is to make money. Shen Mingyao expressed her disbelief, saying that she believed it herself before when he didn't have a girlfriend because he was too poor. Almost no girls in the class liked him. It's hard to say now. Chen Fan shouted, let's go, we won't go far. Let's just eat at the restaurant downstairs. All right. Shen Mingyao did it reluctantly. After all, Chen Fan was her boss. She went to the bedroom and changed her clothes into simple casual wear, but still looks beautiful. The two of them went to the restaurant downstairs together, followed by 3 bodyguards. Seeing this, the waiter immediately stepped forward to greet them. Please come this way, both of you. There were quite a few people sitting in the hall. Shen Mingyao ordered 7 or 8 dishes and a soup for herself. When the waiter left, Shen Mingyao whispered, many people here are here for Watson Capital shares. Chen Fan took a few looks and was surprised to find that the Little White Rabbit was also here. She was having dinner with a man in his late 20s. Could this be her brother? Chen Fan took a closer look at her. She looked good, but she was too arrogant. The Little White Rabbit had already seen him and was smiling at him. What are you looking at? Lu Yuxuan followed his sister's gaze and asked, He had met this woman before and was impressed by her. I didn't expect to meet you here again by chance. When Lu Yuxuan's eyes fell on Chen Fan, a sneer flashed across his face. I didn't expect this woman to have a dog. It's just bad taste, isn't it? Waste natural resources. Lu Yuxuan was somewhat disdainful. He winked at the bodyguard beside him and said, "Go. Ask that beautiful lady to come over for a couple of drinks." Elder brother. The little white rabbit was a little anxious. "What are you doing?" "It's okay. I'll find you a sister-in-law." The bodyguard came over and said, "Beauty, my young master wants you to come over for a drink." Shen Mingyao looked over there. It was him again? Thinking of how this guy looked at the bidding site and how he was frivolous towards Lu Ruoxian, Shen Mingyao said unhappily, "Not interested." Chen Fan didn't expect Lu Yuxuan to be so arrogant and courageous. It seems that this guy is not a good person. If it weren't for the little white rabbit, I would really ask Chun Ming and the others to take action. The bodyguard was turned down and came back angrily. "Young master, the other party is unwilling." "Roll." Lu Yuxuan glared at the bodyguard. "Useless thing." Just as I was about to pick up the wine glass. "Hey, sister. Where's my sister?" "Boss." The young lady went to the bathroom. At the end of the bathroom corridor, the little white rabbit was hugging the big bad wolf tightly. The two of them were clinging to each other. "Big bad wolf, why are you here too?" "Who is that sister?" "She's so beautiful." "As pretty as you?" The big bad wolf looked at her and smiled. "She was my former homeroom teacher." "Oh." The little white rabbit curled her lips. "Are you inviting the head teacher to dinner?" She took out her cell phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Chun Fan. "What are you doing?" Chun Fan was speechless. This girl always transferred money to him. Did she think I was only fit to be a gigolo? "All right, I'll let you see it some other day." The little white rabbit said happily, "You have to pay for the teacher's meal." "Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you." This guy pinched the little white rabbit's face and said, "I'm not short of money. What I'm short of is..." "Okay, go back first. Your brother will be looking for you again later." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yuxuan's voice came from outside. "Sister, sister." When he saw Chun Fan coming out, he asked, "Did you see a very beautiful girl about 18 or 19 years old?" "Oh, she's on a date with her boyfriend." Roll. Chapter 116, Do You Think I Won't Poach Your Employees? It seems that the Lu family really regards Lu Wushuang as the apple of their eye. Even Lu Yuxuan, a scumbag, is so nervous. Chun Fan returned to his seat, happily accompanied Shen Mingyao to finish the meal, and then returned to the hotel together. "Mr. Shun, Watson Capital can be delayed, if I'm not mistaken. They must be in a hurry to withdraw their shares in Yuanzhou International Hotel because of the last sharp drop in international crude oil prices and tight funds." Chen Fan's guess was actually correct. During the last international capital war, international crude oil prices plummeted to negative numbers. Many parties were liquidated, and Watson Capital was one of the unlucky ones. When international crude oil prices fell to $19.95, they thought it would rebound and bought at the bottom. As a result, he didn't get the bottom and fell into the 18th level of hell. When the price of crude oil hit zero, they made another fatal mistake and covered their positions. In Chun Fan's opinion, how can this be considered as covering a position? It's clearly a way to stab yourself. I guess these are the first group of people in the history of crude oil who killed themselves. The result is obvious. They're short of funds and are busy withdrawing investments to save themselves. After reaching a consensus with Shan Mingyao, Chun Fan left the hotel. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in the hall, someone called him, "Mr. Chun." Chun Fan turned back. Forehead. The fierce and ferocious Xiao Xiao appears before our eyes in a spectacular manner, ready to burst out. "Why are you here? Accompanying a client again?" Chun Fan frowned slightly. "No." Xiao Xiao drank milk tea and said, "I've been trying to get you a date for so long, but I couldn't get one. Come here and try your luck." She blinked her eyes and seemed particularly happy. "Do you have time now? I have something to talk to you about." Chun Fan really had nothing to do at night. "Go ahead. Shall we find a place to talk? Then I'll go get a room." "Hey, I'm telling you something serious. Get in the car." Xiao Xiao is in car sales. When she saw Chun Fan's Tuareg, she said, "So you like to keep a low profile?" The lowest configuration of this type of car costs hundreds of thousands. Although Chun Fan's car is not the top-of-the-line one, most people who spend $1 million or so to buy a Tuareg are not short of money. And she also witnessed Chun Fan's generosity. "Chun Ming, go back to school." Chun Fan gave an order, and Chun Ming responded loudly, "Good one. Let's get started." Chun Fan was lying in the back seat. Xiao Xiao looked at him with blinking eyes. Seeing that Chun Fan had his eyes slightly closed and seemed a little tired, she put down the milk tea in her hand. He reached out his hand considerately and pressed Chun Fan's temple. forehead. Feeling her soft hands, Chun Fan frowned slightly. I was thinking about her intention. It's not comfortable for you to lie like this. Change your position. Before Chun Fan could say anything, his head rested on a soft and elastic place. Is there such service? But it's quite comfortable. Chun Ming drove the car to the artificial lake next to the school and went down to smoke. Are you comfortable, Mr. Chun? Xiao Xiao asked softly. Well, what do you want to say? Chun Fan lay there and didn't want to move at all. This treatment was amazing. Xiao Xiao said, there's a large auto show recently, a nationwide one. Our President Tan wants to talk to you. What does the auto show have to do with me? No, don't misunderstand me. He wants to work with you. Are you kidding? It's just a car show. I'm not interested. Mr. Tan is not a good person. Chun Fan lay there and looked up at Xiao Xiao's chin. How much money can you make from selling cars in a month? When it's high, maybe 20,000 or 30,000. It depends on the performance. Thank you so much this month. I won the top sales and got a bonus. Don't sell your car, come to me. Didn't Mr. Tan always want Bing to be a car model? Snort. I'll make sure you end up losing more than you gain. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Really? Chun Fan moved his neck and found that Xiao Xiao's pillow was really comfortable. He continued to look at her chin. Do you think I don't have the ability? No. I was so surprised. If you really want me, I'll quit my job and come here right away. Well, from now on you will be my personal secretary with an annual salary of 500,000. Oh. Xiao Xiao trembled and said excitedly, thank you, Mr. Chun. I will definitely work hard to serve you. The annual salary is 500,000. How much does it cost for her to buy a car per month? It would be great if I could earn hundreds of thousands a year. And this is simply impossible because during the off-season, sales are sometimes only a few thousand a month. They also have to shamelessly curry favor with this boss or that boss and call customers every day. I'm always worried that if I don't keep up with the customer one day, the customer will run away. Now Chun Fan directly gave her an annual salary of 5 million, and Xiao Xiao was deeply moved. Just a personal secretary. Xiao Xiao's pretty face turned red as she looked at the handsome Chun Fan. Well, it seems that I am not at a disadvantage. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Mr. Tan, who was drinking tea with his friends, suddenly sneezed several times. What's going on? Who is cursing me behind my back? Of course, he didn't know that he was being poached. The next morning, Chun Fan was in class when Xiao Xiao sent him a message. Mr. Chun, I'm here. Okay, then go to the apartment, 2601. The door lock code is remember to wash your clothes. Ugh. During lunch, Bing suddenly asked, do you want to have a celebrity girlfriend? Chun Fan didn't understand what she meant for a moment. Bing asked, tell me first, what do you think when you see those stars? No. Chun Fan answered straightforwardly. I don't believe you. Bing gave him a charming look, biting the spoon, and said, my cousin signed me up for a modeling competition. Chun Fan was stunned. You want to participate? I'm asking for your opinion. This seems to be nationwide, and it's hosted by the central bank. We can accept individual registration. Well, if you want to go, then give it a try. Since we accept individual applications, we are not restricted by capital and modeling agencies. What's more important is that the organizer is very powerful, and a live selection should be fair and just with no inside information. Chun Fan agreed. Bing smiled happily and said, actually, I don't have any idea, but my cousin has already signed me up. Just treat it as an experience. If your girlfriend advances, then you can. Bing's feet clamped him under the table, and Chun Fan pinched her face. Go if you want. But I have to monitor the whole process. Of course you must. You must go with me. How about your girlfriend is so beautiful? Don't worry. You're getting more and more shameless. But Chun Fan thought a question. Bing and her team do have great potential. Why don't I take this opportunity to enter the entertainment industry? There are also e-commerce and live streaming, which are all money-making industries. Go back and talk to Xinming Yao and ask her to prepare the layout. Chapter 117. 3 of my girlfriends have gone away. It is said that people feel refreshed when they are happy. Chun Fan has been living a good life recently. I used to wash my own clothes, but now someone even washes my underwear for me. Life is well organized. From Xinming Yao's side, good news came early in the morning. Watson Capital finally couldn't bear the financial pressure. A transaction agreement was reached with Home to Capital at a price of 2.89 billion. This is good and exciting news. From then on, Chun Fan had shares in another high-end hotel under his name. This is also an important symbol of Chun Fan's entry into the real industry, and is of milestone significance. According to Shun Mingyao's analysis, Watson Capital chose to transfer its shares to herself because they had their own little thoughts. Of course, there were bids higher than Home to Capital in this bidding conference. But why would they transfer the shares to themselves? Shun Mingyao thought that the other party had taken a fancy to Home to, a new emerging force. It is a brand new company with no other complicated background. They have investigated all of this. Maybe they want to keep a backup plan. As for whether Home to Capital will cooperate with them in the future, that is a matter for the future. However, if they want Home to Capital to become their spokesperson, that is just a dream. Given Chun Fan's personality, it is impossible for him to agree to such a request. Shun Mingyao has made significant progress. After acquiring shares in Watson Capital, she has reached an agreement with the Liu family. The cooperation between the two sides is a win-win situation, Shun Mingyao told the other party. Home to Capital does not participate in the management. She only requested a floor of an office building next to the hotel as the company's office area. The company is also getting on the right track and, following Chun Fan's instructions, preparing to expand into the live streaming and entertainment industries. As for Su Ruzhen, you are so cruel. Garlic futures are being squeezed out step by step and are soaring all the way. Su Ruzhen was extremely happy to see such market conditions. Now, she just had to wait until harvest time. The third good news is that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was acquired, restructured, and listed, and its stock price rose to the daily limit on the opening day. Zhao Linlin was also very happy to see the news. According to current forecasts, there is absolutely no problem for the stock price to double. But the information Chun Fan saw was definitely not as simple as doubling it. When I bought it before, it was only 3.17 yuan. If it only doubles, you're underestimating the appetite of those investors. At least the market conditions that Chun Fan can see at the moment are all daily limit increases. This means that funds that have not been bought and cannot come in at all, and only those who have already gotten on the train have the opportunity to make big profits. Seeing that the stock price always hit the daily limit at the opening, Zhao Da's heart was pounding. In a market like this, there's almost no trading volume. So she couldn't help but send a WeChat message to Chun Fan. Well, can I ask you a question? The campus beauty, Zhao, became more and more cautious when speaking to Chun Fan. Well, go ahead. When do you plan to sell the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical stock? If Chun Fan makes a move, the trading volume will definitely increase dramatically immediately. After all, he holds 1 billion yuan in funds. Even after dilution, there is still more than 10% of the shares. Notarus. Chun Fan replied with a message and ignored her. Zhao Linlin looked at the market trends on her mobile phone. If he was not in a hurry, she would be even less anxious. As a veteran in the stock market, Zhao Linlin also has her own insights. Generally speaking, when encountering such market conditions, if the price doesn't rise, it will just go up, but if it rises, it will soar to the sky. But she couldn't be sure exactly when it would reach the top. Double? 3 times? Or is a more evil existence? Zhao Linlin puffed her cheeks and said, I will do my best. On the weekend, Zhuo Bing went to participate in the auditions for the national model competition. There are no requirements for clothing in this kind of audition. You just walk around on the stage and you will advance if you pass. If you don't meet the requirements, shoot. Chun Fan accompanied Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing didn't even put on any makeup and just wore a pair of denim shorts. She has a great figure, especially her long legs, which have always been her killer feature. Seeing the people who came up on stage being patted by the audition mentors one by one, Zhuo Bing said, I guess I will be eliminated in the first round too. It doesn't matter. You're just here for the experience anyway. If you can get in, get in. If you can't get in, don't worry about it. That is, Zhuo Bing is indeed quite calm in this regard, and she doesn't have much pursuit for material things. Maybe it's because she grew up in a well-off family. She is definitely not the kind of girl who can be coaxed away by a lollipop. It was her turn to go on stage, and Chun Fan went out to answer a phone call. Wait for him to come back. Forehead? Is the show over? Zhuo Bing's cousin shouted excitedly. Wow, my Bing Bing is so good. She got 3 promotion cards and went straight to the finals. Didn't we agree that you would just come here to have fun? You've advanced already? When Zhuo Bing came out, she waved to everyone excitedly. 2 classmates from the dance team came with her, although both of them got promotion cards. But Zhuo Bing went directly to the finals. They still need to go through a second round of selection before they are eligible to enter the finals. Of course, this is just the Jiangzhou branch of the South China competition area. There are many more levels to come. If you want to stand out in the competition, you need to overcome them one by one. It is said that there are no more than 3 people like Zhuo Bing at present. Chun Fan pinched her face and said, "You are awesome." Zhuo Bing said innocently, "I don't know either. I just walked around casually. 3 instructors said I passed." All right, who can blame her for her natural beauty? This innate advantage is unmatched by others. Chun Fan had lunch with them. Zhuo Bing and her cousin went shopping, and Chun Fan strolled leisurely on the road next to the Shang Lake Park. Ring, ring. The bell of the electric bike rang, and the delivery boy hurriedly shouted, "Make way, make way." Bang! Chun Fan dodged to the side, but there was an old lady on the other side. The other party was driving too fast and hit the curb. The takeaway food in the car flew out and scattered all over the floor. The delivery boy got up and looked at the unmanageable scene in a daze. It's over. It's too late. But he still walked over to the old lady. "Grandma, are you okay?" The old lady shook her head. She was indeed frightened by him just now, but he didn't hit her. "Young man, don't be so impatient. Be safe. I am sorry, Grandma." Seeing the old lady staggering away, the delivery guy turned around and cleaned up the mess on the ground. Chun Fan stopped and looked at him for a long time. Jiang Chaosheng. Just now he felt that the other person looked very familiar, and it turned out to be his high school classmate. Jiang Chaosheng was stunned when he saw Chun Fan. "Chun Fan, why are you here?" "Haha, old classmate." Chun Fan walked over and hugged his shoulders. "Long time no see. Why are you doing this? Didn't you get into college?" Jiang Chaosheng is also a child from the countryside. He has good grades and has a good relationship with Chun Fan. "I heard that he took the bar exam, but I didn't expect he was delivering food here." Jiang Chaosheng shook his head awkwardly, looking at this old classmate who came from a poor family like himself, and said with emotion, "Don't talk about it. I have no money and my girlfriend has run away with me 3 times. Children without umbrellas must run hard. I'm using my vacation to deliver food." Chapter 118, Hidden Rich Second Generation. "Don't send me off, let's talk. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Chun Fan cordially invited me. Jiang Chaosheng looked at him several times and said, "Okay, then I won't send you off today." "Oh, I missed this order. I guess I'll lose points. I'll call the client." Before I even made the call, the customer called. "Are you the delivery guy?" "What the hell? I clearly saw the takeaway was only 300 meters away from me. How come it's always been 300 meters away? Are you stealing food?" "No more words. Just pay me back. Bad review." "Hello. Hello." Jiang Chaosheng shouted a few words, but the other party had already hung up the phone. Needless to say, this deal is a sure loss. He took a photo so that he could explain it to the platform later. After finishing the call and seeing Chun Fan looking at him, Jiang Chaosheng smiled bitterly and said, "Don't think our industry is hard. In fact, if you do well, you can make tens of thousands a month. Hey, do you want to come along? I'll recommend you to our boss." Chun Fan shook his head. Jiang Chaosheng thought he couldn't endure hardship, so he said earnestly, "Chun Fan, I also understand your family situation. We all came from poor mountain villages. Don't be afraid of being ugly, and don't be afraid of suffering. For people like us, we have no background and no money. How can we turn things around if we don't work hard on our own? The few girlfriends I dated all left me because I couldn't afford to buy a house in Jiangzhou." Chun Fan handed him a cigarette and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Jiang Chaosheng said in a very arrogant tone, "We were almost holding hands." Puff. Chun Fanti patted his shoulder sympathetically. Jiang Chaosheng said, "I'll work hard this month and buy her an Apple phone. I think I can win her back." The direction is completely wrong. Chun Fan originally wanted to tell him that what he needs to do now is to arm himself instead of kneeling down and licking the other party. The two sat down on chairs in the park, and Chun Fan said, "Chaosheng, don't deliver food anymore. I have a friend who needs people in his company. Go and get some exercise." Jiang Chaosheng's first reaction was, "How much is the salary?" Chun Fan really wanted to tell him that what he should focus on now is not the salary, but how to develop his own abilities. Seeing Jiang Chaosheng's urgent look, Chun Fan shook his head. "I'm not sure about this either. Please ask for me. If the salary is acceptable, I'll go over." Chun Fan walked to the side and called Su Ruzhen. "Does your legal department need anyone else?" "No, what's the matter? Do you have someone you know coming in?" Su Ruzhen understood Chun Fan very well and immediately guessed Chun Fan's intention. "Of course it's an exception if you want to arrange someone. Who told me to love you so much?" Puff. "Shen Yaojing is just good at flirting. How much is an intern's salary?" How many interns can there be? 3,000 at most. This salary system cannot be messed up. If it is messed up, it will be impossible to manage. I understand. When Chun Fan came back after hanging up the phone, Jiang Chaoxing asked anxiously, "How is it? How much salary can he give?" 6,000. Are you going? It's only 6,000. I might as well be delivering food. Jiang Chaoxing was not very willing. Okay then, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Chun Fan left him a phone number. Seeing Chun Fan leave, Jiang Chaoxing shook his head. It seems that he has not been beaten by society. I just want to work in a big company. You know, those big companies require work experience at every turn, and the threshold is very high. Delivering food is great. There is no threshold, and the salary is high. It is earned through your own labor, and there is no shame in it. Jiang Chaoxing is not a bad person by nature. It's just that his vision has not yet been opened up. He can't see anything further. Perhaps he is still obsessed with his love. Chun Fan didn't force it. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. Back in the apartment, Xiao Xiao saw the boss coming back and immediately handed him his shoes. Mr. Chun is back. I'll give you a massage. Ever since Xiao Xiao came here, all the small things in life have been left to her to handle. Lu Yuxuan stayed in Jiangzhou for a few days and finally left. Little White Rabbit heard the noise and came to knock on the door. When she saw Xiao Xiao, she was completely stunned. Big Bad Wolf, you. My brother has only been here for a few days, and you've already changed him? Come in, come in. Seeing that she looked aggrieved, Chun Fan quickly pulled her in. Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Wushuang in surprise. Who is this? What a beautiful little sister. Chun Fan pulled her sit on the sofa and said seriously, "This is Xiao Xiao, my personal secretary. Let her handle the household affairs from now on." Personal secretary? The little White Rabbit stared with confused eyes and asked, "How can you, a bricklayer, be more awesome than my dad? My dad only has a dozen secretaries. But he needs to do it for his job, as there are so many companies under him that need to be managed." Xiao Xiao said cleverly, "Yes, I am Mr. Chin's new personal secretary. You can come to me if you have any questions in the future." The little White Rabbit pouted and pulled Chun Fan to the next door. "What exactly do you do? You even have a personal secretary." Ahem. Chun Fan pinched her face and whispered in her ear, "Call me husband, and I'll tell you." Faint. The little White Rabbit blushed, feeling so embarrassed. Seeing her so embarrassed, Chun Fan stopped making things difficult for her. "I'm running a company now. You've met Chen Ming. He has always been my bodyguard." Oh. The little White Rabbit's eyes widened. It turned out that this guy was a hidden, rich second generation. "I thought I was just going to school with a bodyguard." The little White Rabbit was angry and raised his fist to hit him. "You are so mean. You keep lying to me." Chun Fan grabbed her fist and pushed her against the wall. Okay, haven't I told you now?" Seeing this guy's mouth approaching, the little White Rabbit closed his eyes. After being with Chun Fan, little White Rabbit gradually became more relaxed. She is very obedient and well-behaved. But when Chun Fan wanted to take it a step further, she became very nervous and refused to agree. Seeing her begging pitifully, Chun Fan didn't feel comfortable using force. Seeing how docile the little White Rabbit was, Chun Fan said lovingly, "In the future, if you want to go shopping or something, you can ask her to go with you. She will definitely help you get everything done." The little White Rabbit looked up. "How big is your company?" "Well, you know the Yuanzhou Hotel? I own 45% of the shares there." Ooh. The little White Rabbit opened her mouth. She had stayed with her brother at the Yuanzhou Hotel for a few days, so of course she knew what that place meant. "I didn't expect the Big Bad Wolf was so rich, and he kept lying to me." Of course, the speed at which Chun Fan made money was far beyond their imagination. After the reorganization, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has been on the rise for 10 consecutive days, which can be called a miracle for pharmaceutical stocks. When Zhao Linlin saw this trend, her left chest began to beat rapidly. She also didn't know to what position the main force would pull it to, but a growth rate of 10% per day was still quite terrifying. Her loss of more than 100 million yuan has returned to 130 million yuan, and she will be able to make back her investment in full in a few days. Now she had to admire Chun Fan's previous amazing operation. Dared to spend billions of dollars to pry open a landmine. The key is that he bet right. Chapter 119, This Campus Beauty, is more powerful than I imagined. At the end of October, the reorganized Dongfeng Pharmaceutical hit 19 daily limit ups in one go. The stock price rose from 3.17 yuan to 19.39 yuan. The increase was more than 6 times. The 50 million yuan held by Zhao Linlin has also turned into 305 million yuan. Not only did she recover her losses, she also earned back more than 100 million. This is unprecedented in Zhao Linlin's trading history. She had never taken such an adventure before, and she was particularly excited when she saw the funds in her account. It stands to reason that after trading stocks to this extent, you should be content. You have to know that the risks involved in stock trading are beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The rise is crazy, and the fall is crazy too. Zhao Linlin has experienced all of this. The roller coaster-like feeling is shocking and thrilling. After the 19th daily limit, the stock opened the next day. For the 20th board, it poured down. In just 10 minutes of trading in the early morning, the trading volume had reached an astonishing 2 billion. Zhao Linlin took a special leave and kept a close eye on this stock. When she saw the stock price opening, she cleared her positions without hesitation. Because she knew that in a situation like this, if she didn't leave, she would have no chance. Then she watched the stock price go slowly down. Trading volume continues to increase. In the morning alone, it had reached more than 6 billion. The turnover rate is 36.6%. Zhao Linlin thought to herself that Chun Fan must have shipped the goods. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a large trading volume. In the stock market, it is important to lock in profits. Zhao Linlin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the funds in her account safely leaving. Faced with this result, she was both happy and nervous. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to know what was going on with Chun Fan. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chun Fan. "Are you out yet?" A few minutes later, beep, she received a reply from Chun Fan. "Half of it is out." Zhao Linlin widened her eyes and secretly estimated the funds in Chun Fan's hands. At first, he invested 1 billion yuan, and after 6 times, his capital amount reached 6 billion yuan. With such a huge size, it is certainly impossible for him to be as light as a small retail investor like himself. Therefore, what Chun Fan said should be half right. Zhao Linlin thought for a moment. What should I do with the rest? Keep going. Still continuing? Zhao Linlin pondered this sentence carefully and analyzed the board for a long time. That's right. With the amount of money he has, he definitely won't be able to spend it all in one day. So there's still a chance. In the afternoon, the stock price continued to fall from the upper limit to the lower limit. The trading volume on that day exceeded 10 billion, and the turnover rate reached more than 40%. Seeing the stock price hit the limit down, Zhao Linlin thought for a moment. Take another gamble. Since it hasn't come out completely, I don't believe it will continue to fall. So she bought a third of the position. In this way, she will be invincible regardless of the stock price limit. At least he got back his 200 million yuan principal, and the remaining 100 million yuan in profit was left there to float. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after she bought the stock market was about to close. Suddenly, a large buy order came in, swallowing up all the sell orders in the blink of an eye. The stock price started to rise again. Whoosh, whoosh. The price limit was reached in 3 seconds. Damn it. At this moment, countless stock investors across the country were cursing. Cunning. Damn it. It's a dishwashing. This amazing move left a long lower shadow on the K-line. At 3 o'clock, the stock market closed. Zhao Linlin accidentally made more than 20 million yuan from the 100 million yuan fund. No wonder, for rich people, the stock market is no different from picking up money. She was very satisfied with her performance today. At this moment, Chun Fan also exited the stock trading software, as if he had already gotten used to all this. Of course, what he gained today was beyond Zhao Linlin's imagination. This was also the first time he played a leading role in driving up the stock price. After Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals' market value initially fell to more than 4 billion yuan, it underwent restructuring and surged to nearly 300 billion yuan. The total amount of funds invested by Chun Fan and Blueprint Investment is only 12 billion. The funds that fled today were part of the stocks held by Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan sold half of them and bought them back at the end of the trading day. After this round trip, the total amount of funds in his personal account reached more than 6.5 billion. Of course, he never expected that Zhao Linlin was so bold as to dare to lick blood on the edge of a knife. 100 million yuan was purchased at the end of the trading day. After school, Chun Fan was still reading a book when he heard a commotion at the classroom door. Goddess! Goddess! Someone patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, "Look, The goddess is here. Chen Fan looked up and saw Zhao Linlin standing at the classroom door waving at him. What's the meaning? Class monitor, the school beauty Zhao is looking for you. A nosy girl ran over and shouted. The boys in the class screamed and howled, ah, it's over, it's over. He slept with half of the 4 most beautiful girls in school by himself. Chen Fan knew that she was looking for him probably because of the stock issue. The classroom started to make a noise. The class monitor is so awesome. The squad leader is awesome. All right, if you make trouble again, I'll deduct half of your class fee. The classroom became quiet in an instant, and the group of animals quickly covered their buttocks, as if they were afraid that a leak would upset the class monitor. Chen Fan walked out of the classroom. What's the matter? Can we go over there and talk? I have something to tell you. Zhao Linlin is not as shy as Lu Wushuang. After all, she manages a hotel and has seen scenes of all sizes, so she has already trained herself. Chen Fan followed her to the playground, and Zhao Linlin asked, Did you pull it up at the end of today's session? Chen Fan glanced at her and said, You shouldn't ask this kind of question. This is a business secret. Zhao Linlin said, I know, I just want to confirm it. Because I bought another 1/3 of the position at the end of the trading day. Chen Fan stared at her for a long while. This Zhao Linlin was more capable than he had imagined. Anyone who has ever traded stocks knows what 1/3 of a position means. Advance and retreat in moderation, and don't be afraid of ups and downs. So he had to look at her again. Then he gave her a high evaluation. Well, you have good talent and are qualified to be my apprentice. It makes sense for her to do so. The stock price will not fall as long as the market maker has not run away. Either it will fluctuate or continue to push up shipments. Do I have a chance to work with you now? Chen Fan shook his head. The market will get even weirder next time, if you can keep up with the train of thought. Zhao Linlin said solemnly, Don't worry, I promise I won't fall behind. Now she finds that large-scale capital operations are much more exciting than managing a few hotels. If I can expand the funds in my hands, wouldn't I be able to become a figure comparable to Lu Ruoxian and others? Maybe I can even stand at a higher position and become a legend in Jiangzhou's business world. After Chen Fan left, Zhao Linlin began to think about tomorrow's plan. How much is the reorganized Dongfeng Pharmaceutical worth in the eyes of these capital tycoons? This is a question worth thinking about. Chapter 120. If you can't afford it, then don't admit that you are poor. The valuation of a stock determines the height of its share price. It is worth in the eyes of the main force. Looking at the entire pharmaceutical sector, are stocks like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical only worth 19.39 yuan after the reorganization? Obviously more than that. After figuring out this problem, Zhao Linlin's thoughts suddenly became clear. I see. The next day, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical opened sharply lower, minus 6.56%. Zhao Linlin seized the opportunity and decisively increased her position, once again investing all the funds she had. Then she locked the position, trusting her own judgment. Zhao Linlin's trading method is very sharp and bold, but it is enough to illustrate her talent. Sure enough, this day was another day of strong market cleansing. After violent fluctuations, the stock price fell by more than 2 points, bringing today's decline to 9 points. It's almost the limit down. Looking at the huge volume that appeared on the market again, Zhao Linlin wondered if it was the main force fleeing. The third day opened flat, but less than 2 minutes after opening, the stock price was violently pulled up again. Then the price limit was reached. Ouch! Zhao Linlin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This daily limit increased her funds by more than 30 million. At this moment, Chen Fan just opened his phone and took a few glances. Then he showed a faint smile. I didn't move today, and neither did Blueprint Investment. In that case, who pushed up the stock price? Hot money. This is definitely a powerful group of hot money, and they're good at trading such stocks. I remember that several years ago, there was a stock called Tianshan Shalai. Its price started from more than 2 yuan and was taken over by others to 45 yuan, not including the stock expansion and dividends in the middle. The power of hot money is strong, and they can often create miracles that defy the will of heaven. Well, it's another day to pick up money. But who is the banker of this stock? Snort. Hard to say. Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen an order to sell all the stocks before the stock price reached 40 yuan. Got it, okay. At noon, a Mercedes Maybach worth more than 2 million yuan was parked quietly at the entrance of the campus. A young woman in an OL business suit asked respectfully, Boss Xiao, are we going to find him like this? There was also a middle-aged man with a big belly and a deep look in the car. Contact him first. Okowo. The woman in professional attire made a phone call. Hello, Mr. Chun Fan. I'm Zhu Chu from Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Do you have time? Can you come out and meet me? I'm already at the gate of your school. Chun Fan was very surprised to receive this call, but he quickly realized that he had left his phone number at the securities company, so it would not be difficult for the other party to find him. What does it mean that the people from Dongfeng Pharmaceutical are looking for me at this time? Chun Fan thought for a moment and came to the school gate. From a distance, I saw a Mercedes Maybach with an out-of-town license plate and a young woman standing next to it. It should be them. You know what? Zhu Chu is quite pretty. However, bosses like them need several secretaries. One for day use and one for night use. Chun Fan came over. Zhu Chu. The other party was stunned. Although she had already checked Chun Fan's background, she was still shocked. You should know that Chun Fan's current shareholdings are worth 60 to 70 billion. Still so low-key? How does the way he's dressed look like a billionaire boss? At this moment, Zhu Chu suddenly had a guess. Could he be just a tool of some group? Seeing her in a daze, Chun Fan didn't care and just asked calmly, Is there anything wrong? If not, I'm leaving. No, please wait. Zhu Chu was anxious and stopped Chun Fan anxiously. Our boss wants to talk to you. Is it convenient to get in the car? In fact, Chun Fan could see everything inside without Zhu Chu opening the car door. No one has any secrets in front of me. Even if you're wearing iron underwear, I can see it clearly. The man in the car nodded slightly at Chun Fan. It depends on whether the topic you're talking about interests me or not. Zhu Chu said, It's like this, we want to buy the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares you hold. Is it convenient for you? This is possible. If you can reach an agreement, you can save yourself a lot of time. Chun Fan said, Okay, pick a location. Zhu Chu invited again. How about getting in the car and going together? No, I have my own car. Chun Fan made a phone call, and Chun Meng, who was guarding the school gate, immediately drove over. Seeing that Chun Fan was actually sitting in a Touareg, the middle-aged man in the car said, This young man is not simple. Since we were discussing big business, of course we can't go to a place that is too low-key. Zhu Chu and his friends drove their Mercedes Maybach directly to Jiangzhou International Hotel. When Chun Fan came in, Mr. Xiao kept an eye on his every move. He found that the young man did not feel the slightest bit out of place in such a high-end place, but was instead very relaxed. From this, he concluded that Chun Fan was most likely the real shareholder and not a tool, as Zhu Chu had guessed. They found a place in the hotel, and the two sides sat down to negotiate. After the waiter brought the tea, Zhu Chu spoke first. Mr. Chun, we want to buy the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares you have. Chun Fan glanced at the two of them calmly and said, Sure, what's your price? Zhu Chu looked back and asked Mr. Xiao, smiling, The current closing price of the stock market is 19.41 yuan. How about we give you an additional 10% increase based on this price? From the fact that they were looking for him, Chun Fan guessed a possibility. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical may be caught up in a dispute over equity. Otherwise, how could the other party come so far to find me? At present, apart from the major shareholders after the reorganization, I should be the largest individual investor. He previously owned 21% of the shares, and after the restructuring and dilution, he only had a few percent left, which is also a large proportion. This does not include the shares held by Blueprint Investments. Chun Fan shook his head, stared at the two men, and asked, You came from such a long distance. Isn't the gas expensive? Zhu Chu didn't understand what Chun Fan meant at first, but Mr. Xiao did. Since Mr. Chun thinks we are not sincere enough, can you make an offer? Chun Fan was very direct. Double it. The two of them were stunned for a moment. This guy had such a big appetite. If it doubles again, how much money will it cost? You have to know that the shares he holds are worth 6 or 7 billion. Mr. Xiao frowned and said, Young man, be content. You've made enough money on this stock. Don't be too greedy. Too much greed will eventually devour you. Chun Fan snorted, Goodbye. Doing business is a matter of mutual consent. If you can't afford it, then don't buy it. He doesn't admit that he is poor and says others are too expensive. What's the meaning? I have never seen anyone so shameless. After Chun Fan left, Zhu Chu asked anxiously, Mr. Xiao, what should we do? Let's go to Blueprint Investment Company and ask. They really check the investor's information thoroughly. Chapter 121 Popular Anchor Lu Wanwan. Well, now that we are at the Far East International Hotel, let's go see Teacher Shun. Shen Mingyao's office is on the 28th floor of the office building next to the hotel. This number corresponds exactly to her age. Of course, this is just a coincidence and not something she deliberately chose. The office is spacious with a great view. As soon as Chun Fan came in, Shin Mingyao saw him. Hey, why are you here? I came to see you, Teacher Shun. Shin Mingyao joked. You still call me teacher? Now I'm working for you. Okay, Mingyao. Shin Mingyao heard this and said angrily, You are getting more and more oily. What should I call you then? Meng Meng? Yao Yao. Come on, it's getting more and more out of control. Whatever you want. Chun Fan laughed. You said it. Then I will call you Meng Yao from now on. Shin Mingyao felt so disgusted by this name. But fortunately, he was his former student after all. Chun Fan stopped joking with her. Didn't you take a break at noon? Shin Mingyao looked at her watch. Well, didn't you say you wanted to enter the live broadcast and entertainment industry? I have an appointment with a popular anchor at noon, and I want to check it myself. Just let the people below do this kind of small thing. Have you eaten yet? I eat cereal. Women are really willing to risk their lives for their figure. It's been kept so well, I don't know who got the benefit. Chun Fan shook his head. Then you go ahead and get busy. When I came out of Shin Mingyao's office, I ran into the company's human resources manager and a girl.